Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Buzz, buzz. The sharp vibration of a phone shattered the silence in the room. Xu Yuan, asleep on the living room sofa, groggily rubbed his eyes and reached for the phone. He answered without even checking the caller. A voice burst through the speaker, breathless and excited. "What you doing? The game starts in half an hour." Before Xu Yuan could respond, the call ended with a crisp beep. Still disoriented, Xu Yuan sat up and wiped his face, confusion etched on his face. Who was that? As he lifted the phone to call back, his own reflection on the black screen caught his eye, and suddenly, everything froze. A tidal wave of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. He had transmigrated. He, Xu Yuan, was no longer in his original world. He was now living in a parallel universe, one where his name, age, and appearance remained the same, but the world around him had completely changed. In this new world, the game industry ruled everything. It wasn't just a form of entertainment. It was the foundation of society. Careers, status, and even livelihoods revolved around gaming. Everyone played, and some had risen to fame and fortune through their in-game exploits. Just as Xu Yuan was piecing this all together, the television in front of him blared a news segment, pulling him out of his thoughts. After 10 years in development, the new holographic game from Zero Corporation, Minecraft, will enter open beta at exactly 12 p.m. today. Zero states that the game offers ultimate freedom. No main story, no side quests, no predetermined path. Everything is up to the player to discover. Xu Yuan blinked. Wait, that phone call, it must have been about this game. He quickly checked his phone. The time was now 11:50 a.m. Just 10 minutes left before launch. Xu Yuan sprang to his feet, washed his face in the bathroom, and hurried to his bedroom to grab a sleek, futuristic helmet, the key to the game. In this world, all major games used fully immersive holographic simulation. Players would fall into a deep sleep, and the neural interface would transmit every sensation from the virtual world back to the brain, creating an experience indistinguishable from reality. And to ensure balance, games were only accessible at night to avoid interfering with daily life. Xu Yuan slipped the helmet on, lay down, and waited. Connecting to neural interface. Do not remove the helmet. Welcome to Minecraft. Please create your character. The moment the system's voice echoed in his ears, a low-pixel, blocky figure appeared in front of him. Blue shirt, purple pants, square head, and a faint beard. Xu Yuan's eyes widened. Steve. He recognized it instantly. Steve, the iconic character of Minecraft. And then the name of the game hit him like a lightning bolt. Wait, this isn't just a game called Minecraft. This is Minecraft. A fully immersive, holographic version of the game I loved. In his previous life, Xu Yuan had poured 8 years of his youth into Minecraft. It wasn't just a game, it was a sanctuary. A world of creativity, adventure, and freedom. At this time, I have no regrets entering Minecraft. In the next life, I'd still choose to be a cube man. That quote had always resonated with him. He thought of his early days in the game. The first time he saw a zombie and ran in terror, trying to mine iron with a wooden pickaxe. The shocking death caused by a creeper he thought was cute. Believing Blackstone was bedrock. Discovering redstone mechanics. Seeing the Ender Dragon for the first time. Each memory tugged at his heart like an old friend. A faint tear welled in Xu Yuan's eye. He hadn't touched Minecraft in years. Work, life, and responsibilities had taken over. But now it was back, and it was real. Please create your character. The prompt brought him back to the present. 3 options appeared. Default character, Steve. Custom face pinch character creation. Facial scan for personalized appearance. Xu Yuan didn't hesitate. He selected Steve. He could have gone for a cooler or more attractive look. But to him, Minecraft without Steve wasn't Minecraft at all. Character, Steve, created. Please enter a name. He grinned. Steve. Character name, confirmed. Please select the game quality. Two options appeared. Classic pixel graphics. Ultra-realistic, high-definition graphics. Once again, Xu Yuan chose tradition, pixel graphics. Realism was nice, but if he was going to dive back into Minecraft, it had to be with that charming, blocky aesthetic. Besides, he could change the visuals later if he really wanted to admire the scenery. A sudden darkness enveloped him. When light returned, Xu Yuan found himself standing in a massive square plaza. Thousands of players bustled around him, freshly teleported into the world. Voices filled the air. Look at her avatar. So hot. Please, it's just face pinch magic. That might be a middle-aged uncle behind that model. Why would anyone stick with the ugly default character? Xu Yuan ignored the chatter, standing proudly as Steve. Just then, a loudspeaker boomed across the square. In 5 minutes, the safe zone will vanish. All players will be randomly teleported across the map. Please prepare yourselves. Xu Yuan's heart pounded with anticipation. A new world, a new life, and a second chance to live his dream, block by block. The moment the announcement echoed through the square, confusion rippled through the crowd like a wave. Wait, what? Random teleportation? Isn't this the beginner's village? No way. My husband and I just teamed up. Now we'll be separated. What kind of start is this? This game's already different from anything I've played. Voices rose in panic and bewilderment. Players glanced around, uncertain about what to do next. Xu Yuan stood calmly amid the noise. The moment he heard the broadcast, things began to click into place. At first, he had assumed this square was a traditional beginner's area, like the starting zone of most games. But Minecraft never had a safe zone or a tutorial village. And this place was clearly just a temporary gathering area, a buffer to keep new players from spawning into dangerous biomes right off the bat. This wasn't a tutorial, it was a launch pad. Listening to the murmurs around him, Xu Yuan realized something critical. No one here had a clue how to play. In this parallel world, Minecraft had just launched, and no one else had any prior knowledge. Except him. A surge of excitement rose in Xu Yuan's chest. If I'm the only one who knows how this game works, then this world is mine to shape. Just then, a massive digital timer hanging over the square reached 0. BZZZ. The world around him dimmed. When light returned, Xu Yuan found himself standing alone on a vast green meadow. It was midday. The sun bathed the grass in gold. A gentle breeze rustled the trees, and a nearby river shimmered like glass. Birds chirped in the distance, and the scent of wildflowers filled the air. The sensory detail was astonishing. He could feel the breeze, hear every rustle of leaves, and even smell the grass. The game's realism was off the charts. He'd heard rumors that pain would be simulated as well. If that's true, he muttered to himself, getting blown up by a creeper will be a little too real. A few players had been teleported nearby, scattered at a safe distance. Like tourists dropped into an alien world, they looked around in awe. Where are the quests? Isn't there supposed to be a tutorial? I don't see a single NPC, not even a hut. Hey, I can punch trees with my bare hands. Look, wait, are we supposed to dig all these blocks by hand? Xu Yuan watched them from a distance, amused. They were completely lost. Their minds were wired for games with quests, leveling systems, and strict progression paths. But Minecraft? It was pure freedom. No goals, no guides, just you, the world, and your imagination. Xu Yuan took a step back from the crowd. Now was the perfect moment to gain a head start, before anyone figured out what they were doing. He set off north, walking for nearly 10 minutes until he was sure no one else was nearby. The landscape changed gradually, transitioning from open grassland to a sparse oak forest with a tranquil pond nearby. He paused and took it all in. This is just like the first time I entered Minecraft. A wave of nostalgia hit him. Xu Yuan smiled. I'm back. His stomach suddenly growled. A notification blinked in the corner of his vision. 2 hunger points had already been consumed. Just like the original Minecraft, His interface showed only two primary values: poultry leg saturation, hunger, red heart health. Each started at 10 points. Movement, gathering, and combat would drain his saturation. When it hit 0, health would begin to drop. But if fully fed, health would gradually regenerate. Xu Yuan didn't waste another second. First step, punch a tree. The old saying echoed in his mind. If you want to get rich, start with a tree. He glanced around. Perfect, grassland for animals, oak trees for apples, and water for farming. A sustainable starting location. He walked to the nearest oak and began punching the trunk with his bare hands. Don't bother with the leaves. Just break the trunk. The leaves will decay on their own and drop items. Once the trunk was down, leaves began disappearing. An apple, a sapling, and a couple of sticks fluttered to the ground. Xu Yuan opened his inventory and began crafting. 1 oak log equals 4 oak planks. 4 planks in a square equals 1 crafting table. 2 planks equals 4 sticks. 3 planks plus 2 sticks, T-shape, equals 1 wooden pickaxe. That was all he needed. No point wasting time on a full wooden tool set, he muttered. Just mine some stone and upgrade immediately. Using his bare hands, he dug through the grass blocks. After 2 layers, he found stone. With his wooden pickaxe, he chipped away until he had enough cobblestone to craft. Dagger, stone sword. Pick, stone pickaxe. Axe, stone axe. Stone hoe. Brick, stone shovel. Xu Yuan's gear was complete, but his hunger had dropped to 5. If he didn't eat soon, he'd be in trouble. Returning to the felled tree, he picked up the apple. He took a bite. Crisp, sweet, juicy, far more delicious than any real-world fruit he'd ever tasted. The taste system was frighteningly realistic. The apple restored 2 hunger points. Not much, but enough for now. Still, he made a mental note. Food was going to be a major issue. Satiety was depleting faster than he remembered, and he had a feeling that wasn't the only difficulty bump. He glanced up at the sky. The sun was dipping. Shadows stretched longer. The first night in the game was about to begin, and with it,
the passage of time in the game is naturally different from the real world. The time in the game is much shorter than in reality. Every 12 hours, there are 2 day and night changes in the game. And after the difficulty of the game increases, the night will be much longer than the day, so the time of the day is precious. And the deadliest thing for newcomers is that you can't sleep to get through the night in Minecraft. In Minecraft, at night, as long as you have a bed, you can spend the night instantly after going to bed and welcome the light of the next day. But in Minecraft, it doesn't work. So this also greatly increases the difficulty in the early stages of the game. Xu Yuan watched the sky gradually darken, and knew that night was about to fall. At this time, Xu Yuan's hand never stopped. He first quickly knocked out the surrounding weeds and got 12 wheat seeds. Then he hoed a piece of land around the small pond with a stone hoe and planted the wheat seeds. These are preparations for tomorrow's rations. Judging by the difficulty of the game, wheat will definitely not grow too fast. So to get through tonight, the source of food is still the apple dropped by the oak tree. The setting sun fell on the entire land, and the whole world was enveloped in a layer of gold, and the afterglow was scattered on Xu Yuan's face through the gaps in the leaves. This scenery is as beautiful as a painting. Xu Yuan didn't have the heart to enjoy such a beautiful scenery, because he knew that the crisis was about to come, and he had to be fully prepared before this. At this time, the other players in the game are still in a state of confusion. Many players only know that the blocks in the game are all destructible. Many people also picked up a lot of trees and harvested a lot of dirt and stones, but they don't know what these things are for. Coupled with the bare hands of trees and stones, the speed is slow, and the satiety is consumed faster. Many people have only 3 to 4 blocks of satiety. How the hell is this game played? I didn't understand it for half a day. This game is so realistic. I am only 2 blocks full. I am starving to death now. Where can I get food? Isn't it a game of high freedom? Can the leaves be eaten? I'm going to starve to death. All the players were in the clouds at this time, and they couldn't help but complain about the game. At this time, they did not realize that the crisis was slowly coming. As time passed, night soon fell. At this time, the visibility of the players is only 5 yards around, and 5 yards away is endless darkness, and the surroundings are eerie. Most players use HD graphics, plus the look and feel of the game is very good. Everyone had a feeling of being in the depths of the wilderness, and suddenly goosebumps all rose. From a certain birch tree in the game world, 2 players, a man and a woman, are walking aimlessly. Little brother, it's so dark around, people are so scared. The player with the female character image of the sexy body said in a coquettish voice. It's just a game, but don't you think this environment is exciting? The player of a burly male character looked at the figure of the girl next to him with narrowed eyes as he spoke. After the girl felt the man's gaze, she immediately pretended to be shy and said with disgust, "Oh, what are you thinking? Just as the two of them were talking to me, they suddenly heard some strange sounds in the jungle. Roar. At this time, the two who were flirting suddenly stopped. What was the sound just now? The girl was already a little discolored at this time. After all, on such a night, in such a gloomy jungle in the depths, nothing can be seen, and if such a strange sound appears, everyone will be afraid. What kind of animal might it be? It's okay, I'll take a look. The man said calmly, and walked in the direction where the voice came from. At this time, a person wearing a blue top and purple pants, stretching out his two arms, walked over. His face and arms were green, and his body still smelled foul. After the man saw the person who had just made a sound, he suddenly lost his breath. I've seen you in the square, and I'm still wondering which fool chose an initial character. Damn, you've been following us, deliberately hiding here to scare us. I'll show you how good I am today. Before the man finished speaking, he saw the person who had just appeared, and it was a heavy blow when he came up and raised his arm. The man originally had only 5 blocks of blood left, and only 2 tiles were left in an instant. At this time, the man only felt that his blood was surging, and he immediately felt bad. Without thinking, he ran with his legs. At this time, the girl in the back did not know what happened. She looked ahead. At this moment, a coolie silently touched behind her. Under the chase of zombies, the man just ran to the sister, ready to take the girl with him. I saw a bright light shining around the girl, and a green monster behind the girl kept growing. The two only heard a hissing sound. This was followed by a loud bang. All that remained in place were logs, stones, mud, 2 corpses, and a large pit. And everywhere else in the game world, the same story is happening. This is the first time that players have experienced how dangerous this game is at night. And when the players were abused by zombies, skeleton shooters, commonly known as zombi, crawlers, commonly known as creepers, and spiders on the first night. At this time, Xu Yuan yawned boredly. Well, pedicures are also hard work. As early as before nightfall, Xu Yuan set up a simple pedicure shop. The so-called pedicure is also the term used by Minecraft before. In the game, zombies, wights, and creepers are all 2 blocks tall. If you want to hit them unharmed, you have to make them invisible to you. These monsters have their own AI, and at a certain distance at night, they will automatically find their way to the players. Therefore, you can use the difference between high and low to block the field of view and kill them. It is also commonly known as pedicure. After Xu Yuan set up the pedicure shop, night fell, and soon the first customer came to the door. One zombie, please take a seat. Xu Yuan picked up the stone sword and began the pedicure work. The attack power of the stone sword is 5 points, and the health of the zombie in Minecraft is 20 points, so you can kill it with 4 attacks. Xu Yuan calculated the amount of blood and swung 4 swords. After the 4 swords were played, it was found that the zombie had not yet fallen. Xu Yuan was suddenly a little surprised, raised his eyes to look at the amount of blood of the zombie, and was immediately stunned. 40 points of blood. What Xu Yuan didn't expect was that the monster's blood volume actually doubled. However, doubling the amount of blood did not have a particularly big impact on Xu Yuan, that is, the matter of repairing a few more knives. But for other players, it's terrifying. Generally, the attack power of zombies is 3 points, which means that if the zombie hits the player 4 times, it will directly kill him. With 20 HP before, players holding stone swords with 4 swords can cut down zombies. In other words, as long as you dodge the damage of zombies once when fighting, you can survive. And now, 40 HP, which means that you need to cut 8 times. In this way, the difficulty of the early stage of the game is greatly increased. Xu Yuan thought about it, and his hand did not stop and kept wielding his sword. With the 8th swing of the sword, the zombie fell in response. At the moment when the zombie fell, the full service system rang. Congratulations to player Steve for getting the first kill of all zombies. As the sound of the system sounded, Xu Yuan found that he had one more thing in his backpack title deed. Since Xu Yuan got the first kill of the zombie, the system will have the first kill reward. The reward system is distributed directly to the individual backpack. The reward for the first kill of the system is a land deed and 5 gold coins. Xu Yuan was suddenly a little surprised when he saw the gold coins in his backpack. But think about it, since it is an online game, there must be currency. Players also trade with each other. Then Xu Yuan put his eyes on the title deed in his backpack, and his eyes lit up instantly. So I quickly checked the details of the title deed. Land deed can have the right to use the Minecraft land. After selecting the land, all blocks in the area cannot be destroyed by other players. Current area, 40 times 40 square meters, can be expanded with gold coins. After reading the details of the title deed, Xu Yuan's hands trembled a little with excitement. Xu Yuan had been thinking about a problem before, that is, the problem of the foothold. Because Minecraft is different from Minecraft, it's a full server game. It is equivalent to all the people on the same server and the same map. In the map, except for bedrock, all blocks are destructible. In other words, even if he found a foothold on his own, he spent the experience of the boss to build a matchbox. If there are bear children passing by, the house will raise you to the ground in minutes. So Xu Yuan has been thinking that if he develops in the future, it will definitely be rich flowing oil. It is impossible to do nothing and stay at home all the time. In this case, you can only hide the home. This is very inconvenient. And the land deed that appeared at this moment made Xu Yuan's mouth suddenly open. As long as there is a title deed, other people's homes need to be concealed, and Xu Yuan can build a house in an upright manner. Even if you don't build a house, just put the whole space in the box, others can only look at the eyes, there is no way at all. And, most importantly, this title deed can be expanded with gold coins. This means that as long as there are enough gold coins, Xu Yuan's exclusive area will become larger and larger. If you are rich enough, can you buy the whole world? Xu Yuan was amused by the idea that suddenly popped up from him. It is certainly impossible to expand your title deed to such a large extent as the entire world. Gaming companies certainly wouldn't allow that to happen. Since it is impossible to buy the world, then set a small goal and build a main game city to play in first. Xu Yuan has already bred a small goal in his heart. Just imagine, if the land is expanded enough to be large, maybe it can really be made like the main city of the game. The entire main city is its own exclusive area, and various shops can be opened in other places. What grocery stores, pharmacies, equipment stores, etc. The rest of the rest can be rented out. There are certainly not many such things as land deeds in this world. Players have no title deeds, they must be displaced, and they have to worry every day about whether their houses will be demolished. Will their own supplies be stolen? Xu Yuan can completely open the land and rent it out to them. I believe that many people are willing to rent a small place as a base for a high price. After all, no one likes to worry every day, afraid that their house will be demolished. In this way, even if Xu Yuan does nothing every day, he can make a fortune by collecting rent. In reality, you can't be a charter company, it's good to be a charter official in the game. And according to Xu Yuan, every game in this world will open the currency system. In-game currency and reality are pro rata. If this is the case, then maybe the dream of becoming a charter official in reality can also be realized. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he instantly lifted his strength. Xu Yuan looked at his land deed, which is currently 40 times 40 square meters, which is absolutely enough at present. If you want to continue leveling up, you need 10 gold. In addition to the system reward, Xu Yuan does not know the source of the gold coins at present. It is estimated that the monster will drop, but the drop rate is definitely not high and relatively small. Xu Yuan put away the title deed for the time being, and Xu Yuan must make good use of this space. But everything will have to wait until dawn. When Xu Yuan was studying with the title deed, at this time, the world channel could be described as exploding. What? Get the zombie first kill. Who is this Steve? Lying Groove? This brother is too fierce, right? Brother, give me a guide? I'll pay a high price. Is this the big guy? I still don't understand anything. The big guy starts slaughtering zombies. After the players saw the system announcement, some keen players immediately detected a message. Get the monster first kill system will be broadcast, and the reward will definitely be not cheap. At this time, many players began to have motivation. They no longer hid, but took the initiative to attack in the dark night to find their prey. However, who is the prey? Then it is difficult to say. Ziobai, zombies, creepers, spiders. On the other hand, on Xu Yuan's side, the pedicure shop welcomed 2 new customers. A zombie and a little white. Xu Yuan saw Ziobai's white thighs, cough, and his eyes immediately lit up. If the zombies can get the first kill reward just now, then maybe killing Ziobai can also get the first kill reward. So he swung his stone sword and slashed at the white thigh. Ziobai's HP is also the same as that of a zombie, doubled, and 32 HP is indeed a bit much for a ranged monster. But fortunately, Xu Yuan can get a pedicure, and no matter how much blood Xu Yuan has, he can grind them to death without injury. Soon, under Xu Yuan's attack, Ziobai also fell to the ground. Xu Yuan made up for the zombie again, and the zombie also fell. Xiaobai was very generous and directly dropped his bow to Xu Yuan. The zombie, on the other hand, lost a piece of carrion and 2 copper coins. Xu Yuan saw the copper coins dropped by the zombies and understood that fighting monsters in the game can indeed burst currency. But these 2 copper coins are also too shabby. Congratulations to player Steve for winning the first kill of the full-service skeleton shooter. The full-server system broadcast also reappeared with the fall of Ziobai. At this time, the players who had just searched for prey in the game did not know how many times they were sent back to the spawn point. There are also players who form a team and want to work together to besiege a spider and win the first kill. As a result, it became the target of siege, zombies, Ziobai, coolies, and 10 seconds to arrive at the battlefield. When they were slaughtered without the slightest temper, the system broadcast appeared in their field of vision again. I depend, this Steve found some bug, right? Just killed the zombie, if you are lucky, then such a fast speed killed Ziobai again. What kind of evil is this Steve? The skeleton shooter is a long-range monster. The range is so long, I couldn't get close when I encountered it before, and it was directly shot into a hornet's nest. Big guy, is there still a pendant missing on your leg? Many players feel that Xu Yuan is relying on luck after killing the zombie for the first time. But at this time, Xu Yuan's name was broadcast by the system again, and everyone understood. This Steve is a big guy. So they searched for Xu Yuan's name and sent a friend invitation. At the entrance of a certain mine, 4 players are huddled in a small space. The low roar of zombies can always be heard in the space, as well as the squeaking sound of spiders. Although the entire space was black and could not see the 5 fingers, he could still feel the dignified aura in the space. The player at the head of the 4 is called Ken. If this name is said, it can be described as a well-known existence in the game circle. Ken is the president of the World Union and has played various games over the years. And the World Union is also the top existence in the game unions. Who is this Steve? Frowned Ken. For the first time Ken played the game for so long, he felt frustrated. Because this game is different from all the games played before. It feels like there's no trace to be found. Ken feels that he has accumulated so much game experience in this game, he can't use it at all. I finally groped to make a tool table, but as soon as I opened it, looking at the 9 grids, the whole person was confused. After the evening, the 4 of them don't talk about killing monsters, they have been chased and killed by various monsters, but fortunately, the game is rich and the position is okay. After finding a cave, he quickly blocked it, but fortunately his hand was fast, which saved his life. Only after avoiding the crisis, the 4 people saw the first broadcast of the system. Less than 10 minutes later, it was another first kill broadcast. Ken immediately felt a sense of crisis. If this Steve belonged to someone from another competing union, it would be difficult. This Steve seems to be an idle player and does not belong to any union. Boss, do you want to recruit here? Even we are so anxious that he got 2 first kills so quickly. The remaining 3 were talking to each other. The 3 were top officials of the union and henchmen of Ken. It can't be an insider. Zero doesn't make such low-level mistakes. It should be hard to recruit him. This game does not have such a thing as a novice village or a main city, and if you want to recruit him, you can only communicate with friends, but right now, winning the first kill twice in a row, do you think we can add him? Ken frowned and analyzed the situation in front of him. When the 3 heard this, they immediately felt a little aggrieved. Where have they been wronged in the game? Which game doesn't always walk sideways as soon as you enter? Not to mention wanting to recruit an idle player. Damn, what a broken game, it's the same as a primitive person? Boss, let's withdraw. I see many people complaining on the World channel, this game must not be ahead. Yes, I see that many players say that they can't understand the game and want to retreat. There is no main city, after death, everything is dropped, there is no way to return to the same place, you can only return to the birthplace, there is not even a place to stay. For the first time, I felt that a game was so difficult. Ken heard everyone's words, shook his head, and said seriously, do you think that 0 Point, the leader of the game industry, will not make a head after 10 years of development? When the 3 heard Ken's words, they instantly fell into deep thought. Yes, this is a game developed by Zero for 10 years, and Zero is a game company that changed the world. When the 3 of them thought of this, they no longer had the intention of retreating. Instead of thinking so much, we should study how the game should be played. When the 3 heard Ken's words, they all nodded, so they all began to discuss. After Xu Yuan saw the system announcement, he immediately opened his backpack. Sure enough, the first killing of Ziobai is also rewarded. The backpack contains 5 extra gold coins and a latent box. After seeing the reward, Xu Yuan was slightly disappointed. Xu Yuan also thought that he would also reward the title deed, but it was impossible to think about it. After all, title deeds can be upgraded, and they must be particularly rare. But the latent box is really a good thing. It's like a box that fits in a backpack. Ordinary boxes can't be brought into a backpack, but latent boxes can. And destroying the items inside the shadow box will not fall. This is equivalent to an extra backpack of 27 tiles. While Xu Yuan was studying the system rewards, a new customer, Spider, was welcomed in the pedicure shop. And the presence of this customer instantly plunged Xu Yuan into a crisis. Spiders, creatures that are 1 block tall and 2 blocks wide, have doubled their HP from 16 to 32 blood. The pedicure shop built by Xu Yuan is a 2x2 space, with a staggered height difference. Zombies, Ziobai, and coolies are afraid that these can't come in, but spiders can. The spider made a squeaking sound and had already poked out a head at Xu Yuan's feet. When he said that it was too late, he pounced on Xu Yuan with a pop. Xu Yuan was instantly knocked out of 3 blocks of HP. After being attacked by the spider, Xu Yuan swung the stone sword and it was a jumping split. Jumping, as the name suggests, is jumping and chopping. These are also some tips for killing monsters in Minecraft. The jump split deals 1.5 critical damage to normal attacks. It is an essential skill for traveling from home and killing people. Of course, even if Xu Yuan used a jump split, there was no way to kill the spider with 1 blow. But he was able to fight the spider back, which also bought Xu Yuan some time. Seeing that the spider was repelled, Xu Yuan quickly took a few wooden boards on the shortcut bar and blocked all the surroundings of the pedicure room into a block wide. Since the width of the spider is 2 tiles, the spider cannot enter. Now that the crisis was lifted, Xu Yuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. A one-sided massacre ensued. After a while, the spider turned over and fell under Xu Yuan's sword. The spider burst 1 spider silk and a spider eye for Xu Yuan, as well as a copper coin. As the spider fell, the first kill reward also appeared in Xu Yuan's backpack. This time, the reward was only 5 gold coins. Xu Yuan was suddenly a little unhappy when he saw these 5 gold coins. Why did you suddenly become petty? Just as Xu Yuan was complaining, a system message appeared in front of Xu Yuan's eyes. Achievement achieved, 3 monsters kill first. Achievement reward, fortune card, 1 hour. Xu Yuan saw the luck card of the first kill reward of the 3 monsters, and the whole person was stunned. It's all? You know, in my world, for miners, luck enchantment is the most practical enchantment, there is no one A manuscript enchanted with fortune can greatly increase the output of minerals. For example, originally a diamond mine can only drop 1 to 2 minerals, but after enchanting luck, it can burst 2 to 3 at a time, and the higher the luck level, the explosion rate will increase online. Xu Yuan did not expect that there would be such a form of reward, although this cash card has a time limit. But for Xu Yuan, an hour is definitely enough. In Xu Yuan's eyes, this luck card is not a fortune card. It's a complete set of diamond tools. If you're lucky, you might even get a diamond armor or 2. Is this forcing me to go into the mine? While Xu Yuan was calculating, the full-service announcement appeared again. Congratulations to player Steve for getting the full-server spider first kill. The announcement of the full server sounded again, which instantly made the entire world channel explode again. Is it a game bug? It's always been this Steve? Did this Steve cheat? Does this game have a GM? Did this brother find a game loophole? Once or twice, this is 3 times in a row, and the first kill of 3 monsters was obtained in such a short time. Immediately, everyone began to doubt. However, everyone's suspicion is also understandable. Everyone has been ravaged by zombies, little whites, and spiders to doubt life. And this Steve took 3 first kills in less than half an hour. People are reluctant to admit that they are inferior to others. So they all felt that Xu Yuan must have taken advantage of the game bug. At the moment, the world channel is full of noise, all of which is asking the game to verify whether Steve uses the vulnerability. Don't argue on the world channel, it's useless to say more. You can try to search for his ID and report it. At this point, a well-wisher reminded the players. When the players saw the news, they immediately joined the team of the reporters. In just a few minutes, Xu Yuan was reported more than 80,000 times. This huge number is also enough to see how red everyone's eyes are to Xu Yuan. After about 10 minutes, the number of whistleblowers reached 100,000. At this time, the game official immediately released a system announcement and gave a response. After verification by the system, Steve players did not use game vulnerabilities to cheat. The game environment is pure, there are no plugins and loopholes, please experience the game with peace of mind. The release of the system message immediately surprised the players. I really didn't cheat, so how did he do it? Zero Company's handling of game cheating has always been very strict, and some people cheated in the previous game, and it was directly the ID card sitting and waiting. It seems that this is a really talented big guy. I really want to see it. All the money is asking for the coordinates of a Steve big guy. After the verification of the system, everyone finally believed that the gap between people is such a big fact. At this moment, Xu Yuan has become a mysterious boss who is admired by everyone. And he didn't know it at all, and he was still working tirelessly over there for pedicures. Hey, why didn't you see the coolies afraid? The reward for the first kill is still very rich, so of course Xu Yuan wants to win them all. But Xu Yuan did not dare to be rash, and after the monster's HP doubled, the difficulty of the game was much higher. It's like Xu Yuan accidentally let the spider exploit the loophole just now. So as soon as the spider was killed, Xu Yuan immediately added a few half bricks to the pedicure table. As a result, the exposed area is only half a block high. There is no need to be afraid of 1 block tall monsters such as spiders and small zombies. After killing zombies, little whites, and spiders, some common monsters now, as well as creepers, and little zombies Xu Yuan have not yet encountered. Xu Yuan brushed for a long time and did not see the figures of these 2 monsters. At this time, Xu Yuan was still a little anxious. After dawn, except for creepers, these monsters will spontaneously combust until they die when exposed to sunlight. In this way, it gives others the opportunity to get the first kill. After all, just wait for the monster to spontaneously combust and then go up to mend the knife. But fortunately, the first kills that have not yet been obtained are coolies and little zombies. Coolies are afraid that players will self-detonate after a few seconds as soon as they get close, which is extremely dangerous. Players should have tried the power of its explosion, and I believe they have not tried to get close. And the little zombie, extremely fast, is likely to not only not kill it, but also be killed by the flames on its body after spreading to itself. The 2 monsters that have not yet been killed first are not easy to mess with. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan was also slightly relieved. Xu Yuan has been brushing the zombies, ziobi, and spiders sent to the door. These monsters actually exploded a lot for Xu Yuan. 2 bows, 3 silks, 2 spider eyes, 2 bones, some arrows, carrion, and some copper coins. The durability of the 2 bows was not too high, and Xu Yuan directly put it in his backpack to synthesize a new one. In Minecraft, 2 identical weapons, when combined, can be stacked in durability. In this way, Xu Yuan got a bow that was 70% durable. With a bow, it will be much more convenient. Although Xu Yuan does not have to fight with monsters in close hand now, when the next day breaks, Xu Yuan will definitely attack immediately. He wants to grab the first kill of the creeper and the little zombie. Although Xu Yuan is already familiar with the game, after the monster's HP increases, the time it needs to burn has also increased, and it is still difficult to grasp the final blow. In case of miscalculation, let the coolie be afraid of exploding or let the little zombie set on fire, then it will definitely be sent back directly. The things on the body will also fall off. None of these other things mattered, the most important thing was Xu Yuan's title deed. Therefore, it is safer to have a bow and arrow. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he suddenly seemed to remember something, and then, he opened the list of worlds. At this time, everyone in the world list was still talking about Steve. And Xu Yuan didn't care what everyone said. Where does this go? Kill a few monsters and talk about it like this? When the time comes to engage in redstone technology, then they won't have to be scared off their jaws. After Xu Yuan opened the world channel, he began to enter a line of characters in the dialog box. /spawn point. After entering, Xu Yuan sent it out. Soon Xu Yuan received a system prompt. Set spawn point successful. Seeing this news, Xu Yuan was relieved. It seems that the ability to set spawn points is also common in Minecraft. In this way, there is no fear of returning to the original birth point after death. But now everyone doesn't know this instruction, so many people don't dare to go too far after dying once. After setting the birth point, Xu Yuan looked at his friend application interface. At this time, Xu Yuan's friend application has come to 999 plus. Little brother, please bring it. People are sweet and easy to push down. Brother, is there a strategy to kill monsters? Consider joining our studio and make sure you earn more than 50,000 a month. Xu Yuan ignored these applications when he saw them, and directly went to the system interface to open the permission to reject all friend applications. Then began the boring pedicure work. After Xu Yuan exploded 4 stone swords, he finally ushered in the dawn of the next day. Fortunately, there are more zombies coming this night, and Xu Yuan can rely on the carrion that the zombies have fallen to maintain food and clothing. Otherwise, if you keep fighting monsters and consuming like this, you will definitely have to starve to death. But I have to say, the taste of carrion. Xu Yuan almost vomited when he ate the first one. As soon as the sun rose, Xu Yuan began to act. He first chiseled a square to observe the situation around him, and after making sure there were no monsters around, he leaned out and walked out. When he came out, he saw that the zombies and Ziobai within 10 yards around him were burning and leaning over to his side. Xu Yuan took the bow and arrow, relying on the flexible position to put down these bloody monsters arrow by arrow. The surrounding monsters were cleaned up, but they still didn't see a coolie. Xu Yuan had to look farther away, just in time to see if there were any natural mines nearby. When you go far away, you must make sure that you have enough food. Xu Yuan came to the river where the wheat was planted yesterday, and saw that the wheat had not improved, and he was suddenly a little lost. Wheat grows really slowly in this world. Xu Yuan could only find another way. Xu Yuan picked up the stone axe and quickly cut a few oaks, and after the leaves fell, his luck was relatively good, and he dropped 2 apples. Plus there is still some carrion in the backpack, and the food should be enough. After tidying up his backpack, he demolished his pedicure shop and set off. After walking for about 10 minutes, Xu Yuan still couldn't find a coolie. But new discoveries have been made. Not far away, a cute girl was actually touching the mountain with her bare hands. Xu Yuan paused in place after seeing the girl's figure. Because of the distance, Xu Yuan couldn't see clearly what the girl was doing. After observing for a long time, Xu Yuan found that this girl was actually touching the mountain with her bare hands. And it seems that she has been plucking for a long time, and the whole mountain has been stroked by her for a small piece. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but feel that this girl was a little cute, and she also came with some Liver Emperor attributes. You know, in Minecraft, the Liver Emperor is very terrifying. Only what you can't think of, there is no Liver Emperor Liver Immobile. Moving mountains and reclaiming the sea is a trivial matter of sprinkling water. Just as Xu Yuan was about to leave, he suddenly found that not far from the girl, a coolie was approaching the girl. Such a coincidence, isn't this delivered to the door? Without saying a word, Xu Yuan immediately rushed towards the girl's side. At this time, the girl was still tirelessly stroking the stone with her bare hands, not aware of the approaching danger. When Xu Yuan was less than 10 yards away from the sister, the girl found Xu Yuan. The girl flashed 2 big watery eyes, and first looked at Xu Yuan blankly. Then when he saw Xu Yuan raise his bow and arrow, his eyes widened suddenly. The girl immediately stopped the work at hand, quickly raised her hands, and said with a look of horror, "Big brother, spare your life. I surrender." After the girl finished speaking, seeing that Xu Yuan did not mean to put down the bow and arrow, her heart suddenly died. At this time, the girl's mind had already begun to walk the horse lamp. I managed to avoid so many terrible monsters for a night, and now I am actually dying in the hands of a square person with such a low pixel. The girl suddenly closed her eyes, leaving unwilling tears in her eyes. Xu Yuan was suddenly a little speechless when he saw the girl's series of actions. Seeing that the coolie was afraid that he was about to come to the girl's side, Xu Yuan immediately shot the arrow out. After the arrow hit the coolie was afraid that he was repelled somewhat. Xu Yuan quickly rushed forward, pulled up the girl and ran back a few steps. A few more arrows followed. The girl didn't react until now. The square man in front of her was not here to kill her, but to save her. "You stand back and hide," Xu Yuan said to the sister while shooting arrows at the coolies. At this time, the girl looked at Xu Yuan's back, and suddenly felt a sense of security. She blushed and nodded, then found a place to hide. Since there was no way that the arrows were all in a full bow state, Xu Yuan shot a total of 4 arrows, and none of them killed the coolies. And Xu Yuan's arrows were all used up. There is no way, only hand-to-hand combat? Xu Yuan quickly equipped the stone sword in his hand and rushed towards the coolie. The girl who was hiding on the side saw that Xu Yuan was about to rush over, and suddenly reminded with some panic. "Don't go over. It's going to explode." Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile when he heard the girl's reminder. Just after the coolies were afraid to approach it, the swelling was about to explode. A jump split. The coolies were afraid to fall in response. When the girl saw this scene, her eyes were suddenly surprised. As the coolies feared being killed, the sound of the system also sounded quickly. Congratulations to player Steve for obtaining the first kill of the full server creeper. The reward of the system this time is also 5 gold coins and a durability card. Endurance card, lasts for 3 hours after using tools or equipment. After Xu Yuan saw the endurance card, he had a general plan in his heart. At that time, this endurance card can be used on iron ore, plus the time card obtained earlier. The next mine will definitely make a lot of money. After Xu Yuan picked up the gunpowder that the coolies were afraid of falling, he was ready to leave. At this time, the girl didn't know when she had jumped behind Xu Yuan. She looked at Xu Yuan with an excited look and said, "You're Steve's." Xu Yuan smiled and nodded. Yes. The girl immediately became excited, but she didn't know what to say to Xu Yuan, and she was over there. It is. That one. The girl simply perfectly interprets the word cute. Xu Yuan saw that the girl was speechless for a long time, so he spoke. "What are you doing here?" When the girl saw that Xu Yuan spoke first, her face immediately turned red, and she said in a supportive manner, "I didn't think the mountain was beautiful here and blocked the scenery behind, so I wanted to raise it." When Xu Yuan heard the girl's words, he instantly had a familiar feeling. Isn't this typical liver emperor thinking? This mountain is not pretty, let's raise it. This sea is not blue, let's fill it in. Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that no matter what kind of game there is a liver emperor. Well, come on. Xu Yuan said hello to the sister and prepared to leave. Although the sister is difficult to meet, Xu Yuan is not an old color embryo, and there are still a lot of things to do, and there is definitely no time to spend with the sister here. At this moment, a little black brushed out next to the girl. Xiaohei, full name Enderman, because the whole body is black and glowing with purple light, so it is affectionately called Xiaohei by players. Among these ordinary monsters, Xiaohei can also be regarded as the existence with the thickest blood. But Xiaohei is not like monsters such as zombies, ziobai, and spiders, and when he sees the player's AI, he will take the initiative to find the way. Blackie will not take the initiative to attack the player, unless which one does not take the initiative to hit it, or accidentally look at him with 4 eyes, thereby breeding love, Yunan Mainong, hand in hand, wander the world, and live a life without shame. Ahem, got the wrong script. If he is opposite to Xiaohei, Xiaohei will change from a neutral unit to an active attack unit. In his previous life, Xu Yuan never understood why such an AI was set up. However, everyone on the internet has developed various brain holes for AI that cannot look at Xiaohei. Some people say that Xiaohei is shy and can't express it, and when you see it, it will shyly come over and beat you with a small fist. Some people say that Xiaohei is inferior, feels that he is not good looking, and if you look at it, it feels that you are provoking it. In short, there are many opinions, and the official has not given any Easter eggs or the original reason. After Xu Yuan saw Xiaohei brush out, he glanced at Xiaohei's blood volume. Originally, Xiaohei was thick in blood, and after doubling the monster's HP in Minecraft, he came to a terrifying 80 points. Xu Yuan quickly withdrew his gaze. He would definitely not be able to provoke him at this time. I'll just have a pedicure when I'm ready. At this time, Xiaohei only brushed it out, and saw that the stone that the girl had just dug up and couldn't pick up fell to the ground. Xiaohei directly picked up the stone. At this time, the girl felt that Xu Yuan had been looking behind her, so she turned her head and looked. It's good not to turn your head. As soon as you turn your head and see 2 long and straight black legs behind you, it instantly scares the girl enough. Ah! The girl screamed and ran towards Xu Yuan, and quickly hid behind Xu Yuan. This. What is this? Xu Yuan saw the girl's reaction and smiled. Ah, it's called Blackie. The girl dodged for a while, seeing that Xiaohei did not take the initiative to attack, but walked around with a stone. I was also a little relieved, so I asked, is it your pet? In the eyes of the girl, Xu Yuan is a godlike big man. After all, so many first kills were obtained by him. And Xu Yuan also knew the name of this black and long thing, and he was not afraid of it at all. Most importantly, Xiaohei actually helped carry the stone, looking well-behaved and obedient. So the girl thought that Xiaohei was Xu Yuan's pet. When Xu Yuan heard the girl's words, he immediately felt that the girl was cute, and instantly laughed and waved his hand. No, how could it be my pet? So what the hell is it for? The girl saw Xu Yuan's veto, and said with a puzzled expression. Xu Yuan saw the girl's cute expression. It was so cute that he couldn't help but want to tease her. So Xu Yuan thought about it and said, he's here to help you. Isn't it going to move mountains? Don't you see it's helping you move stones? When the girl heard this, she immediately became excited. At this time, she was not afraid anymore, and immediately jumped out from behind Xu Yuan. Really? Wow, there's still a help. Great. Then the girl immediately jumped to Xiaohei's side, raised her head and stretched out her hand to Xiaohei. Hello Xiaohei, my name is Yuer, thank you for helping me. At this moment, Xiaohei's eyes also happened to look at Yuer. Xu Yuan's secret path was not good, and he immediately stopped it. Don't look at it. Before Xu Yuan's words were finished, he saw Xiaohei send the girl back directly with a small fist. The girl walked peacefully, and left behind logs and dirt. When Xu Yuan rushed over, he only saw Xiaohe who had regained his neutrality. This joke. It's bigger. Xu Yuan suddenly felt a little remorseful. Originally he just felt that the girl was cute and wanted to play with her. Who knew that the girl was so bold? She directly rushed over to say hello to Xiaohe, and came to face each other. But this is enough to prove that this girl is indeed cute. Xiaohe's attack is very high, 10 attacks, enough to kill the girl in seconds. At present, the girl has died back to the rebirth point, and I don't know if the sister can still find this place. Looking at the several groups of logs and dirt scattered on the ground, Xu Yuan picked them all up. After all, it was Xu Yuan's reason that the sister died back, and although these things dropped on the sister's body were not valuable, Xu Yuan still kept them first. Although it is not worth much, it is still the result of the girl's hard day. Maybe the girl is a treasure. Xu Yuan already knows the girl's ID, and when the time comes, add her friends to see if he can return these things to her. After Xu Yuan finished picking up the scattered things, the entire backpack was occupied. Fortunately, Xu Yuan has a latent box, otherwise there is really no place to put it. Subsequently, Xu Yuan began to build a pedicure table. This little black sent to the door, can't be wanted. Besides, you have to avenge your sister, don't you? For players who can't play, Blackie is difficult to play. Thick HP, high attacks, and most importantly, teleportation. But for veteran players, the method of playing Blackie is still very simple. Blackie is 3 blocks tall, and he won't bend over or squat, so just block his view. The pedicure is clearly arranged for it. Xu Yuan first built a pedicure above his head, and then looked at Xiaohe affectionately. Xiaohe quickly felt Xu Yuan's affection, and immediately teleported to Xu Yuan's side. Xu Yuan quickly hid in the foot repair platform, and then kept swinging his sword for pedicure. A full 80 points of blood, Xu Yuan swung more than a dozen knives before cutting Xiaohe off the knife. Blackie's death dropped 2 silver coins, which is more than killing other monsters. After all, it is still very difficult to kill Xiaohe without skill. Soon the system broadcast Xu Yuan's first kill again. Congratulations to player Steve for winning the first kill of the full server Enderman. Xu Yuan looked at the backpack. This time the reward was still the same 5 gold coins, and 2 ender boxes. There are quite a few boxes in Minecraft. There are 3 types: ordinary chests, ender boxes, and latent boxes. Ordinary boxes only have a simple storage function, and they cannot be taken away, and the items will be scattered on the ground after breaking off the box. But ordinary boxes can be combined into 2 whole large boxes, and one large box has 72 compartments of storage space. The hidden shadow box is much better than ordinary boxes. It can be carried in a backpack, and after knocking out the box, the items will not be scattered, but it cannot be stacked into large boxes. The ender chest is equivalent to an ordinary box with a teleportation function, and items can be teleported between 2 ender chests over a long distance. With the ender box sent by the system, Xu Yuan can be regarded as crowded with all the boxes. At this time, in the World Channel, players seem to be used to seeing the name Steve, and everyone is a little numb. I'm not surprised anymore. Maybe I'll be a little surprised if it wasn't Steve next time. I feel like Steve guy is hunting monsters. Yes, it doesn't feel like he's chasing him, it's that he's hunting them, otherwise how could he kill one after another? I want to know what weapon Steve Bosch used. Should it be the weapon that rewards the first zombie to kill? We can't even solve the problem of food and clothing. The big guy has become a monster hunter. The gap. At this time, in a forest, Yuer was resurrected not long ago. When she returned to the birth point, she saw her empty backpack and was stunned. Just now some things happened too quickly. She didn't know what was happening, and she felt that her eyes were dark. As soon as I woke up, I found myself at the birth point. Yuer still vaguely remembered that Steve seemed to be saying something to her before her eyes, as if to say, "Don't look big. Don't look at the poop." When the girl thought of this, she immediately burst out laughing. What the hell, don't look at poop? Yuer still knew that she would return to the rebirth point because she died, but she didn't care about anything. There is nothing valuable on me, it is just some wood and dirt. Yuer just thought that something might have happened just now that caused her death. After sorting out her mood, Yuer was ready to continue to set off to find the place where she dug the mountain. She remembered the way, just a little far. Just as Yuer was about to leave, the system broadcast that Xu Yuan killed Xiaohe sounded. After Yuer saw this broadcast, she was suddenly a little stunned. Then she slowly began to think back. He raised his hand to say hello to Xiaohe, and then Xiaohe walked over, and then Xiaohe raised his arm. Then he returned to the birthplace. Actually Xiaohe killed my... Yuer later realized that Xiaohe had killed her. Is Steve avenging me? This was Yuer's first reaction, and her first reaction after she reacted was that Xu Yuan killed Xiaohe in order to help her avenge. That little black is so powerful. Steve killed it to help me avenge it. Steve was so nice to me. In Yuer's heart, Xu Yuan saved her once, and later avenged her, so his good impression of Xu Yuan instantly rose a lot. Coupled with Xu Yuan's strength being so strong, he couldn't worship Xu Yuan in an instant. She didn't realize that part of the reason she was sent back was because of Xu Yuan. Just when Yuer was making a fool over there, she suddenly received a friend application. Steve applied to add you as a friend. When Yuer saw the friend invitation sent by Xu Yuan, she was suddenly a little stunned. She was suddenly a little overwhelmed. Xu Yuan just sent a friend application to Yuer, and after seeing Yuer agree, He was about to tell her to return the things to her. Then I saw Yuer's avatar darken. Well, it's offline. Xu Yuan suddenly became a little puzzled. Shouldn't it be that the girl got angry and went straight offline? At this time, in a mansion in Kyoto, a girl with a beautiful face took off her helmet. She opened her eyes and jumped out of bed. Then he stood on the soft bed and jumped up excitedly. The girl's name is Wen Yuer, the same age as Xu Yuan, and she has just graduated from high school. She played the game Minecraft on the recommendation of a friend, and she didn't know anything when she entered the game. But she quickly found fun, and the scenery in the game is still very good. Some places are definitely very good looking. So she began her journey to the Liver Emperor. Then he met Xu Yuan. At this time, Yuer was excited. But if you think about it, you can understand how Xu Yuan is also a god-level figure in this game. Now everyone in the game should know everyone. But Xu Yuan saved her and avenged her, and even added her friends later. How can a little girl hold on? At this time, it was already past 3 o'clock in the morning, and Yuer still called her girlfriends one by one to harass her phone calls. Steve volunteered to add my friend. I met Steve today, and he added my friend. Yuer's girlfriends were all harassed by Yuer and rolled their eyes. After Yuer told all her girlfriends about this, her mood calmed down a little. Then put on your helmet and go online. The first thing to do online, that is, find Steve? Great God. Xu Yuan saw the message from Yuer, so he replied. You're on? How did you just get offline? When Yuer heard Xu Yuan ask this, her face immediately turned red. Went to the toilet. Xu Yuan saw that Yuer did not suspect this, so he said. Blackie is a neutral creature, but don't look at it. I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you in advance, I killed you. When Yuer heard Xu Yuan say this, she understood, and then said disapprovingly. So it's like this, it's okay, I'll know it later, and didn't you help me take revenge? Xu Yuan saw that Yuer was not angry, so he calmed down, and then said. I'm still in my original position, your things are still with me, you can come and get them. I'm going to be a long time away, I don't need anything, those things don't seem to be of much use. Xu Yuan saw Yuer say this and thought about it. It seems that Yuer should belong to the Liver Emperor, and may even be a creator. It's just that the potential has not yet been stimulated. After thinking for a moment, Xu Yuan directly told Yuer the synthesis formulas of various tools. Xu Yuan did this with his own considerations. After the land expansion in the future, his home Xu Yuan will definitely want to make it beautiful. Besides, Xu Yuan's goal is to make the main city of the game, which must be magnificent. Although Xu Yuan has played MC for so long before, he clearly knows how time-consuming it is to do construction. Xu Yuan himself has also created and made many large-scale buildings, basically any style of architecture. Some large buildings take a long time to do even if they are in creative mode, let alone survival mode. Of course, Xu Yuan did not have so much time to engage in construction. On the other hand, Yuer, her various signs are a little bit of a construction boss. Instead of waiting for everyone to develop at that time to spend a lot of money to hire a construction boss, it is better to cultivate one yourself. Isn't there a ready-made seedling in front of you? And these simple tool synthesis formulas, I believe that someone will study them soon, and there will definitely be some strategies out by then. Now tell Yuer, Xu Yuan is also equivalent to selling a shunshui favor. After Xu Yuan sent the synthesis formula to Yuer, Yuer was stunned at first. Then she took the materials on the spot and followed Xu Yuan's synthesis method, and after a while, she had synthesized a complete set of tools. Looking at a set of wooden tools in her backpack, Yuer seemed to open the door to a new world. So that's how the game works. At this time, her worship of Xu Yuan was already more than 1 or 2, and the worship value was instantly full. Steve, why are you so powerful? Xu Yuan saw Yuer's reply and smiled back. In this way, you don't have to touch the mountain with your bare hands, just use tools flexibly, and use stone drawings faster if you dig stones. Oh, by the way, there are also 8 planks that can be used to craft boxes in a circle, and the stones you dig later can be stored. Xu Yuan told Yuer the synthetic list of the box by the way. After all, the Liver Emperor of the survival party needs a lot of storage space. Xu Yuan told Yuer about some mining skills and how to set the resurrection point, so he closed the chat interface. In Minecraft, daytime is precious, and Xu Yuan must make good use of every second. After closing the chat interface, Xu Yuan began to plan to go down the mine. After all, going to the mine is the key to the door to riches. After getting Xu Yuan's guidance, Yuer also had a general understanding of the game. She didn't choose the route of going out on monster adventures from the beginning. She just wants to quietly watch the scenery and make some beautiful houses. Now that she can make tools, Yuer can do a lot more. Xu Yuan told her such an important strategy, and she instantly didn't know how to thank Xu Yuan. Whatever you dig up in the future, leave it to Steve. Yuer calculated in her heart. With Steve's strength, Yuer couldn't help him much. The only thing he can give to Xu Yuan is this. After thinking of this, Yuer quickened her pace again, and she hurried back to the place where she met Xu Yuan. She wanted to set her resurrection point right where she and Xu Yuan met. After Xu Yuan closed the chat interface, he began to look around for natural mines. If you want to dig down yourself, the first is more time-consuming, and the second satiety is consumed too quickly. Xu Yuan did not have enough food sources now, so he chose to look for some natural mines. Xu Yuan searched around for a long time, but he couldn't find a natural mine. However, some animals were seen on the road, and Xu Yuan quickly cut down with his sword. With the meat dropped by these animals, the food under Xu Yuan was almost enough. After walking for almost 10 minutes, Xu Yuan still did not find the mine. Just when Xu Yuan wanted to give up, he suddenly found that the place he was in was actually the junction of several terrains. It is bordered by ice fields to the north, desert terrain to the south, grassland terrain to the east, and jungle terrain to the west. These terrains all converge, and Xu Yuan is in a flat land in the center of the terrain convergence. This terrain is most advantageous for early survival. Xu Yuan saw the terrain of this place and thought about it. Then he took out the title deed in his backpack. Land deed, 40 times 40 square meters. Gold coins can be used to expand the construction area. Next level, 80x80, 10 gold coins are required to upgrade. Xu Yuan got the first kill of zombies, Ziobai, Creeper, Spider, and Xiahe, each of which was rewarded with 5 gold coins. Xu Yuan now had a total of 25 gold coins in his hand. It seems that there is no place to get gold coins in the early stage of the game, so Xu Yuan decided to use gold coins to upgrade the land deed. After spending 10 gold coins to upgrade the title deed, the usable area of the title deed immediately became 80x80 square meters. The area was 4 times larger, and Xu Yuan originally wanted to continue to upgrade, but the next upgrade required 20 gold coins. There were not enough gold coins on Xu Yuan's body, so he gave up. After Xu Yuan upgraded the title deed, he began to use it on the land under his feet. Press the use button, and a virtual square ruler immediately appeared in front of Xu Yuan. This ruler can move the position according to the movement of Xu Yuan, which is equivalent to selecting the location of the building. Xu Yuan adjusted his position and found a flat place, and Xu Yuan clicked to confirm. A dialog box pops up. After the plot is selected, there are 3 opportunities to change it. Is it sure to use it? Seeing this, Xu Yuan thought about it and chose yes. Since there are 3 chances to change the land after it is determined, it means that Xu Yuan has 3 opportunities to move. Now the terrain here is very good, which is conducive to your own development, so it is okay to settle here first. When the time comes, if you find better terrain, it's never too late to move. Soon, the 80x80 place in front of Xu Yuan's eyes was framed by virtual wireframes. This box indicates that this entire place belongs to Xu Yuan, and Xu Yuan has the right to use this place. After framing the entire position, Xu Yuan synthesized a lot of wooden boards with the wood that were burst out. Then he simply set up a matchbox. Then he put the ender box in a matchbox and put some things that could not be used in the mine. After setting up the matchbox, Xu Yuan was surprised to find that he actually had shop permissions on his land. In other words, the land owned by Xu Yuan can open a shop for player trading. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately opened the store permission. What's the best way to sell? Xu Yuan looked at the things on his body, as if there was nothing to sell. So he put up the stone sword that had lost half of his durability and put the price of 1 copper coin. Xu Yuan didn't think that someone would buy it, and there should be a commodity to decorate. After placing the stone sword on it, Xu Yuan made another signboard. I typed in the words grocery store and put a sign on the outside of the matchbox. Xu Yuan didn't know if anyone would come in curiously, and he didn't know how this store system worked. It's time to test the waters. After getting everything done, Xu Yuan reset his birth point. Then began the search for minerals. Not long after Xu Yuan left, his grocery store welcomed its first customer. Li Shui is a scattered player, who has been mixed in various games, and he can be regarded as a high player. When he first entered this game, he was also confused. However, with years of game intuition, he was not sent home by the monster door on the first night, and survived. After dawn, seeing that the surrounding monsters were burned to death, Li Shui dared to come out. Then there is the search for supplies around, which is basically watching the trees slaughter small animals to maintain food and clothing. Later, in order to slaughter a chicken, he was taken to Xu Yuan's grocery store. When Li Shui first found the grocery store, he thought it was a player's house. So he rolled up his sleeves and began to tear down the house. It turned out that after half a day of dismantling, it could not be dismantled at all. When I came to the front of the matchbox, I found a sign that said grocery store. With his keen game directness, Li Shui immediately opened the trading interface of the store. Only when he opened the trading interface, Li Shui's whole person was stunned. There are actually weapons for sale. After playing the game for so long, Li Shui didn't know how to get the weapons in the game. And the grocery store in front of you actually has weapons for sale? Is this an NPC store? The house can't be demolished and there are weapons to sell. Li Shui has to think that this is the so-called NPC store. At this time, Li Shui suddenly felt as if he had found a treasure. Although the durability of the sword is only half, at this time when everyone is unarmed, how awesome is it to be able to have a sword? Li Shui glanced at the price of the stone sword and couldn't help but complain. So expensive. If Xu Yuan was present, he would probably vomit blood when he heard this. 1 copper coin is the price given by Xu Yuan that cannot be lower. In Xu Yuan, 1 copper coin is not money at all. But in other players, 1 copper coin is already a lot. In Minecraft, in addition to monsters dropping coins, cutting trees, mining, and killing small animals also have a chance to drop copper coins. But the odds are pitiful, and they also require long hours of labor. Li Shui was luckier and dropped 2 copper coins. After all, the game has only been in service for a few hours, and players who can have money in the bag can already be regarded as the top players in the game. Like Xu Yuan, who has dozens of gold coins on his body, when he says it, other players are estimated to be angry. Li Shui thought for a moment, then endured the pain and bought the stone sword for 1 copper coin. After the transaction was successful, Xu Jian automatically entered Li Shui's backpack. On Xu Yuan's side, he also immediately received a system prompt that 1 copper coin had arrived. The store system is quite easy to use and can broadcast in real time. However, what Xu Yuan didn't expect was that someone would really buy a stone-breaking sword. After Li Shui bought the stone sword, he quickly posted the information of the stone sword on the world channel and showed it off. In Minecraft, equipment information can be shared and sent, and all players are envious to death when they see the sword sent by Li Shui. Great God! How did this weapon come about? Wow, after playing for so long, seeing a weapon for the first time. Great God, can you teach you how to get weapons? In an instant, many people added Li Shui's friends, and Li Shui also enjoyed everyone's praise. At this time, Xu Yuan finally found a natural mine. Xu Yuan didn't think about it, so he leaned in. There are several pieces of coal in the open air of the mine. Xu Yuan didn't say a word, and excavated directly. Coal is still very important, and it can be combined with wooden sticks into torches. The two main things in the mine are food and torches. There is enough brightness to prevent brushing monsters, so that survival is guaranteed. Xu Yuan synthesized the excavated coal into several sets of torches, and then leaned out and walked towards the depths of the mine. In Minecraft, doubling the health of monsters also makes it more dangerous to go to the mine. Although Xu Yuan is in a good position, if he encounters a monster, he will definitely not survive, so be extra careful. Xu Yuan held a torch in his left hand and a stone sword in his right hand and explored carefully. After walking a few steps, Xu Yuan would stick a torch, one to prevent brushing monsters, and the other to prevent getting lost. Along the way, Xu Yuan did not let go of any coal he encountered. There will be experience in digging coal, plus Xu Yuan's previous experience in fighting monsters, and Xu Yuan has reached level 5 at present. The levels in Minecraft are not like other games, and they basically don't have much effect except for enchantments. Xu Yuan continued to go deep into the mine, and Xu Yuan carefully avoided many dangers. Xu Yuan will not be tough with the monster in the mine. If it was before, maybe he would, but now after the monster's HP has doubled, he can only outwit it. Before each mining, Xu Yuan would dig a pedicure place. In this way, as soon as he heard the sound of the monster, Xu Yuan could immediately hide and get a pedicure. In this way, although it is safer, it also reduces the efficiency of mining a lot. Xu Yuan has been exploring the mine, and this mine cave is still very large. It wasn't until Xu Yuan's remaining food was only 2 pieces of carrion that he explored a small area. However, the harvest of this trip is still quite rich, although I did not encounter diamonds, but I harvested a lot of coal and iron ore, and also harvested 4 gold mines. However, Xu Yuan was a little dissatisfied. After all, he did not dig up diamonds. If other players knew what Xu Yuan was thinking at this time, it was estimated that they would be able to vomit blood with anger. Now others can't even synthesize manuscripts, let alone mine. Xu Yuan saw that there was not enough food, so he returned the same way. After walking out of the mine, Xu Yuan looked at the sky, and the sun was already slowly setting. Xu Yuan quickened his pace and rushed to his grocery store. At this time, there was a customer in his grocery store who had been waiting for a long time. Xu Yuan hurried to his home before dark, and when he was about to approach his home, he suddenly found that there seemed to be an extra log cabin next to his matchbox. Xu Yuan was suddenly surprised, and hurriedly stepped forward to check. Xu Yuan came under the log cabin and saw a person come out of the house. Xu Yuan fixed his eyes and saw that it was Yuer. "Why are you?" said Xu Yuan looking at Yuer in surprise. As soon as Yuer saw Xu Yuan, she rushed over and hugged Xu Yuan, and then said with a silly smile, "Ha ha 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 ha, I knew this grocery store was yours." When Xu Yuan heard Yuer's words, he was suddenly a little puzzled. "How did you find it?" Although Xu Yuan's family was not far from the place where he and Yuer met, but the map is big, and it's easy to get lost without directions. "So that Yuer can find it?" Yuer bent a smile and said with a smile, "During the day, I was digging over there and I met a player. He was holding a stone sword in his hand, and when he saw the stone manuscript in my hand, he came to talk to me and asked if I had bought the manuscript from the NPC store. Then your tools are all made by you, and I won't tell him." So I followed his words, and then set out the location of this NPC shop, he said. "Then I came over, and I'm not sure if this store is yours, so I'm waiting here. When I was bored when I was waiting, I made a house casually so that I didn't have to be afraid to pull at night." After listening to Yuer's words, Xu Yuan focused on the last sentence. "When I was bored, I made a house." Xu Yuan raised his eyes and looked at the house that Yuer made casually. Everything was available. It is indeed much more exquisite than the matchbox made by Xu Yuan in a hurry. Xu Yuan is not unable to do it, but he feels that the early stage is not necessary, and the time in the early stage is still very precious, and there is no need to spend it on construction. Xu Yuan saw that it was almost dark, so he and Yuer came to the house she had built. Xu Yuan took out a torch and placed it on the wall, and the room was instantly lit. "Wow, how is this torch made?" Yuer instantly became interested in torches. Girls are afraid of the dark. There are torches. There is no need to be afraid at night in the future. Xu Yuan also told Yuer the synthesis formula of the torch without any scruples, then directly gave Yuer several sets of torches. Yuer took what Xu Yuan gave her and was moved. She stared at the two big watery eyes, pointed to the box in the room, and said to Xu Yuan, "Cluck, a gift for you." After Xu Yuan opened the box, he was immediately stunned. The boxes were full of stones, some wood, coal, and some apples. What surprised Xu Yuan the most was that there were even more than a dozen pieces of iron ore in the box. Xu Yuan was surprised when he saw the iron ore in the box. It took him a mind to get 8 or 9 iron ores, and Yuer actually had more than a dozen iron ores in her hands. Xu Yuan thought about it. Yuer's materials must have been obtained by digging the mountains himself. But this luck is also too good, directly dug so much iron ore. I can't take this, it's all hard work you dug up. These things were nothing for Xu Yuan, but they were hard work for Yuer. Although it is nothing to say, the heart is too precious. So Xu Yuan can't receive it. When Yuer heard this, she was suddenly a little disappointed and said with some grievances, "You saved me again and helped me avenge and taught me so many things. I really want to thank you. I don't have anything to take out. Do you think these things are worthless?" Xu Yuan saw that Yuer's tears were about to fall, and hurriedly explained, No, these things are good, they are all things I can use. It's just that." Before Xu Yuan finished speaking, Yuer immediately interrupted Xu Yuan and said, "That's good, you can use the best pole, everything Yuer will dig up in the future will be given to you." Xu Yuan heard Yuer say this, and quickly stopped him. Don't, I'll take this box. Just this once, not for example." Yuer was already very happy when she saw that Xu Yuan said that she wanted to accept this box, so she didn't continue to say anything. Xu Yuan first synthesized a furnace out of stone. Then he put the iron ore that Yuer gave him into the furnace together with the iron ore he dug. There are 24 iron ore mines in total, and I can do a lot of things. While waiting for the iron ore to be smelted, Xu Yuan looked at the stone in this box and was a little stunned. What is this box of stones for? At this moment, there was a low roar of zombies outside the house. Xu Yuan suddenly had a flash of light, and he patted his brain. With so many stones, the first choice, of course, is to do the brush monster tower. As long as there is a brush tower, there is no need to worry about many materials in the early stage. Zombies outside the cabin are still shouting, and spiders squeak from time to time. Xu Yuan, on the other hand, did not have the slightest urge to give them pedicures. Since they have decided to make a monster tower, will they still care about these two monsters? At this moment, Xu Yuan suddenly heard the sound of his stomach rumbling. Xu Yuan suddenly looked at Yuer looking for the source of the voice. Seeing this, Yuer immediately blushed. Why is this game so realistic? When I'm hungry, I actually growl. When Xu Yuan saw Yuer's appearance, he immediately laughed. Then touched Yuer's head and said, "Take out the apples in the box and eat them. If you don't eat them, you'll starve to death." Xu Yuan just felt that Yuer was very simple and cute, and the whole person was dumb and cute, and he didn't think about Yuer. She completely treated Yuer as a younger sister. Xu Yuan's hand was placed on Yuer's head, and Yuer's face turned red. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, she shook her head and said, "No, it was for you." Seeing this, Xu Yuan directly took an apple and stuffed it into Yuer's mouth. So sweet. Yuer also ate it unceremoniously. Xu Yuan came to such a situation and thought about it. Although it is said that after the construction of the brush monster tower tomorrow, there will definitely be a lot of carrion. Don't worry about the source of your food. But the realism of the game is so high, carrion is such a thing, it is really difficult to swallow. And also poisoning. Since you've all played games, you must at least eat better, right? Otherwise, the purpose of eating carrion every time is to save your life, but every time the experience is really fatal. Xu Yuan already regarded Yuer as a sister, and naturally he couldn't let Yuer eat carrion with him. "Yuer, do you want to eat bread all you can eat?" Yuer had just finished eating an apple, and when she heard Xu Yuan's words, her eyes suddenly lit up. "What bread? Is there any bread in this game?" Seeing Yuer's reaction, Xu Yuan nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Of course, there are cookies, watermelons, cakes, pumpkin pies, and rabbit meat clay pot." When Yuer heard this, her saliva was about to come out. "Is there a spicy rabbit head?" Xu Yuan thought that what he heard would be a sentence, "You can't eat rabbits, rabbits are so cute." But I didn't expect to hear, "Is there a spicy rabbit head?" Xu Yuan smiled and said, "No, do you want to eat the rest?" After Yuer was just a small disappointment, she immediately nodded excitedly. Eat. Nothing else can be done yet, and what can be done now is bread." After speaking, Xu Yuan told Yuer the method of farming. After Yuer listened, she immediately felt fresh and interesting. As a wealthy family, she has never been exposed to farming. It's also a good experience in the game right now, so he took the hoe and rushed out. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately stopped her. "Why not? I didn't eat anything delicious," rushed out to feed the zombies. When Yuer heard Xu Yuan's words, she immediately laughed, and then touched her head. "I forgot there were monsters out there. The farming systems of Minecraft and Minecraft are somewhat different. In Minecraft, as long as it is planted, when the crop matures, it will not rot if it is not picked, it will always be there. But in Minecraft, the crop grows slowly, and if you don't pick it when it matures, the plant will rot after a while. Therefore, it is very important to understand the growth cycle of the crop, and the crop should be picked quickly. Xu Yuan definitely didn't have time to farm, but Yuer could. Yuer didn't have the consciousness of going to the mine at all, so she could easily plant fields, raise pigs, and build houses. While talking to Yuer, the iron ore was all smelted. Xu Yuan took out the iron ingots and first made an iron pickaxe. An iron pickaxe is necessary, otherwise you can only stare at the diamonds when you go down to the mine. Then Xu Yuan made an iron bucket, and the iron bucket in the early stage of the game was very necessary. Since he wanted to farm, Xu Yuan would definitely not let Yuer plant in the wild. That way, anyone can pick it. If it is planted on Xu Yuan's land, an iron drum is required. In the game, plants can only survive within 4 blocks of a water source. Therefore, iron buckets are needed to hold water to create water sources for plants. After making the pickaxe and barrel, there are only 18 iron ingots. Xu Yuan used 15 iron ingots to make 3 funnels. This is the collection device of the brush tower, which originally needed 4, but there was not enough iron ore, so I could only make 3 first. After making the funnel, Xu Yuan suddenly glanced at the gold mine in his backpack. As if remembering something, he asked Xiang Yuer, "Have you seen any other buildings around here, or some village names or something?" Seeing Xu Yuan say this, Yuer shook her head and said, "No, the only thing I see is your grocery store pole. What's wrong?" Xu Yuan shook his head and said, "Nothing." The reason why Xu Yuan asked this was to see if there were any villages nearby. After all, the village is not so easy to encounter. Finding the village early in the game is very conducive to development. Not to mention shelters, they can also trade with villagers in exchange for supplies. However, Xu Yuan has already settled his home here, and he should not move away for the time being. After all, there are abundant materials here, and there is a huge natural mine not long ago. At present, if you want to develop the villager trade, you can only rely on turning zombie villagers into villagers. It seems that after repairing the monster brush tower, you have to go to hell. Villager trade is vital in Minecraft. After giving him different classes, villagers can exchange emeralds or supplies for various equipment, food, potions, etc., and even enchantment books. So developing villagers is crucial. And if you want to get the villagers, there are only 2 ways. One is to find it in the village and transport it home by minecart. The second is to use the splash weakness potion and golden apple to turn the zombie villagers back into ordinary villagers. It is certainly impossible to go to the village now, it will take too much time. Therefore, if Xu Yuan wanted to carry out villager trade, he could only use the second method. The second method requires a lot of materials. The golden apple is synthesized with gold grains and apples, and then there is the splash type weakness potion. This one is more troublesome, requiring sugar, mushrooms, spider eyes, flaming sticks and so on. Sugar needs to be found in sugar cane, it should be found in mushroom mines, spider eyes already have it. These things are relatively easy to find. And the flame rod can only go to hell to fight the flame monster. Xu Yuan calculated what he needed and roughly made a plan. At present, the main task is to do a good job of brushing the monster tower first. Otherwise, there are no zombie villagers, and everything is for nothing. After Xu Yuan planned these idle times, he told Yuer how to synthesize many building blocks, such as some half-bricks, steps, fences, trapdoors and the like. Yuer worked tirelessly to learn these things. Xu Yuan also told Yuer a lot about the effect of using these items as decorations. Yuer was very happy to learn, as if opening the door to a new world. Then Xu Yuan took out an iron ingot, broke it into 9 grains and surrounded the city on the workbench, and then put a torch in the middle to synthesize a lamp. This lamp can be regarded as one of Xu Yuan's favorite decorations in Minecraft. Its shape is small, the cost is not high, the most important thing is to look good. Xu Yuan believes that Yuer will also like it. Xu Yuan handed the lamp that had just been made to Yuer, and then said, "This is a gift for your new home." Wow! After Yuer received it, she couldn't put it down and played with it. Xu Yuan and Yuer chatted without a ride, and time passed quickly. It didn't take long for the sky to be clear. Xu Yuan first went outside to clean up the surrounding monsters, and after confirming that it was safe, he called Yuer out. "You farm in this area," Xu Yuan said while marking an area of almost 40x40 for Yuer on the land. Yuer looked at this area, and suddenly felt a little small, and couldn't help but complain. "Is there enough for us to eat such a small piece of land, enough to grow?" Xu Yuan rolled his eyes after hearing this and said, "If you are too small, you will go outside and plant, and then there will be nothing left to be stolen for you." When Yuer heard Xu Yuan say this, she immediately stuck out her tongue and said with a look of disappointment, "Hey, I can't open such a small place." Xu Yuan saw Yuer's appearance, then thought about it and said, "Well, you tear down my house and build a hanging one, and all the space below is used for farming? Okay. I've given you permission and you can play freely. The land is Xu Yuan's, so Xu Yuan needs to give permission to others to destroy and create." When Yuer heard this, she didn't say a word, and directly opened it. When Yuer demolished the house, Xu Yuan had already filled an iron bucket with water and collected a group of more wheat seeds around. The planting area was then filled with water. After Yuer finished dismantling the matchbox Xu Yuan directly handed over this group of more wheat seeds to Yuer. "You plant, I'll go do something else first." Yuer took the wheat seed, nodded, and began to get busy. Xu Yuan first looked at the surrounding terrain. Generally, it is best to build a monster tower in a flat area or on the sea. In this way, the monsters will be more concentrated, and there will be more monsters. Xu Yuan looked at the surrounding terrain, and it seemed that there were no particularly flat places. Xu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Just when Xu Yuan was a little overwhelmed, he suddenly had a flash of light. He couldn't help but pat his head. The mind is too solid. In Minecraft, monsters are brushed based on the player, and monsters will brush around the player. In Minecraft, which is played on all servers, the monster's refresh mechanism is definitely different from Minecraft. It should be that as long as it is a dark place, it will brush monsters. So there is no need to consider the terrain. After Xu Yuan figured this out, he immediately began to get busy. After Xu Yuan calculated the monster's HP, he directly set up a 2x2 wide and 36 bar high monster drop opening. This height is based on the monster's HP. The reason why Xu Yuan didn't make the kind of brush tower that can directly kill monsters is because Xu Yuan needs zombie villagers. When the time comes, after saving the zombie villagers, it will be good to change to the kind that fell directly to death, and collect supplies. In order to increase the efficiency of the monster brush tower, Xu Yuan directly went up to the liver and came out with 8 monster brushing platforms. Fortunately, you dug enough stones, barely enough. After more than 2 hours of hard work, Xu Yuan finally gave the brush monster tower out. Xu Yuan laid the last half brick on the brush monster tower, quickly poured a bucket of water, and flowed down the water. When Xu Yuan reached the ground, he saw that the pedicure platform of the brush monster tower was already full of monsters. Seeing this, Xu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Well, good efficiency. At this time, Yuer saw such a huge building made by Xu Yuan, and she didn't know what Xu Yuan was doing with this thing. You did this with so much effort. Yuer said as she leaned over to this side. Just getting closer to this side, Yuer saw that the pedicure was full of monsters. Although she only saw the monster's feet, she was still scared enough. Run. Yuer didn't say a word, pulled out her legs and ran. After running a few steps away, I looked back and found that the monster was not chasing me. Yuer was suddenly surprised. She slowly moved behind Xu Yuan and carefully looked at the building made by Xu Yuan. What the hell are you doing? How so many monsters? Seeing Yuer's expression, Xu Yuan smiled and said, Brush the monster tower, don't worry, they can't come out and can't hit you. Then Xu Yuan swung a sword towards the pedicure mouth, and all the monsters inside fell in response. At this time, Yuer's face had 2 big words written, shock. Others are avoiding monsters, and this big guy in front of her actually made a monster cage specifically to slaughter these monsters. What kind of evil is this? At this time, when Yuer looked at this ugly monster brush tower again, the contempt in her eyes completely disappeared. She didn't expect that such an ugly building could be so powerful. But it's not so much that this building is powerful, but that the people who designed this building are powerful. Yuer looked at Xu Yuan's eyes at this time, and she couldn't worship. She had a lot of doubts about this building in her mind, so she asked Xiang Xu Yuandao, Steve, why did you kill all these monsters with one sword? Are you very powerful with this weapon? Yuer was still quite surprised to see Xu Yuan kill the monster with a single sword. When Xu Yuan rescued her before, she could see it clearly. Xu Yuan shot the green thing with a bow and arrow 4 times without killing it. It was only before it finally exploded that Xu Yuan gave it the final blow. And now, Xu Yuan was actually able to kill the monster with a single sword. Her instinctive reaction was that Xu Yuan's weapon became powerful. Xu Yuan heard Yuer's words, smiled, handed the stone sword to Yuer and said, Oh, I'm holding an ordinary stone sword. Yuer looked at the stone sword in Xu Yuan's hand, which only had 5 attack power. So I wondered even more. Why did you beat them to death at once? Seeing Yuer's dumbfounded look, Xu Yuan touched her head and said with a smile, Do you think that this thing I have been busy doing for half a day is as simple as binding these monsters? Xu Yuan's words were simply in one sentence, and Yuer's whole face turned red after hearing this. She still thinks so, and she thinks that Xu Yuan can tie up monsters by making this thing. Listening to Xu Yuan's meaning, the role of this ugly building does not seem to be so simple. What else does this building do? Asked Yuer with a pair of big eyes. Xu Yuan pulled Yuer back a few steps so that he could see the panorama of the brush monster tower, and then explained. This building is called the Brush Monster Tower, and it is composed of 2 parts. One is the Brush Monster platform and the other is the Monster Fighting platform. You see, the cuboid above is the platform for brushing monsters. The place where I just swung my sword was the platform for fighting monsters. When Yuer heard this, she nodded understandingly. Then Xu Yuan continued. Each floor of the brush platform is 2 blocks high, and then put a stream of water in the middle, so that the monster can be washed down by the current. And then the reason why I did it so high was because monsters, like people, drop blood when they fall from a height. Just count their HP and build enough height so that the monsters will have blood left when they come down, so they can be killed with a single sword. When Yuer heard Xu Yuan's explanation, the more she listened, the more surprised she became. She never expected that there would be this method to brush monsters. At this time, Yuer looked at Xu Yuan with adoration. You're too smart, aren't you? How the hell did you come up with? Yuer was not surprised by this reaction, because when Xu Yuan saw others make the monster brushing tower, he had similar ideas. In fact, this is why Minecraft is fun. Players can use the various features in the game to develop all kinds of fun things. What world bombers, fully automatic farms, all kinds of weird brush towers, villager trade, iron brushing machines, etc. These are all the brainchild of the player's wisdom. And Minecraft is also because of the existence of redstone, so that the game has infinite possibilities. Just a brush tower you worship like this, there will be more new and fun things in the future. Xu Yuan smiled and said. When Yu heard this, she immediately glued to Xu Yuan's side. What else is there? Tell me about it. I'll tell you slowly later. By the way, you can take out all the bones in the collection box of the brush monster tower and make bone meal, which can be used on crops to accelerate growth, so that you can eat bread soon. Xu Yuan reminded Yu. With the brush monster tower, the source of bone powder is definitely very stable. According to the efficiency of Xu Yuanjian's monster brush tower, it may not be necessary to wait for it to ripen naturally in the future. After Yu heard Xu Yuan's words, she immediately synthesized bone meal and tried it, only to use 2 bone meal, and 1 wheat was fully ripe. Wow, that's awesome. Yu immediately found new fun, and she immediately synthesized all the bones in the box into bone meal. I took the bone meal and played with myself. Xu Yuan was idle and bored and was about to brush the monster for a while, when he suddenly received a system reminder. Your fatigue is full and you can't continue working. A comfortable bed can restore your fatigue, and the offline can also restore your fatigue. When Xu Yuan saw this system message, he was immediately stunned. And the saying that fatigue is full? But it's normal to think about it. If there is no fatigue, then the world will become the world of the liver emperor. Before Xu Yuan has been thinking about what is the use of the bed if he can't get through the night, it seems that in this game, the bed is used to restore fatigue. Xu Yuan looked at the backpack, and the spider silk in the bag was not enough to synthesize 3 wool. Xu Yuan thought about it and asked Xiang Yu, have you ever seen a sheep around here? Yu was still happily harvesting the wheat, and when she heard Xu Yuan ask this, she thought about it and said, it's not far away, I've seen a few. Xu Yuan immediately brought some wheat and said after hearing this, go, take me. When Yu heard this, she also put down the work at hand. After walking for about 5 minutes, I saw the sheep. Along the way, Xu Yuan's satiety dropped quickly, and it seemed that after fatigue was full, not only could he not work, but his satiety would also be consumed quickly. This should be the anti-addiction mechanism of the game. After Xu Yuan saw the sheep, he took out the wheat, and several sheep immediately leaned over. Is this all right? Yu rose again. In fact, this game is quite similar to reality, and it is much simpler to think about reality. After Xu Yuan returned with a few sheep, he asked Yu to make some fences and raise the sheep. Xu Yuan then gave Yu 2 iron ingots and asked her to synthesize a pair of scissors. The wool from the sheep was cut and a bed was composed. Can you sleep? Yu was also surprised to see the bed for the first time. Yes, but this bed is used to restore fatigue, and now the wool is only enough to make a bed, and when the sheep's hair grows, I will make you another one. Xu Yuan explained the role of the bed like Yu. Xu Yuan put the bed down and lay down. As soon as I lay down, I felt comfortable, like a spring breeze. My fatigue is slowly recovering. Yu's workload today is not as large as Xu Yuan's, so her fatigue is still full. Seeing Xu Yuan lying down, Yu didn't know what to do alone, so after tidying up the cultivated land, he took the materials and began to build a house. After all, this is the home of the future, and now it is too shabby. Yu wants to make it more beautiful. Although Xu Yuan was quite comfortable lying on the bed, it was really boring to do nothing, so Xu Yuan opened the game forum. When he opened the forum, Xu Yuan saw a top essence post. The poster is called Ken, and the title of the post is Share Post, Various Monster Information, Tool Synthesis List, Map Terrain Sharing? Welcome to Share? Xu Yuan was a little surprised to see this post, but it was inevitable to think about it. In fact, some of the game's synthesis formulas are not difficult, but everyone is not familiar with the game and has never played this type of game before, so after entering the game at the beginning, you will not be able to touch the north. But after a long time, more people tried it, and they touched the door, and everyone knew the synthesis formula. Therefore, knowing the synthesis formula at the beginning can only temporarily distance Xu Yuan and the players. And the things that can really open the distance are things like brushing towers and villager trade that use the characteristics of the game to become stronger. Xu Yuan opened the post to browse and found that the synthesis formulas of many tools had been studied by players. There is also some terrain, the distribution of various animals, the amount of health of monsters, and so on. Xu Yuan browsed for a while, and was surprised to find that some of these posts were actually encrypted. If you want to see the content inside, you have to contribute the corresponding material. Some are 10 iron or unlocks, some are 5 copper coins to unlock. In short, there are various unlocking requirements. Unlocking is also a type of fundraising, and all players on the forum can make donations. Since the forum and the game are directly connected, you can directly donate the materials in the game. When Xu Yuan saw this, his eyes suddenly lit up. If he could raise funds in this way, then Xu Yuan would not have to mind himself at all. Share something you don't know and raise a wave of money. I believe that players are happy to help Xu Yuan with this job. It's like Xu Yuan can share a tutorial on brushing the monster tower, but unlocking requires a set of diamonds. After everyone goes to the mine, players will have more or less a few diamonds on their hands. I believe that many players are also happy to exchange a diamond for this tutorial on brushing the tower. And Xu Yuan only needs to share some tutorials that will not be related to his own development. The manual work of mining can be done by other players. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but be a little excited. At present, Xu Yuan will definitely not share the tutorial of brushing the monster tower. After all, now the brush monster tower is the most important thing to obtain a large amount of materials and develop rapidly. Xu Yuan thought about all the things in the future, and he couldn't help but feel as if he had become an evil capitalist. Smokers of the blood of working people. It was such a thought that flashed, and Xu Yuan couldn't help but have another idea. If you want to be a vampire, you have to do it to the end. Xu Yuan now owns the land and can open a shop. The materials in the brush monster tower are all sought after existences now. Carrion can restore satiety, although the taste is not good, but many people do not care. It is good to be able to survive. 5 carrion and 1 copper coin, this should not be excessive, right? Then there's Xiaobai's bow and arrow, which are long-range weapons that greatly improve survival rates. Although the bow can be crafted, it requires 3 spider threads to synthesize, and the spider line explosion rate is not high. A bow for 5 copper coins is not excessive, right? Arrows are more difficult to craft, 5 copper coins. Although it is said that the sale is very cheap, as long as the advertisement is launched, not to mention all the people, even if only a small half of the people come to buy. As long as the supply is sufficient, it is all white silver. Players can finally play, and the money they have worked hard to save in the early stage basically goes into Xu Yuan's pocket, which is the evil capitalism? Isn't this the full-service part-time work mode for Xu Yuan to open? Xu Yuan thought of this and immediately opened a new post. Steve, the grocery store is grandly open, everyone is welcome to come and shop. As soon as Xu Yuan's post was issued, there was no need to buy a water army and other operations. Just the 3 words Steve are already hot enough. Xu Yuan didn't have to introduce what his grocery store had at all. When players see Steve's name, they have already begun to make up their brains. Steve, big guy showed up, Worship the big guy. What does the big guy sell in the store? It's too expensive for us to buy. It turns out that the legendary NPC shop before is the shop of Steve Boss. I don't even have a home, I am displaced every day, and the big guys have already opened shops. We haven't solved the problem of food and clothing. Is the big guy rich enough to open a store? The big guy is not kind, there are no store coordinates. Let's play. Xu Yuan's appearance immediately made many diving players bubble. After all, the name Steve is unknown to everyone. In the hearts of all players, Xu Yuan is the kind of mysterious boss. The first kill of so many monsters was all taken by him alone, and now that the store is about to be opened, the players naturally want to find out. Not long after Xu Yuan saw the post, his post was refined and put at the top. The activity of the whole post is also very high, and all the players are very interested. Xu Yuan was about to send his coordinates, and after suddenly thinking about it, he temporarily withdrew from the forum. After exiting the forum, Xu Yuan saw that Yuer was still busy, but basically the frame of the house had roughly taken shape. Xu Yuan looked at it and asked Xiang Yuer, "Are you going to do the stilt building?" Yuer stopped what she was doing, turned around, and nodded. "You can see this. Since the entire floor is covered with wheat, the house can only be made on the upper floors. Although Minecraft is not under Newton's control, the house can be suspended and there is no need to consider gravity." But Yuer felt that the suspension was too strange, so she prepared to design it to look like a stilt building. And Yuer also liked the Chinese-style architecture, so she decided to build an old-style stilt building. Seeing this, Xu Yuan reminded Yuer, "My land is 80 x 80 square meters, you can make it a little bigger, be sure to cover all the monster towers I made. Then vacate a storefront space to be a grocery store." Xu Yuan originally wanted to do it himself, but his fatigue had not yet risen, so he could only let Yuer do it for him. Yuer was even happier when she heard that she was going to make it slightly bigger. "Oh, you said it earlier, I was still afraid just now, don't worry." Yuer was full of energy and immediately began to expand. Seeing Yuer's busy appearance, Xu Yuan was still a little unbearable. After all, it is not a creative mode, and if you want to build high-rise buildings, you can only build them with blocks. It would be much better if there was scaffolding. But bamboo is needed to make scaffolding, and there is no bamboo near Xu Yuan's house. Xu Yuan thought about it, and Xu Yuan anonymously shared the synthetic formula of the encrypted scaffolding in Taiba. By the way, I gave everyone a popular science about the role of scaffolding. Unlocking the crafting formula requires 60 bamboos and 30 spider lines. Although bamboo is not found near Xu Yuan's home, it is still common in other terrains. And it can be planted in large quantities, so 60 bamboos should not be difficult to find, and spider threads are estimated to be slightly more difficult. But spiders do not actively attack people during the day, he will hide in the shade, so spider lines are relatively easy to obtain. Xu Yuan thought that it might take some time to get these materials. Unexpectedly, in just 5 minutes, his sharing had been unlocked. Xu Yuan looked at the comments of the players, basically unlocked this player, most of them are players of the construction party. But it is also true that with such a thing as scaffolding, the construction party is really much more convenient. After the unlock conditions were met, the item automatically appeared in Xu Yuan's backpack. Xu Yuan first planted some bamboo nearby, and then made the rest into scaffolding and handed it to Yuer. After Yuan mastered the use of scaffolding, the construction speed also accelerated a lot. Soon, the entire stilt building already had a rough prototype. Xu Yuan was ready to wait for Yuan to be almost finished, and then publish the coordinates here in the forum. After all, the brush tower is still exposed. At this time, on the other side of the map, Ken's group has now changed shotguns. By sharing synthesis formulas, they have quickly mastered many basic methods of synthesizing tools and weapons. Now they all have a stone sword, and Ken, who takes the lead, even wears a pair of leather boots. The four of them seized the daytime, working hard to cultivate and collect food. They also built shelters directly in the caves where they were hiding, commonly known as cavemen. Boss, Steve just sent out the coordinates of his grocery store. Ken frowned when he heard this, then thought for a moment and said, "Let's take a look." Hearing Ken say that he was going to take a look, the little fish who had just stared at the forum suddenly hesitated. "Boss, you look closely at the coordinates, his position is too far away." The coordinates sent by Xu Yuan were indeed far away from the place where Ken and his group were located. And most of the time of the day has passed, and at night, the outside is full of dangers. Although everyone now has weapons in their hands, if it is to pass, the risk is still very large. Ken glanced at the little fish and said, "I know what people are worried about. You're afraid we'll be back to square one if we die, aren't you?" Everyone looked at each other and nodded. When Ken heard this, he smiled and said, "Together, the most valuable thing is probably the 2 iron ores in my backpack, and they were bought with the lives of Xiao and Ahao. Oh, and this pair of leather shoes." When the three heard Ken's words, they all felt a little uncomfortable. "Boss, then these are also what we worked hard to survive, our house, and the cultivated land outside. Let's say no, don't want it." In the end, several people are still very reluctant about everything now, although the place where they live now is not technically a house, but it is also built by 4 people together. Everything now is the hard work of the 4 people. Ken naturally knows everyone's thoughts, because he is also reluctant. Not to mention that compared with Xu Yuan, at least Ken and a few of them can now meet the food and clothing, and have already dug iron ore, and are ready to start planning to fight the monster. That's already much better than a lot of players. But Ken felt it was necessary to take the risk. Think about it, what kind of terrain would Steve's grocery store choose to open? When the 3 heard this, they thought about it and said with all their mouths, "It shouldn't be in the ice field, it's hard to survive there." Well, it should and cannot be in the desert. It should be in a place suitable for survival and abundant materials, so that the population is also more dense. Ken nodded and then said, Wang is right, if I were Steve and I wanted to open a store, I would also choose the advantageous terrain. And I looked at the coordinates he posted, and then compared the terrain coordinates shared by several players under the post. If my inference is correct, his side should be the intersection of several terrains. When the 3 heard this, they immediately understood why Ken was so insistent. The intersection of several terrains means that resources are abundant, and it is very conducive to development. "Okay, boss, let's go." "Boss, smelt those 2 iron ingots and make an iron sword, which is relatively safer. The wheat I planted will ripen immediately, and there should be enough food here." When the 3 of them understood it, they immediately took action. Soon, Ken's group set off in the direction of Xu Yuan grocery store. And so are many other players in the game. Some people just want to go over and see the liveliness. Some people are like Ken, and they think that a big guy like Xu Yuan will definitely choose high-quality terrain. Some people are curious about what exactly this grocery store will sell. On Xu Yuan's side, Yuan has basically completed the appearance of the entire hanging foot building due to the artifact of the scaffold. Since the building area is not too large, and the interior does not need to be considered for the time being, it is done relatively quickly. Xu Yuan's brush monster tower was also well covered. Do the whole building, Yuer's fatigue value is also full. Xu Yuan gave the bed to Yuer, and his fatigue value gradually recovered somewhat. Xu Yuan put all the things he wanted to sell on the grocery store. Carrion is 5 copper coins. Bao a handful of 5 bronze coins. 5 arrows for 1 copper coin. Later, Xu Yuan also put some bread. With the blessing of bone meal, Xu Yuan doesn't worry about eating at all now. Bone meal doesn't sell for a good price, but bread is different. A loaf of bread can restore 3 bars of fullness, which is already a very good food in the early stage. The bread Xu Yuan is sold for 2 copper coins each. Of course, there is gunpowder in the drops, but at the moment players have little demand for gunpowder. Xu Yuan is ready to collect some sand and make TNT at that time. I believe there must be many people interested in TNT. After getting all this done, Xu Yuan came to the monster brushing tower and began to brush monsters. After all, there are not many supplies on hand now. Their coordinates have already been sent, and there will definitely be many people coming by then. Brushing more supplies can also avoid short supply. At this time, the sky had gradually darkened, and Ken's group hurried to the road. Once night falls, there are dangers all around. Ken looked at the location of the coordinates and saw that he was about to arrive near the Xu Yuan grocery store. Just then, they were under siege. 3 zombies and a small white attacked from all directions. "Quick, fence it with stones." Ken immediately called the command. Fortunately there were 4 of them, one in charge of one direction, and soon the shelter was set up. At this moment, Xiao's hand suddenly slipped, revealing the bottom square. Just as Xiao hurriedly went to remedy it, Xiao found that the zombie seemed to be unable to come over at all, and could not hit him. Xiao shouted excitedly as if he had seen a new continent. Boss, look. When Ken saw this scene, he was overjoyed. Brothers, kill. The four of them seemed to be crazy, frantically chopping the zombie's exposed legs. After holding back for so long, they finally found the weakness of the zombie, and the four of them were indescribably happy in their hearts. Soon, under the combined force of the four people, a zombie fell to the ground in response. This is the first zombie they kill in the game? Ken wiped the sweat from his head and smiled. It seems that killing monsters is just that, and that Steve must have killed it this way. The other three all nodded. The four of them had always felt that Steve was very strong, but now that they killed a zombie so easily, they didn't think so. They think Steve was just lucky enough to knock on the door, which is why he took so many first kills. And just when they secretly rejoiced, the full server system announcement sounded. Congratulations to Steve for killing 100 zombies for the first time and getting the title, Undead Hunter. The four of Ken and his party had just been immersed in the joy of killing zombies. After seeing this full service message, it was like a thunderbolt on a sunny day. Several people were shocked and didn't know what to say. Just after they killed the zombies, they still felt that Steve got the first kill is nothing. This immediately hit the face with a message. The four people only felt that their brains were a little down, and it took a long time to slow down. Boss, how the hell did he do it? Where are the 100 zombies to cut him down? Zombies have such thick HP, it's too dangerous to be tough, and it's easy to be surrounded in the depths of the wild. At this time, Ken's face was a little solemn, and his heart was also shocked. Although the nighttime in the game is very long, if they just killed zombies, it is impossible to kill 100 zombies in 2 nights. And there are more of them, and 1 person and 2 knives of zombies are basically dead. But that Steve is also a lone player, and he must have killed a zombie longer than them alone. Could it be that he's particularly well equipped? But even if the equipment is good, if you come out to hunt zombies every night, you can't kill 100 so quickly, right? Ken was thinking left and right, and couldn't figure out how Xu Yuan was able to kill 100 zombies in such a short time. At this moment, other players are just like Ken, full of shock and doubt. Little eyes full of big doubts. I have asked the victim zombie to give a testimonial. Zombies, I was terrified. I'm already rushing to the big guy's grocery store, and today I'm going to see the big guy really. Big guy. Kill slowly, we haven't killed it yet, don't give it to the hole? It's not. Is the gap so big? I will only make a weapon. The big guy has already brushed monsters in batches. At this time, in the World Channel, although everyone was still shocked, they all had a broken jar mentality. Anyway, compared with Xu Yuan, everyone is like salted fish, so they all joked. However, this system message also made more people silently make a decision in their hearts. That's hugging your thighs. Whether you hug it or not, anyway, the big guy has opened a store, go to his store and settle down. How can you also miscellaneous school? So more and more people started a desperate journey, and they all ran towards the coordinates of Xu Yuan's store. Xu Yuan originally brushed it for a while in order to get more materials for sale, but he didn't expect to trigger the achievement again. Xu Yuan opened his backpack and took a look, and found that there was an extra medal in his backpack. Undead Hunter, deals double damage to undead creatures, upgradable. Next level, can deal triple damage to undead creatures, need to kill 1000 undead creatures. When Xu Yuan saw this medal, his eyes immediately lit up. You know, there are still many undead creatures in this game, zombies, little whites, withering skeletons, zombie pig people, flame people, little blacks, etc. are all undead creatures. Although Xu Yuan will not often fight monsters outside, after having this medallion, there is no need to worry too much about going to the mine. Good stuff? Looks like it's a little weird. After Xu Yuan put the things away, he began to get busy. He knew that once the location of his store was made public, many people would surely come. So torches were set up around 5 yards. This way, there will be no monsters around. At this time, the game has come to night, and the lights near Xu Yuan's grocery store are bright. This also showed the direction for those who arrived. After Xu Yuan prepared everything, he went into the house and continued to brush monsters. It didn't take long for the first people to visit. There were 7 people in total, all of whom seemed to be friends they had met in reality. The place where they originally settled was not far from Xu Yuan's grocery store, so they quickly rushed over. When they arrived, they were shocked by the brightly lit stilt building in front of them. Originally, Xu Yuan's grocery store was a matchbox-type store. I didn't expect the whole grocery store to be so majestic. And the grocery store is a stilt building of the national style, mysterious and majestic. Everyone was immediately stunned by this building. Poverty limits my imagination. We are also complacent that our matchboxes are quite beautiful. Look at people. Is this Steve sure it's not a plug-in? Where did he get the time? Another 100 zombie kills, and such a great grocery store. Look at people's agriculture, animal husbandry. It's luxurious. This small group of people were really frightened and dumbfounded when they saw Xu Yuan's grocery store. After all, many people have not even solved the problem of food and clothing, let alone houses. Basically, everyone lives in a matchbox, and it is enough to be able to block the attack of monsters at night. Players don't have the heart to think about how to decorate their houses at the moment. Coming to Xu Yuan, seeing such a large-scale building, I suddenly had the feeling that a countryman had entered the city. At this time, a patient with obsessive-compulsive disorder looked at the ripe wheat under the hanging foot, and immediately couldn't bear it, and immediately rushed up, wanting to knock it off. As a result, I fought for a long time and found that I couldn't move at all. What's going on? At this time, his teammates also felt strange and all gathered together. Can't beat this wheat. How so? The blocks over here can't be knocked off. After everyone studied for half a day, they found that all the squares in Xu Yuan's grocery store could not be broken. At this time, everyone was surprised. What kind of high-tech is this? Why can't I beat it? Could it be that the exclusive rights of this fast place belong to Steve? It's possible. I'll just say how to open a store. If it can be knocked out, then the things in his store will be gone a long time ago. The more everyone discussed, the more they felt that this Steve was unfathomable. It seems that the mystery hanging over Steve is getting bigger and bigger. Originally, everyone thought that when they came to the grocery store, they would be able to witness the true face of Steve, and maybe they could learn something secretly. However, the reality is that they came here to find that the distance between themselves and Steve was a world of difference. Among this small group of people, the leader is called Wenwu, and the character image is the appearance of an uncle, who looks very calm. After thinking about it, he said to the others, "Let's make our home in this neighborhood." When the rest of the crowd heard Wenwu's words, they all nodded. They are not blind, and they can see how good the terrain is for survival. And the address of the store chosen by the Steve boss, that is definitely completely considered. Can it be wrong? Besides, living here is equivalent to being a neighbor with the big guy. Maybe one day the big guy is happy to say a few words to them, and they can become strong. Therefore, Wenwu's opinion was unanimously agreed by everyone. Then let's set up a matchbox today and settle down here tomorrow. After everyone nodded, they all turned their attention to Xu Yuan's grocery store. They haven't forgotten the purpose of their visit. They just opened the grocery store interface, and they were shocked and speechless by the items sold in the store. It's not that the things Xu Yuan sells are so rare, but the number of these things. This bao, wholesale. These arrows are all in groups. Oh, my god. This carrion. My god, it looks like the big guy killed more than 100 zombies. Have you even sold the bread? I want to know what the big guy is eating when he is generally hungry now. Didn't you see that the big guy didn't accept the wheat when it was ripe? The big guy has no demand for bread anymore. Thank you guy for telling me that a set of carrion is also 64. When everyone saw this group of materials, they couldn't believe their eyes. This also made Xu Yuan rise to a height again in the hearts of all players. Although everyone has seen these things, they have never seen so much. Shall we pool our money to buy a bow and some arrows? Carrion is so cheap. Buy some carrion, otherwise you won't eat enough. Bread is too expensive. Let's not buy it for now. Everyone soon had the desire to buy, and Xu Yuan sold some necessary materials, and it was not expensive. So everyone is happy to pay for it. After all, it is useless to put money in your hands, and in the future, everyone will depreciate when they develop. Only by spending it on the blade can it quickly become stronger. The small group quickly set up a matchbox and hid in the small group after buying things. Soon after, another group of people visited the grocery store. As soon as Ken and his party killed the monsters besieging them one by one with a pedicure method, they quickly demolished the shelter they had just built. They now have only one goal, that is, to hurry to Xu Yuan's grocery store. Boss, if we see him after we pass, should we try to recruit him? Xiao felt that if a master like Xu Yuan could be recruited, then the development of the union would be promising. Ken heard the little fish's words and smiled. Why did he accept our recruitment? By my leather boots or by my iron sword? Don't forget, he just got the first kill of 100 zombies in the full server. And so many of the first kills were taken by him before, and we have never seen the things he has in his hands. Xiao heard this and thought about it. It was indeed so. They simply did not have the strength to recruit Xu Yuan. So what was our purpose in the past? Just to buy something. When Ahao heard this, he was a little puzzled. Ken shook his head and said with some frustration, "Let's see if you can try to get into a relationship with him." Xiao, Ahao, and Awang heard Ken say this, and their faces were full of surprise. They couldn't believe that Ken would say such a thing. You know, Ken is a wind and rain in the game industry, and his world union is a top union in major games. Ken has never asked anyone, and before that, other players wanted to join Ken's union and wanted to climb Ken's relationship. And at this moment, Ken actually wants to climb other people's relationships. The three of them looked at Ken, and they all felt a little uncomfortable. Ken has always been arrogant, where has he suffered such grievances? But the three also understand that Ken will make this decision for everyone's future development. After all, it was Ken who called everyone to fight in this game, so he is responsible for everyone. Boss, this kind of thing is still me, I'm good at it. I'm the best at it, I'm familiar, and I'll definitely be able to get a friend when the time comes. Otherwise, if I go to be his little brother and do some hard work, he will definitely need all kinds of resources, so won't he climb into relationships? The three looked at Ken and said, their faces all smiling reluctantly. They didn't want Ken to worry, and they didn't want Ken to do that kind of thing. When Ken heard the words of the three, his nose suddenly soured. These brothers really didn't pay each other in vain? He sorted out his thoughts and smiled. Well, as far as the virtues of the three of you are concerned, you are not a good bird, and others will take care of you. When the three saw Ken say this, they all looked at each other and laughed. Let's hurry. The three nodded and quickened their pace. Xu Yuan's side has already ushered in several waves of players. Every wave of people arriving at the grocery store is a variety of amazements at Xu Yuan's grocery store. Subsequently, most people chose to settle next to Xu Yuan's shop. And Wen Wu's team is equivalent to being the first to come here. In order to have a relationship with Xu Yuan, they consciously began to help adjust the order. Let's try to make the houses in a row, so that it is easy to walk. Brother, you directly blocked the road in front of the big guy's shop, hurry up and move the place. If you have torches, light torches around the house to prevent monsters. At this time, the whole area is simply lively. It suddenly smells like a newbie village. The players gathered together and had fun. After all, many people play alone on a single machine, so when gathered, everyone also has a companion. Everyone had automatically regarded Xu Yuan as a large foothold. After all, the full service is Xu Yuan, a grocery store, and the materials are still so rich. The so-called people gathered firewood and the flame was high, and soon the whole area was lit up. Occasionally, 3 or 2 monsters appear, and they will be immediately besieged by the players. For the first time, everyone also felt how easy it was to fight a monster under the suppression of numbers. This also makes the whole area safer. Players no longer have to stay in matchboxes. Everyone stood up, sharing their own interesting stories, and everyone laughed and talked. After a long journey, Ken's group finally came to the vicinity of Xu Yuan's store coordinates. Before they got close to the coordinates, the 4 of them saw that there was a lot of light over there. The 4 of them glanced at each other and immediately ran towards that side. Coming to this area, the 4 people were stunned by the scene in front of them. This has become a gathering place for refugees. Blah blah, what do you say? Then we are also refugees. It's really a bit of a novice village. When Ken saw such a scene, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that there are many people who think the same way as us. At this time, the players who have already made their home around are very active to welcome the new players. When they saw Ken, their eyes were full of surprise. Ken? Is that Ken who posted the post? Wow, the Ken guy is here too. Don't you know, Ken is actually the president of the World's Trade Union. Wow, look, what's in Ken's hand? Iron sword? Ken big guys have iron swords? Ken guy armor is all there? Those leather boots are so beautiful. Many players recognized Ken and enthusiastically came up to greet Ken. Ken's group immediately returned to the feeling of being back then, and unconsciously straightened their chests. An enthusiastic player immediately ran over. Ken guy, there's a good spot over there, you can settle over there. Ken saw that this player was so enthusiastic, so he couldn't refuse and nodded. Thank you. The enthusiastic player heard this and smiled. Thank what? We will be neighbors in the future, the big guy should mention more. Ken's group smiled and did not speak. They enjoyed the time and could say that there were some long absences. Just as they were enjoying this long-lost good time, a word from that enthusiastic player shattered their dreams in an instant. Ken boss, you're here to join Steve guy too, right? When Ken heard this, the smile on his face suddenly froze. The small fish behind him, Ngawang and Ahao, are the same. I finally regained some of the feeling I had back then, and was instantly hit back to the bottom by a word from this enthusiastic player. And enthusiastic players don't seem to realize that they have said the wrong thing, and they still talk tirelessly. I also wanted to go with the Ken guy, and this game is now the best Steve guy. Damn, 100 zombies, I haven't killed even one. You didn't see the supplies in his store, gee. The carrion is all in groups, even the bread is taken out and sold. You say angry people are not angry. Hey, this person can't be compared with Steve big guy, we are a refugee. You said yes, Ken guy. At this point, Ken and the other 3 laughed awkwardly. Although he was very unconvinced, this player said it reasonably. Compared to Steve, they are indeed refugees. In the nagging of enthusiastic players, Ken's group was also brought to a foothold. It is not close or far from Xu Yuan's grocery store, and the location is not bad. Upon arriving at the location, the enthusiastic player smiled and said, Ken guy, you're going to stay here, no way, you're late. I'm lucky enough to live in a 2nd ring, and you're not bad here, but it should be considered a 3rd ring. Hearing the words of the enthusiastic player, Ahao couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is also the 2nd ring and the 3rd ring. The enthusiastic player added a friend with 4 and went out. After the enthusiastic players left, Xiao finally couldn't help but complain. His name is just right, and his mouth is really ode. The idea of this enthusiastic player is called Moutho. That's an exaggeration, isn't it? Ngawang looked at the increasing number of matchboxes next to the grocery store and couldn't help but sigh. Ken sighed when he saw this. Be optimistic, we are also within the 3rd ring. When the 3 heard Ken say this, they all wanted to laugh a little, but they couldn't laugh. I don't know if this is lucky or miserable. After the 4 of them set up a temporary residence, they went to Xu Yuan's grocery store to shop. The amount of supplies in the store really surprised the 4 people. They bought about some arrows and some carrion, and returned to their residence. Since the beginning, Xu Yuan's side has been receiving system prompts for things to be sold. But the number of each order is too small. It's basically a few carrion or about a few arrows and so on. If you continue at this rate, you will not make any money at all. It's better to brush the monsters in the tower yourself and lose more money. But this is also normal, because many players still don't know how to fight monsters without injury. Many people haven't even killed a monster. Although many synthesis formulas have been posted on the forum, everyone has only learned the synthesis tools. Go out at night and be tough with a monster as thick as blood, everyone still doesn't dare. And in case of being besieged, the end is to send it directly back to his hometown. Therefore, everyone is not rich in their hands, and basically the people who buy bows are bought by a team. After Xu Yuan thought about it, he opened the forum. He then posted an encrypted sharing post below his post. Brush skill sharing. Unlock requires pumpkin 1, sugar cane 1, watermelon 1, red mushroom 1, brown mushroom 1, alloy sapling 1, jungle sapling 1. What Xu Yuan wants to share is definitely not the monster brush tower. What he wants to share is the pedicure table, that is, to tell everyone how to kill monsters without damage. Xu Yuan did this for a reason. Now the strength of the players has not yet improved. In this case, it actually affects Xu Yuan's development. Xu Yuan sells materials, and if everyone does not have enough money to consume, then the development will definitely be much slower. Only when everyone has money can they sell what they have. And the method of killing monsters is believed to be studied soon. Anyway, it is better to share it now and make full use of its value. Everything Xu Yuan needed to unlock the monster brushing skill was very simple. These things are mainly for better development, and these things are not currently near the map where Xu Yuan is located. Xu Yuan did this to enrich the materials. Moreover, what Xu Yuan wants, other players are afraid that they can't afford it. So he didn't offer high unlock conditions. Xu Yuan's sharing this time is in his own post, so he is not anonymous. As soon as the post was published, all players saw it. After the players clicked in, they saw that Xu Yuan wanted to share the brushing skills, and they were all like crazy. Lying groove, big guy, this is doing charity. Really doing charity, you see how simple, unlock requirements, I have pumpkins? I donated. There's an alloy tree near my house, I'm going to cut it. The big guy is too good, right? This unlock condition is too simple. I hope the big guy can have more strategies in the future. As soon as Xu Yuan's sharing was issued, the forum exploded directly. Players didn't expect that Xu Yuan would actually share his monster brushing skills with everyone. Monster brushing skills are such a thing, but it is something that greatly separates the strength between players. Knowing the monster brushing skills means that you can develop quickly, and you don't have to cower at night, you can't do anything. At this time, the World channel was also flooded by this heavy news. Steve Big Guy shared monster brushing skills in the forum, everyone go and donate materials. Lying groove? Really fake? Really sharing monster brushing skills? Ordinary big guys will brush monster skills and will definitely not share them, so that they can open the gap and develop rapidly. Isn't it trying to roll up a wave of materials? There are many opinions in the World channel, although most people believe Xu Yuan. But there are also some people who are very paranoid. They always felt that Xu Yuan had other intentions. How can you share the brushing skills, share his shop, and still be frequented? People are selfish, and they know that skills must be hidden in rapid development. It is estimated that unlocking it will not be a particularly useful skill, so let's be cautious. Some people in the World channel said these words in a strange way. All of a sudden, many players who have donated materials can't see it. Trouble the bar, go see the unlocking conditions of Steve Big Guy and talk again. You said Steve Big Guy wants to pit us, what are we worth pitting him? People take so many first kills, and 100 zombie kills, people rarely have those broken stones in your pocket. Hey, there are always so many murdered paranoia in the world, I don't know how many pounds I have? Steve the Big Guy is completely handing out benefits, okay, just one of the things to unlock, and all of them are pumpkins, watermelons, and other things that can be picked up at hand. The other players in the World channel were still a little skeptical when they heard those words. But seeing that those players who had already seen the forum said that the unlocking conditions were simple, they all dropped what they were doing and opened the forum. After entering the forum, I was excited after seeing Xu Yuan's sharing. Many people had the unlocking materials Xu Yuan needed, and they donated them without hesitation. Although Xu Yuan only needs one of each material to unlock, many players continue to donate when they see that they have been collected. There are two ways to share this encrypted fundraising. One is open, that is, after meeting the fundraising requirements, share the unlock, and continue to donate the required materials after unlocking, you can still get this sharing. There is also a closed type, after meeting the fundraising requirements, sharing unlocks, only these fundraisers before unlocking can get this sharing, and it is invalid to donate materials after unlocking. Xu Yuan used open sharing this time, after all, the more people know this technique, the more conducive it is to their own development. At that time, if you want to share a building like the Brush Monster Tower, Xu Yuan will definitely adopt a closed fundraising method. Pumpkin, 800/1, watermelon 2500/1, red mushroom 400/1. More and more players know the news, and the number of donations is also increasing. Xu Yuan's backpack was also directly donated. Xu Yuan had to make several boxes to store these materials. Originally, Xu Yuan only wanted one for each material, because these things could be cultivated in the future. Unexpectedly, the player's fundraising power is still very strong. Xu Yuan saw that the materials were almost collected, so he directly shared them publicly. After all, these things can be cultivated, and too many of them will only occupy space. Many players were collecting the materials that needed to be unlocked, and suddenly found that Xu Yuan directly shared the share. All of them were excited. Steve the big guy is really doing charity. I didn't have any of the things I needed to unlock and was in a hurry to die, but I didn't expect it to be made public. Does anyone still say that Steve big guy is a pitman? Xu Yuan's monster brushing skills are very complete, and the steps for building a pedicure platform are also attached. And Xu Yuan also took into account the spider, the little zombie, a tall creature. Since Xu Yuan's sharing release happened to be at night, many players tried Xu Yuan's sharing skills. For a time, Xu Yuan's sharing skills were all praised. I killed 2 zombies, 1 Ziobi, and 1 creeper in this way. For the first time, I felt that killing monsters was so simple, and I was moved to cry. Thank you for sharing. I hope the big guy can share more of this technique in the future. The big guy is too smart, right? The sharing of monster brushing skills has unsurprisingly received unanimous praise. The players' favorability towards Xu Yuan also soared a lot. The official also directly gave Xu Yuan's forum ID the title of a big god. Xu Yuan's post is permanently at the top and refined. Just when the forum was still lively and discussing Xu Yuan's release of monster brushing skills, a post entered the field of view of players. A post is a video from the player's perspective, and the content of the video is a building. The video was shot at night, shrouded in darkness and shining with a stilted building shining in the night. It was a stilted building in the national style, and the first floor downstairs was planted with wheat, which was ripe, and the golden wheat reflected the light of the torches, shining like gold. In the open space next to the wheat, a few sheep are kept in captivity, leisurely grazing. The second floor of the stilt building is the storefront of a grocery store. This is Xu Yuan's grocery store. The perspective comes to the surroundings of the stilt building, which is now surrounded by various matchboxes, large and small. More than 10 yards near the stilt building, all of them were lit up. It was already night, but the players gathered here were not afraid of the darkness at all, talking and laughing. Soon after this video was released, it was picked up by many players. All the players were amazed to see such a view. This is Steve Big Guy's grocery store. Oh my god, it's too pretty, right? There is a saying, the national style building is really amazing, it is so beautiful. The big guy has begun to pursue a refined life. And I'm still a caveman at the top of the mountain. Nima is outrageous, there are already so many people living on the big guy's side. I'm going to be a neighbor? With the big guy. Among the matchboxes, the big guy's shop is simply a landmark. When players saw such a video, their hearts were itching at this time. They all want to move around Xu Yuan to live. After all, there are only fireworks where there are people. After the players came to the game, many of them walked alone. Every day one person chopped trees and dug stones, and one person hid in a cave. A person experiences the night. You will definitely feel a little lonely, and there will be times when you are very helpless. After all, this game is different from other games. There is no novice village in the game, and there is no place to live in peace. Everyone has been in a state of displacement since the beginning of the game. Although I said that I also built a matchbox, this is not a home in the full sense. Because this home will be demolished at any time, I may never find this home again at any time. So everyone wants a sense of belonging. At this time, players are envious of the people in the video who have moved over. Seeing the smiles on their faces, the players were moved. Many people also silently made up their minds. No matter what, rush over. At this time, many players have regarded Xu Yuan's grocery store as a belief. It's what brings everyone together. It's what brings everyone together at last. More and more people are saying goodbye to the matchbox where they live now. Then he embarked on a journey to Xu Yuan's grocery store. If you look at it from God's point of view, on the map at this time, people from all directions are gathering towards a center. That center is Xu Yuan's grocery store. Wen Wu saw that the video on the forum was so hot, and smiled with satisfaction. Because he's the one who posted that video. The reason why I want to post the video is because Wen Wu has a faint feeling. He feels that this place will definitely be a landmark building in the game in the future, and may even become the main city. In the games played before, the main city of the game was designed by the game official long ago, and the player established the main city, which was impossible to achieve. But Minecraft is a different game. And although Wen Wu has never seen Xu Yuan, judging by these deeds of Xu Yuan, Wen Wu felt that Xu Yuan would definitely be able to develop this place into the main city of the game. Wen Wu is looking forward to it and curious about how this place will develop in the future. He especially wanted to witness such a feat. From a grocery store to a main town. How spectacular is that? Fortunately, we were the first to move here, and if we really develop in the future, we should also have a place, right? Wen Wu couldn't help but start thinking about the future. From helping to maintain order at the beginning, to now releasing videos to gather players. Wen Wu's purpose in doing this is very simple, that is, he wants to be able to climb a relationship with Xu Yuan. Even a little bit is good. He sees people very accurately, and he knows that Xu Yuan can definitely become synonymous with this game. At this time, there are not a few people who have the same ideas as him. Ken and his group were also among them, and at the moment several of them were also frowning. We just discovered the technique, how did he directly disclose? He's closing the gap between players, what's the benefit to him? I thought we were slightly ahead. I didn't expect Bai Huangzai. Ken heard the words of the three, frowned and thought for a moment, and said, can't wait any longer, let's take the initiative. Xiao, Wang, and Ahao were all a little surprised when they heard Ken say this. Boss, don't be impulsive, what do you want to do? Do you want to? The boss, calm down, we should not be his opponent. Ken rolled his eyes when he heard the words of the three. What do you think I want to do, attack him, or tear him down? When the three heard this, they thought about it, and it seemed unlikely. Since the game has just started, there is currently no PvP mode. Basically, it will not be opened until everyone has figured out the game. So at present, there is no way to PK between players. Not to mention the demolition of the house, Xu Yuan's house could not be demolished at all. The three figured out and looked at each other, and then Xiao asked, "Boss, what the hell do you want to do?" Ken thought for a moment and said, "We can't be so passive anymore, we have to take the initiative to show favor to him. I think his goal is definitely not just to open a grocery store, and this is just his first step at the moment. In the future, he will definitely need manpower, so we have to take the initiative to find him one step ahead of others." When the three of them heard Ken say this, they all frowned. They still have some gaps. No matter how the status of the three of them was not as good as Ken before, but they were also mixed in other games. The three of them are basically under Ken, and they are all existences that everyone worships. And now, their boss, Ken, is going to bow under others. They naturally feel bad in their hearts. Ahau frowned and said, "Boss, is it really necessary to do this? I think that relying on our talents, we can also do something by slowly groping. Why is it necessary? Yes, we were so down at the beginning because we didn't understand some of the characteristics of the game, and now we basically understand it. We ourselves are not unable to develop, and there are so many players who know us." Wang also felt that what Ahau said made sense, and interjected. At this time, the little fish on the side did not speak, and when Wang and Ahau saw that the small fish did not speak, they turned the small fish with their arms and whispered, "You're saying something." Xiao glanced at Wang and Ahau, then thought about it and said, "Boss, no matter what you do, I will follow you unconditionally." Ken nodded gratifyingly when he heard the little fish say this. However, Wang and Ahau did not understand, and were about to argue with Xiao, when they were interrupted by Xiao. "When does the boss watch people miss it? Since the boss has decided to join Steve, what else should we hesitate?" Seeing Xiao say this, Wang and Ahau glanced at each other, and did not continue. Xiao is right, their boss has never looked away. "We don't know what he wants, we can't do it," Xiao asked. Ken said after thinking about it. "We're going to take the first kill of a new monster before he does, and there will definitely be a first kill reward when the time comes. With the first kill reward, we have chips." When the three heard this, they all felt reasonable. So many of the first kills were taken by Steve before, and the system must have rewarded him with a lot of good things. Now he does not lack other things, and what can enter his eyes is the first kill reward. Now it seems that the more common monster, he only has the first kill of the small zombie, and he didn't get it. Little zombies don't seem to be easy to encounter. Ken sighed after thinking about it and said, "Let's go out and look for more at night, hoping to get the first kill of the little zombie before him." At this time, many players in the game have the same idea as Ken. The players all want to have a relationship with Xu Yuan, but they don't know what method to use. On the other hand, Xu Yuan's side is very idle, and he has been brushing monsters under the monster tower. He wanted to upgrade the metal quickly, so that whether he went to the mine or went to hell in the future, he would not have to be intimidated. Yuer's side was full of fatigue, and she was originally lying on the bed to recover slowly, but she felt bored and went straight offline. Xu Yuan thought about future development while brushing the monster. First of all, you still have to go to the next mine, and you must still get a set of diamond sets. If the previous system rewarded both the fortune card and the endurance card were used, there should be no problem getting a set of armor. Xu Yuan thought about it, and his demand for tools should not be high in the future. It's good to give the tools to Yuer. If she is engaged in construction, there is still a demand for tools. Then the priority is to quickly get villagers to trade with the villagers. And with the villagers, the iron brushing machine can also be arranged in the future. After the metal is upgraded, go to the next mine first, and then go to hell. Xu Yuan waved his weapon while planning the future direction. In order to find the little zombie, Ken's group unknowingly came to a swamp. The little zombies didn't see it, but they saw a group of green slimes. It took a lot of effort for the four to completely kill a slime. As the slime fell, the sound of the full server system sounded. Congratulations to the player Ken for obtaining the first kill of the full server slime. When the four people saw the broadcast of the system, they were in a good mood. After coming to this game for so long, I finally got on a full server report. Boss, what reward did the system give? It's not a great weapon or something. This slime is not easy to kill, the reward should be good, boss. The three of them are full of expectations for the reward of the system. After all, it is also the first kill, and the reward must be very good. Ken was also very excited at this time. Originally the four came out to find the little zombie. But I didn't expect to come to a swamp and just happened to meet slime. Luck is indeed good. Ken opened the backpack and couldn't help but gasp when he saw the contents of the backpack. Xiao Wang and Ahau were a little surprised when they saw Ken's expression. Boss, what's wrong? What the hell is it? Yes, you say it quickly. What the hell is a good thing? Ken took a deep breath, sorted out his emotions, and then said, the system reward is 5 coins. Wow, 5 gold coins. What I have been seeing since I entered the game is copper coins. How much bread can I buy? Is the first kill reward so rich? When the three heard that they would be rewarded with 5 gold coins, they were already happy. They didn't notice that Ken's words weren't finished. And a title deed. Until they heard Ken's words, the three were immediately stunned. What? A title deed? What is the use of title deeds? Isn't it the same as Steve's place? Ken nodded a little excitedly and said, yes, Steve must have obtained the title deed, so nothing within the selected area can be destroyed, only he has permission. When the three heard this, they instantly cheered excitedly. Then can we also open a store? We also have our own land? We don't have to rely on others in the future. Go around, choose a place. The three of them were still very excited at this time. After all, they still didn't want to send people under the fence. Now that the title deed is exposed, it is equivalent to having a place of your own in the game. In the future, we will also make that kind of stilt building, and open a shop on the ground below. Oh, can you be a little out of the way? Why do you do the same as everyone else? Come on, you two will set up matchboxes, that kind of difficult building you will. Ha 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 ha, even if it is a matchbox, we are bigger than others. The three were over there thinking about the future development, but Ken was lost in thought at this time. Ken held this title deed in his hand and suddenly fell into a tangle. As the three said, of course, Ken does not want to send people under the fence. Of course, he also wants to develop himself. But what can you do with just having a title deed? Ken has also long seen the upgrade requirements of title deeds. To move up to the next level, you need 10 gold. This is 10 gold coins, although it is said that the first kill rewards 5 gold coins, which is already half completed. But where to get the remaining 5 gold coins? Do they shave zombie legs every day? That won't be able to move up until the year of the monkey and the moon? And this is still a level of money, and it will definitely become more and more expensive in the future, multiplying. Ken couldn't help but think of Steve's grocery store, which looked to be almost 80x80 and should have been upgraded to level 2. In other words, Steve had already saved enough 10 gold coins. And Steve seems to be brushing monsters in bulk, as can be seen from what he sells at the grocery store. Ken thought about this and suddenly understood why Steve wanted to make the monster brushing method public. Ken hadn't figured out why Steve was doing such a thing. Now he understood that Steve was here to promote the economy for all. In this way, he himself can develop more rapidly. After thinking about this, Ken couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. Steve really has the means and courage, and knows the game very well. It's no wonder that you stand out from the crowd. Ken had to obey, and such a man should indeed stand at the top of society. When Ken thought of this, he already had a decision in his heart. Let's go back. Xu Yuan's medal is still more than 300 monsters short of being upgraded, but because the original fatigue value has not returned to full, plus the monsters have just been brushing, the fatigue value has risen again. Xu Yuan had no choice, so he could only take a break. At this moment, Xu Yuan heard that it seemed to be particularly lively outside. There was nothing to do, so Xu Yuan was ready to go out and take a look. At this time, there was a group of people around the door of Xu Yuan's grocery store. And the 4 people standing in the middle of this group are Ken, Xiao, Wang, and Ahao. They all knew the news of Slime's first kill, and the players naturally wanted to hug their thighs when they saw the Buddha figure. Ken guy, you took the first kill of the slime just now, right? Ken guy, is slime easy to kill? Did the big guy have a strategy to kill slimes, or is slime similar to zombies or something? Ken guy, did slime explode anything good? Ken guy, I asked this looking for Steve. The players saw Ken arrive in front of the grocery store, so they began to speculate. Don't you know Guy Ken and Big Guy Steve? I saw that Guy Ken just moved over, and immediately got the first kill. If you know, then why don't you move into the stilt building? I heard that the big guy Ken came late and could only live in the 3rd ring. What the hell is the Ken guy going to do? Everyone was gossiping. And among the 4 people surrounded by the crowd at this time, except for Ken, the other 3 did not look very good. Boss, you really decided. We already have title deeds. I really can't understand why you are doing this, boss. Old Nature has his own reasons, don't say it. At this moment, Xu Yuan just walked down from the stilt building. It's Steve guy. Steve guy is out. At this time, the eyes of all the players turned to Xu Yuan in unison. Xu Yuan was stunned when he saw so many people at the door. Then I looked around and realized that there were so many matchboxes. So many people have settled next to their stores. Groove, Steve guy, this image. The abstract 2 words are expressed to the fullest. AHH. You yen dogs, do you know what it means to go back to basics? It's been so long, finally seeing Lushan's true face. Steve is so simple, I thought he would come out fully equipped. When everyone saw Xu Yuan come out, they all greeted Xu Yuan enthusiastically. Seeing this, Xu Yuan also responded to everyone with a smile. At this time, Ken saw Xu Yuan come out and walked over. Ken came to Xu Yuan and took the initiative to stretch out his hand and said, "Hello, Steve, I'm Ken." Xu Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw Ken. He also saw the system broadcast just now, but he didn't care too much. After all, after he taught everyone the skill of brushing monsters, although the monsters are different, many people can draw inferences. And everyone is not as afraid of monsters as before, so it is not surprising that others can get the first kill. Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan saw Ken stretch out his hand, so he also reached over and shook his hand. "Hello, I have something to find you, shall we come into the house?" Ken also said straight to the point. Xu Yuan saw that Ken said this, thought about it, and refused. Say something here. After all, Xu Yuan and Ken are not acquainted, and Xu Yuan does not know the purpose of Ken coming to him, so it is better to be a little cautious. Ken saw Xu Yuan say this, and he also understood Xu Yuan's thoughts. So he smiled and said, "My first kill reward is the same as yours." When Xu Yuan heard this, he was suddenly a little surprised. He immediately understood what Ken was talking about. Of course, Xu Yuan would not think that Ken was talking about gold coins or fortune cards. If it's none of these things, it's just the same. That's the title deed. Xu Yuan suddenly became a little puzzled. Is the title deed so explosive? I took so many first kills, and I only exploded the title deed when I first got the first kill of the zombie. Is it a matter of probability? If that's the case, won't there be more contracts flowing out in the future? Xu Yuan couldn't figure it out, but none of this mattered now. The important thing is why Ken found himself since he has a title deed. Xu Yuan looked at Ken, thought about it and said, "Come in and say it." Ken and his party followed Xu Yuan to the stilt building. At this time, the surrounding melon-eating masses were surprised when they saw this scene. Are the two guys going to join forces? I just heard that the big guy Ken wanted to come into the house to talk, but Steve Guy refused. Curious what boss Ken is going to do with Guy Steve? After all, in the eyes of players now, Ken and Steve are both bigwigs, so the content of the conversation between the two is naturally curious. And Ken came to find Steve as soon as he got the first kill, and everyone always felt that there was something tricky in the middle. When everyone was thinking, Xu Yuan and Ken had already arrived in the upstairs room. The building inside the house is relatively simple compared to the outside, but there are still boards and eyes, and the room is also divided into areas, and there are torches everywhere to illuminate, which is also very bright. Sit. Xu Yuan motioned for Ken and his group to sit down. Although chairs can't be made in the game, Yuan also uses a few oak stairs and half bricks to make some chair-like blocks. It is also used as a chair. After Ken and his group sat down, before Xu Yuan could speak, Ken directly took out the title deed, put it in front of Xu Yuan and said, "The first visit, let's think of this as a meeting gift." Xu Yuan heard Ken's words, and then looked at the things in his hand, and was immediately surprised. Originally, Xu Yuan was still wondering if Ken had obtained the title deed. Now it is completely confirmed the conjecture. However, Xu Yuan couldn't figure out why Ken wanted to give the title deed to himself. This kind of thing is very precious, which is equivalent to being able to have a piece of your own territory in this huge world. It's a dream of so many people. And Ken will actually give up? Xu Yuan looked at Ken, and did not move for a long time. Seeing this, Ken also understood what Xu Yuan was thinking in his heart. Ken smiled. "I'm not here to make a deal with you." Ken naturally knew Xu Yuan's concerns. Such a valuable thing was surrendered. Xu Yuan must be thinking that he wanted something from him. Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and smiled. "So what are you?" I said, "It's a greeting." Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and smiled. "It's useless, although I'm interested in what you have. I don't want to owe favors, please come back." Xu Yuan made it very clear. Ken said that it was given to him for free, and he would not be stupid enough to accept it directly. Ken must have come here because he wanted something. If you accept his gift, and you owe favors at that time, it will be troublesome. Favor debts are the hardest to pay. Moreover, the value of this title deed can be large or small. In the hands of powerful people, he is endless wealth. In the hands of people who have no strength, he is just about to break the ground. It is precisely because of this that it is even more unclear, so it is better to make everything clear first. If the conditions given by Ken are given by Xu Yuan, then Xu Yuan will naturally buy this land deed from Ken. If he can't afford it, Xu Yuan won't force it. After all, this land deed can't fully play its role in the hands of Ken. Ken heard Xu Yuan's words and smiled. Xu Yuan really understands people and speaks very directly, and after thinking about it, Ken no longer minced around the bush and said straight, "Since you're so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. I do have something to ask for." Hearing this, Xu Yuan raised his chin and motioned for Ken to continue. "My request is simple for you, take in the four of us." Xu Yuan was immediately surprised when he heard Ken's words. He originally thought that Ken would open his mouth to ask for diamonds and equipment and other things, but he didn't expect that Ken actually wanted Xu Yuan to take them in. Xu Yuan didn't understand what Ken meant by taking in. If it was to eat and wrap up, then Xu Yuan could satisfy them. After all, Xu Yuan has no shortage of materials here. But Xu Yuan felt that Ken's idea might not be that simple, so he asked, "What do you mean by taking in?" Ken said after thinking about it, "We want to have a foothold in your plot and just make some space for us to put the boxes. Then we will help you collect supplies unconditionally. Of course, you probably don't need to, but we can do anything if you ask for it." Xu Yuan was surprised when he heard Ken's words. "It feels like you're taking in a little brother?" However, after Xu Yuan thought about it, he also understood why Ken did this. Everyone understands the truth that trees are good to take advantage of. Xu Yuan's achievements in the game now are enough to show that Xu Yuan is a big tree. Players with a little foresight can understand that this game may be Xu Yuan's final say in the future, and Xu Yuan is now at a height that no one can catch up with. Therefore, instead of fighting to chase Xu Yuan, it is better for good birds to choose trees to live. If you can get a relationship with Xu Yuan, then the development will definitely be much faster than others. After thinking about it, Xu Yuan accepted the land deed. When Ken saw Xu Yuan accept the land deed, he smiled instantly. I suddenly felt a sense of relief. Xu Yuan's acceptance of the title deed meant that Xu Yuan accepted them. I'll prepare a larger room for the 4 of you. When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he did not pretend to shirk, and nodded. Thank you. This was the one you broke by killing the slime, asked Xu Yuan. Yes. Have you remembered the coordinates? Remember, it's a swamp over there, about half an hour away. Ken answered truthfully. Okay, you guys go back first, and you can move in tomorrow after setting up your room. Ken and his party saw that Xu Yuan had issued an eviction order, so they left without saying anything. Xu Yuan's side fell into deep thought. Xu Yuan wondered what the mechanism for rewarding title deeds was. He killed the first zombie system to give the land deed reward. And later, no matter what monster you kill, there is no reward for the title deed. Ken, on the other hand, kills slime and gets the title deed. Will it be that every player gets the first kill, no matter what kind of monster, will be rewarded with a title deed? If the same player gets the monster first kill in a row, the reward will change. This also controls the number of title deeds that players have. Xu Yuan thought of this and felt that this possibility was very likely. But I can't be sure if that's the case. It's only time to practice. But if this is really the case, then Xu Yuan will have to send someone to quickly get the first kill of other monsters. This way you can get more title deeds? It seems that it will soon be useful to the group of people in Ken. Xu Yuan originally thought that after agreeing to Ken's request, he was equivalent to raising a group of idlers. Of course, Xu Yuan also raised it. But I didn't expect a few of them to be able to play so quickly. But thinking about it, Xu Yuan really needs some helpers. After all, this game is not like when Xu Yuan played Minecraft, it is a single-player survival. It's an all-server game. The speed of solo development is certainly not as fast as that of a team. Except, of course, Xu Yuan. But Xu Yuan still needs help. It's like simply collecting supplies, farming, breeding or something. Xu Yuan's goal is to turn his home into the main city of the game, and his strength alone is definitely limited. So now you can also consider taking in some people to help do things. But for now, the 4 people in Ken's group are basically enough. Yuer is also responsible for construction and logistics. So for now, there are enough people. However, this time Ken found that the swamp was still very helpful to Xu Yuan's development. With the swamp, it's time to start building a slime farm. After all, slime balls dropped by slime are useful things. Many buildings require viscous pistons, and viscous pistons require mucus balls to synthesize. There is no such thing as a slime block in this world, so if you want to brush slimes, you can only build slime farms in swamp areas. Xu Yuan only felt that there were many things to do. I have to go to the mine, I have to go to hell, I have to do the slime farm. Xu Yuan only hated not being able to separate. But now there are many things that can only be done by Xu Yuan himself. If they can trust Ken, many things can be handed over to Ken and they can do it for them. But now Xu Yuan has not yet figured out the bottom of Ken, so these things can only be done by himself for the time being. Hey, let's go one by one, upgrade the metal first. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan came to the monster brushing tower and continued to brush monsters. Ken's group had just returned to their matchbox. Xiao, Ngawang, and Ahao couldn't hold back any longer. Boss, do we need to be so humble? I really don't understand why you are so persistent in giving him the title deed. Boss, you're not like you used to be. The 3 of them were unconvinced in their hearts, and they finally had luck to burst out the land deed, but they gave it over, and their hearts were particularly unpleasant. Forget it, Ken still says that kind of thing. They will do what they want. Like being a cow and a horse, when did they ever be so humble? All 3 of them are now in a lot of emotions, they can't understand Ken's approach, and they are even a little angry. When Ken saw the state of the 3, he didn't say anything more. He also did this for the development of everyone, and as a union president, he used to call for wind and rain. He himself is willing to grovel? Not yet for the development of the brothers? It's his responsibility, because it's him who pulls the little fish to this game, so he's responsible for them. At this time, the room fell silent for a while, and none of the 4 spoke. At this moment, a full-service system announcement sounded. Congratulations to player Steve for killing 1,000 zombies for the first time and obtaining the title, Intermediate Undead Hunter. Xiao, Aiwang, and Ahao were shocked when they saw the system broadcast. Wasn't he just home? How did he kill 1,000 zombies? How is this possible? We just came back. It's only been since he achieved 100. Ken, who was on the side at this time, smiled disapprovingly. Didn't you faintly hear the sound of a monster when you entered his room? As soon as Ken entered the door, he seemed to hear the low roar of the zombie, and although the sound was small, it still did not escape Ken's ears. When the 3 heard Ken say this, they all looked at each other, and then said, "No, I didn't hear anything. When I first went in, I seemed to hear a little noise, and I didn't think much of it." Did you say he brushes monsters at home? Ken nodded and said, "If I'm guessing correctly, he brushes monsters at home, and he doesn't just brush monsters at night, he can also brush monsters during the day. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to get 1,000 kills so quickly." When the 3 heard this, they couldn't help but gasp. How the hell did he do it? Boss, did you just go in and see any clues? You can brush monsters at home. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Ken shook his head and smiled wryly. If you could see anything when you went in, would he let us in? When the three heard Ken say this, they all nodded. So, he's a lot better than we thought, at least in this game, much better than me, Ken said with a wry smile. He had to admit that Xu Yuan was indeed better than him, at least in this game. It is difficult for a person to admit that others are better than himself, and it is still a person like Ken who has been highly sought after by thousands of people before. When the three heard Ken say this, they were silent for a long time. The three did not understand what Ken did. In the end, they still had pride in their hearts, and they were not convinced. I don't want to admit that I'm inferior to others. The three of them played the game for so long, and none of them had served except Ken. And now that even Ken has admitted that he is inferior to Xu Yuan, what else are they not convinced? Boss, let's follow Steve and do a good job in the future. Boss, don't say that. You are already very powerful. You helped us choose the most correct path. I'll cover all the hard work in the future. Ken smiled gratifyingly when he saw the three say this. He knew that the three of them really understood their intentions at this moment, and they all let go of their arrogance. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll get better and better with Steve. As soon as Xu Yuan's system broadcast of killing 1,000 zombies sounded, the world channel naturally exploded. The other players had just experienced the fun of killing monsters using the method given by Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan's side has already slaughtered 10,000 zombies. The players instantly felt what was called a world of difference. Exclamation! How long has it been? Steve boss, let the zombies go, come at me. Big guy, did you kill the zombie lair? Where did you get 1,000 zombies? To be honest, it's a little numb. The zombie quit the group chat. Please be the next target of persecution. The world channel is still as joyous as ever. After all, in everyone's eyes, Steve is already a legend. The reward for the first kill of 1,000 zombies is 20 gold, and since the medal can be upgraded, there is no other reward except 20 gold. Intermediate Order of the Dead, deals 3x damage to undead creatures, upgradable. Next level, can deal 4 times the damage to undead creatures, and need to kill 10,000 undead creatures. After Xu Yuan saw the upgrade requirements of the medal, he couldn't help but pat his head. Medal upgrades require only the killing of undead creatures, not just zombies. Xu Yuan's medal may have been upgraded a long time ago, but Xu Yuan didn't know. Just the broadcast of the system is the achievement of killing zombies. Xu Yuan has also been thinking about killing 1,000 zombies to upgrade the medal. How much time is wasted? However, killing 1,000 zombies rewards 20 gold coins, which is a good profit. You can also take gold coins to expand the title deed. As for another land deed, Xu Yuan is ready to find another place to develop. After all, the entire game world is huge, and having only one main city is definitely not enough. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but feel that the burden on his body was getting heavier and heavier. However, those who can work more, and how much ability they have, how much responsibility. Xu Yuan roughly planned it and then went offline. Because his fatigue reached full value again after killing 1,000 zombies. In order to recover the fatigue value more quickly, it is simply taken offline. After going offline, Xu Yuan went out to have a meal, cleaned up casually, and prepared to go online. I received a call before going live. Hey, Xu Yuan, how are you playing in my world? Do you want me to take you? The voice on the phone was the one that first woke Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan thought about it for a moment. The voice is that the owner is called Lily, because he is relatively fat, so everyone calls him Little Fat, and he has a very iron relationship with Xu Yuan. You send me your ID, I'll add you then. Xu Yuan casually said a few words to Xiao Fat and then entered the game. After entering the game, Xu Yuan searched for Xiao Chuan's ID and sent a friend application. Xiao Chuan's side was still offline, so Xu Yuan didn't care anymore. After going online, Xu Yuan found that Yuer also happened to be online. It's just right, you have something to do again. What's going on? I'm going to expand the land. Before Xu Yuan finished speaking, Yuer jumped up directly excitedly. Good, 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 and you can build a house and pool. When Xu Yuan saw Yuer's appearance, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. This may be the happiness of the Liver Emperor. Still need to do a few more rooms to come out. No problem, wrap it on me. Yuer didn't ask what to do in a few more rooms, anyway, the liver would be over. Xu Yuan was relieved to see Yuer agree. So he took some supplies with him and prepared to go to the mine. Xu Yuan was about to leave, but Yuer suddenly stopped him. What's wrong? Yuer looked at Xu Yuan and said in a witty manner. Can you help me cut down the tree? I'm afraid that after cutting the tree fatigue is full again, then I can't make a house. When Xu Yuan heard Yuer's words, he immediately reacted. Indeed, fatigue is limited, and there are many construction consumables and large engineering quantities. The main thing is that you can't open the creative mode, so building still requires manpower. Xu Yuan himself is definitely going to go to the mine today, and he will definitely not be empty. After thinking about it, I suddenly thought of Ken's group of people. Anyway, it may also be possible for them to do very important things at the moment, and it is certainly no problem to help cut down trees. So he touched Yuer's head and said, I have to be busy today, I can't help you, but I can find you help. Yuer heard that this was also full of promises. Anyway, there is a helper. Okay, then you hurry up and expand. Xu Yuan directly spent 20 gold coins to expand the land to 160 x 160 square meters. The whole space instantly became much larger. Then Xu Yuan found Ken in the friends list and sent him a message. Come here, there are things you need to do. After receiving Xu Yuan's news, Ken immediately came to Xu Yuan's house. What do you need us to do? Xu Yuan pointed to Yuer and said. Help her gather supplies. After saying that, Xu Yuan left. Yuer was immediately excited when she saw that Xu Yuan had helped her find 4 helpers. Come with me. Ken's group followed Yuer to the nearby jungle. Chop, I want all this wood. By the way, you remember to plant the saplings back after they are dropped, and reuse the resources. When Ken's group heard Yuer's words, the 4 looked at each other. They thought they were collecting some important supplies, but they didn't expect that they were here to chop wood. However, if you think about it casually, you can understand that Xu Yuan must still have doubts about them now, and he definitely does not believe them. However, Xu Yuan's ability to let them help is already the first step. The next thing they had to do was to try to do well what Xu Yuan had given them. When the 4 people thought of this, they also unconsciously increased the speed of their hands. At the same time, Xu Yuan once again came to the mine cave that had not been explored before. This time must be fully loaded. Xu Yuan in this natural mine is different from the beginning. There were no supplies and no metals before, so only a small area was explored, and when the food ran out, it had to come out. But now it was different. Xu Yuan directly brought half a group of bread, a set of torches, and 2 sets of arrows. And now Xu Yuan's order of Undead Hunter has been upgraded to the intermediate level, which can deal 3 times the damage to undead creatures. In the case of bows and arrows, the full bow can deal 10 damage, and 3 times is 30 points. A zombie Xu Yuan can now be put down with only 2 arrows. Even if it is a sword to cut, it is only a matter of 3 strokes. No longer have to dig a mine like before, but also get shelter first, cowering. Xu Yuan slowly explored the mine, and as before, he would put a torch as a mark wherever he passed. With sufficient materials, Xu Yuan's speed of exploring the mine cave was also much faster. On the way, several encounters were surrounded by monsters, and they were all solved in 3 or 2 clicks. Of course, there are also a lot of harvests. Iron ore has been mined to a little more than half a group, gold ore has been dug to more than 10. Redstone and lapis lazuli were also dug up quite a bit. However, Xu Yuan found that there were not as many minerals in Minecraft as in Minecraft. Minecraft's basic next mine harvest is twice as good as in Minecraft, and even 3 times as lucky. Xu Yuan explored for nearly half an hour before he saw the diamond mine. But Xu Yuan did not rush to dig, but made a mark. Xu Yuan's time card has a time limit, and the time limit is 1 hour. If you open the luck card now, dig only these diamonds, and then you have to continue looking for other ores. That's going to be a lot of time wasted. The reason why iron ore and gold mines did not use time cards was because these 2 minerals were not very valuable to Xu Yuan. If there is iron, there will be no shortage of iron brushing machine in the later stage. Gold mines are not suitable, and the characteristics of gold are too easily damaged, so they are not suitable for armor and tools. In addition to synthesizing some golden apples, golden carrots, and the like, and then trading with pig spirits. So there's no demand for it at the moment. Xu Yuan marked all the diamonds he found. Fortunately, there were many mines under Xu Yuan in his previous life, and it was okay to remember the road, otherwise he would definitely get lost. Xu Yuan spent 3 hours basically exploring the entire cave. 5 of the diamond mines were found, all of which were recorded. Then he opened the Xiyun card and began to dig up one by one. This nowhere diamond mine plus the bonus of the Xiyun card gave Xu Yuan a total of 31 diamonds. The harvest is still very rich. In this way, a set of diamond armor and a diamond sword are available. I can also make another diamond draft. After exploring the entire cave, Xu Yuan first synthesized a diamond pickaxe from diamonds. He then splashed the water he brought with him into a piece of magma in the mine. When the water meets the magma, obsidian is formed immediately. Xu Yuan dug it up with a diamond pickaxe. After digging 10 obsidians, Xu Yuan returned along the road. This trip to the mine can be said to be rewarding and easy. Xu Yuan entered the mine during the day, and it was already night when he came out. Xu Yuan hurried back home. Not far from his home, Xu Yuan saw a towering building. The whole building is still old-fashioned, but it is much grander than before. It can be described in 4 words. However, the only fly in the ointment is that Yuer does not hide lamp skills. And at present, the resources are not sufficient, and the light source can only be replaced by torches. However, in the early stage, such a building is already very shocking. Seeing this, Xu Yuan also accelerated his pace of returning home. When he came to the vicinity of his home, Xu Yuan saw that this place was already watched by all the players. I have to sigh that there are more and more matchboxes near Xu Yuan's house. A lot of players have already moved. Groove, Steve's house has been expanded again. This is like a palace. I really want to live in it. You want to be a mother-in-law? I don't have a chance. I've been watching it today. This building was built by a girl, and I feel that the relationship with Steve is not simple. I also saw that the girl is quite good looking. It seems that even the Ken boss and a few of them are helping to build it, and a few people have been busy for hours. Gee, now this scale is already so majestic. After that, I can't think about it. I feel like this is the main city, this iconic building is there, and then there will be another statue of Steve Boss. Ha 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 ha, there is a taste. It just so happens that the image of Steve is also very easy to build. Ha 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 ha. After Xu Yuan saw this, he couldn't help but be a little troubled. These players directly surrounded the way back to their homes, and they couldn't squeeze in at all. Just when Xu Yuan was a little distressed, a player in the back found Xu Yuan and then shouted, "Steve is home." The player's cry quickly reached the ears of other players, and they were very conscious when they heard it. All of them were lined up, making way for Xu Yuan. "Welcome home, big guy." "Steve boss, are you still short of manpower?" "Big guy, you have this station, do you want to consider setting up a union?" Since the game has a full server broadcast mechanism, the players are equivalent to witnessing Xu Yuan's rapid growth. In the eyes of players, Xu Yuan is no longer just a big guy to describe it. Since the game has only recently started, players don't know the direction of the game at all. It can be said that Xu Yuan led them to find the direction. Whether it's the sharing of monster brushing skills or the establishment of this iconic building, all of this allows players to find their way through the maze. Therefore, for Xu Yuan, players are not only envious and worshipful, but also a kind of dependence. If Xu Yuan's grocery store suddenly disappeared, then these players who lived nearby would definitely be at a loss. So many players also want to turn this dependence from nothingness into reality. The game can also build a union, so players want Xu Yuan to establish a union, and want Xu Yuan to be their solid backing. "I want Xu Yuan to take them to see the world." Xu Yuan greeted everyone while walking through the crowd. But he did not respond to everyone's questions. After all, the establishment of a union is not a casual talk. If Xu Yuan wants to establish a trade union, then he has to be responsible for the people under him. In this way, many things cannot be done according to your own wishes, and you have to take into account the overall situation. Xu Yuan currently has no such plans. After all, it is still too early. His own strength has not yet reached the point where he can raise a bunch of people. And Xu Yuan himself still has a lot to do, and he has no time to manage the union. At present, it is still necessary to quickly improve their strength, and the most important thing is to quickly make the villagers trade and iron brushing machine. Xu Yuan returned home under everyone's gaze. At this time, Ken's group and UER were each lying on the bed to rest. It seems that after a busy day today, the fatigue is full. As soon as Yuer saw that Xu Yuan had returned, she quickly bounced up from the bed and jumped to Xu Yuan's side. "How is it? Does it look good?" Yuer naturally asked how the house was being repaired. Xu Yuan touched Yuer's head and said with a spoiled smile, "That has to look good." But when Yuer heard Xu Yuan's words, she immediately widened her eyes and asked, "But what?" Xu Yuan asked after smiling, "Are there any birch planks and project planks?" When Yuer heard this, she took out one group directly from the box and threw it in front of Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan took the wooden board and began to put it up on the ground. Xu Yuan's actions immediately attracted the attention of a group of people in Ken. They all got up from the bed and gathered around. Xu Yuan said while building, "In fact, the ancient roof needs a sense of layering, so that the two steps are alternate. And then in the place of the eaves, so, set it up and outline a C-arc, which will look better." Xu Yuan had done a lot of ancient-style buildings in his previous life, so he still had a good grasp of the essence of ancient-style architecture. Yuer is not very clever at using materials now, so although the building built is similar, it lacks a lot of details. Antique architecture requires refinement and detail. After Xu Yuan finished building, Yuer and a group of Ken saw a small antique roof that Xu Yuan casually built, and their jaws were shocked. "You're too good, this one looks good, much better than what I do." When Yuer saw the roof that Xu Yuan built at random, she suddenly felt that she couldn't look at it at all. Recalling that he had just pulled Xu Yuan vigorously and asked if he was looking good, his face immediately turned red. "I didn't expect Xu Yuan to know everything, even building buildings is so good looking." At this time, the group of Ken people were also surprised. Although the building was built by them and Yuer, but they are also doing hard work, which is basically what Yuer wants them to do. And they already feel that Yuer is already very good at designing such a building. But I didn't expect that Xu Yuan actually designed a better look. At this time, the understanding of Xu Yuan by the group of Ken deepened. They immediately felt that Xu Yuan was simply an all-rounder. "I'll change it when my fatigue recovers." Yuer was already a little impatient at this time. Xu Yuan nodded and said, "Well, let's take a break off the line, and the fatigue value will recover faster." After hearing this, Yuer nodded and went offline first. After Xu Yuan thought about it, he looked at Ken and said, "I need you to go out with me tomorrow." When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he was suddenly a little excited. Xu Yuan said to let them follow him out, which means that Xu Yuan trusted them a little. Ken nodded and said, "Where to?" Xu Yuan smiled and said, "Go to hell." When Ken and his group heard this, they were stunned. "What the? Guy, you want us to go to hell with you?" "I heard you right." Ken was afraid he had misheard. "To hell? What is this operation?" Xu Yuan saw Ken's expressions and immediately reacted. "Ken, they didn't know there was hell in the game." Suddenly saying this, Ken they definitely didn't react. Then Xu Yuan waved his hand and smiled. "You guys rest well, you'll know then." The reason why Xu Yuan wanted to bring Ken, they also had his considerations. Because Xu Yuan wanted to verify his previous conjecture about the land deed explosion rate. So he's going to take Ken and them on a trip to hell. He wants to take down all the first kills of the monsters in hell. If you go to hell, Xu Yuan already has a set of diamonds, plus the medal of the undead hunter. There is no danger to yourself. But for Ken, they say, hell is still dangerous. so Xu Yuan wants to arm Ken and them first. No one has a shield for sure to be arranged. There are still a lot of ranged monsters in hell, so shields are still very useful. And you also need to prepare a gold armor for each of them. After all, the pig spirit of hell is not easy to mess with. Xu Yuan put all the iron ore dug up in a furnace and smelted it into iron ingots. Then 4 shields and 4 iron swords were made. To be on the safe side, Xu Yuan also took out some iron ingots to make an iron breastplate for each of them. Then he made himself a diamond set with diamonds. Xu Yuan did not prepare to enchant for the time being. After all, lapis lazuli was not enough, and Xu Yuan's current experience points could not be attached to the demon several times. And the most important enchantment, experience repair, is a treasure type enchantment, which cannot be obtained from the enchantment table. There are 2 types of enchantments in Minecraft. One is a treasure type enchantment and the other is a non-treasure type enchantment. Treasure type enchantments cannot be directly enchanted to items through the enchantment table. Ways to obtain such enchantments include villager trading, fishing, and loot exploration. There are 5 types of treasure type enchantments: experience repair, frostwalker, binding curse, vanishing curse, and soul rush. Non-treasure type enchantments are enchantments that can be obtained through anvils and enchantment tables. Except for these 5 types of treasure type enchantments, the others are non-treasure type enchantments. After preparing all this, Xu Yuan also lay on the bed and rested for a while. After all, after digging for so long, my fatigue is still consumed a lot. At this moment, the full server system announcement sounded. Congratulations to the player Dragon Tang for getting the first kill of the full server little zombie. When Xu Yuan saw this system message, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. The first kill of the little zombie was taken first. I haven't touched the little zombie after brushing the monster for so long, and my luck is really bad. The chance of spawning a small zombie is 5%, but in Xu Yuan, it is the same as 0.005%. After the broadcast of the full server system, the world channel quickly became lively. Wow, it seems that there are many masters now. I thought all the first kills would be cut down by Steve's big guy, but I didn't expect a new big guy to appear. If it weren't for Steve Boss sharing the monster brushing technique, the others wouldn't have been able to get the first kill. Before the Ken boss got the first kill of the slime, and then he defected to the Steve guy, I don't know if this dragon will be the same as the Ken boss. After all, now that Steve is the only one, it is estimated that Dragon Tang will also show Steve boss, right? Just when the discussion was in full swing among the people of the World Channel, Long Tang, who suddenly got the first kill, himself sent a message on the World Channel. Dragon Tang Union Station, XXX.XXX, recruiting various players, interested parties chat privately. The release of this news immediately attracted the attention of all players. Wow, Dragon Tang boss, this is starting a union. Do you have your own land like Steve boss? Otherwise, the coordinates would not have been given, right? I kind of want to run away. I originally wanted to wait for Steve to open a union, but Steve boss has not moved here. When Xu Yuan saw this recruitment information, he knew that his guess about the title deed was correct. This player named Long Tang must have obtained the title deed after getting the first kill, so he will recruit people with a high profile. However, Xu Yuan was not worried at all. After all, it is very expensive to expand the title deed, if it is not for the gold coins rewarded by the system. Xu Yuan couldn't expand the title deed to level 3 so quickly, not to mention the one who only got the first kill. A first kill is awarded 5 gold coins, and if you want to expand, you need 5 gold coins. 5 gold coins is a huge amount in the early stage. Xu Yuan was thinking about this, and Ken suddenly walked in front of him. Ken said with a somewhat solemn face that Long Tang must have also obtained the title deed, otherwise he would not have set up a union to recruit a large number of people. Do you want me to talk to him? When Xu Yuan heard Ken say this, he shook his head with a smile. Didn't you get the title deed at that time? Why did you choose to give it to me? Xu Yuan only said a word, and he clicked Ken thoroughly. The reason why Ken wanted to give the title deed to Xu Yuan before was first because he couldn't expand the title deed. That's why he wanted to give the land deed to Xu Yuan, and he could just rely on this land deed to let Xu Yuan take them in. If Ken himself has the ability to expand the land deed, how could he want to join Xu Yuan? Ken nodded and said, "It's me who is too nervous." Xu Yuan smiled and didn't say anything, and then handed Ken the shield, sword, and armor he made for them. "These are for you, rest and let's go." Ken looked at the big stall shield, cuirass, iron sword, and even golden boots thrown at him by Xu Yuan, and the whole person was stunned. Is it all for us? Ken guessed that Xu Yuan was rich, but he didn't expect Xu Yuan to be so rich. How many iron ingots does this pile of equipment cost? Although Ken himself has an iron sword, he knows how hard these 2 iron ingots are. And Xu Yuan seemed to have taken out so many things casually. And Xu Yuan can be said to be unstingy with a few of them? Xu Yuan nodded. It's more dangerous to go out this time, and the iron ingots are not enough, so I only made a cuirass. When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he immediately rolled his eyes. This is still called not enough iron ingots. Although Ken does not know how many iron ingots are needed for a synthetic shield, he does know how much it takes to synthesize a cuirass. It takes 8 iron ingots to synthesize a cuirass, and Xu Yuan does this to be 4 cuirasses. That's 32 iron ingots? Ken thought of this and hesitated a little. We haven't helped you yet, you just These things are too expensive for us to receive. When Xu Yuan heard this, he said with some impatience. How can a big man be like a woman, grinding and chirping? Hurry up and get dressed, let's go. What Ken thought was very valuable, it seemed that in Xu Yuan, this was nothing at all. So Ken didn't say more. He took the equipment and went back to his room and distributed it to Xiao, Ngawang and Ahao. Seeing the equipment Ken gave them, all three were stunned. Boss, this, where did come from? Boss, you shouldn't have stolen it, right? This is for us. Ken was not surprised to see the reaction of the three, because he had just reacted the same way as theirs. This is what Steve gave us. When the three heard this, they immediately looked at each other. Did he give it to us? What did he give us all this equipment for? Ken shook his head and said, I don't know, you all put it on. Seeing this, the three did not ask more, so they all changed their equipment. After changing their equipment, the three of them saw their equipment, and their faces were full of smiles. How imposing this one is. This shield is so handsome, boss, do you know the synthesis formula? This golden boot, simply, too flashy, ha 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 ha. Ken also changed into equipment with the three. After changing into equipment, the whole person suddenly straightened his chest. Let's go, Steve is still waiting for us. After the four of them changed their clothes, they came to Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan gave each of them a bow and some arrows, as well as some bread. Let's forget about bread, let's eat carrion. Seeing this, Ken couldn't help but say, after all, Xu Yuan had spent enough on them. Ken thinks about these savings, so he will try to save as much as possible. Xu Yuan looked at Ken, his eyes slightly serious. Don't be mother-in-law anymore, things are not given to you for nothing, our trip is very dangerous, I don't want someone to delay at that time. The first time Ken saw Xu Yuan so serious, he also knew that he was indeed too pedantic. So he nodded and didn't speak again. After distributing the things, Xu Yuan arranged the collected obsidian into a 2x3 door frame in the room. The door frame was then set on fire with flint. The door frame suddenly twisted and fluctuated, and it emitted a purple halo. When Ken and his party saw Xu Yuan's operation, two big words were written on their faces, shock. What is this operation? What kind of stone is this, and why did this suddenly become like this? It's like a twisted door. Ken and his party didn't know how to go to hell or what obsidian was, and of course they felt incredible to see all this. Xu Yuan looked at the four and explained. This is the door to hell, just build the obsidian like this and light it with a flint. When the four heard this, they suddenly became a little nervous. Hell, it sounds terrifying, no wonder Xu Yuan wants to give them so much equipment. Xu Yuan roughly told Ken and his group about the precautions, then equipped with a diamond suit and prepared to go to hell. Xu Yuan just put on the equipment, and the eyes of Ken and his group looked at him like they had seen a ghost. Boss Steve, your set is. This luster, this touch, what kind of equipment is this? This is also too domineering, right? Ken and his party had never even seen a diamond mine, let alone a diamond set. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said, Diamond set, I'll get you a set to wear in the future. Xu Yuan said it easily, but it sounded shocked to the sound of Ken's group. What do you mean to get a set of clothes for you in the future? It's like playing. Although the four of them had never seen the diamond set, they knew that the equipment Xu Yuan was wearing was absolutely top-notch. So they also raised their goals a little higher. In the future, if only I could wear a diamond suit like Steve Boss. When everyone was ready, they entered hell through the gates of hell. Ken's group only felt a sudden dizziness in front of them, and then they saw the spectacular scene of hell. As Xu Yuan and everyone stepped into hell, the full-service system broadcast also sounded. Congratulations to player Steve for entering hell for the first time and receiving the title, Hell Explorer. Seeing the announcement of the full server sounding on the World channel, I thought who got the first kill again, and I fixed my eyes on it to see that it was actually the first time to enter hell. At this time, the players had suddenly burst into question marks. There's hell, this game. Is it possible to dig all the way down to hell? Digging, hell. Is this a new map? What you see is Steve Boss entering hell for the first time, and what I see is the various first kills that Steve Boss is about to brush the screen. As the full service system broadcast sounded, Xu Yuan glanced at his backpack. This time 10 gold coins and a Hell Explorer medal were awarded. Hell Explorer, after use, the location of a nearby Hell Fortress can be displayed, cooldown, 5 hours. When Xu Yuan saw this Hell Explorer's medal, his eyes immediately lit up. This medal can be described as very useful. This kind of thing as the Hell Fortress, if you are lucky, you will be inside the fortress as soon as you enter the Hell Gate. If you're unlucky, you won't find it. With this order of the Explorers of Hell, it is much easier. The purpose of Xu Yuan's trip was simple, that is, to be able to make a weakness potion. Then it's about taking the first kill of a few monsters and getting a few more land deeds. The things needed to craft the weakness potion are Hell Warts and Flaming Sticks. Hell Warts are only available in Hell Fortress. Let's help see if there are any buildings like dark red bricks around here, Xu Yuan said and looked at Ken's group. At this time, the expressions on the faces of Ken's group can be described as wonderful. As the boss, Ken's face was a little calmer, and the other three felt that their jaws were about to drop. Xu Yuan has been prepared in his heart for a long time, and Xu Yuan uses pixel quality, so it's okay. But Ken and a few of them, using HD quality. Hell was originally a red patch, and it was all kinds of magma, and it was the low roar of all kinds of monsters. Add to that their high-definition picture quality blending, as well as the perception of temperature. All of a sudden, it was as if they were in hell. Indescribable depression. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help sighing. When the time came, he still expected a few of them to make up for the knife and take the first kill. Now the state of several of them, let alone mending the knife, I am afraid that they can't move their steps. It's better if you change the image quality to pixel mode. When Ken and his party heard Xu Yuan's words, they immediately adjusted the picture quality to pixel mode. Sure enough, it was much better. Groove, scared me to death just now. This HD picture quality is really scary, full of oppressive feeling. Xu Yuan saw that everyone was relieved, so he said, "Okay, let's see if there's a building made of red brick." Ken's group nodded and began to search. After a while, the little fish made a discovery. "Boss Steve, do you see if it's a building made of red brick that you said over there?" Xu Yuan looked in the direction pointed by Xiao, and sure enough, it was the Hell Fortress. Yes. As soon as everyone found their target, they set off towards that side. At this time, there are zombie pig spirits holding golden swords everywhere along the way, and looking around, there are at least 15 zombie pig spirits at a distance of 10 to 20 yards nearby. When Ken and his party saw this situation, they were a little nervous. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and comforted them. "Don't be afraid, these zombie pig spirits are neutral monsters, and we'll be fine if we don't take the initiative to attack." Although Xu Yuan wants to get the monster first kill, he will definitely not move the zombie pig spirit first. After all, there are so many zombie pig spirits nearby, and if one of them moves, the other zombie pig spirits will immediately become hostile. Then you have to settle them all before you can move on. It's a waste of time. When Ken and his party heard this, they relaxed their vigilance. Then Ngawang asked in a low voice, "Isn't it like Xiaohei, you can't look at your eyes?" When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled. "You can look, you can watch." When Awang heard this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Just now he had not dared to look at the zombie pig spirit. I was afraid that after looking at each other, the zombie pig spirit directly rushed over to give him a second. At this moment, the sharp-eyed Ahau suddenly found a box next to a zombie pig spirit. Ahau immediately became excited, and he quietly walked to the side of the zombie pig spirit. After seeing that the zombie pig spirit ignored him, he excitedly opened the box. While opening the box, he shouted towards Xu Yuan, "Boss Steve, look. I found a box. There's more." Before Ahau's words were finished, the zombie pig spirit who had just ignored him suddenly rushed in front of him, raised the golden sword and slashed down. At this time, the surrounding zombie pig spirits also rushed towards Ahau's side. Xu Yuan looked at it and secretly said something bad. "Since I didn't see the box just now, I forgot to tell them. The box next to the zombie pig spirit cannot be touched. Quick, go over and help." When everyone heard this, they immediately rushed over. Although Ahau was attacked, fortunately, he reacted quickly and kept moving to avoid the attack and ran towards Xu Yuan. "Quick, block the view, set up a pedicure." The moment Xu Yuan saw Ahau leaning over, he immediately gave the order. Ken's group also moved very quickly, and before the zombie pig spirit got close, they immediately set up a pedicure table. At this time, Ahau finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had only one block of blood left, and he was still wearing an iron breastplate. If he is stabbed again, Ahau will have to be sent home. "I forgot to tell you, don't touch his box." Xu Yuan was not angry about this accident, but felt that he did not make it clear that caused the accident. At this time, Ken's group was surprised when they heard Xu Yuan's words. They originally thought that Xu Yuan would blame Ahau. After all, he almost put the entire team in danger and also slowed down the progress of the team. Unexpectedly, Xu Yuan not only did not blame Ahau at all, but also said that it was because he did not explain clearly. Ken and his group immediately had a feeling of admiration for Xu Yuan. At this time, Xiao, Aiwang, and Ahau were also completely convinced by Xu Yuan because of this incident. Pedicure, the weapon of this thing has a certain chance of bursting, although it is useless. When the four heard Xu Yuan's words, they were immediately energetic. Because in their eyes, Xu Yuan's uselessness cannot judge the quality of this thing. After all, even the iron equipment Xu Yuan felt that it was not a valuable thing. And this zombie pig spirit is holding a golden sword in his hand? But they didn't know that what Xu Yuan said was useless, and it was really useless. Gold products are too useless, so they are really useless. "Stop the others first. Ahau, you kill one first." Xu Yuan asked the others to stop first, and Ken and himself had already received the first kill reward of the land deed, so now they had to change someone. Ahau nodded and began to happily fix his feet. Soon, a zombie pig spirit fell under Ahau's attack. Congratulations to the player Ahau for obtaining the first kill of the full server zombie pig spirit. And Ahau's first kill also made the world channel explode again. Huh, what is the zombie pig spirit? Is there a new big guy again? It shouldn't be the new big guy. This Ahau and Ken are together, and they've been messing around with Steve guy recently. So the zombie pig spirit is a monster in hell. I'll just say, more kills. Curious why Steve didn't take the first kill himself. The system announcement sounded, and all 5 gold coins and title deeds appeared in Ahau's backpack. "How, do you have the title deed?" asked Xu Yuan. Ahau nodded, and then handed over the land deed and 5 gold coins to Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan accepted the title deed, but the gold coins were confiscated. "Take the money." Ahau heard Xu Yuan say this and looked at Ken. Ken lifted his chin and motioned for him to make his own decision. Ahau still handed the gold coin to Xu Yuan. Boss Steve, if you hadn't brought us over, I wouldn't have been able to get the first kill, and I wouldn't have used this money, so I can give you the greatest use. Seeing this, Xu Yuan no longer shirked, and said with a smile, okay, I accepted the deposit for your diamond set. When Xiao and Ngawang heard this, they were immediately envious. Boss, change me next. Boss, you can't be biased, promise us the diamond set must do the same. Seeing this, Ken suddenly felt a little loss and vinegar. However, it was quickly adjusted. The 4 people worked hard to fix their feet, and a zombie pig had 40 points of blood. How they hold iron swords, basically they have to cut 6 times to hack the zombie pig spirit to death. On Xu Yuan's side, the diamond sword plus the intermediate undead hunter brings 3 times the damage bonus, and 2 knives take away 1. When the 3 saw Xu Yuan's attack, they were all stunned. Boss Steve, your sword is so powerful. Lying groove, we're going to cut 6 to 7 times. Boss, you only cut twice and die. Boss, what you said, I will also get us a set of diamond sets in the future, but I remember Xiao, Ahau, and Awang have now completely accepted Xu Yuan. A mouthful of bosses has already called very smoothly. When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled and said, this weapon is not very powerful, it only has 8 damage, which is a little higher than your iron sword. As long as my metal has a bonus, it will deal 3 times the damage to the undead creatures. Seeing this, Xu Yuan did not hide from Ken, and said directly. When the 4 people heard this, they immediately gasped. SHHHHH triple damage. Boss, your metal is so awesome. This diamond sword looks so cool, it hurts a little more than the iron sword. At this time, Ken looked at Xu Yuan and asked, this medal is given to the first kill of 100 zombies, right? Well, the next level is to kill 10,000 undead creatures. Xu Yuan said while waving his sword. At this time, when the 4 people heard this number, they immediately dispelled the idea of this medal. 100 is fine, 1,000 is okay, 10,000 is really bothering. It is estimated that only Xu Yuan has the means to quickly upgrade this medal. After a while, the zombie pig spirits outside were all destroyed by Xu Yuan and them. Luck was good, and he burst 2 gold ingots and 3 gold grains, 1 golden sword. You know, the explosion rate of gold ingots on the zombie pig spirit is still very low. Ken and his party were immediately happy when they saw the gold ingots burst. Wow, can you still burst gold by hitting this? The golden sword burst out. Golden sword only 4 points attack? The same as the wooden sword. It wasn't until he got the golden sword in his hand that everyone knew why Xu Yuan said that the golden sword was useless. Bah, this broken thing. No wonder the boss said it was useless. I wonder if this thing can be turned into gold coins. Several people immediately disgusted with the golden sword. After everyone took apart the pedicure table, they found that there was still a pig spirit in front of them that had not been destroyed. I suddenly became nervous. Xu Yuan fixed his eyes and saw that what appeared in front of them was not a zombie pig spirit, but a pig spirit. Don't be afraid, we all have gold items on us, it won't attack us. Everyone listened to Xu Yuan's words, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Xu Yuan took out one of the 2 gold ingots in his hand and threw it on the ground. Xu Yuan wanted to gamble on his luck to see if he could exchange something good from the pig spirit. After the pig spirit saw the gold ingot, he immediately picked it up, looked at it for a long time, and put it in his pocket. When Ken and his group saw this scene, they were stunned again. Can it still be like this? Boss, are you bribing it? He looked at this for a long time, is he inspecting the goods? Boss? It swallowed your gold. Xu Yuan turned his head to signal them not to speak, and after a while, everyone saw the pig spirit throw something on the ground. Xu Yuan saw that he actually lost a few pieces of gravel. Xu Yuan suddenly rolled his eyes. It seems that he is not the emperor of Europe. There is also a gold ingot in the bag, and I also threw it to it. So Xu Yuan also threw another gold ingot to the pig spirit. Pigling picked up the gold ingot, or as usual, after inspecting the goods for a long time, he accepted the gold ingot. Then he dropped an object on the ground. After Xu Yuan saw what the pig spirit had dropped, his pupils contracted sharply. What the pig spirit dropped was actually a gold coin. At this time, Ken's group on the side were also stunned when they saw the gold coins. Groove, 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 that was gold coins just now, right? At this time, even Ken, who has always been steady, could not bear it. He asked excitedly. This thing can also be exchanged for gold coins. In fact, Xu Yuan also knew that the pig spirit was actually able to exchange for gold coins. In Minecraft, the most valuable thing on the pig spirit is probably the enchantment book, and the rest are potion materials or something. The weight of the enchantment book is 5, and the probability can be said to be very small. And in Minecraft, you can actually exchange for gold coins. But think about it, the weight of switching to gold coins is definitely not high. After all, a gold ingot can be exchanged for 1 gold coin. However, even if the probability is not high, in Xu Yuan's eyes, this pig spirit is also a money machine. Isn't it a gold ingot? Build a zombie pig spirit brush monster tower, gold ingots are? Even if 100 gold ingots are exchanged for 1 gold coin, or even 1000 gold ingots are exchanged for 1 gold coin, Xu Yuan can hollow out this pig spirit? In fact, Xu Yuan has really been worried about the gold coin recently. Although players know how to brush monsters, they can't brush monsters in batches. so players don't really have much money on them. Relying on selling the materials of the monster tower as a profit, that is too slow. And the cost of upgrading the title deed in the later stage is also getting higher and higher. And this discovery to hell simply helped Xu Yuan solve a big problem. Xu Yuan was in a good mood immediately. This trip to hell, with this discovery, is enough. And at this moment, the eyes of Ken and his group looking at Xu Yuan were like seeing a monster. At this time, Ken was a little unable to hold back, and asked tentatively, "You already knew that this thing can be exchanged for gold coins?" Ken was wondering before he came to hell why Xu Yuan knew so much. And after coming to hell, he saw that Xu Yuan was so clear about what was in the prison, and he also knew the characteristics of the monsters in the prison. The most important thing is that Xu Yuan has never been here before. Coming with them this time was the first time I came over. Then why did Xu Yuan know so much? Ken even had some suspicions that Xu Yuan was an insider, or a childcare in the game. Xu Yuan shook his head and said truthfully, "I only know that giving it gold ingots can be exchanged for things, and I just discovered that it can be exchanged for gold coins." When Ken heard this, he thought for a moment. "I wanted to ask something, but I couldn't say it." Xu Yuan saw Ken's appearance and said with a smile, "Ask whatever you want." Ken frowned and said seriously, "Aren't you supposed to be Tor?" When Xu Yuan heard this, he immediately laughed. However, Xu Yuan can also understand Ken's thoughts. After all, Xu Yuan knows too much about games. For others, it's a whole new game. Xu Yuan's various performances have that kind of prophetic meaning, so such doubts are also normal. But Xu Yuan thought about it. Tuo should not know as much as himself, right? In fact, many buildings in the game are researched by players based on some of the characteristics of the game. Like a brush iron machine, killing an iron puppet will drop iron ingots. The generation mechanism of the iron puppet is that the villagers communicate between the two after seeing the zombie, and then the iron puppet will be generated to protect the villagers. Therefore, players took advantage of this feature and developed corresponding buildings to generate iron golems and then kill. Did the official developer of the iron puppet think that players could use this brush iron? These things are not in the official guide at all, these are all brainstorming for players. Now even if the official sends a request, it is only possible to know the synthetic list and some information. It is absolutely impossible to understand so much like Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan thought of this and said with a smile, "No, but, sorry, I don't know as much as Tor." Ken actually asked the doubts in the hearts of Xiao, Aiwang, and Ahao. After seeing Xu Yuan and smiling, they didn't answer them for a long time, and they also felt in their hearts that maybe Xu Yuan was right, and now they were thinking about prevaricating their words. As a result, after waiting for a long time, he waited for a sentence, and Tuo probably didn't know much about it. The expressions on the faces of the four at this time staged a comedy. They suddenly didn't know what to say. The words in his mouth were instantly choked into his stomach by Xu Yuan's words. "Boss Steve, you. Boss, ahem, confidence is a good thing. I don't know what to say, let's give you an early greeting in advance." After Xiao, Aiwang, and Ahao heard Xu Yuan's words, they immediately felt that Xu Yuan was a little narcissistic. However, after Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he fell into deep thought. Ken thought about it carefully. As the largest game company in the world, Zero Company would definitely not be able to make such a low-level mistake. And Zero's games don't need to be trusted at all. And at the beginning, after Xu Yuan got 2 first kills, the players felt that he was cheating, and after everyone reported it, the official responded immediately. Xu Yuan did not cheat and did not take advantage of game bugs. It's not that Tho didn't take advantage of the game bugs, so how did Xu Yuan know so much? Ken couldn't figure it out. Xu Yuan saw that Ken had been pondering over there with a frown, and said to Ken with a smile, "Don't think about it that much, trust your choice." When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he was stunned. Xu Yuan's words really woke him up. Since he had already chosen to rely on Xu Yuan, what else did he want to do so much? The stronger Xu Yuan is, the stronger they are. Why bother to entangle Xu Yuan with whether he is a trust or not? Why would he know these things? These things are no longer important, the important things, your choice is right. Choosing Xu Yuan by himself is for better development. And the strength that Xu Yuan showed them proved that his choice was right, and that was enough. Ken thought about this and figured it out, and then smiled calmly. "I never doubted my own choices." When Xu Yuan heard this, he also knew that Ken had figured it out, so he nodded and said, "Let's go to the Hell Fortress and take a look." The group soon entered the Hell Fortress. The first thing to greet them was a flaming man. Block with a shield. "Xiao, this first kill is for you," Xu Yuan commanded everyone. Although it was the first time that everyone saw the flame man, with Xu Yuan present, everyone did not panic. After hearing Xu Yuan's order, the four immediately raised their shields. Ding! The fireball launched by the flame man fell on the shield with a crisp sound. The damage is all blocked by the shield block. Groove, this shield, cool. The biggest headache before was the long-range monster. The range was long and it hurt, and it was easy to have a shield. "Boss, tell us the shield synthesis formula then?" For the first time, the four of them felt how cool it was to deal with a ranged monster with a shield. Soon, a flame man was killed under the attack of the small fish. Congratulations to the player Xiao for obtaining the first kill of the full server flame man. The first kill of the flame man naturally made the world channel explode. The players had already understood at this time that Xu Yuan was taking a team of people to hell to kill the first one. In the future, the first kill of the monster will be booked by Steve's big guy, Flame Man. It sounds very powerful. Why didn't Steve take the first kill himself, and ask his subordinates to take it? It is estimated that the first kill reward for everyone's first kill will be better. After killing the Flame Man, Xiao also received the first kill reward. It is also 5 gold coins, a title deed. Xiao handed the gold coins and title deeds to Xu Yuan. Oh, my diamond set. Xu Yuan smiled and accepted it. Before everyone could react, 2 more Flame Men immediately attacked. Under the combined attack of everyone, the Flame Man was immediately solved. Xu Yuan looked around, and immediately saw a Flame Man's brush cage at the end of a long corridor. Xu Yuan immediately ran over and sealed the brush monster cage with a torch. After Ken and his party arrived, they were surprised to see this monster cage. What is it? The monsters just now came out of here, right? You see, there's a little Flame Man in the middle of this cage. This is called the brush monster cage. It will always brush the monster out, and you can seal it with a torch. Xu Yuan Xiang explained like the 4. Everyone suddenly realized this time. Wouldn't that be possible to use this infinite monster? Boss, that's how you killed so many zombies, right? When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled and said, no, it's too slow to brush this way, but this monster cage can be used. Unlike Minecraft, Minecraft is an all-server game. In general, what is the best sales of this full-server game? Potion, of course. In Minecraft, though, many potions are only used later. Players basically don't have to stock up on any potions. But this is built on a standalone basis. Now that the game has become a full-server game, the potion is definitely very sold. Not to mention other functional potions. Instant healing potions are definitely in high demand. After all, at present, everyone can only slowly recover their blood volume by filling up their satiety. If you encounter a dangerous situation, where is the time to wait for the blood volume to recover? So instant healing potions are a necessity for survival in the later stages. If you want to make potions in large quantities, you need a lot of hell warts and flame powder. Therefore, the Flame Man's brush cage can be kept completely, and when the time comes, make a Flame Man brush tower on this basis to collect the flame stick. After Xu Yuan sealed the Flame Man brush monster cage, he continued to explore the Hell Fortress with Ken and his group. Encountered a few withering skeletons on the road, and Xu Yuan also directly let Awang take the first kill. When the full server system announcement sounded again, the players were already numb. After all, everyone already knew that Xu Yuan was exploring a new map. Awang also gave all the gold coins and land deeds to Xu Yuan. Soon, the hellish fortress was finished exploring. Soul sand and hell warts have all been found, and by the way, 3 boxes have been rummaged. However, luck was not particularly good, and 4 diamonds were opened, some iron ingots, gold ingots, and a saddle. Xu Yuan naturally didn't feel that there was anything in these things. But in the eyes of Ken and his group, these things are very valuable. This is really a big gain to find a hell fortress. When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled. That's a big gain. But think about it, when Xu Yuan himself just found a hell fortress before, he also felt that the resources inside were really rich. After all, it was given for nothing. That's why players love to explore temples, ruins, dungeons, and more. There are many places to explore in the game, what desert temples, underwater temples, etc. When you go back this time, you can try to explore them. Xu Yuan said to Ken and his group. Xu Yuan himself definitely didn't have much time to explore these things at the moment. But Xu Yuan can let Ken and them explore. Anyway, in the future, Xu Yuan will develop the land into the main city of the game. The main city is there, how can there be no map? So it's just right for them to explore and perfect the map at the same time. When Ken and his group heard Xu Yuan's words, they were immediately interested. If exploring the ruins of the temple is as rewarding as exploring this hell fortress, it will be cool. After exploring the entire hell fortress, Xu Yuan and the group of Ken returned to land first. Although there are still many monsters in hell who have not received the first kill, Xu Yuan is not in a hurry. Because no one yet knows how to get to hell. The priority now is to breed the villagers first. In this way, the villagers' trade and the iron brushing machine can begin. With the villagers, fully automatic farms can also be arranged. With these things, the supplies can be guaranteed. However, the most important thing is the zombie pig spirits brush tower. This monster brushing tower is a money machine for Xu Yuan. After Ken and his group returned, they looked at Xu Yuan and waited for Xu Yuan's arrangement. Xu Yuan must have switched the villagers as soon as he got these resources, and they couldn't help with Ken either. So Xu Yuan thought about it and said, go to the mine, there is no danger in going to the mine with an iron cuirass, bring more torches, eat in the box, the permission is given to you, you can take it yourself. Xu Yuan directly gave the permission to Ken, and he was not afraid that Ken would steal his things. And Xu Yuan's move is Xu Yuan's trust in Ken for Ken. Xu Yuan's chest is many, and all the permissions are open to Ken and Yuer. Ken looked at the boxes, and the whole person was shocked. Xu Yuan's materials are indeed a lot, if this box is shared, it is estimated that other players will have to envy to death. After Ken rummaged through the box, he just took some carrion. After all, it is enough to have carrion to fill the hunger. After getting these Ken, the group went out to mine. Xu Yuan, on the other hand, is ready to start making weakness potions and golden apples to convert zombie villagers. Xu Yuan had just made the weakness potion when he saw that Xiao Fat in the friend list had passed the friend application. At this time, Little Fat just saw a friend application at the upper limit. Player Steve requests to add you as a friend. At this time, Little Fat did not know that Steve was Xu Yuan. When he saw this news, he was immediately excited. Steve added me as a friend. Little Fat was excited at this time to know that Steve was a godlike boss in the game. Little Fat didn't know why Steve would add him, so he quickly accepted the friend invitation. Then I wrote and deleted in the friend interface, deleted it, and entered it for half a day. Hello big guy, I'm a little chubby. Steve guy, I'm your fan brother. Steve guy, are you still missing a pendant on your leg? After hesitating for a long time, Little Fat didn't know how to say hello to Steve. At this moment, Little Fat saw Steve send him a message. Up. At this time, Little Fat suddenly jumped up excitedly. It's even more exciting to see than the goddess taking the initiative to send a message to herself. I don't know what happened to you adding me. Little Fat asked cautiously, afraid that he had said the wrong thing, and Steve would block himself if he was unhappy. When Xu Yuan saw Xiao Chuan talking to himself like this, he immediately felt a little funny. I'm Xu Yuan. When Xiao Fat saw the news sent by Xu Yuan, his whole person was stunned. Xu Yuan? You are Xu Yuan's. Little Fat suddenly couldn't believe his eyes. Yes, or how would I know your ID? When Xiao Fat heard Xu Yuan's words, he dared to believe that Steve was really Xu Yuan. At this time, he suddenly did not know what to say. Groove. Little Fat only hated that he didn't read more books, and when he encountered such a shocking thing, he could only dry spit out the two words lying groove. Xiao Fat suddenly thought that he was still shouting at Xu Yuan when he called, saying that he wanted Xu Yuan to come to him. It's just out of your way. Steve, the first person in the game, still need to turn to himself? Wait for me. After Xiao Chuan finished speaking, he embarked on the journey. After Xu Yuan closed the chat interface, he began to wait for the zombie villagers in the monster brushing tower. After a while, Xu Yuan released the zombie villager, and then used the weakness potion and golden apple on it. Soon after, zombie villagers became villagers. One to hand. After the zombie villagers became villagers, they immediately made that familiar hum sound. In order to prevent the villagers from moving around, Xu Yuan directly surrounded the villagers. Then he began to wait for the arrival of the second zombie villager in the monster brush tower. After about half an hour, the second zombie villager also brushed out. Xu Yuan still used the same method to turn zombie villagers into villagers. Now with 2 villagers you can start breeding. Xu Yuan locked up the 2 villagers together, and then gave the villagers enough food and 3 beds. Villagers need conditions to reproduce. First of all, the villagers will. When villagers get enough food, they become willing. The second is the need for a sufficient number of beds. While waiting for the villagers to breed, Xu Yuan received news from Xiao Fat. I'm coming, downstairs at your house. Xu Yuan saw the news of Xiao Chu and went downstairs. At this time, Xiao Chuan was taking a good look at Xu Yuan's home. Xiao Chuan had seen Xu Yuan's home in the video before, but it wasn't that big at the time. How long was it? Xu Yuan's home has doubled in size, and it looks majestic and luxurious. It's a landmark. As soon as Xiao Fat saw Xu Yuan, he was going to rush over and pat Xu Yuan's shoulder as usual. As a result, the hand stopped the moment it touched Xu Yuan. At this time, Xiao Chuan suddenly became a little cautious. In front of him is the first player, Steve. Although Xiao Fat knew that Steve was Xu Yuan, he saw Xu Yuan and then saw these achievements of his. I immediately felt the difference between the two. In reality, Xiao Fat can be called brothers and brothers with Xu Yuan, but in the game, Xu Yuan has surpassed Xiao Fat and does not know much. Little Fat no longer dared to call Xu Yuan a brother. Xu Yuan saw Xiao Fat coming, so he directly beckoned him into the house. Let's stay here in the future, and arrange a bigger room for you when the time comes. Xiao Chuan looked at the environment in Xu Yuan's house and immediately envied. The gap between Xu Yuan and him was simply a world of difference. At this time, Xiao Chuan couldn't help but feel a little inferior, and he whispered, "No need to arrange a room for me. How can I take up your space? Just arrange a place for me to put the box underground." When Xu Yuan heard this, he was suddenly stunned. Little Fatty's words reminded him. Previously, Xu Yuan had always wanted to expand his territory quickly because of insufficient location. All Xu Yuan had been thinking about was to build within the scope of the title deed. But Xu Yuan forgot that in fact, under the ground, the underground space can also be used. As long as the underground space can be utilized, the entire usable range will be much larger. Xu Yuan can completely hide some large functional buildings that cannot be shown to others underground. Xu Yuan was in a good mood when he thought of this. Originally, I was still thinking that there was no place to repair the zombie pig spirit tower and the iron brushing machine. Now all problems are solved. Xu Yuan thought of this, and he was in a good mood. He also had to thank Xiao Fat. If it weren't for Xiao Fat's words, Xu Yuan estimated that he would not have thought of going here for a long time. Xu Yuan smiled and said to Xiao Fat, "Don't be polite with me, pick the biggest room for you then." Xu Yuan said and looked at Xiao Fat. At this time, Xiao Fat's face was worried, and he seemed to have something on his mind. What's wrong? Xiao Chuan glanced at Xu Yuan and sighed. Hey, it's nothing, it's just that now it's destitute, there's nothing left, you can only start from scratch. When Xu Yuan heard this, he was a little puzzled. What's wrong? You know about the Dragon Tang Guild? Xu Yuan nodded and said. You know, what? The benefit of the previous recruitment of the Dragon Tang Union is that the joining players can have a piece of land that can be used in the Union Station. At the time, I didn't even know how big the land was, but I thought I could just put a box, so I joined. I didn't expect that there was really only one box location. That's all. If you want to get the right to use this place, you must donate various materials or game currency to them every day, and the place is yours if you donate enough. If you don't donate enough, you have to give the place to someone else. When Xu Yuan heard this, he understood that the Dragon Tang Union was developed in the form of exploiting labor. To put it bluntly, the people below the Union are tool people. I thought it was nothing at first, but then didn't I know that you were Steve, so I thought of coming to you and quit the Union. As a result, they just detained my box. The more Xiao Fat said this, the more angry he became, and he was a little reluctant, as if there were a lot of good things in the box. What's in your box? Little Fat let out a long sigh and said with a particularly distressed heart. I won't talk about the wood. 3 iron ores, 1 gold ore, and some bread. I keep the carrion that I can't eat and usually eat. When Xu Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Originally, Xu Yuan thought that Xiao Chuan had some treasures, but he didn't expect to order something like this. Just now he was still saying that he was destitute, even if the box was returned to him, in Xu Yuan's eyes, he was still destitute. But also, for Xiao Fat, this is belonging, which makes it worse for the already not rich family. Xu Yuan patted Xiaoquan's shoulder and said with a smile. It's okay, right away you think these things are worthless. Xiao Chuan smiled reluctantly when he heard Xu Yuan's words. Xiao Fat knew that Xu Yuan must be very rich, but he didn't have a general idea. So of course, he would not know the meaning of what Xu Yuan said to him. Xu Yuan didn't explain much, and when the time came, Xiao Chuan would naturally understand. Xu Yuan, haven't you thought about starting a union? Asked Xu Yuan. If Xu Yuan wants to open a union, then there is also the Longtang Union. Xu Yuan's union will definitely be the first union in the game. I can drive it, but I don't have time to care. Xu Yuan actually felt that it didn't matter whether he could open a union or not. The most important thing is that Xu Yuan is troublesome, and he has a lot of things to do, and he has no time to manage the union. The union is such a thing, laborious, and a lot of trouble. Xiao Fat heard Xu Yuan say this, thought about it, and said, Isn't that Ken with you? He used to be the president of a top union. When Xu Yuan heard this, he was suddenly a little surprised. He hadn't asked Ken's identity and wasn't too curious. But I didn't expect that Ken was actually not small. Since Ken was very good at managing unions before, it is also possible to open a union and hand it over to Ken to manage at that time. Just be a dispenser yourself. After Xu Yuan thought about it, it seemed that it was indeed feasible. And now Xu Yuan is indeed short of manpower. Not to mention anything else, the first kill of other monsters must also require some henchmen to take it. After all, it is the title deed that is rewarded. At present, Ken has all used up their first kills. And with the growth of players' strength, it is not difficult to get the first kill of monsters, but it has not been encountered yet. So Xu Yuan really needs manpower at present. After Xu Yuan thought about it, he made a decision. Okay, let's start a union. Saying that, Xu Yuan quickly applied for a union. After thinking about it, Xu Yuan named the union Cube Man. After applying, Xu Yuan directly added Ken and appointed a vice president. Ken was going down to the mine with the 3 of them when he suddenly received the news that he was appointed as the vice president of the Cube Man Union. When Ken saw this message, he was stunned. He quickly sent a message to Xu Yuan. This is, what's going on? I applied for a union and gave you a vice president. I don't care, you look at it. After Ken saw Xu Yuan's news, he was suddenly a little excited. In fact, Ken wanted to persuade Xu Yuan to set up a union as early as after he defected to Xu Yuan, but he never opened his mouth. Unexpectedly, Xu Yuan actually took the initiative to establish a trade union. Okay, wrap it around me. If nothing else, managing the union Ken is absolutely good at it. After Ken replied to Xu Yuan, he immediately posted a message on the forum and the world channel. Cube people, the union was officially established, and the president, Steve, sincerely recruited high-quality players with generous benefits. As soon as Ken's news was released, it immediately attracted an enthusiastic response from players. Digging? Steve boss has a union. Wow, finally waited? I'm going to join Steve's big guy union. Are there any requirements for joining the union? Steve's union, can the treatment be worse? The treatment must not be bad, but I am afraid that the requirements for membership are too high. The news of Ken was just released, and I received news that many players applied for membership. Ken looked at the union interface and directly closed the permission to apply for membership, and changed it to membership only by invitation. The first step in the formation of a top union is to screen players. There is no room for idlers in a top union. At this time, the players saw that they suddenly could not send the membership application, and they all quarreled on the world channel. Why can't I send an application anymore? I feel that the entry requirements of Steve's Big Guys Union must be very high, and it must be screened for players. Is an iron sword considered qualified? Ken, who was still in the mine at this time, sent a message to Xu Yuan. Boss, I just sent the news. I will let Xiao and the three of them continue the matter of going to the mine. Can I come back to deal with things first? At this time, Ken had unconsciously called Xu Yuan the boss, and even he didn't notice it. Although Xiao has long changed his name to Boss Xu Yuan, Ken has always been called Xu Yuan Steve. But at this time, he also changed his words. This also shows that he really regards Xu Yuan as the boss. In the future, you don't need to ask me about such a trivial matter. I am also a vice president. Ken saw this, smiled, and then explained to the three of them and went back. Since the few of them were not far from the mine, Ken soon arrived near his home. At this time, the vicinity of Xu Yuan's house can be described as very lively. Surrounding the neighborhood were some players who had long lived next to Xu Yuan's house. Seeing this, Ken quickly stepped forward. When the players saw Ken coming, they immediately surrounded Ken in a crowd. Ken guy, join me. Big guy, we have been living here for a long time, for the sake of neighbors for so many days, can you accommodate us to join the club? Go away, I'm next to Ken and the big guy. Ken couldn't help but have a headache when he saw this, and he cleared his throat. I know that everyone has been living here for a long time, but the union recruitment is demanding, and I hope you don't embarrass me. When all the players heard this, they all stopped a little, so they asked one after another. That big guy, you say, what are the requirements? There has to be a standard, right? Ken boss, just say what you want, we also have a bottom in our hearts. These players are also reasonable and do not embarrass Ken. They also knew that Steve's union would definitely be the first union in the game, and it was normal to be a little demanding. Ken thought for a moment and said, I have to discuss the specific requirements with the boss, and I will tell you as soon as possible. When the players heard this, they didn't have much to say, so they made a way for Ken to go back. Ken found Xu Yuan immediately after coming home. Boss, what should these players outside who have long moved over deal with it? In fact, Ken is also very entangled, and Ken naturally wants to screen high-quality players well. But these players who have long moved over, no matter how they say, they look up and don't look down. It's really not easy to deal with. Xu Yuan heard this and thought about it. These players are not guaranteed otherwise, but the quality is definitely passable. After they moved in with Xu Yuan, it was equivalent to mixing. Each house is spaced very small, and then many of the players' boxes are placed directly in the house. Even so, Xu Yuan had never heard of any theft. And when Yuer went out to collect materials, many people took the initiative to help Yuer, and these players have already taken the initiative to form a large group. Although Xu Yuan had no intersection with them, they had long regarded Xu Yuan as a dependency. Even though I didn't give them any benefits, these people firmly chose me from the beginning. Then I certainly won't let them down. Ken nodded when he heard this, and then asked, so what do these people need to arrange? Xu Yuan thought for a moment and asked, about how many people? A rough estimate is about 60, Xu Yuan said after thinking about it. At that time, I will ask Yuer to modify it again. These people, each of them allocate a small room, so that the outside location can also be vacated, which can be regarded as a benefit for them. Ken was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that Xu Yuan would actually assign rooms to these people. If it's about allocating rooms to cronies or high-quality players, that's a bit more plausible. Ken couldn't help but smile bitterly. You're generous. Xu Yuan smiled and said, a small room can be exchanged for a loyal heart, it is worth it. When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he immediately understood what Xu Yuan meant. It was precisely because these people did nothing and Xu Yuan gave them such good treatment, that they would go all out to do things for Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan, this is buying people's hearts. As soon as Ken figured it out, he went outside the house. Seeing that everyone was still gathered around there and did not disperse, Ken smiled and said, I have good news for everyone. When the players heard that there was good news from Ken, they were immediately excited. Ken guy, what good news? Did Steve agree to us join? SHH, don't argue, listen to the Ken guy. Ken looked at everyone and smiled. I just discussed it with your Steve boss. Your Steve boss said that those of you who chose him in the first place, he will not abandon you. So, all of you will be part of the Cube People Union from now on. After Ken said this, the players did not react at first. Everyone was stunned in place. A few seconds later, all the players cheered. Long live Boss Steve. Long live Boss Ken. Great. I knew we made the right choice at the beginning. Steve boss is so nice. Ken deliberately only told everyone about joining the club, not about benefits. He wants everyone to have a good time before releasing a bombshell. Ahem. Ken coughed lightly. The players suddenly quieted down. Also, your Steve boss said, you elders will be given a small room for each of you as your initiation benefits. When the players heard Ken's words, their faces were all shocked. What? Boss Steve is going to assign us a room, It means, are we able to live in this building? I heard right. Ken boss, are you not mistaken? Am I dreaming? Oh my god, am I walking shit? I was already happy to be able to join, and I could be assigned to a room. Players are a little unconvinced of the facts in front of them. After all, this is what players crave the most. Ken can fully understand the mood of the players when he sees the expressions on their faces. After all, the benefits given by Xu Yuan are really good. I'm not mistaken, and you didn't hear me wrong. Your Steve boss said, now I can only wrong you to allocate a small room. In the future, when the Union Station is expanded, you will even be able to own a single Western-style building each. In short, Boss Steve will never treat you badly. Let's all come on. Ken said this all to motivate players. In this way, players will work hard to strengthen the union. But what Ken said is not impossible. Xu Yuan's goal is to turn his home into the main city of the game. Xu Yuan also thought about it before. After the expansion, some places will be vacated to rent to players. Now that there is a union, it is natural to provide for the players of the union. When the players heard Ken's words, they immediately felt a little dizzy. While they feel unreal, they also make it their goal to own a small bungalow. They also secretly made up their minds that they must not live up to Boss Steve's kindness to them. Boss Ken, we can't live in vain, this is the most valuable thing on me, and I ask you to pass it on to Boss Steve. It was Wenwu, who posted the video on the forum, who spoke. He held a dozen iron ingots in his hand and handed them to Ken. These dozen iron ingots were dug up by themselves in the mine, and it can be said that these iron ingots were the best things on him, but he still took them out. At this time, seeing this, the other players also took out the most valuable things on their bodies and handed them over to Ken. Boss Ken, we don't have anything to get our hands on, these are the most valuable ones on us, you take them. This should be our entrance fee, although it is small, but we will definitely do our best for the guild in the future. I don't have anything of value on me, but I saved some money, this is 5 silver coins. When Ken saw this scene, he was immediately surprised. When I started my own union, I had never seen such a battle. Although the players of the union are still united, they will never give their best to the union. At this moment, this group of people took the initiative to hand over their best things. Ken can't help but admire Xu Yuan a little, judging from the actions of the players, they have been dead set on following Xu Yuan. At this moment, Xu Yuan walked out. When the players saw Xu Yuan come out, they quickly handed the things in their hands to Xu Yuan. Boss Steve, take it. It's not a good thing, but these are our hearts. Boss, you are too good for us, we will definitely not fail you. When Xu Yuan saw what everyone handed over, his nose suddenly became a little sour. After adjusting his mood a little, he scolded with a smile. You gave me all these things, and you went out so shabby one by one, do you want to lose the face of our union? Hurry up and put it away, the union still has no shortage of your supplies. Don't think that the room assigned to you is permanent, and I won't show mercy when the time comes. Xu Yuan's words are also a reminder that everyone must quickly improve their strength, and the union will not feed idlers. When everyone heard Xu Yuan say this, they all looked at each other and smiled. Everyone understood what Xu Yuan meant. Even if Xu Yuan didn't say this, they would quickly improve themselves and not disgrace the union. Okay, you guys go get busy with your business first, I'll invite you to join the club later. Ken looked at the players and said. The players nodded and dispersed. After the players dispersed, Xu Yuan looked at Ken and said, who was the first to say they were going to donate something? Ken replied after thinking for a while. It seems to be called Wenwu. I looked at it, and the video of the hanging foot building before was also taken by him. Xu Yuan nodded and then said, this person can be reused. Ken nodded in agreement. Okay, you go and get busy first, come to me later, I have something to explain to you. After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he entered the house. Now that the union has been formed, there are some manpower. A lot of things can start to be implemented. The first priority is the first kill of all kinds of monsters. To get the title deed, you need different players to get the first kill, so you must find someone you can trust. Xu Yuan integrated some information about the monsters that had not yet been killed first and the locations that would appear. At that time, this information Xu Yuan will be handed over to Ken, and let Ken handle it. Xu Yuan now has a lot of land deeds in his hand. So now some people are also needed to find some other terrain suitable for the main city. After all, there must be more than one main city of the game. And the whole game map is very large, and there are many other players who can't come over for a while. Setting up main cities elsewhere can also better expand your power. Then there is the need to find some miners. After having the villagers, Xu Yuan will make an iron brushing machine, so there is little demand for iron. But minerals like redstone, lapis lazuli, and diamonds are still needed. Xu Yuan himself will definitely not go to the mine again, after all, it is too time-consuming. Then there are various ruins to send people to explore, and the treasure chests in the ruins can still occasionally open some good things. And it's also necessary to find an outpost of the marauders. After all, the villagers already have it, and when all the villagers breed out, they will need a lot of emeralds to obtain resources. With an outpost, you can make a marauder farm, so that there is a steady stream of emeralds and undead totems. Xu Yuan only felt that there were a lot of things to do at the moment, and he just wanted to be separated. But these things are also urgent, and we still have to take our time one by one. After all, doing functional building projects can only be done by Xu Yuan himself. Xu Yuan was listing things here, and he saw Ken walk in with a somewhat solemn expression. Xu Yuan looked at Ken and said with some doubts, "What's wrong?" Ken found a place, SAT down, and said to Xu Yuan, "I just found out that the land of the Dragon Tang Union has been upgraded to level 3. Xu Yuan was suddenly a little surprised when he heard Ken's words. So soon. After Long Tang got the title deed before, Xu Yuan didn't care, because the gold coins in the game were still difficult to obtain. The reason why Xu Yuan was able to quickly upgrade the title deed was because he took so many first kills and rewarded a lot of gold coins. And how long has it been since Long Tang upgraded the title deed to level 3? And during this time, I didn't see the system broadcast that there was a first kill. Where did the money come from? Ken nodded. I went to investigate, and Long Tang is actually an old acquaintance of mine, but he changed his name in the game, and I didn't recognize it. Hearing this, Xu Yuan raised his chin and motioned for Ken to continue. In previous games, he was also the president of a top union, and their union was always in competition with my previous union. He has now started to pay various studios to help him with gold, which is why it suddenly developed so fast. I heard that he also invited a think tank to study this game, but I don't know if it has any results. When Xu Yuan heard this, he was suddenly a little surprised. He didn't expect this kind of operation, but it's normal to think about it. In this era of national games, games can feed a lot of people. Many people strive to climb up, that is, for money. For the union to survive and make a name for itself, it is normal to make some investments in the early stage. Ken saw that Xu Yuan did not speak for a long time, and said after thinking about it, I have a studio I know, or I'll hire a little too. Ken is indeed dedicated to the union, and as a vice president, he can handle this kind of thing. But he knew too well the operation between the unions, and he was afraid that Xu Yuan's strength alone would not be able to defeat Long Tang's side. When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled. Now in the early stage of the game, the monster drops very few coins, and it seems that Dragon Tang does not know how to make a brush tower yet. How much income can Long Tang make a day by asking the studio to brush gold? And Xu Yuan, as long as he makes the zombie pig spirit tower, it is an inexhaustible gold coin. You don't need to hire a studio at all. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan patted Ken's shoulder and said with a smile, I never play games with Krypton gold. When Ken heard this, the whole person was stunned, and the expression on his face was unspeakable. He didn't expect Xu Yuan to think for a long time to say such a word. Basically, in other games, the big guild wants to develop well, and it needs to be injected by the big consortium in the later stage. Unions certainly need to invest a lot of money to develop in the early stage. Ken didn't plan to Krypton Gold before because it was the early stage of the game and didn't understand anything, so Krypton Gold didn't know how to Krypton. And in the back, Ken directly defected to Xu Yuan, so there was no need to invite any studio or anything. But since Xu Yuan has established a union and made Ken his vice president, Ken must have the responsibility to develop the union into a strong union. Of course, it can't be compared to Long Tang. That's why Ken will tell Xu Yuan whether to ask some studios to brush gold. But he didn't expect Xu Yuan to actually say the words playing games is never Krypton Gold, which immediately made Ken a little crying and laughing. Xu Yuan saw Ken's expression and smiled. I know what you're thinking. His goal is the first union, while my goal is the main city of the game. We are not comparable with him, not on the same level. Ken was surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that Xu Yuan's goal was to make his home into the main city of the game. If Xu Yuan's goal is like this, the financial resources required will be even greater. Ken hesitated for a moment, still asking with some disbelief. You really don't need to resort to external forces. You don't have to be polite with me. Xu Yuan looked at Ken, smiled, and said firmly, there will be no shortage of gold coins in the future. Ken saw Xu Yuan say this, so he didn't say anything anymore. Ken had also seen Xu Yuan's ability before, so he chose to trust Xu Yuan. Okay, I see. Xu Yuan nodded and handed the list just made to Ken. These are things to be arranged. When Ken saw the list handed over by Xu Yuan, he was suddenly a little dizzy. So much. What are these ruins? The outpost tower. Xu Yuan heard Ken ask this, and only then reacted. They have never seen these things, so it is normal to not know what they look like. So Xu Yuan refined these things again. Ruins, outpost towers, these things don't go for the time being. It's too dangerous without equipment, and the rest can be implemented. Okay, I'll arrange it. Ken took the list and went down to arrange things. Xu Yuan's side continued to breed villagers. The most efficient and material-saving iron brushing machine required 6 villagers to complete. Therefore, Xu Yuan should step up the breeding of more villagers to come out. In order to speed up, Xu Yuan reproduced while transforming zombie villagers with weakness potions and golden apples. After the villagers reproduced, Xu Yuan hid them temporarily. Ken then called a few people from the union and gave them permission to start digging up the place under the title deed. Changes have been made here to include underground space in the title deed. In the future, the place under the title deed will be used to store various large buildings, so that others will not find out. When the people of the union started construction underground, Yuer was also online at this time. Xu Yuan looked at Yuer and said, just in time, the building had to be changed again. Yuer also said very cheerfully, say, how to change? I just set up a union, and I need to add some small rooms to come out, about 60 or so. When Yuer heard this, she glanced at Xu Yuan and said, boss, tell me how long it has been since your place was expanded, and 60 small rooms were added to such a small place. Xu Yuan heard Yuer's words and thought about it. Indeed, I haven't upgraded the title deed for a long time. The next level of the title deed has been expanded to 320x320, and the upgrade costs 40 gold. The first kill reward system for killing 1000 zombies before gave 20 gold coins, plus the gold coins for the first kill reward of Ken and his group were also given to Xu Yuan. It was just enough, so Xu Yuan directly upgraded the title deed by another level. Because Yuer has permission, she can also see the virtual frame. Seeing that as soon as he finished speaking, Xu Yuan directly upgraded the title deed, and he was immediately happy. Then she thought about it and said, "You live separately from where everyone else lives, so that you all live together like a dormitory." Xu Yuan also felt that it made sense when he heard Yuer's words. After all, I still need private space sometimes, and it is not convenient to live together, so I nodded and said, "Okay, you look at the design." At this time, Ken has added all the players of the attachment to the union. The players of the union saw that Yuer was starting construction again, and they knew that Boss Steve was going to expand again. All of them were happy, and they all spontaneously helped to collect materials. Ken directly built a temporary area next to Xu Yuan's house to receive players who wanted to join. Many of them came from far away to join Xu Yuan's union. Ken is very strict in screening players. After these fell into the eyes of the players who had already joined, they worked harder one by one. Although they are unions that rely on connections, they must not let those who come after them look down on them. The trade unions are thriving. Just when everyone was busy, at this time the full server system announcement sounded. The full service union battle has been unlocked, and the first Union Points event will be launched 3 days later. Please be prepared. When Xu Yuan saw this full server system message, he was suddenly a little stunned. Union War? Union Points campaign? What is it? At this time, Ken, who was receiving the players outside, was also stunned when he saw this message. He quickly put down what he was doing and came to the house. "Boss, do you know what this Union War is?" Now in Ken's cognition, it has been tacitly accepted, and it is right to ask Xu Yuan what you don't know. Xu Yuan shook his head and said, "I don't know, I guess what conditions were met to unlock the Union War." Ken heard this and glanced at the guild panel, which had one more item than before. That is the number of people in each union, the ranking of points. When Ken saw this, he was suddenly a little stunned, and he looked at Xu Yuan and said, "You open the panel and look at the guild ranking." After Xu Yuan listened, he opened the guild panel, and only then saw that his Cube Man guild was actually lined up 100 away. And what Xu Yuan didn't expect was that there were already more than 400 guilds in the full server, and it seems that many guilds have only applied for these days. Although Xu Yuan was a little surprised, after thinking about it, it was normal. After all, this game is popular all over the world, and there are so many people playing the game. So far only more than 400 guilds are considered few. If it weren't for the opening of this guild battle, Xu Yuan might have thought that there were only 2 guilds at present, Dragon Tang and his own cube people. Xu Yuan also doesn't watch the World channel much. Even if there are other guilds recruiting information, Xu Yuan can't know. But fortunately, the opening of this guild battle let Xu Yuan know this, otherwise he would almost become a frog at the bottom of the well. Ken, who was on the side at this time, said, "I just inquired, it seems that the first 100 players who create guilds will also get land deeds. You didn't get the title deed at that time, you should have detected that you have a title deed. In other words, there are now more than 100 people who have title deeds. There are also some consortiums like Dragon Tang, no wonder our guild ranks so low." As soon as Ken saw the guild rankings, he immediately went to investigate these things. When Xu Yuan heard this, he immediately understood. Due to the changing nature of the game, many things are unexpected. Just like this land deed, Xu Yuan originally thought that only the monster first kill could get it, but he didn't expect that the first 100 players who created a guild would also get it. Xu Yuan thought about it after reading the guild ranking and asked, "How did this union point come about?" Ken looked at it and said, "This should be based on the number of players and activity." Xu Yuan nodded after hearing this, and then said, "This guild battle is estimated to be a ranking battle, but I don't know what kind of reward the first place will give." Ken heard Xu Yuan's words and felt that his analysis made sense, so he said, "I really didn't expect us to be outside the 100th. When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled. Normal, our guild was not established too early. He was not interested in rankings, Xu Yuan was mainly interested in rewards. If the reward is attractive enough, then Xu Yuan will definitely compete for this ranking. If there is no reward, Xu Yuan does not want to waste this time. After all, Xu Yuan has a lot to do now. You go recruit people first, I'll study this union war." Ken nodded and went out. Xu Yuan opened the forum. As soon as he opened the forum, Xu Yuan saw the official news. Union war starts, trade union points activity starts 3 days later, stay tuned. The union that won the first place in the union battle this time will receive an unprecedented mysterious gift. Under this news, it is now the ranking list of all guilds in the server. In addition to these 2 news, the official has not given any more news. And the comments of the players below this news are also full of voices. "Wow, is this the first copy? Aren't players like us who haven't entered the guild eligible to participate? I didn't expect there to be so many guilds. Steve Boss's Cube Man is actually over 100. Dragon Tang actually ranked first. Steve's guild has not been long since he applied, and it is already good to rank more than 100. Let's just be a melon-eating mass." It is estimated that the guild battle is also very difficult. Since it is a guild dispute, now there are 2 guilds that are more popular in the full server, a Dragon Tang and a Blockman of Xu Yuan. Of course, all the players focused on these 2 guilds. Although Xu Yuan's Blockman is currently lagging behind, this is only because Xu Yuan applied for the guild relatively late. And this event is the time to test the strength of each guild. The current ranking is only temporary. Xu Yuan saw that the official said so vaguely, and he couldn't help but have a little headache. What an unprecedented mysterious gift. However, we also have to see what the specific activities of this guild points battle are. In the past 2 days, Xu Yuan has been paying attention to the content of the guild battle activities. But the official has been selling guanzi, and no useful information has been released. However, Xu Yuan did not delay his progress. In the past 2 days, Yuer has rebuilt the house again. It's still a Chinese-style building, but it's not a standalone building anymore. Instead, it is mainly the place where Xu Yuan is located, and some small houses extend out around it. Suddenly, some of the palace smell was inside, just like the Forbidden City. After the construction was completed, the players in the guild also moved in. Each of them had a room that was not small, capable of holding a bed and several stacked boxes. There is also space in the room. All the players in the guild were excited, and they thought it would be nice to have a place to put boxes. But I didn't expect to be able to live so well. And Yuer is not sloppy in the design of each room, and she doesn't know how much better than the matchbox they built themselves. All the players are grateful to date. Many guild members also posted pictures of the rooms that the guild had prepared for themselves on the forum, showing off how good their guild's benefits were. And there is also a rumor circulating among the players of the guild. That was the land beneath their feet, hiding Boss Steve's huge vault. According to the players who helped with the construction, Steve Boss kept them digging down to the bedrock formation. Such a large space, they guessed wrong. It is estimated that it is all Steve's boss's treasury. All the things in it are something that no one has ever seen. And the news of this huge vault slowly spread among players. The players were very curious about Xu Yuan, a vault that even he didn't know. Everyone wants to know what treasures are in Steve's vault. What do you say Steve has in his vault? No wonder Steve Boss expanded the land to level 4 so quickly. He is really rich. Guess how many chests Steve has in his vault. My buddy is in Steve's guild, and I heard that Steve's boxes are different from others. They are black and glowing purple. Wow, what kind of box is that? How do you synthesize? The legend about Xu Yuan in the World Channel is becoming more and more exaggerated, and Xu Yuan is becoming more and more mysterious in the eyes of players. After the house was built, Xu Yuan was ready to start making a brushing machine. After all, iron is a consumable, and the guild members will definitely have a set in the future. In the game, the diamond set is certainly not available to everyone. After all, the output is small. Diamonds cannot be brushed like iron or gold ingots. However, after the villagers' trade is done, and then build an emerald farm, you can also brush diamond sets at the villagers. But Xu Yuan will definitely not let the diamond set fled. In this way, the diamond set is not worth much. The cronies in their own guild can come to one set, and the others can use iron sleeves. Xu Yuan brought some beds, several compost buckets, 2 carpets, a bucket of water, a few half bricks, and a pot of alchemy. So he went down from his room to the underground space. This was specially designed by Yuer to help Xu Yuan, and the entrance to the underground space was only in Xu Yuan's room. This is also a bit more secure. Xu Yuan took the materials and began to build the iron brushing machine. This iron brushing machine is currently the fewest consumables, the simplest and the most cost-effective. Xu Yuan quickly relied on memory to make the iron brushing machine. The villagers and zombies were then transported to designated places on railroad tracks. After a while, the iron brushing machine began to operate. Each time can refresh 2 iron puppets. The iron puppet generation platform Xu Yuan also put a stream of water. After rushing to the death table below, there was also a stream of water that gathered them into the magma and burned them. Xu Yuan put a lot of funnels and boxes in the place where he collected. In this way, it is good to come and pick up the materials regularly. Xu Yuan can't do the zombie pig spirit brush monster tower at present. The zombie pig spirit brush tower is actually to brush monsters by using the characteristic that every time the hell gate is lit, there is a chance to give birth to a zombie pig spirit. So to make a zombie pig spirit brush monster tower, you need a lot of obsidian. Although obsidian can be formed by watering water and magma, this is too slow. Xu Yuan's current diamond pickaxe has not been repaired with enchantment experience. So we can only wait for the villagers to brush up the experience and repair it and dig more obsidian. After the iron brushing machine was done, Xu Yuan hung up here for a while. After a while, half a group of iron ingots was brushed, and the efficiency was still very objective. Subsequently, Xu Yuan moved all the villagers to the huge space underground and continued to breed. The time of the day passed quickly, and the villagers on Xu Yuan's side were almost breeding. Soon came the news of the update of the full server system. Guild points battle will start in 1 hour. Please prepare for participating guilds. The broadcast of system messages suddenly became heated on the World Channel. Is it coming? Is it coming? The first event in the game, so excited. The war between the major guilds is about to begin. I'm looking forward to the content of the event. Is it PvP or PvE? Who will the strongest guild go to? Players are looking forward to this event. After all, this is the first event in the game. At this time, Ken found Xu Yuan and explained some of the situation of the guild to him. Boss, Dragon Tang is already a level 2 guild, and the number of guilds is currently more than 1,000, ranking first in the leaderboard. We're still in tier 1, less than 500, and we're just getting to 100 now. Although I said that the event will be held immediately, I don't want to recruit some players who have little strength because of the event. I'm a little worried about this event, and the fact that our smaller number will have some impact. Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and smiled. Your philosophy is the same as mine, the people of the guild do not seek more, only refinement. Don't worry about the number of people, I don't think it should be a big problem. When Ken heard Xu Yuan say this, he was also slightly relieved. After all, if he loses because of the numbers, Ken will definitely blame himself. I've asked them to wait outside, are you going to talk to everyone? Ken has long gathered all the players of the guild, and this is the guild's first event. So it is definitely necessary for Xu Yuan to come forward and say something to inspire everyone. Xu Yuan nodded and walked out with Ken. At this time, the players of the guild were discussing Xu Yuan's newly expanded building outside. Hey, I really want to live in it, you guys who have just entered the guild are so lucky. With Boss Steve's development speed, I believe we will be able to live in it soon. Don't say so much, we must go all out for this event. I don't know if Steve Boss will join us, I really want to see how Steve Boss plays the game. As the players were talking, they saw Xu Yuan and Ken come out. So they all stood upright, greeting Ken and Xu Yuan in a loud voice. Hello Boss Steve? Hello Boss Ken. Xu Yuan was still very pleased to see that everyone was so motivated. This shows that these players are all attached to the guild and integrate their own honor and disgrace with the honor and disgrace of the union. Xu Yuan looked at everyone and smiled. Your boss Ken has to come over and say a few words. Actually, I don't think there's anything to say, it's just an event. You are all carefully selected elites by your Ken boss, and I believe in your strength. In a word, it's over. Xu Yuan is not like Ken, everything is more serious and rigorous. Xu Yuan usually gives people the feeling that he doesn't pay attention to anything. Asked if he was Tor, he said he probably didn't know as much as Tor. Asked if he wanted to hire a studio, he said he never paid money to play games. Although it seems a little cynical, it gives people an indescribable sense of security. His words were also very persuasive. After all, in the eyes of everyone, the big guys are very personal. In Xu Yuan's body, there is a bloodiness that Ken does not have. Such ruffian words are more inspiring than the kind of high-sounding words. It also stimulates the blood of the players of the guild. Ha 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 ha, the boss is right. It's just an event, let's kick the dragon down. Originally, I was still a little nervous. Listening to Boss Steve's words, I suddenly felt that there was nothing. Brothers, just let go and play. Most of the studios over there are studios, brothers, let's not disgrace the union, don't even win the studio. The enthusiasm of the guild players was all driven by Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan saw that all the players were confident, and said with a smile, those who performed well in this event, I will reward you with an iron suit. Armor, weapons, tools, shields, everything. When the players of the guild heard this, they were stunned. After the reaction, everyone cheered. Long live Steve, Boss Steve, a set of iron sheaths, my god, Boss Steve is too generous, right, dot. Boss Steve is simply inhumane, my god. What equipment did Boss Steve wear? Steve Boss is wearing diamond covers, isn't it casual to give a holster? In this way, Xu Yuan can be regarded as mobilizing everyone's passion. Ken on the side couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Xu Yuan's words suddenly seemed to give chicken blood to the players. However, motivation is motivation, he is still a little worried about whether the guild's materials are enough. So he whispered to Xu Yuan, when you say this, how many iron sheaths will we have to give away at that time? Xu Yuan smiled and said, our guild is no longer short of iron, let them go down to the mine in the future, don't dig iron. When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he was immediately surprised. Our guild is not short of iron. What did you get out again? When Ken's words came out, he found that he shouldn't ask, and he looked at Xu Yuan a little nervously. And Xu Yuan just smiled and did not speak. Ken was relieved. Since Xu Yuan said that there will be no shortage of iron in the guild in the future, then the guild will definitely not lack iron in the future. Ken believed Xu Yuan's words. Half an hour before the competition, the system opened the registration channel. The players in the guild also signed up without hesitation. Natural Ken and Xu Yuan are no exception. After signing up, Ken and the players were teleported to a platform space. Xu Yuan, on the other hand, was teleported to another space. At the same time, there are other guild leaders who are teleported into this space. At this time, other players who did not participate in the game appeared in the system prompt of a fact live video. After the players click on the video, they see the picture from the guild leader. At this time, the players suddenly felt fresh. Wow, it's actually a live broadcast mode. It seems that the game should be very intense. Hey, who are these people? Just order people to participate. That Steve guy? That seems to be a dragon? Wow, could it be that the people who teleported over were the guild leader? It's really all guild leaders. Oh, the smell of gunpowder is so strong. The players made a novel discovery, and these guild leaders were all teleported together. At this time, the system broadcast of the full server sounded. Guild battle tournament rules. Each guild leader can initiate 3 challenge opportunities and accept 3 challenged opportunities, and can challenge any object. Successful challenge ranking is reversed, and guild points will be deducted if the challenge fails. Both parties accept the challenge to be successfully matched. The rules of the game are simple, which means to grab the rankings. Each guild has 6 tournament chances. This is also equivalent to completely shuffling the guild rankings. Guilds with low rankings will naturally choose guilds with high rankings to challenge, so that their rankings will increase. But this is also risky. If it succeeds, it is rich and valuable. If it fails, the guild points are deducted by 500, which is equivalent to directly dropping the ranking. However, this game rule is also the time to test the strength of the guild. After all the players have a general understanding of the rules of the game, the system begins to explain the content of the game. Competition content. After successful matching, the two guilds will send one player to participate, and the player will be teleported to a specific map, and the two players will switch their current location every 5 minutes. To ensure gameplay, obsidian is forbidden and hell will not open. Only the one who successfully survives will win. Each round of challenge can send 1 to 3 players to play, 3 games and 2 wins. After Xu Yuan saw the content of this competition, he immediately understood the rules. This official said very coy, what is the side that succeeds to survive can win? Wouldn't it be good to directly say that killing the other party can lead to victory? Seeing such a competition content, Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile. Xu Yuan had played this mode with Jiyu before. Anyway, he tried his best to send him to death at the last second. Because the position will be changed, it is not you who dies, but the other party will also try their best to kill themselves, so this mode is still a test of hand speed and on-the-spot reaction. This gameplay Xu Yuan is not panicked at all. Self-help and harm methods, Xu Yuan will have too much. However, Xu Yuan has to admire that it is indeed wise for the official to release this event now. Players are pretty much ready to play the game now. With this event, players can learn a lot of tips, which also improves the player's strength and survival rate. This is also more convenient for the advancement of the game process in the future. At this time, players can't help but feel very new when they see such game rules. After all, the previous games were basically PK between both sides, and this activity is much more fun than PK. This. Interesting? Ha 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 ha. Isn't this just trying to kill each other? Wow, that's too detrimental. Ha 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 ha, but I like it. At this time, all the players put down what they were doing, and all turned into melon-eating masses. At this time, Long Tang, who had read the rules of the game, was discussing with those consortiums behind the guild. Our guild is ranked number 1 right now, just accept the challenge. Doesn't that Steve say that Steve is the first person in the game? He, ranked 100. I heard that he has no studio and no consortium behind him. That is, he was lucky to take a few first kills before. How could he have done us? In that case, then choose their guild. I want to see how powerful the first person in the game is. The consortium behind the Dragon Tang Guild unanimously chose the Cube People Guild that challenged Xu Yuan. But this is also normal. After all, the unions that players are more familiar with now are these two. After receiving the news, Long Tang directly refused the challenge of many other unions and directly challenged Xu Yuan's Block People Guild. At this time, Xu Yuan's side immediately received a system reminder. The Dragon Tang Union has challenged you. Do you accept it? Yes. Xu Yuan chose yes without hesitation. Isn't this Dragon Tang Guild sent to the door? Since the other guilds are still struggling with how to choose, only the Dragon Tang Guild and the Cube Man Guild have been successfully paired. The full server system also broadcast the pairing results for the first time. Pairing successful. Dragon Tang vs Cube Man. As soon as the system broadcast was issued, all the players were amazed. This is the game that everyone wants to see the most? What a bite. Hurry up and get started. These two guilds are also not grinding at all, just start dry, you can. These two guilds seem to be gathered in elites, they should be quite interesting. The players are looking forward to the match between the two guilds. After all, these two guilds are more familiar to everyone. After choosing a match, Xu Yuan was teleported back to the guild players area. The guild players were all excited to see Xu Yuan returning, and they all knew the rules of the game and the guild to be fought against. The guild players are eager to try, and everyone wants to participate in the tournament. Boss Steve, pick me. People send nicknames, professional pit teammates, this game must I go. What are you arguing about, Boss Ken? They haven't spoken yet. Xu Yuan looked at the guild players, their enthusiasm was very high, which was a good thing. But at present, this challenge only needs 1 to 3 people, so Xu Yuan must choose well. Ken, Xiao, Ai Wang, Ahao, Wen Wu, Xiaofate, you are listed. These people are some people who Xu Yuan knows the roots. Ken, they naturally needless to say, Wen Wu and Xiaochuan techniques are also good. After these 6 people came out, all the guild players looked at them with envious eyes. After all, this is a good opportunity to win glory for the guild. 3 chances to challenge, 3 chances to be challenged, that's 6 races in total. If you could send off the opposite 3 by yourself every game, it's exactly 6 people, and then some substitutes are needed. Xu Yuan said this and thought about it. Count me as the substitute, you need 5 more people. Ken, you choose. When the guild players heard this, they were immediately surprised, and even Ken on the side looked at Xu Yuan with a surprised expression. They didn't expect their Steve boss to be a substitute. Boss Steve, isn't it? You're going to be the backup. Boss, aren't you the main player? You know what, boss, this is giving the rest of us a chance. In fact, Xu Yuan chose to be a substitute himself, just to train these players in the guild. After all, this game is a good learning opportunity. If you do it yourself, then there is basically nothing else to do. Although Ken couldn't understand why Xu Yuan did this, he knew that Xu Yuan would not do something that he was not sure of, so he didn't ask more. According to Xu Yuan's arrangement, 5 replacement players were selected. After selecting the contestants, Xu Yuan clicked the ready button. As soon as the button was pressed, Xu Yuan and his group were teleported to a preparation area. This is directly divided into 2 blocks, the preparation area and the teleportation area. As long as both parties are ready, walk to the teleportation area and be teleported to different places on the same map. The competition officially began. Players will not receive any messages after the tournament starts, which also prevents cheating. At this time, Xu Yuan looked at Ken and said, "Ken, you're the first to go." Ken's operation and awareness are good, so being the first to play the lead can also make the players feel more confident. Although the players didn't say anything, Xu Yuan could still see that everyone was still nervous. Ken nodded and walked into the teleportation area of the preparation area. Soon, the players on the Dragon Tang side were silently ready, as the teleportation area lit up. The 2 disappeared into the preparation zone. As soon as the 2 disappeared, 2 screens appeared on the big screen in the preparation area. One is Ken's first perspective, and the other is the silent perspective of Long Tang. At this time, the fact broadcast screen of each player also appeared on the same 2 screens as the preparation area. Started. Wow, the first one to play is actually the Ken guy. Boss Ken is the vice president of the Cube People Guild, and Momo is the vice president of the Dragon Tang Guild. It seems that both sides made heavy bets at the beginning. High play showdown, wonderful. From the perspective of both screens, neither of them is very proficient. When they first arrived on the map, they all chose to wander around to see if there was anything that could kill each other. For example, what kind of canyon or so on, or you can find magma. But they missed one point. Although the game is to kill the opponent to win. But if you hang out there and don't look for supplies and food, your life is also in danger. So this game is still difficult for players who are not very familiar with the game. After all, some players can't guarantee their own survival in the wild. Although in Xu Yuan's eyes, both Ken and Momo belong to the type who can't play and can't find the north. But in the eyes of the players, they still think that both of them are very powerful. Neither of them went looking for supplies or food at this time. Ken directly made a tool bench from the tree, and then synthesized a wooden spade. Ken dug more than 10 grass squares around him, and then began to build high in place. Ken wanted to jump off from a height at the last second of the exchange. And the silent side is the same as Ken's idea. But silently did not stack high, but dug a pit down. All the players felt thrilled when they saw such a scene. After all, the 2 will exchange places in 5 minutes, and now both are designing to frame each other. It seems that both will die after switching positions, which is a matter of succession. So who has the time to calculate that it will die first? A jump, a pit. Ha, it feels so scary. Every last second of 5 minutes, the 2 will try to kill themselves. It's just cruel. This feeling depends on luck, it feels like it's going to die, it depends on who dies first. After the 2 set up a place to frame each other, soon a countdown appeared on the screen. Left from swapping position, 5.4.3.2.1. Ken didn't jump until he read 1. And the silent side due to some nervousness, when the second is read to 2, he jumped directly. Soon the viewing angle of the screen is switched. I saw that Ken's side fell quickly and fell into a deep pit. The amount of blood suddenly left half a drop. On the other hand, on the silent side, he was directly killed. Since the silent side pressed faster, the height was also reduced when Ken was changed. That's why he didn't drop Ken to death. Ken, this can be regarded as a narrow victory. At this time, the other players can be said to be enthusiastic to watch. But in Xu Yuan's eyes, it is simply rookie chickens pecking at each other. The most important tool to play this game is the iron bucket. A scene like this just now, iron barrels filled with water, when it falls, a bucket of water directly falls, safe and sound. Therefore, as soon as you enter the game, the priority is to find a mine hole and dig iron in the mine. Otherwise, depending on this way of looking at faces, what fun is there in this game? After Ken won, he returned to the preparation area. At this time, the real-time guild ranking of the system has changed. The ranking of Cube Man directly came to the first place. Long Tang, on the other hand, fell to 100. At this time, the guild players cheered enthusiastically when they saw Ken return. Ken boss triumph. Boss Ken is awesome. That silently jumped for a second? Guild players already think that Ken is very powerful. After all, not everyone can do it if the card time point card is so good. Ken was still very satisfied with his performance in this competition, and he walked over to ask Xu Yuan, "Will I go to the next game, or will I change people?" After all, he had just won, and Ken also felt that he had some experience, so he wanted to chase after the victory. At this time, Xu Yuan thought about it and said, "If you continue to go on, it is estimated that the real-time data will still inherit the previous handful. That is to say, if you go up again, you only have half a block of blood." Ken heard this, thought about it, and said, "Then forget it, half a grid of blood will definitely not work, or change people." Xu Yuan nodded, and then said, "Get me on." At this time, the players of the guild heard Xu Yuan say that they wanted him up, and they were immediately excited. "I thought you were going to be a killer until the end." I feel like Boss Steve might not have anything to do with us. On the other hand, on the side of the Dragon Tang Guild, it had just lost the game, and the ranking suddenly became 100th. At this time, the faces of everyone in the guild were not very good looking. The guild's consortiums were also pale. Doesn't it mean that this silent strength is very strong? This mode is not played by anyone. Always have to explore slowly, it doesn't matter, we still have a chance. Don't worry, let them have a look first. The Dragon Tang Guild immediately sent out another challenge invitation to the other blocker. Xu Yuan quickly accepted the invitation to challenge. Then Xu Yuan walked to the teleportation area. Come on Steve boss. We are waiting for you in triumph. Boss, finish them up. All the players of the guild were cheering for Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan turned his head and smiled and said, wait and look closely, let me learn something. As the lights in the teleportation area lit up, Xu Yuan disappeared in place. At this time, the players of the guild did not know what Xu Yuan wanted them to learn. And on this new event map, there will soon be a live survival instruction and live death teaching. As Xu Yuan disappeared into the teleportation area, the player's first perspective of fact broadcasting also opened again. The players were surprised to find that the contestant of the Cube Man Guild this time was actually Steve. Xu Yuan's participation immediately aroused the enthusiasm of players. Lying Groove, this Square People Guild just lost the king and exploded in the second game. I guess I want to keep the first place steady. I've always been curious about how Steve plays the game, and it seems that I can study well today. Don't deify Steve too much, he hasn't played this game just out, and it's probably not that powerful. It feels like this game is based on luck, so this is not accurate. Players are looking forward to who will win this game. After watching a game, players all think that this game is more face-to-face, and everyone does not know that this game is actually playing Operation. After Xu Yuan entered the game, his goal was clear, to stroke the tree. After touching a tree with his bare hands, Xu Yuan immediately synthesized the workbench, and then synthesized the wooden pickaxe. After synthesizing the wooden pickaxe, Xu Yuan was not in a hurry, but looked for a natural mine nearby. After about 2 minutes of searching around, Xu Yuan successfully found a mining cave. 2 chickens and a sheep were slaughtered on the way to the cave, so that there was almost enough food. If you don't want to starve to death for 5 minutes, many people don't look for food, but directly try to deal with it. And the reason why Xu Yuan was looking for food was simple, because Xu Yuan was not ready to let the rest of the guild play. He was ready to solve the battle alone, so that Long Tang would never have a chance to turn over again. It is also just for the players of the guild to see what is the correct way to play this game. After Xu Yuan came to the mine, he first dug some stones and coal. Then a stone drawing and a stone sword and some torches were made. When all the players saw this, they were immediately puzzled. Xu Yuan seemed to be going to the mine, and they didn't understand what Xu Yuan was doing in the mine. What is Boss Steve doing in the mine? Maybe looking for magma, and jumping magma. It's daytime, there are no monsters, maybe Boss Steve wants to go to the mine to attract monsters. The players also played their own whimsy, but came up with many other ways to die except for falling from a height. On the other hand, Long Tang's side is still very persistent in digging pits. This time the player, he dug the pit deeper. Long Tang and they summed up their experience before, and they felt that the reason why they would lose was because the pit was not deep enough. So this time they also summed up the lesson, digging deeper into the pit will not lead to falling and not dying. After Xu Yuan entered the mine cave, he soon encountered iron ore, and Xu Yuan excavated directly without saying a word. After digging up the 3 iron ores, Xu Yuan put them in a furnace to smelt. After smelting, Xu Yuan directly synthesized the iron ingots into iron barrels. After doing all this, Xu Yuan quickly returned to the ground, and then found the water source and filled a bucket with a bucket of water. In this way, there is no need to gamble with your life. Xu Yuan clearly knew that now Long Tang would definitely implement the policy of falling from a height. So if you want to survive, the first thing that matters is to land on the water. After doing this, 4 minutes have passed. There was still a minute left. Xu Yuan thought for a while. What's the best way to die? Xu Yuan looked at his surroundings. It seems that there is nothing to use. So Xu Yuan dug some soil blocks and began to stack them as before Ken. Although there were 10,000 ways to kill his opponent in Xu Yuan's mind, he had just arrived on the terrain and made a lot of preparations. So a lot of time was wasted, and now there is not enough time. So you can only use the simplest and most crude way. And the opposite side will definitely not land on the water, so after changing positions, he is absolutely certain to die. At this time, when the players saw this, they were all a little disappointed. After all, everyone just saw that Xu Yuan was going to mine and making buckets and fetching water, and they thought that Xu Yuan would bring everyone a different experience. But I didn't expect to use the same method as Ken in the end. I thought Steve had some new tricks to play, but it turned out to be the same as Ken guy. I said don't over-deify him, since it's still stacked like this, why did you just go and do so many things? Bow eyeballs, after all, he is the guild leader, he must be different from others. The bells and whistles have been for a long time, but the result is still piled high. Soon, as the countdown ended, the two switched places. After swapping positions, the players on the Dragon Tang side had no suspense and died directly. And Xu Yuan found the right time at the last second when he was about to land, put down the landing water, and successfully landed. After the players saw the death of the player on the Dragon Tang side, they thought that Xu Yuan's side was lucky, so he died later. As a result, when his eyes moved over, he found that Xu Yuan was not only not dead, but even full of blood. Suddenly the whole world channel exploded. What's going on? Did anyone just see clearly? Why is Steve still full of blood? Did Steve pour water on the ground? Since it was only a momentary thing, many players did not see what Xu Yuan had done. And some players who saw it clearly suddenly felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Groove. Can you still play like this? Steve's hand speed dumbfounded me. Just now he poured water out at the last second of landing. It seems that the water protects the player from falling from a height without injury. No wonder the first thing Steve did was go into the mine to make barrels. That's how this game is played. At this time, all the players who saw this scene were boiling. None of them expected that this could still be the case. But this is also normal. After all, many players will not consider making a bucket even if they find iron ore. Most players are working directly on equipment, armor, and tools. Many players feel that the iron barrel does not seem to be of much use. So I wouldn't have thought of the practice of landing water. And if you want to get the water on the ground, you still need to operate, and you pay attention to the quick eye. Since the game is a holographic mode, the sensory effect everywhere is particularly good. There is also a sense of weightlessness when falling from a height, so it is not easy to put water on the moment of falling. Players felt that Xu Yuan could think of this method and operate it. At this time, the previous players also obediently closed their mouths. The reason why they would be barrage was that they didn't want to admit that Xu Yuan was stronger than them, but after seeing Xu Yuan's series of operations, they didn't want to admit it. At this time, the members of the guilds in the preparation area were shocked by Xu Yuan's operation and could not speak. As soon as Boss Steve entered, his thinking was very clear: go down to the mine to make an iron bucket to collect water. He had long thought that the other side would still use the same method to deal with him. We're all trying to gamble on our luck at the last second, and the boss is going straight to find a solution. That's the right way to play this game. Why else change positions after 5 minutes? If you stack it or dig a hole like that, half a minute will be fine. I always felt that this game didn't need any operational consciousness or anything, and after watching Boss Steve, I knew what was the difference between the big guy and the ordinary player. At this time, after seeing Xu Yuan's operations, Ken suddenly felt a little stunned. Like other players, he didn't think the game was too operable. But after watching the scene just now, Ken finally understood. What's the difference between a good person who plays this game and someone who doesn't play it well? A good guy, he's playing this game with his brain. He will take advantage of the features in the game and get the most out of it. And people who play badly, just simple, what others do, he does. I don't use my brain, I don't think. Ken now understands the charm of this game thoroughly. This extremely free game looks simple, but it's not. If you look at it as simple, it's simple. You can farm the land, raise chickens, and survive. But if you're aiming higher, it's hard, and there are all kinds of features, technology, all of which can be connected together. It can be said that this game is a brainstorm, and Ken feels that this game can satisfy everyone. You can spend the day leisurely, looking at the scenery, planting fields, and building houses. You can also spend a day full of adventure, go to various temples and fight all kinds of monsters. You can also brainstorm for a day, study various characteristics, study redstone, study all kinds of technology. Everyone has different options, but everyone is able to be satisfied by this game. This is really a good game, not limited and do what you love. Just as the guild players were discussing Xu Yuan's god-level operation just now, Xu Yuan had already appeared in the preparation area. The guild players immediately swarmed up. Boss Steve, lie down, you just got down there, it's awesome. Boss, you've already figured out how to deal with it, so the first step is to go mining, right? Boss Steve, you're too awesome, aren't you? Xu Yuan saw the reaction of the guild players and smiled. Have you learned this trick? When the guild players heard this, they all smiled awkwardly. The eyes learn, will the hands not know? This trick was originally called landing water. Boss, let's test this trick more. After all, it is still a test of hand speed to put it down at the moment of landing. Xu Yuan nodded after hearing this, and then said, well, it's good to know how to use it. This trick is not difficult, and when the time comes, you will practice more. All the guild members nodded, they all wrote down this trick, and they must practice hard when they go back. At this moment, Ken came over and asked Xu Yuan, this one wins again, the Dragon Tang Guild will definitely not be willing, and it is estimated that an invitation will be sent later. Do you want to change the subordinate? When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled. Do they think that's the end of it? What Xu Yuan showed everyone was just the skill of self-help. I haven't shown you the various ways to harm people. Moreover, the one just now, Xu Yuan was preparing materials most of the time, and he hadn't started it properly. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan shook his head and smiled. No substitution, this is just the beginning. When the members of the guild heard Xu Yuan say that he would not change people, and said that this was just the beginning, they were all stunned. The landing water just now has already surprised everyone. Listening to Xu Yuan's words, is there a wonderful operation later? Groove, boss, are you going to start a one-man show? Great. Boss Steve, you go have fun, let's take note of the key points on this little bench. This. The scalp is numb, and I mourn for Long Tang for a second, ha 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 ha. Boss Steve, you don't leave Dragon Tang with any way to live, ha 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 ha, it's just cruel. Although the guild players did not know what kind of visual feast Xu Yuan would give them next, they knew a fact. That is, the players of the Dragon Guild are miserable. According to Xu Yuan's momentum, it was definitely a unilateral crush, and Long Tang definitely had no power to fight back. The players of the guild on the side of Dragon Tang were also amazed after seeing Xu Yuan's operation just now, but they can't show it as directly as other players. After all, now the Cube People Guild and Dragon Tang are in a state of competition. Even if they feel that Xu Yuan's operation is really showy, they can't show it. After Long Tang saw Xu Yuan's operation, he immediately ordered the next person on the map, go down to the mine to find iron just like him. Digging holes now will definitely not be able to deal with them. Think of other ways. The players on the side of the Dragon Tang Guild suddenly felt a lot of pressure. They don't know who will play next, but if it were other players in the Cube Man Guild, they might still have the power to fight. If it was Steve, there would be no hope. Soon, the Dragon Tang Guild once again issued an invitation to challenge the Blocker Guild. Xu Yuan's side had already stood in the teleportation area, and he agreed immediately after receiving the invitation. After a while, Xu Yuan disappeared into the preparation area and came to the game map again. Unsurprisingly, the resources from last time are still there. At this time, the other players who were watching the battle were immediately excited. Wow, the Cube Man hasn't changed, or Steve Guy continues to play. It seems that you can see new tricks again? I hope that Long Tang can give some strength and at least survive one round. Dragon Tang now has one last chance to challenge. If the Cube people continue to challenge Dragon Tang at that time, then they will have 4 more battles. Hey, it's only 4 times, so little, I feel like I can only watch 4 ways to die. At this time, the other players were full of anticipation for the game, and everyone just thought it was a gamble on luck. But after watching Xu Yuan's operation, everyone knew that this game was brainstorming and operating. Now everyone just wants Xu Yuan's opponent to fight a little, so that everyone can see more wits and wonderful operations. At this moment, the game was suddenly suspended. Both were teleported back to the preparation zone. At this time, everyone was a little confused, and even Xu Yuan didn't know what happened. Subsequently, the system announcement immediately came out to explain. It turned out that Long Tang directly reported Xu Yuan here, because they saw that when Xu Yuan came to the map again, the things on his body were still there, so they felt unfair. The answer is that the report is invalid. The system explained the rules of the game long ago, with 1 to 3 players per round. If the player in the match is eliminated and he continues to play, the data from the previous game will be inherited. Will inherit the contents of the backpack, and likewise, the amount of health will be inherited. There is nothing unfair about this. It's just because Xu Yuan didn't shed blood at all in the last game, so Long Tang feels unfair. So what if the last Cube Man is on the side of Ken? Then they probably won't say it's unfair, right? And this competition is originally a battle of wits and courage, which is the fun of the game. If both players are strong enough, they can't kill each other all the time. Then they will collect a lot of materials all the time, and they can even use redstone technology to kill each other later. This is the real purpose of the official competition. It is to let players get familiar with the game faster, and can learn various survival methods for survival in difficult situations. This would lay the groundwork for some future activities. At this time, after receiving this system message, the players all scoffed at Long Tang's behavior. Can't afford to lose, and report people. This is normal. If it was just on the Ken boss, you see if they still can't report it. Long Tang is embarrassed. The system says that the report is invalid, which means that the people of the Dragon Tang Guild are too dish. Ha 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 ha. After the system ruled that the report was invalid, the 2 were sent to the match map again. After Xu Yuan entered the map, he thought about it. If you want the person of Dragon Tang to die, it is too simple, so it is not difficult for yourself. Might as well add a bit of fun to yourself. Set up some small traps for the players on the Dragon Tang side. Xu Yuan suddenly thought of the movie Chainsaw. I want play a game. If you want to win the game, just kill the other side quickly. But Xu Yuan felt that this was too boring, and it was not challenging for him at all. So, he wanted to learn Chainsaw like Chainsaw. Design some mechanisms, and if he cracks them, he can get away with it. If you don't crack the mechanism, you will only face death. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but get a little excited. If this plan can be implemented successfully, it will be fun. However, before implementing the plan, Xu Yuan definitely needs some preparation. As soon as Xu Yuan entered the map, he began to look for resources. The players were excited to see Xu Yuan collecting items everywhere. What everyone wants to see is how Xu Yuan changed the law to kill the opposite side, and as soon as he saw that Xu Yuan was not piling high or digging a pit, he was all brought up. At this time, the player of the Dragon Tang Guild also began to get busy after entering the game. This is the last challenge to their guild, and if they lose this time, they will be very passive. Therefore, the Dragon Tang Guild also pressed the treasure on the Demon Tang. Mo Tang is a high player of the Dragon Tang Guild, and its reflexes and on-the-spot adaptability are very good. As soon as he entered the game, he also learned to look for the mine like Xu Yuan did at the beginning. Mo Tang was very lucky, and after walking a few steps, he saw a natural mine cave. After he finished the stone manuscript and stone sword, he immediately leaned in. After entering the mine, Mo Tang first dug some coal and made some torches. Then he headed deep into the mine. Mo Tang's luck was also quite good, and after looking for a while, he found the iron ore. Just as he was about to dig, 2 zombies not far away rushed towards him. Tang was also not panicked at all. He quickly stopped what he was doing and blocked the square in front of him before the zombie came over. Only a wide gap was exposed, just enough to see the zombie's feet. As soon as he had a good view, he immediately began to attack the zombies. Soon the zombies fell under the attack. At this time, all the players saw this, and they were a little looking forward to it. The operation of Tang seems to be good, and the reaction speed is also very fast. Some players encounter several monsters rushing over in the mine. It is easy to panic, although everyone knows the pedicure method, but in the intricate terrain of the mine, players can easily not know where to file. And this Tang can be said to be in danger, and his thinking is clear. It feels like this Tang can play a few rounds with Steve Boss. The Dragon Tang Guild learned quite quickly, and this time I started mining to make barrels. But I think that since Steve has shown us a hand, he knows that Long Tang has also learned. Although it is difficult to land and release water, I estimate that Steve will not use the method of falling from a height again. No matter what method he uses, the more exciting the better. The players on the side of the Dragon Tang Guild were also a little relieved when they saw the operation of Tang. They still have a glimmer of illusions, hoping that Tang can bring their ranking back again. After dealing with the two zombies, Tang began mining. His luck was very good, and he directly dug 6 lian mines. Tang directly made a furnace to put iron ore in, and then made an iron barrel with 3 iron ingots. After making the iron barrel, Tang happened to find that there was a water source not far from the mine. So I went over and took a bucket of water. After receiving the water, Tang felt a little more grounded. Now that the water for self-defense is available, the next step is to find a way to kill Steve. Tang thought about it. There must be a lot of monsters in this mine, if he can attract some monsters into a space, and then block the space. In this case, if Steve wants to run, he must first dig the surrounding space. If you dig up the space, you will definitely be attacked by monsters, and you will definitely die under the watchful eyes of monsters. Thinking of this, Tang immediately began to act. He first made a shield out of the remaining iron, so that he would not be afraid when he encountered Xiaobai and coolies. Then he found an area that could be closed quickly and sealed it. Later, after reserving a place for the monsters to come in, they began to attract monsters around. Not long after Tang walked in the mine, he attracted 4 zombies and a creeper. Since Xiaobai is long range and not so easy to lead, Tang also gave up. A few of them are enough. The Tang is circling with these monsters, waiting for time to pass. When the countdown was 10 seconds, Tang quickly led these monsters into space. The space was immediately enclosed. During this period, he was also attacked, and his health was also reduced to 7 tiles. But fortunately, he kept his distance from the coolie and did not let him explode. When all the players at this time saw this, they all pinched a sweat for Xu Yuan. Under the siege of so many monsters, can Xu Yuan survive smoothly? This demon Tang is too ruthless, so many monsters are besieged, and one monster beats Steve to death. Yes, besides, there are coolies to be afraid of, and it is estimated that Steve will explode as soon as he changes over. Looking forward to it, I really want to see how Steve will respond. Countdown to the exchange of positions between the two players. As the countdown ended, Tang and Xu Yuan exchanged places. At this time, Tang was fully prepared in his heart, and when he was ready to land, he would come with a bucket of landing water. But when he opened his eyes and saw the situation around him, his whole person was stunned. There was no fall from the sky as he imagined, and nothing was besieged by monsters. At this time, he was on a flat ground, and there was no danger around him. There was even a box in front of him. The model immediately felt that something was wrong. He felt that there must be something wrong with this box. He carefully moved over, quickly opened the box, and quickly took a few steps back without even seeing what was inside. Tang felt that opening the box would definitely trigger something, although he did not know whether this type of mechanism existed. After Tang retreated to the back, he observed the surroundings for a long time. It turned out that nothing happened. Tang suddenly wondered, what the hell is going on? At this time, the players were also surprised. Everyone thought that Xu Yuan would set up some awesome mechanism for Tang. But it seems that there is no mechanism at all. What's going on? Didn't Steve have time to kill Moten? I don't know, I've been observing Tang's side just now. Hey, I wish I could be separated. My attention could only be focused on one screen, and the content of the other screen could not be seen. I saw that Steve had been collecting supplies here, and I didn't notice it. Did any brother come out and say what's going on? Because live streaming is the perspective of 2 people, many people can't notice it at the same time. Many players didn't know what Xu Yuan had done here. After standing for a long time, Tang saw that nothing was happening around him, so he plucked up the courage to open the box again. When Tang saw the contents of the box, the whole person was stunned. There were actually 3 cooked chickens in the box. Tang took the chicken and studied it for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that there was no poisoning in the game, Tang even thought that Xu Yuan was going to poison him. Tang took the chicken and ate one directly, and the blood volume began to slowly rise after the fullness was full. At this moment, Tang is still confused. What the hell does this Steve want to do? What did he prepare for himself? 3 cooked chicken jerky. At this time, those players who had been looking at Xu Yuan's perspective couldn't help but feel a little scared at this time. They watched Xu Yuan collect supplies, and then when they were about to exchange places, they came to a safe location. Boxes are placed on the ground and grilled chicken is also placed. They witnessed the whole process, and Xu Yuan didn't do anything like a trap at all. When none of them knew what Xu Yuan was going to do, at this time, they seemed to feel something. Brother Steve, is this feeding? And the big guy didn't kill this round, so the big guy wants to play more. So, it seems to be true, Steve is not short of time this time, but he is not prepared to kill the demon at all. He took the initiative to let go of Tang, and then gave him food, so that he could survive longer, so that the game could be played longer. Feed you enough to have the strength to play with me, did Steve think so? Oh my god, what the hell is Steve going to do? At this time, I saw the analysis of some players, so the players immediately felt goosebumps coming up. None of them knew what Xu Yuan was going to do next, but what they could be sure of was that all this was under Xu Yuan's control. Xu Yuan seems to be playing a big chess game, and Tang is Xu Yuan's chess piece. The players immediately began to feel some sympathy for Tang. Tang still doesn't know, the game may just be beginning. Wow, this feeling of being completely in control is terrible. Fortunately, Tang didn't know. Tang may just think that Xu Yuan made a mistake now, or that he didn't have time to kill him. Poor bug. It's going to be reduced to a plaything. While the players were worried about the situation of Tang, they still set their sights on Xu Yuan's side. After all, Xu Yuan only survived under the framing of Tang just now, and only then did the latter happen. At this time, Xu Yuan had already walked out of the space just now unharmed, and had already begun mining in the cave. After Xu Yuan teleported over, after seeing the monsters around him, he immediately took a few stones and stacked himself. There is no long-range monster like Xiaobai in this space, so as long as the monster is stacked high, it will not be able to hit Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan raised himself a few blocks in height at the moment when the coolie was afraid of exploding. Although Xu Yuan still received the injury of crying and afraid of explosion, it was not much. And just now the zombies were all piled up, and the explosion that the coolies were afraid of also helped Xu Yuan clean up these zombies. Those players who have been watching Xu Yuan's perspective are amazed when they see Xu Yuan's operation. Xu Yuan's reaction was too fast, and he almost immediately stacked it after discovering the monster the moment he teleported over. This reaction, this resilience. It's really amazing. It's my words, I'm already crying, I'm afraid I'm going to blow up. Take notes, don't be afraid when besieged by melee monsters, just raise it. While the players applauded, they also determined one thing. That's when the game begins, Steve survived. Tang is going to suffer. It feels like this is already a one-sided crush. Steve, there are many ways to send you away, and I just want to keep you with me for a while. Everyone learn a little bit and see what traps Steve will make next. At this time, all the players turned their attention to Xu Yuan's first perspective. Everyone no longer wants to see how Tang tosses. Everyone understands that Tang is now a lamb to be slaughtered. After Xu Yuan safely left the area blocked by Tang, he began to explore in the mine cave, looking for a suitable place to play games. Soon Xu Yuan found a place and immediately began construction. The players were excited to see that Xu Yuan had finally made a move. But after watching it for a long time, they didn't know what Xu Yuan had planned. Xu Yuan's side grasped the time of every minute. After all, the amount of work is still somewhat large. On the other hand, on the side of Demon Tang, he did not notice the danger at all. He was still racking his brains to figure out how to kill Xu Yuan. He walked around, saw the ocean in front of him, and suddenly had an idea. Look how you survived this time. As we all know, staying in water for a long time in the game will consume oxygen, and when oxygen is exhausted, it will deduct blood. So Tang wanted to drown Xu Yuan. However, if you want Xu Yuan to drown, you need to be able to trap Xu Yuan in water for a long time. If you want to achieve this goal, you must surround Xu Yuan in a place with water, and you can't let him float quickly. That is, to make a water prison underwater. What material is better to fence it with? After thinking of this, Tang thought about it. Xu Yuan's current tools must have a manuscript. Then, basically, as soon as I enter the game, I will stroke some trees with my bare hands to make a workbench. Then it's time to make a wooden pickaxe and dig for stones. So basically don't go to synthetic axes. After thinking of this, Tang synthesized the log into a wooden board, and then put it on the ground and began to stroke the board with his bare hands. Tang found that it took a long time to brush off the plank. So without hesitation, he chose to use wooden boards as the material of the water prison. After selecting the materials, Tang synthesized many wooden boards. Then he started from the shore and took the road to the sea. After taking it down, Tang deliberately built a lot vertically. As a result, it takes longer to surface. After the vertical construction, Tang began to build the water prison. Tang fenced off the 2x2 underwater position, and then in order to be more safe, Tang thickened the entire internal structure 4 times, leaving only an entrance at the top where you could enter. Seeing that the time was almost up, Tang first surfaced to recover his oxygen value. Then he dived down and locked himself in a water prison. At this time, the players saw Tang's actions and immediately raised their interest. Wow, Tang feels not to be outdone. This is trying to drown Steve's big guy. Tang is actually conscious. The water prison does not use stones but wooden boards. This is he is betting that Steve Boss does not have an axe. Yes, it's wonderful, so it's fun. Players are getting more and more excited when they see the two sides starting to design each other, and they feel that this game is becoming more and more interesting. Originally, when Ken and Silent Duel were at the beginning, after everyone watched it, they actually felt a little bored. Because there is nothing operational to speak of. And after seeing this competition, everyone felt that this type of competition is much more interesting than what PvP. Soon, 5 minutes passed. Xu Yuan's side dug up the stone above his head at the last second. And Tang also made up the last plank of the water prison. The two swapped positions. As soon as Xu Yuan teleported over, he looked at the surrounding links and couldn't help but smile. Water prison? Yes, it seems to be a brainstorm. Xu Yuan took out the workbench from his bag unhurriedly. The players were surprised to see it. They didn't expect Xu Yuan to actually carry the workbench with him. Ordinary gamers basically don't have the habit of carrying a workbench with them. Because anyway, the workbench only needs to be synthesized with wooden boards. But in this kind of competition, it's still important to have a workbench with you. It's like if Xu Yuan didn't bring a workbench now, then he had to come out of the workbench first. In this dangerous situation, a lot of time is wasted. Tang didn't calculate this. Steve brought a tool table with him. Just wait for the axe to come out. Learned, bring the workbench with you. I don't know if it's too late, but Tang is surrounded by several floors. Just when everyone thought that Xu Yuan was going to use the workbench to synthesize an axe, everyone was surprised to find that Xu Yuan's backpack actually had an axe. At this time, everyone became more and more puzzled. Did Steve forget he had an axe? I didn't see it, or what? I don't think I saw it. What is Steve going to synthesize? The players continued to read with doubts. I saw that Xu Yuan directly put 6 wooden boards, and on the workbench, closed a door and came out. Just when everyone is full of question marks, Xu Yuan directly placed the door on the wooden board of the water prison. Xu Yuan stood in front of the door, and then the oxygen value above the satiety also disappeared directly. What is this operation? If I'm not mistaken, the oxygen value disappears. What kind of magic is this? Sleeping groove, door still have this usage. See you alive. Thanks Steve guy, I learned. The players were stunned by Xu Yuan's operation. After all, everyone still doesn't know that you can breathe in the water. The players immediately felt that it was good that Xu Yuan participated in this game, otherwise where would they go to learn these things? Xu Yuan's survival can be said to be textbook level. Once it was the landing water that landed high in the sky. Once he was besieged by melee monsters and immediately stacked high. One was to use the door underwater to breathe. These are all very useful techniques. Surviving in the wild with these skills can be said to greatly improve the survival rate. At this time, the players even hoped that Tang would not die, and they wanted Tang to devise several more ways to kill Xu Yuan. In this way, everyone can also learn more from Xu Yuan. After Xu Yuan set up the door underwater, he unhurriedly began to dig the plank, and soon dug it out. Safely returned to the sea. Then he immediately began to plan the next organ. At this time, Tang's side can be described as wonderful. As soon as Tang opened his eyes, it was dark everywhere. And he is bleeding half in half a frame. Tang was suddenly a little overwhelmed. He didn't know where he was now, and he didn't know why he was bleeding. At this time, all the players who saw here were also confused. It's all dark, but it's bleeding all the time. Wow, what kind of trap is this? The surrounding space is all fenced, right? But why is there blood? The players were also confused at this time. At this time, although Tang did not know what happened, he could feel that he was in a closed environment. He reached out and touched the square above his head. It was a sand-like touch. After touching the sand, Tang didn't care. He just wanted to get out of this place quickly, so he directly picked up the sand above his head with his hand. Tang's blood continued to fall, and after Tang stroked 3 pieces of sand in a row, the amount of blood finally stabilized. Didn't fall again. At this time, Tang's health volume was only 1.5 blocks. After seeing that the amount of blood did not continue to fall, Tang finally breathed a sigh of relief. When the players saw this, they were all surprised, and everyone did not expect that being buried in the sand could actually cause damage. Sand can't be left in the air, so if there is sand on top of the character's head, it only takes 2 blocks to bury the person and cause blood, and I learned. It turns out that you can also play buried alive in this game. Tang technology cannot, the reaction is fast, but I still escaped alive. After Tang escaped with his life, he took these pieces of sand and built them up from this deep pit. Tang went down the deep pit to a platform above. The space of the platform is small, 2 long, and 1 wide, and 2 blocks high. As soon as Tang came up, he found a notice board on the opposite stone. On the billboard, there is a line of text. Congratulations on passing the test of sand. Now you are surrounded by magma, but I left you a way to live. Of these stones around you, only 1 stone is a way to live, so good luck. After Tang saw this billboard, his whole person was stunned. He originally thought that he had just escaped a catastrophe, and when he saw this billboard Demon Tang he knew that he was still in danger. At this time, when the players saw this billboard, they couldn't help but feel numb in their scalps. How do I feel like I'm watching a chainsaw? It's terrifying, isn't it? I thought that Tang had escaped danger just now, but I didn't expect that there was a bigger conspiracy in front of me. My mother, I only have one thought after reading this, that is, don't offend Steve. Steve is really playing a game with Morton. There were even billboards. Left a way to live. Isn't there nothing on the road that just came up? Wouldn't it be good to dig it again? Oh, do you think Steve Boss won't think of it? Can you know what's waiting for you down there? SHHHHH, it's true. At this time, Tang actually had the same idea as the others, and his first reaction when he saw this notice board was to return the same way. But he felt that Xu Yuan could not have thought that he would have the idea of returning the same way, so Tang didn't want to take this risk. And now his own HP is only 1.5 blocks. Thinking of this, Tang took out the roast chicken in his bag, ready to replenish his satiety and restore his blood volume. Only then took it out and looked at the roast chicken in his hand. Tang instantly felt that there was something wrong with his heart. This roast chicken was given to him by Steve. It seems that from the beginning, he has been led away by Steve's nose. At this time, Tang was instantly a little discouraged and lost his fighting spirit. He even wondered if there would be another level after this level. Now I think back to the first round, Steve left him food, and he took it himself. How ironic. Steve had figured out how to toy with him. He can't take the initiative in this game at all. This is completely a one-sided crush. When Tang thought of this, he was suddenly a little discouraged. It seems that the water prison he carefully designed did not kill Xu Yuan, otherwise the game would not be able to continue. Now there is no way but to bite the bullet? Tang tentatively dug up a stone and immediately saw magma rushing over. Seeing this, Tang took advantage of the fact that the magma had not yet spread, and Tang quickly blocked the stone back. Originally, he didn't believe what was said on the billboard, but he knew it was true after practicing it himself. However, although the notice board seems to be just luck, Tang has just experimented. As long as the hand speed is fast enough, the magma will not flow in temporarily. You can rely on hand speed to experiment one by one to find a way to survive. So the possibility of surviving by yourself is still relatively large. It's not all luck, it's also about hand speed. Tang thought of this, and his mood was slightly better. Then he began to carefully dig up the stones around him. 1, 2, all dug up the magma. Fortunately, Tang tensed his nerves all the time, and immediately gambled the stone back. Every time Tang digs a stone, his heart beats. When the players saw this scene, they all sweated. Everyone actually didn't want Tang to die so quickly, not that they liked Tang, but everyone wanted to see more about how Xu Yuan survived and how he made traps to harm people. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to learn. Damn, I feel like I'm more nervous than Moten. I hope Tang can survive. Come on Tang, you still have to continue to break through. If I were over there, I'd be going to break down. It's better to die directly. At this time, Tang gradually became familiar with this rhythm of digging and release. After he dug another stone, he was pleasantly surprised to find that no magma flowed out. So he quickly began to dig along the raw road. Probably dug a distance of more than 10 blocks. He dug the way. Tang finally saw a relatively large space. As soon as Tang arrived at this space, he found that this was a confined space. And the most terrifying thing is that in the middle of the ground in this place, there is actually a zombie brush cage. At this time, 3 zombies have been brushed out in this space. The players originally thought that Tang had escaped, but they didn't expect that there was a brush monster cage at the end of this life road given by Xu Yuan. At this time, the players only felt that their scalps were numb. I thought Tang had escaped, but I didn't expect to come to another level. It's terrible, it's endless torture. Boss Steve's mind is really clear. I think he found this brush cage in the mine at the beginning before starting construction. So he had already thought of this series of mechanisms after seeing this monster cage. This is too top, just Nima is outrageous. I think the scariest thing is that the terrain of the mine is so complicated, but Steve can use it all. It's terrible. Is this the big guy? I'm afraid. I think Tang should be quite desperate now. Both times I thought I had escaped, but Tang saw the scene in front of him, and his originally hopeful eyes instantly became dim. There is no end to. In just 5 minutes, how the hell did he come up with these things? Tang really can't figure it out. 5 minutes, some people may not be able to think of this plan too late, let alone implement it. Tang didn't have time to think about it at the moment. Fortunately, the newly dug tunnel is safe. He quickly retreated back into the tunnel, then blocked his view with stones and began to kill zombies. Since only one block can hit zombies, you can basically only hit one at a time. In addition, Tang is holding a stone sword, so the speed of killing is not as fast as the speed of brushing the monster cage to refresh. Tang thought about it. If he attacked like this, it would definitely not work, and if he wanted to survive, he could only rush out and knock out the brush cage. Thinking of this, Tang took out the last roast chicken in his backpack and ate it. After the blood volume was almost restored, Tang dug up stones to repel the zombies blocking the door, and quickly rushed out. While avoiding the zombies' attacks, he broke the spawn cage. After the monster cage was broken, the zombies finally did not continue to refresh. Tang wandered away, avoiding the zombies and returning to the tunnel just now, betting on the stones and starting to clean up the remaining zombies. After the players saw this, they all felt that Tang was already very powerful, and he had done his best. If they were to let them go, they would definitely not react as quickly as Tang. After Tang cleaned up the zombies, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to dig up the blocked stones and come out, the countdown to swap positions is ringing again. Seeing the countdown sound, Tang's whole person was stunned. He didn't expect time to pass so quickly. At this time, a terrifying feeling hit his whole body. because he felt that this transposition was the beginning of another torture. After Tang saw the system's position swap prompt, the whole person was stunned. How is it so fast? Tang only felt that time passed too quickly, and because his spirit had always been in a state of high tension, he did not notice the passage of time at all. And the players who saw this reminder were also surprised. They are actually as nervous as Tang, and even they are not necessarily easier than Morton. I'm going, why is it 5 minutes so fast? I thought of an idea that gave me goosebumps. You guys said that Steve had planned it a long time ago, and as soon as Tang escaped, the time would come. Groove. Brother, please don't say, my Nima sweat hair is standing up. I think it's really possible. Otherwise, why is it so accurate? This is called, am I on the 5th floor? Brother, this is not on the 5th floor, this is already in the ceiling. That Moten, this is in the basement. Let's stop laughing, we might have to go up in the sewers. The players have already made up all kinds of brain supplements at this moment, deifying Xu Yuan. In their minds, the name Steve was now a godlike existence. When there was no such activity before, although Xu Yuan won so many first kills, everyone's perception of Xu Yuan was a big guy with very good technology. And now, everyone is watching Xu Yuan's so many operations, skills. Everyone really realized what a real big guy is. Technical, responsive, super brain, want to become a real boss, these things cannot be missing. At this time, Tang saw the countdown in the lower left corner of the system, and suddenly became a little numb. He felt that the affirmation that awaited him was endless challenges and torture. He suddenly felt a little retreated. Isn't this a two-person game? In the end, he didn't have time to devise how to kill Steve. I've always been in a rather passive position. The dominance of this game is completely in Steve's hands. And Tang himself, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, has no power to fight back. Countdown to the exchange of positions between the two sides, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Tang opened his eyes again. In front of him was a lake, flat all around, and there were no mechanisms on the surface. In front of Tang placed a chest. On top of the box was a sign with a line written on it. Congratulations on passing the test, this is your reward, enjoy it to your heart's content. Tang opened the box and inside were 3 pork chops. When all the players saw this, they immediately began to have some sympathy for Tang. I thought that the change of Tang was another round of tests, but I didn't expect that Steve actually left him time to rest, and there were rewards. Steve is the master of this game, I let you play with me, you have to play with me, happy to play, reward you with a few pieces of meat to eat. If I were Tang, I would definitely kill myself, it would be too torturous, I know that after this 5 minutes, the next 5 minutes will be torture. What you said is simple, people are not fighting alone, people represent the guild, if he commits suicide, it is equivalent to saying that their guild voluntarily surrendered. Tang is so pitiful. This is simply a dilemma, look at this urine sex, Steve wants to play a little longer. In comparison, this endless torture is the most abrasive. Knowing that you are being played in the palm of your hand, but you can't get rid of this status quo, this is the most terrible thing. That feeling of powerlessness can even drive people crazy. After Tang saw these pork chops, the whole person collapsed instantly. After the last box, what brought Tang was endless torture. And this time, here it is again. Moten knows that he and Steve are not on the same level at all, he can't play Steve, and he doesn't want to play anymore. He just wanted to end this torture quickly. At this moment, he seemed to be a little crazy, he said with a big laugh. Ha 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 ha, reward for me. Are you trying to let me recover my blood volume and play slowly with you? Do you find it fun to be in control? I'm telling you, I won't let you get away with it. After Tang finished speaking, he walked into the lake alone. At this time, when the players saw this, their hearts immediately tightened. What is he going to do? What is he doing in the lake? No, is he going to kill himself? Oh my god, don't kill yourself. Instantly a little nasal sour. It feels so pathetic. I feel that suicide is the best choice for him, otherwise it is really torture. Although the players said that they still wanted to see what kind of mechanism Xu Yuan could design. But seeing Tang's appearance, everyone couldn't help but think about how uncomfortable it would be if they were the party being toyed with. It's also a little unbearable. But the game is brutal, and without strength you can only become the party to be played. Players also understand how important it is to improve their strength. At this moment, in the preparation area of the Dragon Tang Guild, all the guild players immediately lost confidence when they saw this scene. Many people who are friendly with Tang see this scene, and their noses are sour beyond words, but they can understand Tang. If he is teased by the other party like this, he will also make the same choice as Tang. Even the guild leader Long Tang unexpectedly felt understandable after seeing Tang's actions. Although Tang did this to disgrace the guild, but Long Tang still knows Tang very well, and if it is not desperate, Tang will not give up. After knowing that there was no chance of victory, Tang persisted for a long time, and also accomplished what many people could not do. If you want to blame, you can only blame the opponent for being too strong. This battle can be said to be lost. Dragon Tang did not blame Tang for choosing this step, but the consortium behind the Dragon Tang Guild was fried. What's going on? He's going to kill himself. Such a good opportunity to prepare and food, you should take advantage of Steve's carelessness to chase after the victory. What is going on with this Tang? Long Tang, this is the person you taught. Seeing this, Tang closed the chat channel. These people naturally won't understand Tang, and he doesn't want to quarrel with them. If it hadn't been for the arrogance of these people who wanted to challenge Steve's Cube Man Guild in the beginning, the end would not have been so miserable. Now the permissions of the 3 challenges have been exhausted, and the defeat has been decided. Tang couldn't help but regret a little when he thought of this. If they knew it, they wouldn't listen to them, and they continued to challenge Steve's Cube People Guild without believing in evil. Even if there is a final chance to challenge the second place union, there will still be some chances of victory. Morton's suicide was announced, and the guild's ranking dropped from first place to 100, and 500 points will be deducted for each failure. After deducting points for the last failure, the guild is definitely out of 200. It can be said that this time it was a guild battle that dealt a huge blow to the Dragon Tang Guild. With the clearance of the amount of blood that Tang sank at the bottom of the lake, this game without suspense is officially over. At this time, the players saw the final scene and were silent. The same goes for players from the other guilds. At the moment, the leaders of the other guilds had only one thought in their hearts. Never challenge Steve's Cube Man Guild? They have seen the end of the challenger. They also already knew the huge difference in strength between Steve and the others. They had also admitted in their hearts that Steve's Cube People Guild deserved to be the first guild. We were initially ready to challenge the Cube Man Guild, but fortunately they refused. The president of a certain A guild said with a long sigh of relief. Have you memorized all 3 survival skills Steve showed? The leader of a certain B guild instructed the players in the guild. Did anyone record a video of Steve building the machine? The president of a certain C guild asked the guild members. Don't have conflicts with the people of the Cube People Guild when you go out in the future, help them if you can, and try to build a good relationship. A certain D guild leader commands the guild players. At this time, Xu Yuan was still busy doing the mechanism, and the system prompted the end of the game. Xu Yuan was immediately teleported back to the preparation area. At this time, the guild players in the preparation area can be described as enthusiastic. As soon as Xu Yuan returned, they all rushed up and lifted Xu Yuan together. Long live Boss Steve. Boss Steve, you are too good, I worship you. Genius? Boss, you are simply a genius. Boss, are you really good like this? Finally the first guild event. We people have no sense of participation at all. Boss, you really taught us a good lesson today. At this moment, Xu Yuan has become the faith of all guild members. They were happy to be able to join the Cube Man Guild. They are also honored to have such a powerful boss as Xu Yuan. And they believe that the Cube People Guild will definitely stand in the first position. With the end of the battle between Dragon Tang and the Cube Man, Dragon Tang completely lost the initiative. They no longer have the right to challenge, and can only passively accept challenges. The Cube Man, on the other hand, has 3 more chances to challenge. After Xu Yuan returned, he began to randomly choose other unions to start the challenge. It also allows players in the guild to practice their hands. At this time, the guild leaders successively received challenges from the Cube people. They were all frightened, and then quickly pressed refusal. Whoever picks up who is stupid. Isn't this looking for abuse? Guilds won't be enemies of the Cube anymore, at least for now. Xu Yuan couldn't help but cry and laugh when he saw that all the invitations sent out were rejected. Ken asked. What? This expression. Xu Yuan smiled and said. Didn't we still have 3 challenges that were useless, so I thought about challenging a few guilds, so that everyone could participate and the brothers could have a good time. Unexpectedly, invitations were sent, and without exception, all were rejected. At this time, everyone in the guild also clearly heard the conversation between Ken and Xu Yuan. When everyone heard this, they all laughed. Boss Steve, after you show your hand, who will dare to take our challenge? Ha 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 ha, isn't this normal? Challenging us is equivalent to deducting points directly, right? Oh, why are these people so instigated? Boss Steve, just blame you. We don't have a chance to try. I was wondering what the expressions on the faces of those guild leaders when they received Boss Steve's invitation. It must be wonderful, right? In that case, the fact that our guild is first should be that no one is dissatisfied. Who can play Steve Boss now? The players of the guild immediately felt particularly faced, and their entire chests unconsciously stood up. Originally, at the beginning, everyone saw that the ranking of the Cube People Guild was only more than 100, and everyone was a little lost. Although everyone knows Xu Yuan's strength, the guild is a guild, and the individual is an individual. But after this guild battle, it was very different. Now the Cube People are truly the first guild. Xu Yuan's side can now be described as laughter, joy, and a peaceful scene. On the other hand, the entire atmosphere on Tang's side can be said to be completely opposite to Xu Yuan's side. After Tang returned to the preparation area, everyone in the guild shrugged a face. Tang walked over and patted Tang on the back, and didn't say anything more. At this time, Long Xiao, the vice president of the guild, suddenly spoke. Actually, you can take another round, and then pretend to die accidentally, so that you won't surrender so humiliatingly. As the vice guild leader, Long Xiao naturally had to consider the reputation of the guild. If Tang died in the confrontation with Xu Yuan, it can only mean that his skills are inferior. But Tang gave up on his own, so the impact on the reputation of the guild was indeed great. And it is also a Cube People Guild that the Dragon Tang Guild actively challenged. It ended in such a form, I don't know how many people laughed. In the future, it is estimated that it will be difficult to raise your head in front of other guilds. When the members of the guild heard the vice president say this, they all saw the wind and rudder whispered, "Yes, no matter what, you have to stick to the next round, even if you die on purpose, it's better than giving up directly. To be honest, if you give up just now, it's better not to work hard and die directly. What's the point of working so hard for so long before, and finally ending with such an ending? It's better to die directly in the first round." In fact, after playing for a long time, Steve will also let his guard down, so it will be easier to deal with. If it is me, I will definitely stick to it for the guild. Hey, let's say 2 words, Tang is not easy, people are selfish. The first thing that comes to mind is yourself. These guild members can be described as good hands at the wall down. Just now, he was able to put himself in the position of Tang, but now he is here in order to cater to the vice president. Every word of the members of the guild fell clearly in the ears of Tang. At this time, Tang couldn't help but feel very ironic. These people are all standing and talking without back pain, and if it were them who participated in the competition, they would have already retreated. Tang looked at the people in the guild with a smile and said, "Everyone has a mouth, everyone can speak. You guys say that, why don't you get on it? I really want to let you experience Steve's mechanism too, and see what kind of expression you have on your faces." But one event finally made me understand. There's a reason this guild can't compare to Steve's guild with so many studios. And the reason for this is not whether there is money, but whether there is brains. After Tang said this, he directly withdrew from the guild, and then went offline. What is called discouragement, he can be regarded as understanding. Because of this incident, he didn't have any attachment to the Dragon Tang guild. When the players heard Tang say this, they were immediately a little embarrassed. Moten, is this scolding them for having no brains? The guild players were about to say something when they saw Tang disappear into the preparation area. Seeing this, Long Tang didn't have time to say anything when he saw Tang quit the guild. And Vice Guild leader Long Xiao saw that Tang had withdrawn from the guild, and he said lightly, "It's better to retreat, so that we can just tell the outside world that Tang was actually bought and deliberately surrendered. In this way, the reputation of the guild can also be preserved." When Long Tang heard such words, he immediately became angry, and he pointed at Long Xiao's face and scolded. "Did you follow the brains of the consortium into? Don't you know how long Tang has been with me? Don't you know his strength? Don't you know how much he has done for the guild? I think he is right. The reason why our guild is not as good as the people in the block is because there are brainless people like you who come up with some bad ideas all day long." At this time, Long Xiao was suddenly stunned in place. He had followed Long Tang for so long, and he had never seen Long Tang make such a big fire. And at this moment, all the players of the guild also took a breath when they saw this scene. Those who echoed Long Xiao just now immediately buried their heads, and even wanted to find a hole to drill into, for fear that Long Tang would take them to the knife. At this time, everyone in the preparation area did not dare to come out. After Long Tang's side gradually regained calm, he only dropped a word. "I advise you not to think about that drama of planting blame, and stop disgracing the guild. Don't mess with the Cube People Guild in the future, it is the best development for our guild." The members of the guild nodded silently when they heard this. Even if Long Tang didn't say it, they wouldn't mess with the Cube People Guild. Today's scene has been completely imprinted in their hearts. They even had some rejoicing at this time. Thankfully, this game is not yet in PvP mode. If you turn on PvP mode, if you mess with Steve, that's definitely not something as simple as playing a trick. After Tang withdrew, the Dragon Tang Guild also received some challenge invitations one after another. In order to improve the ranking a little, the Dragon Tang Guild accepted invitations from some guilds with higher rankings than them. It can also be regarded as a loss and a win, and the ranking has improved a little. After Xu Yuan's invitation to all the guilds was rejected, the system directly sent the guild members back to the vicinity of Xu Yuan's house. Anyway, the position of the first guild must be very stable. Now you can get the reward just after the other unions have finished the competition. For the rewards of the competition, Xu Yuan is still looking forward to it. Because the official said before, the reward is an unprecedented mysterious reward. So Xu Yuan felt that it should be a very good thing. After all, it is a competition in the form of guild competition, and there are so many guilds, so the rewards will definitely not be bad. As soon as the members of the guild arrived near Xu Yuan's house, they all began to talk. "Hey, originally Boss Steve said before that the person who performed well this time would be rewarded with a set of iron sleeves, but now he is the one who performs the best. It seems that the iron sleeves are hopeless. Ha 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 ha, it's really the best performance is himself, the best in the whole game. Boss Ken is also doing well, but Boss Ken seems to have an iron jacket for a long time. I think the gains from our event this time are worth more than a set of iron holsters. Learn those things taught by Steve Boss. Are you afraid that you won't be able to wear iron holsters in the future? This is true, let's learn it quickly. I feel that the landing water is so difficult. Practice quickly. Yes, we have to improve ourselves quickly, but I still hope that Boss Steve can teach us more survival skills in the future." The players were talking enthusiastically, although no one had the opportunity to participate in the competition. But this game is a big gain for everyone. They learned a lot from Xu Yuan, and it was because of Xu Yuan that they knew that this game could still be played like this. After Xu Yuan returned home, he came to the basement. He looked at the collection box behind the iron brushing machine, and at this time, the iron ingots brushed out of the iron brushing machine were almost filled with a whole box. The efficiency is still very good. Xu Yuan calculated that a set of iron tools plus a set of iron armor, weapons, and shields required a total of 36 iron ingots. Xu Yuan directly took out 6 sets of iron ingots in the box. He is ready to make 10 iron sheaths and fulfill his previous promise. As for how to distribute it, leave it to Ken. These iron sleeves must be given to the skilled players to use in order to get the most out of them. Xu Yuan took the iron ingots and left the basement when he heard Ken knocking on the door. Come in. After Ken entered the door, he looked at Xu Yuan and said with some seriousness, I think there's someone you have to meet. Xu Yuan saw Ken so serious, he knew what should have happened, so he said, What's wrong? See who? You'll know when you see it. Ken said as he brought people up with guild members. At this time, at the door of Xu Yuan's house, all the members of the guild were clustered. And among them, surrounded by them, is a girl with short hair wearing JK. At this moment, Ken came out and said, Bring it in. The players of the guild hugged the girl and walked to the door of Xu Yuan's room together, and they didn't want to leave. Seeing this, Ken waved at the players. Why are you still here? Don't you train yet? The guild players saw Ken drive them away, so they all dispersed. What do you say that girl is about? I don't know, I really want to hear my sister speak Japanese. Neon country girl, no wonder she wears so. Ha 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 ha. Ken said after taking the girl to Xu Yuan's room. Boss, people are coming. Xu Yuan looked at the girl who was brought over by Ken, and suddenly had some doubts. This girl Xu Yuan definitely didn't know, but listening to Ken's tone, it seemed that the girl was an important person. So I asked Xiang Zidao, are you looking for me for something? At this time, after this girl saw Xu Yuan, she was immediately excited. Immediately rushed to Xu Yuan, took Xu Yuan's hand, and said something that Xu Yuan couldn't understand. Xu Yuan was suddenly a little stunned. What's going on? What is she talking about? Seeing this, Ken busily explained. Boss, she's from Neon and speaks Japanese. What she just meant was that she just saw your operation through the live broadcast of the system, and she thought you were so smart and powerful. When Xu Yuan heard this, he was stunned. Then smiled at the Neon country girl, and then said to Ken, Is that who you say I have to meet? Xu Yuan still didn't understand why Ken brought this Neon country girl to meet him. This game is a global game, so it is normal to have foreign people, and Xu Yuan does not think that there is anything special about this girl. Seeing this, Ken signaled Xu Yuan not to be in a hurry, and then he said after communicating a few words with his sister, She will tell you her story and I translate it in real time. Xu Yuan nodded and found a comfortable position to sit on, and then waved his hand to signal the girl to speak. After the girl nodded, she began to chatter. Soon, an hour passed, and even Ken was a little impatient in translating. The girl finally finished speaking. It turns out that this girl is called Junko, and she is a native of Neon Country. She is now also in the Neon Country. When she first logged into the game, she turned on the VPN and went to Huaxia's website to browse some things and forgot to turn it off. When she entered the game, she found that none of the players she met understood what she was saying. She immediately felt very strange. Then she went offline and asked her friends. After asking, I learned that none of her friends encountered such problems. She still wanted to play with her friends, so she asked them to give her coordinates. As a result, she found that her coordinates were far away from those given by her friends. But she still didn't give up, and she started walking all the way to that coordinate. Fortunately, the girl was lucky and did not die along the way. That is, today, she just walked near Xu Yuan's house. Then he was attracted by Xu Yuan's house. Although the girl is in a different place, she communicates the progress of the game with her friends every day. Friends would also share their houses with her, basically matchboxes, and learned from friends that the current state of Neon Country is that everyone is still groping, and the specific gameplay of the game is not very clear. When the girl saw Xu Yuan's house, she immediately couldn't move her feet. She didn't expect to be able to build such a beautiful house in this game. When the girl was observing the house, the live broadcast prompt in the system popped up again. Then she witnessed all the wonderful operations of Xu Yuan. The girl was suddenly surprised and speechless. She didn't expect this game to be played like this. She wanted to share the content of the competition with her friends, but found that the content of the competition could only be shared in the game. And now the girls and friends are in different areas, and they can't share them at all. Xu Yuan was shocked when he heard her story. Although Minecraft is a global game, Xu Yuan seems to have never heard from foreigners. Listen to the meaning of the girl, because the VPN is turned on, so the birth point will be here. Xu Yuan couldn't help but have a general conjecture, but Xu Yuan couldn't be sure. So he looked at the girl and asked, Can you ask your friend if the terrain over there is mostly oceanic? When the Neon Country girl heard this, she immediately asked with wide eyes, How do you know? When Xu Yuan heard this, he finally confirmed his conjecture. It should be like this. The game Minecraft is likely to imitate the scale of the Earth, 1-to-1 or 1-to-several to create the entire world map. Then players in each region will be born in the corresponding region. Just like Xu Yuan, the area where they are now is Huaxia on the world map. And this Neon Country girl should have been born in Neon. And she happened to open a VPN that day, so she was defined as being in Huaxia, so the birth point would fall on Huaxia's side. If you put it this way, the whole map is really outrageously large. And in other regions, players in other countries are also working hard to develop at a speed that Xu Yuan does not know. The full server announcements in the game are also estimated to be limited to regional announcements in each country. According to the current progress of the game, the regions of each country may not be opened yet. It may be that some opportunity is needed, or it may be that a player can break through the boundaries of another country as soon as he steps into another country. None of this is yet known. After Xu Yuan thought of this, he instantly felt a little more pressured. Originally, Xu Yuan's goal was to establish the main game city, and this plan was already very long-term. After this guild battle, Xu Yuan also felt that he was one step closer to this goal. As a result, the concept of the whole world has now emerged. It seems that it is not so simple to expand your home into the main city of the entire game. But fortunately, Xu Yuan discovered this news early, so that he can also quickly gain insight into the market. Since the girls of the Neon Country said that none of them seem to be able to play this game yet, they are still in the exploration period. Then if you can send some people to develop, quickly accumulate first kills and establish guilds, so that you can get a large number of land deeds. If players around the world all use Xu Yuan's home as their main city, how spectacular will it be? When Xu Yuan thought of this, he suddenly became a little excited. You take her down to rest first, arrange a room for her, and then come to me. Ken nodded when he heard Xu Yuan's words, and then took the girl down. After a while, Ken returned. He looked at Xu Yuan and asked, "What are your thoughts?" Xu Yuan nodded with a smile. It's just a guess at the moment, and it takes practice to know if it can be done. Ken heard Xu Yuan say this and smiled. Talk about it. Xu Yuan thought about it and said, I want to send someone to send this girl back. When Ken heard this, he was stunned. Send her back, what do you mean? Send her back to Neon Country. Xu Yuan nodded and said, you probably guessed it, the entire game map may be the original or a reduced version of the entire world map, and there are regions. Ken nodded approvingly. Yes, I thought so too. Xu Yuan smiled and continued. So I want people to explore other countries, and I heard from girls that they are still very backward and don't know how to play this game, and if that's the case, we can get a lot of resources when we go over at this time. In fact, Xu Yuan's conjecture is still grounded, and the rapid development of Huaxia's side is actually because of Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan got the first kill on the first night of the game, and then not long after, Xu Yuan disclosed the method of brushing monsters. This kind of thing is promoting the rapid development of players on Huaxia's side. The most important thing is that Xu Yuan will play this game, and there are people in an area to lead, and the development will definitely be fast and fast. And other countries should not have people like Xu Yuan, so they should develop much slower than Huaxia. And listening to the tone of the girl, it should be the first time to see such a thing as a guild competition. Girls share game progress with friends every day. This means that the Neon Country has not yet triggered the guild battle, so at present, the progress of other countries will definitely not be able to catch up with Huaxia. So there are definitely a lot more in terms of resources. After listening to Xu Yuan's words, Ken was immediately surprised. He didn't expect Xu Yuan's ambition to be so big. Already want to extend my hand abroad. However, Xu Yuan's words are indeed convincing. Maybe it can really do what Xu Yuan said. But if you want to send the girl back, according to Xu Yuan's conjecture, if the game map is really 1-to-1 according to the world map, according to the speed of the character walking, then it has to be sent to the year of the monkey and the moon? Ken thought of this and asked. The idea is a good idea, but I think it may not be implemented, it is too far away. When we arrive, it is estimated that it has already developed over there. Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and thought about it. It seems to be true, and if you look at the speed at which people walk, it is absolutely no fun. Xu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little worried when he thought of this. How can I increase speed? Even drinking the speed potion can't speed up much. Speed potion. Speed potion. Xu Yuan said on his lips, and suddenly his spirit flashed. Yes, speed potion. Ken saw that Xu Yuan seemed to have thought of an idea, and quickly asked. What's wrong with the speed potion? Xu Yuan was in a good mood at this time, and then ordered Ken. You go get me 2 pigs. Quick. When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he was immediately stunned. He also thought that Xu Yuan had come up with some way, but Xu Yuan asked him for pigs. At this time, Ken is simply full of question marks. Pig? What do you want a pig for? Xu Yuan couldn't explain it to Ken for a while, just said. Don't ask more over there, you'll know by then. Although Ken's side was confused, Xu Yuan let him prepare naturally for his reasons, so Ken didn't ask more. So I went to prepare. Now Xu Yuan's land deed is still very rich. Pigs, chickens, cows, sheep are there. And Xu Yuan has long ordered to start mass production of some resources that are always needed. What kind of sugar cane, hellwort, which is needed to make potions, has long been mass-produced, and a lot of them have been hoarded in warehouses. Xu Yuan's current warehouse is already very large, and he also took time to make an item sorter before. What's in each box is marked with an item display box, so it's convenient to take something. Xu Yuan came to the warehouse and took some water bottles, hellworts, carrots, sugar, flame powder, fluorite powder, and gunpowder. After taking these materials, Xu Yuan returned home. Start brewing the potion on the brewing table. What Xu Yuan wanted to brew was a second-level swift potion. First of all, the water bottle and hellworts need to be placed in the brewing table to make a crude potion. Then the crude potion and sugar are combined to make a quick potion. After the swift potion is brewed, add fluorite powder to make a second-level swift potion. The second level swift potion is 60% faster, which is 20% faster than the first level one. The last step is to put gunpowder and the level 2 swift potion together to brew a splash type level 2 swift potion. Xu Yuan made a lot of splash type swift potions one after another. Then Ken was seen walking in with 2 tethers leading 2 pigs. Xu Yuan immediately felt a little funny when he saw Ken's appearance. The pig brought you to, Ken said and prepared to put down the pig and leave. At this time, Xu Yuan stopped him. Since you are so curious, let's stay and watch. When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he was immediately moved. Generally, when Xu Yuan wants to do some research alone, he will make Ken avoid. Ken actually felt a little uncomfortable. After all, it always felt like Xu Yuan still didn't fully believe him. And this time Xu Yuan actually asked himself to stay. Ken looked at the potion bottle in Xu Yuan's hand and couldn't help but ask. Since you've let me stay, then tell me what the hell you're going to do, otherwise I'm really going to die of curiosity. Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and smiled. Ken's idea is understandable. In Ken's cognition, pigs seem to have no other use than that they can eat. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan synthesized a carrot boom on the workbench and came out. He then saddled one of the pigs that Ken brought. Xu Yuan handed the carrot boom to Ken and said, "Ride it and try it." When Ken saw this, he was stunned. "You let me ride a pig?" Although Ken didn't believe that pigs could ride at all, he saw Xu Yuan put the saddle up, so he had to listen to Xu Yuan, took the boom and SAT on the pig's back. As soon as Ken SAT down, the pig followed the direction of the boom. Ken's entire face was shocked, and for the first time he knew that pigs could actually ride. It's all right. Ken SAT on a pig and soon experienced the joy of riding a pig. However, he found that although the ride was labor-saving, the pig actually walked quite slowly. It's basically about the same speed as walking on your own. After Ken rode for a while, he came down, and then said to Xu Yuan, "Are you trying to hold a contemporary step tool?" Xu Yuan nodded. Ken suddenly looked at Xu Yuan in disbelief, as if looking at a madman. "You can see it, this guy's speed." After hearing Ken's words, Xu Yuan smiled mysteriously at him. Ever heard of GMOs? When Ken heard this word, he instantly felt a little dizzy. I've only heard of genetically modified wheat and rice, are there still genetically modified pigs? And how can there be GMOs in the game? After Xu Yuan heard this, he shook his index finger left and right and said with a smile, "Wait a minute, don't worry." After hearing this, Ken waited patiently next to him. He wanted to see if Xu Yuan could really make some genetically modified pigs. Xu Yuan took out the second level splash type swift potion and used the potion on the pig with the saddle that Ken had just ridden. Then I saw that the pig was steaming all the time. At this time, the pig was already 60% faster under the action of the second level splash type swift potion. Xu Yuan looked at Ken and said, "Try again." Ken didn't talk nonsense. He rode it directly, and as soon as he rode Ken, he found that the pig's speed seemed to be much faster than just now. Ken was surprised, since he hadn't used the potion yet. He didn't know that there was an acceleration potion like the swift potion. And he was also surprised that this potion could actually be used on animals, much faster than just now. Xu Yuan smiled and said, "Okay, come down, I'm going to start GMO." When Ken heard this, he was also stunned. He thought that he had just finished genetically modified. It turned out that it hadn't started yet. Hearing Xu Yuan say this, Ken's interest was immediately hooked. After Ken came down, Xu Yuan first fenced the 2 pigs with a fence to prevent them from running around. Later, a secondary splash-type swift potion was also applied to another pig. Then Xu Yuan took out carrots and fed the 2 pigs separately. Soon, after the 2 pigs had eaten the carrots, their heads began to be full of love. Immediately came the crystallization of love, a little piglet. Then Xu Yuan took out the carrot and kept feeding the new piglet the carrot, so that it could grow quickly. After feeding a few carrots, the piglets quickly grew. Xu Yuan then killed one of the previous first-generation pigs. The second-generation splash-type swift potion was applied to the 2 pigs again. Then feed the 2 pigs carrots again. Soon, a new 3 generations of pigs were born. Xu Yuan continued to use carrots to catalyze the growth of 3 generations of piglets. The piglet grows up catalyzed by a carrot to determine whether the GM project is useful in this game. Xu Yuan killed the pig with the saddle and put the saddle on the newborn piglet. Then said to Ken, "You come up and try it." Ken immediately took the carrot boom and SAT on it. As soon as he went up, the pig suddenly began to run in the direction of the carrot boom as if he couldn't stop the car. At this time, Ken suddenly felt a little whistling in his ears. Ken's eyes widened and he looked at Xu Yuan in disbelief. Much faster than just now. Xu Yuan's speed when he saw the piglet could already determine that this transgenic project was successful. At this time, Ken was about to hit the wall on the piglet, and he quickly replaced the carrot boom. You know, Ken just rode the piglet's position and strong is more than 20 meters away. The little piglet felt and ran over there after a while. At this time, Ken was excited. He finally knew what Xu Yuan was going to do. However, he still didn't understand why he could do this, so he asked Xiang Xu Yuandao, "Why is that?" Xu Yuan smiled and explained, "In the game, animals breed and inherit their current characteristics. So I applied a level 2 swift potion to both pigs, and both pigs increased their speed by 60%, and with the blessing of buff, let them breed. After breeding, the piglets will inherit their characteristics, that is, the piglets are born with a 60% accelerated buff, which is still permanent. Then I use the potion to breed with the first and second generation pigs, and the speed of the newly bred third generation pig will be superimposed. This 3 generation pig I can see at the speed just now, it should already have the speed of a little zombie, and there is no upper limit to the superposition of this speed. When Ken heard this, he immediately gasped. The speed of these 3 generations of pigs is already so fast, so if they breed to dozens or hundreds of generations, won't they have to catch up with the speed of the plane? Although genetically modified pigs are indeed terrifying, what makes Ken feel even more terrifying is the Xu Yuan who came up with this genetically modified pig. You can find this kind of thing. I'm really convinced. When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled, and then said, I'm a little worried. Ken was a little puzzled when he heard this. Well, what's the worry? Isn't all this transportation already solved? Xu Yuan shook his head with a smile. The means of transportation are solved. You know, this pig can keep breeding, and the speed can always increase. I'm afraid the game feels too real. When you sit on this pig, your face will have to be crooked. When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, the picture came to his face, and he immediately laughed. Ha 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 ha, this is not a speed of 70 miles, it may be a speed of 700 miles. Xu Yuan also smiled after hearing this, and then said, I'll just take it easy, don't breed too much, lest it be difficult for you to even control the direction when you get it. At that time, if the underground passage is opened, it will be possible to breed unscrupulously. When Ken heard this, he was stunned. Has Xu Yuan even thought of opening the underground passage? Everyone else is a high-tech subway. Xu Yuan, this is good. Go straight to a high-tech underground pig. Ken couldn't help but laugh at the thought of this. But with this genetically modified pig, it can be said that it is convenient to go anywhere. You hurry up and breed, so that you can quickly confirm your conjecture. Xu Yuan nodded after hearing this, and then continued to breed genetically modified pigs. At this time, Ken saw the appearance of these pigs, and immediately felt a little funny. He couldn't help but start thinking that when the time came to ride out, there would definitely be many people laughing. A big man riding a pig is indeed funny. Ken looked at these genetically modified pigs and thought for a while, looked at Xu Yuan and asked, When I explored the map before, I seem to have seen horses, and horses should be able to be ridden, right? Can this kind of GMO also be used on horses? Xu Yuan nodded when he heard this, and then said with a smile, Yes, horses are okay too. When Ken heard this, he was suddenly a little puzzled. Since horses can, then why doesn't Xu Yuan breed horses? Could it be that Xu Yuan has a special proclivity for pigs? So why don't you breed horses? Marco is much more handsome than this pig. When Xu Yuan heard this, he couldn't help laughing. Horses are indeed much more handsome than pigs, but horses have a larger collision area than pigs, and horses need to be fed golden apples or golden carrots to reproduce. We don't have too many gold ingots at the moment, so breeding pigs is time-saving and labor-saving at the moment. When Ken heard this, he immediately understood. He only thought about whether he was handsome or not, but Xu Yuan thought about all aspects. Xu Yuan looked at Ken and smiled. At that time, there will also be genetically modified horses. Horses can also wear armor. Travel must be more practical than pigs. Pig blood volume is too low. When Ken heard Xu Yuan say this, he suddenly looked forward to it. What he didn't expect was that horses can also wear armor in the game, and it would be cool if he gave the horse a diamond suit at that time, right? Diamond set plus Maxima, this is simply nobody. Ken thought of this and immediately took action. We don't seem to have horses yet, so I tell them to get some horses back. Xu Yuan nodded after hearing this, and then stopped Ken as if he thought of something and said, You can also get some donkeys. Donkeys can bring boxes. Ken's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he couldn't help but feel that this game was really interesting, and the design in all aspects was really close to life. Okay, I'll go get ready. Ken was about to leave, but was stopped by Xu Yuan again. Xu Yuan took out the iron ingots in his backpack and handed them to Ken and said, Here are 6 sets of iron ingots, 36 for a set of iron sheaths, and all tools and shields are included. You find 10 top players and reward them. Ken took these 6 sets of iron ingots and was immediately stunned. Xu Yuan had said before that the guild did not lack iron ingots, but Ken only thought that it might be just enough. Unexpectedly, Xu Yuan took out 6 sets of iron ingots at this moment. That's nearly 400 iron ingots? It seems that our guild really does not lack iron ingots. Seeing that Xu Yuan took out so many iron ingots at once, Ken finally believed Xu Yuan's words now. After Ken left with the iron ingot, he immediately gathered everyone in the guild. Boss Ken, what's the matter with us? Boss, is it about that neon country girl? You old color embryo, advise you to die, the girl can't look at you. Okay, don't make trouble, listen to the boss. After being gathered, everyone in the guild joked with each other. Ken coughed lightly. This guild activity, although everyone has no sense of participation. But you Steve boss, you still talk and count. The iron sheath promised to you is now in my hands. When everyone in the guild heard this, they all cheered. Long live Boss Steve. We didn't do anything, just shouted 666 over there, and reward us too. What kind of immortal boss is this? Boss Steve is so arrogant. At this time, Ken waved his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet. Everyone soon quieted down. Ken then said, You Steve boss have been rewarded with a total of 10 iron suits, including tools, weapons, and shields. When the guild players heard this, they all gasped. My mom, 10 sets of SHHHHH. How many iron ingots does that take? I thought there were only 1 or 2 sets, but there were actually 10 sets. How rich is Boss Steve? It seems that the rumors of Boss Steve's huge vault are true. At this time, Ken glanced at the guild players, and then said, Your Steve boss asked me to distribute these ingots. I think I'm going to assign it to someone who will be more or less dissatisfied. So I decided to let you distribute it yourself. If you feel you deserve this reward, you can stand up for yourselves. The reason why Ken uses this method to distribute is mainly to maximize the benefits of these iron ingot rewards. If it's assigned by Ken, players will just feel like a reward. But if you are self-recommended to receive it, then the players themselves are burdened with some pressure. After receiving this reward, it will also maximize its value. And there is also a point that people who are not confident are not masters. After hearing Ken's words, most of the players in the guild subconsciously took a step back. And these people are already inferior to others, because they deny themselves in the first place. It didn't take long for Ken's words to finish. Xiao, Ngawang, and Ahao were the first to stand up. Although Xu Yuan had given them some equipment before, they only had a breastplate and a shield. The rest of the equipment wasn't ready yet, so they still wanted a full set of iron. And they feel that they also deserve this iron suit. Ken is very pleased to see this, worthy of the person he brought with him. Ken calculated how many ingots they needed for the rest of their equipment, and gave them the ingots. And Ken looked at everyone again. At this time, Wen Wu and Xiao Fat also stood up. Subsequently, some players with good operations came out one after another. Ken distributed the iron ingots to them one by one. After Ken handed out all 10 sets of iron bars, he looked at the players and said solemnly, If you want to improve yourself quickly, the first thing is to affirm yourself. If you don't dare to take an iron set in other guilds, it may be difficult for other guilds to put together a few sets. You're all following your Steve boss, and you don't even dare to take the iron holster. You must know that in the future in the Cube People Guild, the iron sleeve will be a necessity, not a luxury. You cannot believe in yourself, but you can't help but believe in your Steve boss. Maybe the reward for the next event will be the diamond set. In fact, what Ken said was nothing more than wanting to motivate the players of the guild. In fact, Ken didn't know how many resources Xu Yuan had in his hands, but he fully trusted Xu Yuan. So he felt that what he said was not empty words. Those that cannot be achieved temporarily, but can definitely be fulfilled later. When the players heard Ken's words, they were all shocked. Especially the last words of Ken. Maybe the next event will be rewarded with a diamond set. Many players have never seen a diamond set, and I heard that the diamond set is currently the top set in the game. The players were excited to hear this, and they were also full of enthusiasm. With or without a diamond set, one thing they can be sure of at the moment is, as long as they follow Boss Steve, they don't have to worry about future development. It was we ourselves who lowered the pattern. I regret that I didn't come forward just now. Boss Ken, don't worry, we will work hard. After Ken released the reward, he told the 2 players to get some horses and donkeys back, and everyone dispersed. Xu Yuan's side also continues to breed genetically modified pigs. At this time, that neon country girl has already gone offline. As soon as Junko put down her helmet, she immediately dialed her friend's number. I tell you, I made a major discovery today. Did you find Lura home? But what I found was 100 times more important than that. Well, what's going on? Junko told Xiaoai what happened today. After Xiaoai listened, she was suddenly a little stunned. Junko, are these all true? Xiaoai, will I lie to you? After Xiaoai said a few more words to Junko, she hung up the phone. She then put on her helmet and entered the game. The first thing after entering the game is to open the game forum. She then posted a post. Mysterious Oriental Huaxia Kingdom surprises game godman, Steve. Beneath this post is a record of some of what Junko saw. Of course, when Junko herself said to Xiaoai, she added some oil and vinegar. And when Xiaoai posted, she also added a lot of oil and vinegar. Because the pictures from Junko's side and the video of the guild match could not be transmitted. So Xiaoai can only be described by words. And Xiaoai's description directly wrote Xu Yuan like God. Since Xiaoai is also a popular person in the forum, as soon as this post was issued, it was immediately on the forum homepage. The players of Neon Country were shocked when they saw Xiaoai's post. They didn't expect that the map of this game was actually divided according to the Earth. I didn't expect that when there was nothing on my side, Huaxia actually developed so strong. Oh my god, is it really developing that much over there? Is the Steve so powerful? Are they all already living in mansions over there? I really want to see what the situation is like over there. Is there really countless treasures hidden under Steve's antique mansion? As soon as Xiaoai's post was released, it immediately attracted heated discussions among players in Neon Country. Since it is still in the early stage of the game, plus there is no person like Xu Yuan on the Neon Country side to take them to rapid development. So a lot of them are still in the stage of groping. They didn't even believe everything Xiaoai said. Could it be that the Far East is really as Xiaoai said, and it is prosperous everywhere under Steve's leadership? How exactly did Steve do it? There is also what Xiaoai said, Steve's magical operation. The players of Neon Country are full of curiosity. Soon, this news swept the entire Neon Country region. Everyone knows that in the Far East, in the area where Huaxia is located, there is a mysterious big guy. He knows anything, he has endless wealth, he is the first person in the game. Soon, under the discussion of the Neon Country players, they made some decisions. They decided to send an advance team to Huaxia to visit and study, so as to promote the rapid development of the Neon Country. After the players of Neon Country decided on this idea, they immediately posted a channel for spontaneous registration on the forum. Many players spontaneously signed up after seeing this channel. Everyone wants to see the world over there in Xiao AI's mouth, and they all want to make sure that it is really as magnificent as Xiao AI said. Of course, they actually want to see if there are any materials or creatures on the Huaxia side that they don't have there. For example, their favorite giant pandas. Soon, the registration channel on the Neon Country side was full. The initiators of the registration screened 10 people out of this large number of applicants. These 10 people can be regarded as the best among the players on the Neon Country side. Some people have taken the monster first kill, and their survivability is one of the best compared to others. After all, everyone knows that this is a long journey, and the consumption on the road is also large, and most importantly, it can be dangerous at night. After the Neon Country screened the good people, they began to raise funds for all services. After all, these people need a lot of food to get on the road, and their current development of full service is not good, so they can only get enough food through fundraising. The players on the Neon Country side also understand the importance of these people after the past, so the speed of food collection is not bad. After the food collection was completed, the 10 people set off on their journey. None of them can die until they reach Huaxia, because once they die, they return to the birthplace. Therefore, this journey is a great test for everyone. After the 10 players of Neon Country set off, Xiaoai's side immediately told Junko the news. When Junko heard the news, she was immediately happy. If the players on the Neon Country side can come over this side smoothly, then she can go back with them. Junko thought of this and immediately went to the game. She wanted to tell Steve the news as soon as possible. Junko first found Ken. After all, it seems that only Ken knows Japanese. Then she explained the situation to Ken, and Ken found Xu Yuan immediately after he found out. At this time, Xu Yuan was still breeding genetically modified pigs. After Xu Yuan's unremitting efforts, the genetically modified pigs have been bred by him to the 10th generation. Although Xu Yuan himself has not tried it, the speed of the 10th generation is definitely very fast. Just look at the speed at which it moves in the pigsty. After Ken knocked on the door and came in, he looked at the speed of the piglets in the pigsty and was immediately startled. This is already so fast. Xu Yuan nodded, and then asked, "What's the matter?" Ken nodded and said, "It seems that we don't have to send the girl back." Xu Yuan was a little puzzled after hearing this. How? The girl just said that there are already 10 players from the Neon Country who have come over spontaneously. Say come and learn. I heard that you are already on fire on the Neon Country side, and the players on the Neon Country side all look at you like a god. Ken said this and smiled. In fact, Ken can understand the mood of players on the Neon Country side. The people on the Neon Country side are just chasing the wind. And Ken is a person who really sees what Xu Yuan has developed using the characteristics of the game. It can be said that Xu Yuan has indeed done things that ordinary people cannot reach. Although there are many game geniuses, some characteristics will be slowly developed. But these all take time. But Xu Yuan was like a prophet, as if he knew everything, and there was no need to study it at all. This is Xu Yuan's advantage, and Xu Yuan clearly knows his advantage. Others still need to study slowly, but Xu Yuan can do it immediately. Therefore, Xu Yuan will always be in the leading state, and he will be one step ahead in what he does. Just like when others learned how to kill monsters, Xu Yuan had already prepared the monster brushing tower. And when others researched the monster brush tower, Xu Yuan no longer needed such a thing as the monster brush tower. After Xu Yuan heard this, he was first stunned, then thought about it and said, "That's fine, lest we send her. But it's still unknown how far they will go." Ken nodded and said, "Well, let's talk about it then, but your GMO continues to breed, and we have to start preparing in other countries." Xu Yuan nodded, then thought about it and asked, "How is the arrangement of the monster's first kill, and how much land deed has been obtained?" At present, the title deed is what Xu Yuan cares about the most. Even if he sets foot in another country, the first thing that matters is the title deed. We got the first kill of those monsters in hell. After all, no player knows how to get past it. But the first kill of other monsters on land, we didn't get much. The corpse shell got it, the cave spider got it, and we also got the first kill of a witch. By the way, there is also the outpost you mentioned. The brothers under him found it, but they didn't dare to approach. Those monsters are too fierce. Xu Yuan also had a general understanding of some of the situations he heard what Ken said. It's actually very good that you can get so much in the first kill. After all, the players are also getting stronger, and many monsters are also difficult for them. However, at present, the number of land deeds in Xu Yuan's hand is actually quite large. These title deeds are endless money-swallowing machines. Each title deed needs huge gold coins to develop. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but feel that he was going to speed up quickly. Since there are always things at hand, the villagers' trade has not yet developed, and the zombie pigman tower has not been made. This greatly slows down the speed of development. The title deed, you first find someone to find a suitable location around the coordinates where you are now, southeast, northwest, and place it. Then at the outpost, you just mark your seat. After Xu Yuan told the truth, Ken went out first. Xu Yuan temporarily put down the work of breeding. After all, the priority now is to get the zombie pig spirit brush tower out quickly. After you get it out, at least you don't have to worry about the money. In this way, the land can also develop rapidly. Crafting the zombie pig brush tower requires a lot of obsidian, so you'll need a diamond pickaxe with experience in tinkering and efficient enchantments. Experience patching can now only be replaced by a librarian. Xu Yuan came to the room prepared for the villagers and placed a podium for one of the villagers. After a good night's sleep, the villagers immediately became librarians. After Xu Yuan upgraded the administrator's level with material exchange, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he just brushed the experience to repair. So Xu Yuan quickly bought it. Then there's enchantment efficiency. Since Xu Yuan has never died, plus he has been brushing monsters in the tower before, there is still a lot of experience. Xu Yuan made an enchantment table and came out and put some bookshelves around. Then I made some books out of paper and began to enchant the books. This time, the luck is not as good as the luck just now. Xu Yuan had been attached many times before he was enchanted to the point of efficiency. But the process is not important, the result is good. Xu Yuan made an anvil, attached the diamond pickaxe to experience repair and efficiency, and then took some buckets and went from the Hell Gate at home to Hell. After a few hours of busyness, Xu Yuan finally dug up. Since the current underground space is not particularly large, these obsidians are enough. When the time comes, after the space is expanded, it will be good to add a few more Hell Gates to expand production. After digging the obsidian, Xu Yuan returned to the basement of his home and began to work on the zombie pig spirit brush tower. In fact, the principle of the zombie pig spirit brush tower is very simple. It is to use it. Every time you open the Hell Gate, there is a chance to generate a zombie pig spirit. Just make a few larger Hell Gates, and then use the redstone device to keep opening and closing the Hell Gates. The zombie pig spirit will be brushed out. Then make a monster collection device for the flow of water below. Since Xu Yuan only needs the drops of the zombie pig spirit and does not need experience, it is good to let them drop and fall to death. Then put a funnel underneath to collect the drops of the zombie pig spirit. Although it is a matter of a few words, it is still more troublesome to do. After all, you can't open creation, so it's still very slow to do. After several hours of hard work, Xu Yuan finally completed the zombie pig spirit brush monster tower. Seeing that after the monster tower was activated, the zombie pig spirit brush fell down, and Xu Yuan knew that the efficiency of this monster brush tower was still very high. Xu Yuan was in a good mood all of a sudden. Finally completed a big thing. You know, these are all golden coins. With this zombie pig spirit brush tower, the development of the future land will all depend on it. Xu Yuan's side had just finished when he received a system prompt. This guild points event has ended, and the first place was won by the Cube People Guild. Mystery reward distributed. Xu Yuan saw the system broadcast and opened his backpack as soon as possible. At this time, there was an extra boxy thing in the backpack, which resembled a workbench. Universal workbench with its own synthesis list. The introduction of the workbench was such a short line, but Xu Yuan was pleasantly surprised to see this line. After Xu Yuan saw this workbench, he also confirmed more and more that some mods would definitely be added in the later stage of the game. If not, then what does the system reward this universal workbench for? But I have to say that this reward is really good. If the game is really like Xu Yuan thought, if mods will be added in the later stage, with this workbench, it is equivalent to Xu Yuan being one step ahead of others. The item of coming with a synthetic list seems to be of little use now, but in the later stage, the effect is very large. Take the simplest example, the endless greed mod. Those synthetic formulas, simply, are not something that people remember. And with this universal workbench, there is no need to worry at all. And many modules have their own workbench, and this universal workbench can also be replaced. It can be said that the reward for the first place in this guild points event is quite good. However, the system issued this reward to Xu Yuan as a wake-up call. Since the official arrangement of this kind of reward means that the new mod should be coming soon. Xu Yuan thought about it. In fact, all the official arrangements are traceable. Just like the Guild Points event I participated in before, the main purpose of the official is to familiarize everyone with some of the features in the game. Improve survival rates. After everyone has improved their strength, the official will launch new mods to increase the difficulty of the game. But think about it, it is also a global large-scale online game. How can the highest limit be a diamond set? Maybe there will be various modules in the later stage. Will there be aircraft cannons flying in the sky by then? Or go straight into the age of magic? None of this is known. However, Xu Yuan is still looking forward to it. If some of the mods added to the game are familiar to him, then he can develop rapidly ahead of others. However, even if the game adds new mods to the development, with this workbench, Xu Yuan believes that he can get started quickly. Xu Yuan temporarily put this universal workbench in the box, and at present, this workbench is not very useful. After putting away the workbench, Xu Yuan began to breed the villagers. After all, villager trade is a must. In the later period, the source of a large number of diamond sets was in the villagers' trade. After busy with the guild points activities, Xu Yuan was finally idle in the past few days. Xu Yuan also used the past few days to make some things that had to be made quickly. Just like the swamp they found before Ken, the underground over there can be a slime farm. After all, a lot of technology requires the use of slime balls. After finishing the slime farm, Xu Yuan went to hell to make an automatic pig spirit trading machine. As we all know, exchanging gold ingots with pig spirits is really slow. After the pig spirit picks up the things, he has to inspect the goods there for half a day, and then he will accept them and throw them out. But the pig spirit also has the property that if someone touches his box, he will immediately rush over to communicate with you friendly. So you can use this feature to speed up the transaction with the pig spirit. After the pig spirit picks up the gold ingot, open the box near the pig spirit, and the pig spirit receives the goods, and will first identify the transaction. At this time, the pig spirit will quickly exchange items and go to the box. This greatly speeds up transactions. At that time, you just need to come over regularly to add gold ingots. After Xu Yuan finished the automatic pig spirit trading machine, he tried it, and Xu Yuan returned home first after the machine could operate normally. At the moment, no one else in hell knows how to go over and explore, so the device is safe to put over there. In this way, the big project of brushing gold coins was finally completed. In the past few days, Xu Yuan has also attached all his diamond sets to the devil. His own strength has also been greatly improved. In the past few days, Xu Yuan can basically exchange at least 300 gold coins at the pig spirit side every day. After switching to gold coins, Xu Yuan immediately upgraded the title deed by several levels. The entire plot of land suddenly became much larger. After the land deed is expanded, it is natural to be tired of Yuer. However, Yuer is happy to go to liver building. Plus with the help of the congregation. In just 2 days, the new building was erected. The building is still a banquet in the style of the previous Chinese-style architecture. It's just a lot bigger. The whole area is very lively, and suddenly there is a bit of the taste of ancient Chang'an city inside. After the title deed was upgraded, the players who had participated in the points activity before in the guild basically all moved in. And those top players in the guild are treated differently. Players such as Xiao, Wang, Ahao, and Wen Wu all live alone in a single house, and the space of the whole house is also particularly large. And Ken lives in nature more luxurious than these. After the guild points competition, it also attracted a wave of membership. After all, the current block people are the first guild, and naturally everyone wants to come in. Now all players in the server are proud to enter the block. But because Ken's recruitment requirements are very demanding. In the past few days, due to Xu Yuan's brushing of gold, the entire guild has developed rapidly. There are now Xu Yuan's land everywhere in the service, and the land Xu Yuan in each place has upgraded them to level 3 or even 4. And let Yuer design different styles of ancient buildings in each place. It can be said that Xu Yuan's guild has become a landmark building in full service. And the rapid development in the past few days has also made other guilds dumbfounded. Where the hell did he get so many gold coins? Did he hire a lot of studios? No, the studios we know in the guild all say that they haven't received orders from the cube people. Damn, the station of our guild is not as large as the station of his branch guild. Hey, can't fight. The people Steve took before are coming to collect my land, ready to sell. Although many other unions say that there are consortiums behind them, it takes time for studios to make money. Although many consortiums have also developed the Brush Monster Tower, relying on the Brush Monster Tower to collect gold coins is definitely not as fast as Xu Yuan's direct brushing of gold coins. Therefore, many small guilds also silently withdrew, and Xu Yuan naturally bought those lands at a high price. In the past few days, Xu Yuan has been rapidly developing and expanding his power, and those players sent by the Neon Country can be described as sleeping rough. They don't have any weird fighting skills, and they can only fence themselves up every day and night. During the day, you have to beware of creepers. There were 10 people who came out together, and these days have passed, and their number has been reduced by half. Now there are only 5 people left in the group. But they managed to cross the border between countries. They are now in the area of Huaxia. Doesn't it mean that this side of Huaxia is already very prosperous? I see that many people still live in matchboxes, similar to us. We worked so hard for so many days and ended up being scammed. Everyone in the Neon Country looked at the surrounding environment and discussed. At this moment, a Neon Country player who was exploring the way in front suddenly rushed over. Find. Got it. Found. After hearing this, the Neon Country players quickly asked. Found what? The Neon Nation player who explored the way breathed a sigh of relief and then said. Found the building Xiao AI said. When the Neon Country players heard this, they were immediately overjoyed. Let's go, let's take a look. The crowd followed the Pathfinder through the forest. Just out of the forest, everyone felt a bright feeling in front of them. In front of them is a whole area of ancient buildings. Every building is exquisitely sophisticated. Although the roof is made of wooden planks, it looks brick from a distance. The scenery around the building is also quite pleasant. Ponds, bamboo forests, meadows, farmland, walking birds. Everything is integrated with the architecture. All the Neon Country players froze when they saw this. It turns out that what Xiao AI said is true. Are the people on this side of Huaxia already living so well? This is better than my reality. This building, this scenery. It's just a sneaky work. Just as the Neon Kingdom players were reveling in the building, suddenly a player walked over. Are you going to join the guild? One of the Neon Country players who could speak Chinese stood up and said with a smile, "We're not going to join the guild, we're friends with Miss Junko, and we're here to visit." When the player heard this, he immediately contacted Ken on the guild channel. When Ken finds out, he asks the player to take them there. After receiving the order, the player said to everyone in the Neon Nation, "Come with me." At this time, the player did not bring the Neon Kingdom players into the building. Instead, he took them to a small hut near the building. The players of the Neon Kingdom suddenly became a little puzzled. "Didn't you go inside the house? What are you bringing us here for? Could it be that Miss Junko is here?" Just when everyone in the Neon Country was puzzled, the toy opened the door of the hut. I saw that inside the hut was a passage to the underground. Everyone walked into the hut with doubts. After entering the hut, the toy closed the door. Then one of them gave them a carrot. Boom. "Take it, here's your steering wheel." First of all, the player who knew Chinese on the Neon Country side was stunned. He looked at the player and smiled. "This is the steering wheel. Are you mistaken? Although we haven't seen this thing before, we still know each other. Isn't this just catching a carrot on a fishing rod?" The player at this time smiled and said, "You didn't hear it wrong. I didn't say it wrong. I didn't give you something wrong. Just take it. You'll know later." Neon Country players could only nod their heads after hearing this. He then repeated what the player had told him. At this time, the other 4 Neon Country players looked at him like fools. "Are you stupid? Are you stupid or is he stupid? Can this thing still be a steering wheel? Are they kidding us? Wasn't we supposed to go inside the building, but we were brought here, and then told us that this was the steering wheel? Forget it, since they have come all the way, let's do as they say." The players of Neon Country are also helpless at the moment. They all came, and now in someone else's territory, others can only do whatever they say. So each of them took a carrot. Boom and walked down the stairs. Not long after they walked, they came to a clearing that had a long tunnel 1 block wide and 2 high at intervals. And in this open field, there are actually more than 10 pigs surrounded by a fence. When the players of the Neon Country saw this, they couldn't understand it even more. "What the hell is this for? I don't understand more and more. What the hell are we here for? Hey, why do the pigs here have saddles on them?" Players are funny when they see Neon Country players entering the city like countrymen. But he can understand it. After all, when he first saw this, his reaction was the same as theirs. Then the player coughed lightly twice and pointed to the pigs in captivity. "This is your means of transportation. Choose one for yourself." At this time, the players of the Neon Country were suddenly a little stunned when they heard such words. They didn't expect that pigs could actually be ridden. Although they all found it curious, they were still slightly disgusted. What does riding a pig look like? It's too ugly, right? Although the people of Neon Country were a little reluctant, there was no way, so they had to do what the player said. They came to the side of the pigsty with the carrot. Boom and saw that the pigs had gathered immediately, staring at them with small eyes. I have to say that the pig in the game is still very cute, pink, and tender, and there is no smell on the body. Seeing this, the players of the Neon Country were suddenly not so disgusted. After they each pick a pig, the player asks them to lead the pig to the tunnel first. Just as the pig was being introduced, the players of Neon Country already sensed that something was wrong. This pig seems to be much faster than ordinary pigs. But they didn't think much about it. Once the pigs are in place, the player lets them ride on the pigs. As soon as they mounted the pig ran quickly into the tunnel in the direction pointed by the carrot. Boom. The Neon Country players hadn't reacted yet, they only felt the wind whistling around them. I also faintly heard the sound of "remember to replace the boom when it's almost time." At this time, everyone in the Neon Country was frightened and stupid. Although the tunnel is very long, it is not dark at all, and at each section, some light source flashes over the head that they do not recognize. Everyone in the Neon Country only felt that their faces were blown painfully. What the hell is going on here? How did this pig run so fast? What did you say? I can't hear. How fast is this time? Can you catch the speed of the car? I think it's much more than. It's terrifying. Is this Huaxia's pig? If only we had this pig, and we wouldn't have gone that long. The players of Neon Country were still very unaccustomed to it at first, and some even felt a little dizzy because the speed was too fast. But then it was much better to get used to it. After about half an hour of travel, the Neon Country finally came to the end of the tunnel. At this moment, the speed of the pig did not slow down at all, and everyone in the Neon Country suddenly became a little panicked. At this moment, the player who knew Chinese suddenly remembered the last sentence he heard. So I immediately spoke to the other players. "Put the boom away." When the other players heard his words, they immediately put the boom away. As soon as the boom was put away, the pig stopped. At this time, there was still some distance from the entrance of the tunnel, and the players of Neon Country were ready to walk over. After all, the speed of the pig is too fast, and it will not be good if it hits something at that time. It's not that they're afraid to break themselves. They were afraid that they would break these pigs. They have experienced the power of these pigs, so they think that pigs are much more expensive than their own gold. After the players of the Neon Country came out of the tunnel, they saw that there were already people waiting there. "Well, how did you come here?" Ken asked with some doubt. At this time, the Neon Country player who knew Huaxia quickly stepped forward, nodded and smiled with Ken and said, "They were so fast that we were afraid that we would rush out and stop the car and break them." When Ken heard this, he couldn't help but smile. These Neon Country players are interesting, not afraid of their own crash, but afraid of the pig crash. Now for Xu Yuan's side, genetically modified pigs are no longer unusual. As long as Xu Yuan breeds 2 pigs at the speed he wants, he can breed indefinitely. So it doesn't matter if it's too fast. But in the eyes of the Neon people, this pig is a treasure. We're still used to riding on the subway here, right? Asked Ken with a smile. Neon Country players, at this time, you look at me, I look at you. They all smiled awkwardly. Habit is not habitual, but it is a long insight. Strictly speaking, this should not be called a subway. For the first time in my life, I've seen pigs that are so fast. When Ken saw the Neon Kingdom players say this, he couldn't help but think that when he first took this subway, it was not very comfortable. But after getting used to it, I feel very cool. It's the feeling of flying. Okay, just put the pig here, and the carrot boom in that box. You guys come with me. Neon Kingdom players heard Ken say this, and put the carrot boom in the box according to Ken's instructions. When they put the boom in, they were reluctant. There was even a player who wanted to secretly hide one and bring it back. It turned out to be stopped by other players. We're here to learn, not to steal. The Neon Nation players followed Ken out of the tunnel, and then out of the underground passage. As soon as the Neon Country people came up, they saw the huge building complex in front of them. The Neon Kingdom players immediately gasped. I'll drop obediently. Originally, when the Neon Country players saw the building they had just discovered, they already felt very majestic. And the building just now, in front of this building in front of now, is simply a small witch. Is this your home city? Oh my god. It's also spectacular. Is this real? Did you build this? The players of the Neon Kingdom were simply stunned by the grandeur in front of them. They originally felt that Xiao AI's previous description was a bit exaggerated. But after seeing it with my own eyes, I felt that Xiao AI was too subtle. This is 10 times more exaggerated than Xiao AI described to them. This is simply the main city of players who are alive. Ken saw the reaction of the Neon Country players and smiled with satisfaction. This is not the main city, this is the home of our guild leader Steve. This piece of land is all his land. When the Neon Kingdom players heard this, they immediately felt a little dizzy. They couldn't believe that what they saw in front of them was Steve's alone. At this time, their admiration for Xu Yuan was higher. Ken led the Neon Nation to the interior of the building's main city. It was almost evening, and the interior of the main city was brightly lit. There are many players shouting on both sides of the road. Come on, freshly baked bread, 10 silver in a group. Does anyone want the wool that has just been cut? 1 silver piece, you can take it home to make a carpet. Is there anyone in a team at night in the mine? Have you ever gone to the desert ruins? Let's leave early tomorrow morning. Although the players of Neon Country don't quite understand what the players on the side of the road are talking about, but they were able to see this prosperous scene. Although Ken just said that this is not the main city of the game, at this moment, in the hearts of all Neon Country players, this is the main city. Their eyes were full of envy at this time. Over there in the Neon Country, when will it be so prosperous and developed? They only have one thought on their minds at the moment. That is to be sure to please Steve and meet any of his requests. Ken led all the Neon Country players in the main city while walking in the direction where Xu Yuan lived, while wandering. The players of the Neon Country can also be regarded as having seen the gap between the Neon Country and this side. At this moment, the players of the Neon Country suddenly saw fireworks set off in the sky. At this time, all the players in the Neon Country were stunned. They didn't expect to see fireworks in the game. And these fireworks are all very good looking, different colors. There are also various shapes, and even 5-pointed star-shaped ones. Neon Country players were already stunned when they saw this. Since the very beginning, their perception has been being broken. Magnificent and splendid buildings, pigs with speeds comparable to subways, houses comparable to the main city, and this splendid fireworks. The players of the Neon Country suddenly felt that their trip was really not in vain. Compared to this side, Neon Country is simply a primitive era. Where did the fireworks come from? Did you put it in it? Is it even possible to set off fireworks in this game? I don't know what to say anymore. Can I stay? Ken smiled when he saw this. This is what our boss Steve meant. Every Sunday of the game, at 7 p.m., there will be fireworks here. It's also a relaxation for players. At this time, the players of Neon Country heard Ken's words, and everyone was infinitely shocked and admired in their hearts. From all the deeds they saw, Steve really built his home as the main city. Not only to be comfortable, but also to bring comfort to the people in the city. That's why it's so prosperous. Neon Kingdom players and guild players gathered together to watch the fireworks. Ken led all the Neon Country players to the house where Xu Yuan lived. When the Neon Country players saw the house where Xu Yuan lived, they were immediately envious. Do you know what this reminds me of? It's just like where the ancient emperors of China lived. Does Lord Steve live alone in such a big place? Oh my god, what a luxury. Does Steve know anyone inside the game? How else did it develop so fast? Ken couldn't help but smile when he heard the words of the Neon Country players. Ken then pushed open the door of Xu Yuan's residence. You are greeted by a huge hall. The hall is topped by a ceiling headlight made of its own materials. The whole hall is very bright, and on the left and right sides of the hall, there are rows full of golden armor. The entire hall was shining with gold by the light reflected by these armors. At this time, everyone in the Neon Country was already a little numb. If people who haven't played the game come to see it, they think they don't need money for these things. Is it already rich to this extent? So much armor is placed in the hall. Excuse me, are we playing the same game? Ken couldn't help but feel funny when he looked at the expressions of the neon countryman. In fact, Ken also feels that it is indeed a bit pompous. However, these are not Xu Yuan's original intentions, but Yuer's original words were, I want to create a feeling that the city is full of golden armor. Therefore, at Yuer's strong request, Xu Yuan synthesized these armors with some gold ingots. Then they were arranged in 2 rows with armor racks. Although it seems a little too much, but luxury is real luxury. The cards are indeed adequate. The Neon Country players were taking a good look at the entire hall when they saw a person walking out of the back hall. Seeing this, Ken said to the Neon Nation players, this is our guild leader, Steve. After all the Neon Country players saw Xu Yuan, they were all extremely nervous. They finally met the god-level players in the mouths of the players of the Neon Country. At this time, one of the Neon Country players suddenly knelt down and saluted Xu Yuan. Seeing this, Xu Yuan was suddenly a little stunned. And after the Neon Country player reacted by himself, he also felt extremely embarrassed. He only felt that as soon as he saw Xu Yuan come out, he felt an indescribable sense of oppression in his heart. Coupled with being in such an environment, he immediately wanted to bow down to Xu Yuan. What are you doing? Get up. Xu Yuan was directly confused by the operation of this Neon Country player. At this time, the face of that Neon Country player suddenly turned red to the root of his ear. The atmosphere at this time is also extremely awkward. After Xu Yuan coughed lightly twice, he said to the players of the Neon Country, you guys have worked hard to get in a hurry, let's sit in the back hall and talk. The players of the Neon Country immediately breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Xu Yuan had no shelves at all and was very easy to get along with. Then he followed Xu Yuan to the back hall. After everyone sat down, Xu Yuan asked the Neon Country players, how is the game going over there? When the Neon Country players heard this, their faces immediately turned red, and then they said with an embarrassed face, with you, we will be like primitive people. Since everyone is new to this genre, they don't know much about it. That's why we're here, I want to learn from you. If you can come to our side and lead us forward, that's best. When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled and said, I definitely don't have time myself, but I can send someone with you to guide you. When the Neon Kingdom players heard this, they were all excited. Although Xu Yuan refused to let them go with them, Xu Yuan agreed to send someone over. Then their trip is equivalent to coming in vain. At this time, Xu Yuan's side happened to be chatting with the players of the Neon Country. And in the Dragon Tang Guild, which has always regarded the Cube Artificial Guild as a big problem, there was a slight change at this time. The Dragon Tang Guild has been silently accumulating strength since its last defeat to the Cube Man Guild. Since the last time, the Dragon Tang Guild has directly spent a lot of money to invite a group of think tanks. This group of people is well known in the gaming industry, and they can always analyze various strategies and various game solutions the fastest. These think tanks studied together and soon helped the Dragon Tang Guild to develop the Brush Monster Tower. Then he developed a way to get into hell. Therefore, the current Dragon Tang Guild is slowly forbearing, ready to charge a wave of explosives. At this time, Long Tang and the people of the consortium, as well as some elite players, gathered together to report the recent guild income. Boss, when our elite group was brushing monsters in hell, they exploded the heads of several withered skeletons. I don't know what is the use, the explosion rate of this thing is quite low. The leader of the elite group is like Long Tang reporting the harvest of going out in the past few days. Long Tang heard this, thought about it, and said, you just give these things to think tanks, they know these things better than we do. The leader nodded and then took the skull to everyone in the think tank. After the engineers of the think tank got the skull, they studied it in an open laboratory next to the guild station. Is there any movement on the Cube Man's side lately? Asked Long Tang looking at everyone. Long Tang was still very concerned about the development of Xu Yuan's side. After all, Xu Yuan had dealt Long Tang a heavy blow before. After all, they are all guild leaders, naturally they are bloody, and Long Tang is not like admitting that others are overpowering themselves. My spies came to report that today they hosted a group of Neon Country players. At this time, everyone in the consortium was puzzled when they heard this. What are they hosting Neon Country players for? Long Tang frowned on the side, thought about it, and then said, Steve doesn't do useless work, he does everything with a purpose. Judging by his ambitions, could it be that he wanted to meddle in the resources of the Neon Country? At this time, one of the consortium members said after thinking about it, I have a friend from Neon Country, and I seem to have heard that there is a Steve over there who is very powerful. Then from this matter, Steve definitely wants to get the resources of the Neon Country first. When Long Tang heard this, he immediately stood up and patted the table. Grab. We have to grab the resources of the Neon Country. When everyone heard Long Tang's words, they all glanced at each other. How to rob. I heard that the Neon nationwide couldn't even move their feet when they saw Steve's home city. When Long Tang heard this, he smiled and said, although our land is not as big as Steve, we have hired the best architects to design the rest of the land. Why do you have to cling to the area of land? There are so many places around, we don't all use it when we should. Who dares to touch half of our soil? Now our main city is not smaller than theirs. Speaking of gorgeousness, their Chinese-style buildings are not as gorgeous as the medieval castles on our side, right? When everyone heard this, they all nodded in agreement. Indeed, if the architecture is gorgeous, the Dragon Guild is no worse than the Cube People Guild. After all, it was designed by professionals at a large price. So how do we talk to the Neon Nation, who are now in Steve's home city? When Long Tang heard this, he smiled and said, "Let's just go with a swagger, can they still drive us away?" At this time, surrounded by everyone, the high-level leaders of the Dragon Tang Guild marched towards Xu Yuan's main city with great momentum. At this time, in the laboratory of the Dragon Tang Guild, the think tank of the Dragon Tang Guild was working hard to study the 3 withering skeletons that had just been obtained. A group of people from the Dragon Tang Guild marched towards Xu Yuan's main city with great momentum. Led by Long Tang, there were also some consortium members and elites, all of whom rode horses and walked on the road with their toes high. One by one, they are like microsuits going out on patrol. The appearance of the elite team on the side of the Dragon Tang Guild immediately attracted the side eyes of some idle players. Wow, does the Dragon Tang Guild even have mounts? Where are they going? That direction. It seems to be the main city of the Cube People Guild, right? Are they going to make trouble? Wasn't the Dragon Tang Guild crushed by the Cube People Guild before, and you dare to make trouble? Hey, don't you know, I heard that Dragon Tang spent a lot of money to hire some think tank after the last fiasco, and then that group of people is quite powerful, and now the development of the Dragon Tang Guild is not necessarily worse than that of the Block People Guild. I went to the main city of the Dragon Tang Guild before, and I saw that the development was quite good, and I felt that the area of the main city was similar to that of the Cube People Guild. The main city buildings can't be destroyed, and there is no PvP mode now. I don't know. Let's go, let's get together. Along the way, many players were attracted by this group of people from the Dragon Guild. The so-called watching the excitement is not a big deal, they went to make fun themselves, and at the same time spread the news on world channels and forums. The high level of the Dragon Tang Guild is heading to the main city of the Cube Man Guild, the war is about to break out. Wow, the 2 guilds pinched again. Walk around, watch the excitement. For a while, players were excited by this exciting news. After all, the guild battle between the 2 guilds before was very exciting, and this time there was a collision, and I don't know who can have the last laugh. On the way to the Cube Man Guild, there have been idle players joining their party. This also made the people of the Dragon Tang Guild more and more proud. Soon, surrounded by all the players, the people on the side of the Dragon Tang Guild came to Xu Yuan's main city. At this time, many players had gathered on the side of Xu Yuan's guild main city. Without exception, they all came to see the liveliness. The main city on Xu Yuan's side is equivalent to being open to the public, and other players can enter and exit, but there is no permission. Therefore, the players all took the lead and settled in Xu Yuan's main city. At this time, these players are the melon-eating masses. The people on the side of the Dragon Tang Guild entered Xu Yuan's main city. Xu Yuan was chatting with the players of the Neon Country when he suddenly heard a noise outside. Not long after, Ken pushed the door in and said to Xu Yuan, "Boss, the people from the Dragon Tang Guild are coming." Xu Yuan was suddenly a little surprised when he heard Ken's words. What are they doing here? Ken shook his head. I don't know, the high-level elites of their guild are all here, and they are already in the city. Xu Yuan heard this, thought about it, and then set his eyes on the players of the Neon Country. So it is. Xu Yuan roughly guessed that the purpose of the people from the Dragon Tang Guild came over is probably for these players of the Neon Country, right? The Dragon Tang Guild must have thought that these Neon Country players were very important people, and thought that Xu Yuan was begging these players. So come over this trip, to rob people? Xu Yuan smiled when he thought of this. In fact, these Neon Country players didn't matter to Xu Yuan at all. They will not affect the process of Xu Yuan's past development. Entertaining them just feels that after they send people over, with the pursuit of these players from the Neon Country, there will be more people to use, that's all. However, Xu Yuan wanted to see how this group of people from the Dragon Tang Guild would snatch people from him. Come out with me. Xu Yuan looked at the Neon Country players behind him and said. All the Neon Country players also got up respectfully and nodded, and followed Xu Yuan out. At this time, all the players in the main city were excited when they saw Xu Yuan come out. The show is about to begin. To be honest, I think Long Tang's momentum has lost half of it. I also think that every time Steve gives people the feeling that the cloud is light and breezy, this is the momentum of the king. On the other hand, Long Tang's side, it feels like I'm pushing too hard. Looking at Steve's expression, I don't panic at all. There was even some banter. Xu Yuan's appearance immediately attracted the discussion and popularity of many players. The people of the Dragon Tang Guild naturally heard these words, and they all had a little hung up on their faces, but they were not good to have a seizure. Long Tang saw Xu Yuan come out before getting down from his horse, and then stepped forward. All the players thought that Long Tang wanted to say hello to Xu Yuan, but they did not expect that Long Tang did not look at Xu Yuan, but looked at the players of the Neon Country behind Xu Yuan and greeted them. Hello, I am the president of the Dragon Tang Guild, Dragon Tang, welcome to Huaxia. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile, but Xu Yuan was not angry. He retreated to the steps in front of the hall and sat down, propping his head in his hands, watching it all with interest. He wanted to see what method Long Tang used to rob people in his hands. At this time, the melon-eating players were immediately surprised when they saw Xu Yuan's actions. Originally, Long Tang's action just now was not to give Xu Yuan face, and Xu Yuan would definitely be embarrassed at this time. Everyone also wanted to see how Xu Yuan would respond, but Xu Yuan didn't take this kind of thing seriously at all. Instead, he is like a theater watcher. Xu Yuan's reaction also immediately attracted the screams of many girl players. Steve is so handsome. Ha 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 ha, I originally thought it was Steve who was embarrassed, but now it should be that Long Tang is more embarrassed. Steve's strong demeanor is vivid. At this time, Long Tang suddenly became a little puzzled when he saw this. Originally, he heard that Xu Yuan entertained these players, and he thought that Xu Yuan attached great importance to these Neon Country players. As a result, it seems that Xu Yuan does not care now. This suddenly made Long Tang a little puzzled. At this time, the Neon Country player who could speak Chinese stood up and shook Long Tang's hand politely. Hello, President Long Tang. Long Tang smiled and looked at the Neon Country players and said, I heard that you guys came all the way from the Neon Country region, and it was very hard to travel by car, right? Why don't you go to the main city of our guild to rest? You must know that our Huaxia region is not the only main city. Our main town is also beautiful, uniform medieval castle style. I can guarantee you will absolutely love it. When the Neon Country players heard this, their faces were full of eager expressions. They originally thought that only Steve was developing very strongly, but listening to Long Tang's meaning, it seemed that other places were also developing very strongly. Naturally, they wanted to observe more. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the players of the Neon Kingdom, Long Tang knew that he had succeeded. Just when he was proud, all the Neon Country players all looked at Xu Yuan who was sitting there. Then the Neon Country player who could speak Chinese looked at Xu Yuan and said with some pleading meaning, Lord Steve, can we visit the main city of the Dragon Guild? When Long Tang heard this, he was immediately stunned. Why are these Neon Country players so respectful to Steve? Wasn't Steve begging them, but they begging Steve. So what the hell did they ask for Steve? At this time, all kinds of doubts appeared in Long Tang's mind. At this time, the melon-eating masses couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. I understand, Long Tang turned into a licking dog, but I didn't expect that he licked the dog. Ha 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 ha. Brother, you summed it up very well. Ha 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 ha. Then can I understand in disguise that Long Tang licked Steve? I thought Long Tang was here to do something. Just to lick the Neon Countryman. Ouch, this face is embarrassing. At this time, everyone in the Dragon Tang Guild turned pale. They came over cleverly, but they were slapped fiercely, and this slap was not Xu Yuan's hand. Xu Yuan was just watching the play on the sidelines the whole time? That's the irony? And just when Long Tang ran to Xu Yuan's main city to make trouble, there was new progress in the think tank laboratory on the side of the Dragon Tang Guild. Think tanks have been studying the heads of these three withering skeletons. They thought the heads should be able to recruit something. If that's the case, then the recruiting medium should be something from hell. They hit this withered skeleton as if they were fighting in the fortress of hell. Hell bricks don't work, no response. That magma block. It still doesn't seem to work. Try soul sand, since it is a form of recruitment, it must need a soul medium, right? Let's try it with soul sand and skull to pose as a humanoid monster. Soul sand is its body, and the skull is the head. It doesn't seem to work. Tear it down. The people of the think tank demolished half of the soul sand, and everyone was a little decadent at this time. Rest, change your brain. The members of the think tank all nodded, and then casually placed the remaining two withered skulls on the soul sand. At this moment, thick black smoke suddenly began to rise from the soul sand. Shrouded in black smoke, a creature with 3 heads and half bodies appeared in everyone's field of vision. After the monster appeared, it exuded a strange aura all around. Seeing this, all the think tanks were terrified and prepared to flee quickly, but then saw that the monster did not seem to make an attack. The think tanks were overjoyed. Don't attack? Is this a summon? Can you use it for yourself? The members of the crowd think tank saw that the summoned creatures did not take the initiative to attack. Judging by their keen intuition about the game, their first reaction was that this could be a summon. Seeing this, the members of the think tank began to approach this unknown creature, and when they got closer, they saw the name of this creature, Withering. Wow, this Withering is so handsome. It looks like the combat effectiveness should be quite strong. We have done a great job in researching this, and this bonus is definitely quite a lot. This should be the first one in the full service, right? The think tanks were very happy to see the handsome appearance of Withering, and they studied and discussed around Wither. The leader of the think tank also immediately conveyed the good news to Long Tang as soon as possible. At this time, Long Tang was in an embarrassing stage because of what happened just now, and after seeing the news sent by the leader of the think tank, he was overjoyed. He swept away the sluggish look that had just been sluggish, and said proudly to the players of the Neon Country, "Our guild has just received a powerful summon. This is the only one in the whole server. If you want to see it, I can show you around." Speaking of this, Long Tang did not forget to look at Xu Yuan and said, "Of course, President Steve can come along if he wants to see it." When Long Tang said this, he deliberately amplified the volume, and his words were heard by all the players around him. These players were shocked. Does the Dragon Tang Guild even have summons? Say it's the only one in the full server. I really want to see it. Looking at Long Tang like that, it is estimated that this summoner should be quite powerful. When Xu Yuan heard this, he immediately became interested. Summons? If you talk about summons, snowmen, iron golems, and then they will wither. Xu Yuan thought that the snowman should be impossible, that thing is to sell cute or brush snow, then it may be an iron puppet. Since Xu Yuan didn't know that Long Tang had already found a way to enter hell, he didn't think about withering at all. And just when Long Tang was showing off in front of Xu Yuan, on the side of the Dragon Tang Guild, the members of the think tank suddenly felt that something was wrong. It has just withered and remained motionless, but at this time, the withering is growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The airflow around the body also seemed to fluctuate with it. The members of the think tank suddenly felt bad. This seems to be a bit similar to the reaction of coolies when they are afraid of exploding. At this time, the leader of the think tank suddenly felt bad. Run. The leader himself shouted at the people around him as he ran. But where is the time? Just in an instant, together with the leader of the think tank, all the people of the think tank were wiped out. At this time, the withering also began to rise slowly, starting its killing festival. Long Tang was pretending to force it, but he received bad news from the guild. After Long Tang saw the message sent by the guild player, his face immediately sank. Let's go. Long Tang didn't care about pretending to be forced at this time, and immediately called everyone to rush to the main city of the guild. When the players saw Long Tang's reaction, they were stunned. Isn't this still pretending? Xu Yuan was also a little puzzled when he saw this, so he asked Ken. Got it? What's going on? Ken inquired, then laughed. I heard that their guild was slaughtered by monsters who don't know where they came from. Xu Yuan heard this and thought about it. Just now, Long Tang was still showing off that he had obtained the summon, and the next second he received news that the guild would be slaughtered. Xu Yuan was immediately surprised when he thought of this. Did they recruit the Wither? Although Xu Yuan felt that it was unlikely that they would summon the Withering out, but thinking about it, Long Tang's posture seemed to really summon the Withering out. Withering will have 10 seconds of invincibility when summoned, during which it will not attack the player. But after 10 seconds, it will blow itself up, and then it will be brutal and cruel. And when it comes to monster slaughter, it is estimated that only Withering has this ability. Xu Yuan thought of this, and after saying a few words to Ken began to prepare. Then Xu Yuan looked at these melon-eating masses with a confused look and said, the summon thing that President Long Tang said just now, I'm also quite interested. Everyone go over and grow long eyes together. When all the players heard this, they all nodded excitedly. Okay, good, big guy, of course it's good to go with us. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect Steve to like to make fun too. Brother Steve, you're behind in progress. How did you let Dragon Tang get a summon first? All the players gathered around Xu Yuan and walked towards the Dragon Tang Guild. At this time, when the people of the Neon Country saw this, they also followed the crowd. Long Tang rushed to the main city of the guild non-stop, and everyone under his command was puzzled, and they didn't know what happened. Just as Long Tang approached the main city of the guild, he suddenly noticed that a long purple blood bar appeared above the entire airspace. There are 2 words written in the middle of the purple blood volume Withering, and the entire airspace seems to be shrouded in a layer of black fog. Seeing this, everyone in the Dragon Tang Guild was a little stunned. They hurried in the direction of the main city. Dragon Tang and everyone came to the vicinity of the main city, and the scene in front of them suddenly stunned everyone. Where is this still the main city before? Looking at the mess, the houses and landscapes are all destroyed. Even the flat ground was blown out of many depressions. And the players in the main city are even crying. One by one, they fled madly, but they still couldn't dodge the Withering attack. The Dragon Tang Guild wanted to expand the land and did not have enough funds, but they also wanted to be larger than the area of the main city on Xu Yuan's side. So they exploited loopholes and used land where they did not belong to the title deed. When they did, the other players didn't dare to say anything or destroy their enclosure. But the so-called is not that the time has not come, and this retribution will not come. The main city of the guild is still intact except for the buildings in the location of the land, and the rest of the world has been blown up by the Withering and bombing. When Long Tang saw this, he immediately took a breath of cold air. What the hell is going on here? At this time, the leader of the think tank stumbled to Long Tang. He was pale, panting, and said in a hushed voice, Boss, that's not a summon. That's the boss. Do you still use what you say? I can't see myself. Long Tang was immediately annoyed. But who can blame these heads? These heads were given to think tanks for them to study. Boss, what to do now? Hurry up and kill him. Our main city has been destroyed like this. Boss, you did say something. Seeing this, Long Tang took a deep breath and asked the leader of the think tank. Where's the boss? I don't know. All I know is that it can fly and destroy terrain, as if it can still return blood. When everyone in the Dragon Tang Guild heard this, they immediately looked at each other. This boss is so strong? Long Tang heard this, thought about it and said, Don't worry, everyone don't worry, it will fly. We can only use bows and arrows. Everyone see if you have a bow and arrow in your hand. After everyone heard Long Tang's words, they all opened their backpacks and looked for them. I have a bow here, but without arrows. I have a set of arrows here. Boss, we didn't think there would be such a thing when we went out. The bows and arrows were all stored in the box. This house is almost fried. The contents of our box should be gone. Long Tang saw that everyone had gathered together for a long time to come out with 3 bows and 5 sets of arrows, and the whole person was stunned. However, as a long time, if he gave up, then the others would not continue to work hard. Dragon Tang assigned the bow and arrow to 3 skilled players, and then said, Stop letting him blow up. The 3 elite players ended up bowing and arrows, and suddenly their hearts were heavy. After a little mental preparation, he walked into the main city with the mentality of going to death. Not long after entering the city, the three saw Withering coming from the sky. Withering spotted them right away. Then came the bombing of various heads. Under the Withering bombardment, one of the players died immediately. The other two players take the opportunity to attack Withering with bows and arrows. After withering the arrow, the hatred is immediately transferred to one of the players. Seeing this, Long Tang quickly shouted at the player, "Get him out." After hearing Long Tang's words, the player desperately ran outside the city. Seeing that he was about to come outside the city, the head of the withered shot was thrown down, and the player fell to the ground in an instant. Long Tang saw that he was about to lead the Withering out of the city, but this scene happened, and his hopes were suddenly dashed. After Withering to kill the player, the hatred value is immediately transferred to another player in the city. As a result, it flew into the city again. At this time, Long Tang was almost desperate, and he roared, "Even if you die 100 times, you have to lure it out for me." When the guild players heard this, although they were reluctant, they could only do it. After all, this is their main city. Just when all the players of the Dragon Tang Guild went to send death one after another to attract Withering, Xu Yuan finally arrived with everyone from the guild and a group of melon-eating people. Xu Yuan walked slowly to Long Tang's side, looked at the scene in front of him, and then said with a smile, "President Long Tang, you're a little too polite. I didn't come out to greet you when you came to our guild, but I'll come here and prepare for your meeting. This directly bombs the city, it's too faceful." Xu Yuan's words just fell clearly in the ears of the players behind him, and all the players couldn't help but laugh immediately. "Groove, Steve's mouth is too poisonous, ha 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 ha. It's okay to meet the ceremony, ha 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 ha. This is indeed a card. Normally I don't laugh unless I can't help it, ha ha ha. I only obey Steve guy anyway, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha." Suddenly a little sympathetic to Long Tang. "Steve boss, let's save some face with people. Ha 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 ha." When Long Tang heard Xu Yuan's words, he immediately felt that his face could not be hung up, but it was not good. His guild side was all in a hurry, so naturally he didn't have the heart to talk to Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan saw that everyone in the Dragon Tang Guild was leading the monster out of the city, and asked Long Tang with a smile, "If you lead this out of the city, it will be even more impossible to kill." When Long Tang heard Xu Yuan's words, he immediately rolled his eyes. Where does Dragon Tang dare to think about killing Withering? He just wanted to try his best to keep the main city of his guild, and it would be nice to invite this ancestor away. Xu Yuan saw that Long Tang didn't answer, so he didn't say much, and continued to watch the fire from the other side. At this time, Long Tang thought about it, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. He couldn't help but recall what Xu Yuan said just now, "If you lead it out of the city, you can't kill it." When Long Tang thought of this, he was suddenly a little stunned. Did Steve mean by saying that he knew how to fight this wither? Long Tang thought of this, and immediately looked at Xu Yuan and asked, "Do you know how to kill it?" Seeing this, Xu Yuan blinked his eyes and said unhurriedly, "How could I possibly know how to kill it?" When Long Tang heard Xu Yuan's words, he suddenly felt the urge to strangle Xu Yuan. When the players heard this, they laughed again. "Long Tang, it's too much, didn't I just pretend to be forced in front of you? Ha 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 ha, Steve is really a wonderful person. On the art of speaking, anyway, I can kill you without a dirty word, ha 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 ha." Although Long Tang especially didn't want to ask Xu Yuan, it seemed that only Xu Yuan knew how to deal with this wither. Long Tang saw that the brothers in his guild were almost unable to hold on, so he gritted his teeth and said, "If you can help us kill this wither, no matter what happens in the future, as long as you open your mouth." When Xu Yuan heard this, he raised his hand and interrupted Long Tangdao. "Oh, don't mind, I'm not a person who can't be saved. If I am not the guild leader, then I will definitely help this favor without saying a word. However, as the guild leader, I believe you also understand that there are a group of brothers behind this?" When Long Tang heard this, he could be considered to understand what Xu Yuan meant. Xu Yuan, this is thinking of a lion to open his mouth. However, even knowing that Xu Yuan was a lion, Long Tang had to agree. If the main city of the guild is gone, then all the previous efforts will be in vain. Long Tang gritted his teeth and looked at Xu Yuan and said, "Stop beating around the bush and just say what you want." Xu Yuan heard Long Tang's words and said with a smile, "President Long Tang still understands people, since you have said so, then I will say it bluntly." Xu Yuan raised his hand and made a three-way gesture. 3 land deeds, no 2 prices. When Long Tang heard Xu Yuan's words, his eyes immediately widened. 3 land deeds, you really dare to speak. 3 land deeds are definitely not a small amount for Long Tang. And as the guild leader, Long Tang also knew very well what these 3 land deeds meant. Although the people who accepted it later got some first kills, plus Dragon Tang will also buy some small guilds. Therefore, the 3 pieces of land are still taken out. But the price of these 3 land deeds is immeasurable? Seeing Long Tang say this, Xu Yuan shrugged and said, "Then you guys slowly play with Withering, let's go." After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he gestured to leave. Seeing this, Long Tang quickly pulled Xu Yuan. Don't, discuss again. Your opening is 3 land deeds, where can I get it?" When Xu Yuan heard this, he ignored Long Tang and continued to walk back. Seeing this, Long Tang knew that Xu Yuan was iron-hearted to ask for these 3 land deeds, so he had to endure the pain and said, "Okay, deal." When Xu Yuan heard Long Tang agree, he immediately turned his face and smiled at Long Tang. "Pay first." When Long Tang heard Xu Yuan's words, he immediately rolled his eyes. How could I bring the title deed with me? I'm a Hall Guild leader, will I still rely on you? After Xu Yuan listened, he smiled and said, well, your main city is almost gone, who can I reason with if the role runs away? If you don't bring it with you, you will first find systematic justice. Long Tang can be regarded as experiencing what it means to be speechless and desperate. With Xu Yuan's character, whoever wants to take advantage of him is simply delusional. Soon, after Long Tang found the system to be fair, the contract between the two had been reached. At this time, Ken brought the elite players of the Cube People Guild and also rushed over. Xu Yuan looked at the guild and said, let's go, and collect this summoned item of the Dragon Tang Guild. When everyone in the guild heard this, they all laughed, and then they all said in unison, it's over. Xu Yuan's words have now become the guild's symbolic slogan. Anyway, no matter what you encounter, everyone will come to the phrase it's over. This can also see the morale of the Cube People Guild, which is not afraid of anything. Even in the face of such a powerful unknown boss, everyone was not afraid and retreated. At this time, Long Tang looked at the elite players of the Cube People, and his eyes were suddenly full of envy. If nothing else, just the morale alone, these players have already destroyed the players of their guild. What does a guild rely on to become stronger and bigger? Not by more money, not by more people. It's about cohesion. The guild is made up of each player. If each player brings out their own morale and blood to repay the guild, the power of the players is 1 against the 100. At this time, the other players were also shocked by the elite of the Cube People Guild. The feeling they gave people was completely different from that brought to people by the elites of the Dragon Guild. The elites of the Dragon Tang Guild seem to rely on equipment to show the gap, while the elites of the Cube People Guild, even if they don't have equipment on their bodies, just standing there is an momentum. It can make people feel that this is a master. The elite aura of the Cube People Guild is too strong. It seems that maybe the Cube Man Guild can really kill that withering boss. What's the point? Will Steve hit himself in the face? I think Steve seems to have known that there is a boss for a long time. Didn't you see that boss Ken just brought someone over? Yes? Steve seemed to say something to the Ken guy before he came, and then the Ken guy didn't come with him for the time being. Could it be that Steve has long calculated that the summon thing that Long Tang said will be this boss? Suddenly I felt the great fear of thinking about the guild battle at that time. All the players were talking, and they all looked at Xu Yuan with an incredible look. In their eyes, Xu Yuan seemed to be a bit like a prophet, and he felt a little omniscient. Seeing that all the guild members were ready to go, Xu Yuan looked at Long Tang and said, let your guild's players lead the withering to your land. When Long Tang heard this, he immediately looked at Xu Yuan in disbelief. He had previously instructed the guild players to do their best to lure Wither out of their home city. After losing a lot of troops, he was about to be led outside the main city. As a result, Xu Yuan now told him, let him lead to the city? Are you kidding me? Xu Yuan looked at Long Tang, and his eyes firmly repeated what he had just said. Let your guild's players lead the withering to your land. Long Tang was stunned when he saw Xu Yuan's expression. He could see that Xu Yuan didn't seem to mean joking. Then, after struggling for a while, he said to the guild members who were still on the battlefield in the guild channel, all personnel, lead the boss to the main city land. The people of the Dragon Tang Guild were still dodging withering attacks on the battlefield, and they were immediately stunned when they saw Long Tang's words in the guild channel. Originally, they worked hard for half a day and suffered heavy casualties, and it was not easy to let Wither quickly go out of the city. As a result, now Long Tang has let them lead them back. The players immediately complained. President, are you playing with us? We're going to be out of town soon. Lean, what are you kidding? Don't treat us like people. At this time, the players of the Dragon Tang Guild were full of resentment towards Dragon Tang, and many people directly gave up. The rest of the people lost their motivation in an instant. They only felt that they were fighting hard to defend the main city, but the guild leader was playing them like monkeys. In an instant, the army's heart was scattered, and everyone had no desire to survive. And Withering is already super god. Soon, the people of the Dragon Tang Guild were completely destroyed. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but shake his head and sighed. Hey, why can't you help with so much? At this time, Long Tang watched the entire army of guild members disappear, and his eyes were full of anger. Hearing Xu Yuan's cool words again, he immediately wanted to scold back. Xu Yuan, on the other hand, raised his hand and said, forget it, let's let you learn what it means to attract monsters. Long Tang's dirty words were already on his lips, but when he heard Xu Yuan, he meant to personally attract the monster. So he swallowed the dirty words that came to his mouth alive. He forced himself to endure his anger, smiled very unnaturally, and said falsely, okay, you be careful. Although Long Tang said so, his heart was very entangled at the moment. Although he now wished that Xu Yuan would be killed on the spot after going up. But I don't want to see such a result. If Xu Yuan is killed, isn't it that no one has cleaned up and withered? Xu Yuan heard Long Tang's words and said with a smile, this withering anger should not be as big as yours, so it's okay, don't worry about me. After Xu Yuan finished speaking, before Long Tang could react, he put on his equipment and walked into the main city of the Dragon Tang Guild with everyone in the guild. Only one angry and red-faced Dragon Tang remained. At this time, those players who watched the excitement were about to hold back their internal injuries, although they wanted to laugh, but seeing Dragon Tang so angry, they also dared not laugh out loud. After all, the status of the Dragon Tang Guild in the game is still relatively high. I think Steve is suitable for crosstalk, Bao Hong. I'm really going to die of laughter, and it's not funny too loud. I can only silently cover my mouth and tremble over there. Ha 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 ha. Steve Boss's mouth, who can say it? I still like Steve's personality. Ha 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 ha. It's very approachable, although the mouth is really owed. Ha ha ha. The big guy owes his mouth. This is called the art of speaking, and other people's mouth, so they will be asked if they eat. However, all the players talked about it, and they all exclaimed after seeing Xu Yuan's equipment. Groove, Steve's outfit, diamond set, and shining purple halo. Wow, Steve is so low-key, the equipment is so good that it has never been shown. Indeed, it's not like some guilds have a little equipment and hang them all on their bodies, for fear that others won't know. After Xu Yuan and everyone in the guild came to the main city of the Dragon Tang Guild, they turned to Ken and said, "Don't go near the boss, I'll lead it, and then you can slowly follow me in." Everyone in the guild was shocked when they heard that Xu Yuan wanted to lead the boss by himself. "Isn't it, boss, you go alone to lead." "Boss, although we know that you are very strong, but the things that this boss dropped behind are the same as creepers, can you do it alone?" "Boss, you have to think twice, it's okay if we die, you can't die. Go, go, what is not dead?" When Xu Yuan heard the relationship between the guild players, he couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. At this time, Xu Yuan did not say anything, but Ken stood up and said, "All of them are less nonsense, you Steve boss still need you to worry about. We just need to do what the boss tells us." In fact, although Ken said this, he was actually very worried about Xu Yuan. But Ken already believed in Xu Yuan enough, and he knew that Xu Yuan knew what he was doing. He also knew that Xu Yuan would not do something he was not sure of. When everyone in the guild saw Ken say this, they didn't say anything more. Just after telling Xu Yuan to be careful, they all entered a state of preparation. Seeing this, Xu Yuan nodded, and then walked towards Withering. The wreckage of houses, the devastated ground, and the scattered corpses. The fierce and vicious Withering boss Perseverance is in the middle of the city, and a square man with a huge difference in size from the boss is walking towards the center of the battlefield alone. This scene is simply handsome. At this time, all the players began to take screenshots when they saw this scene. Xu Yuan came to a position 10 yards away from Withering, and was immediately discovered by Withering. After Withering discovered Xu Yuan, he immediately launched an attack on Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan quickly adjusted his position to the front of the land of the Dragon Tang Guild. Withering has been launching his head like Xu Yuan. Although the nearby terrain has been blown up, it is difficult to dodge attacks. But every time, Xu Yuan dodged and dodged the moment his head exploded against him. Everyone was terrified. After dodging some black heads, Xu Yuan retreated to a slightly flatter place. At this moment, a blue head rushed towards Xu Yuan. Seeing that the head was about to hit Xu Yuan did not dodge. When everyone saw this, their hearts immediately tightened. "It's over, boss Steve missed. Steve guy, run. Steve, don't die." At this time, everyone's eyes were all on Xu Yuan, and at this moment, everyone's spirits were tense, and they were all afraid that Xu Yuan would die under the Withering attack. At this moment, Xu Yuan looked at the blue head flying over, and at the moment when the blue head approached him, Xu Yuan waved his diamond sword. At this time, the head quickly flew towards the Withering under the reaction force of the sword. The Withering was originally a decrease in the amount of blood that was visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Xu Yuan was suddenly a little shocked, knowing that Withering was an undead creature. He had upgraded the Order of the Dead to a high level a while ago, and he could deal 4 times more damage to undead monsters. Just this 4-fold damage, hitting the Withering body, is like tickling. The players who saw this scene were stunned. What's going on? You can still play like this? Am I not mistaken? Did Steve knock back the head thrown by the boss? Groove? Is it a coincidence or Steve boss already knows how this thing hits? Hiss. I said something was wrong. The black head fell much faster than the blue head. Steve can even dodge the black one. How can he not hide from the blue? Lying Groove, then he didn't miss just now, but was waiting for the boss to attack him. Nima. This man is really outrageous. After analyzing it, all the players knew that Xu Yuan was deliberately waiting for the blue head, and they all felt that Xu Yuan could no longer be described by the word big guy. It's a demon? Xu Yuan stepped back while dodging the black head thrown by the Wither. Then from time to time he sent back the blue head that had withered over. Soon, Xu Yuan came safely to the land of the Dragon Tang Guild. There is no way to destroy the land, even if the coolies are afraid of these explosive creatures. This is also why Xu Yuan wants to bring the Withering over. Withering is difficult to fight, firstly because it can fly, and secondly because it destroys the terrain. This second point is the most deadly, it destroys the terrain, so it is very difficult to move. Sometimes in order to avoid attacks, it is easy to fall into the pit that has withered and exploded, and it takes a lot of time to climb out. So, just take it to the terrain it can't destroy, and it's easy to kill. Xu Yuan brought the Withering to the land of the Dragon Tang Guild, and Ken's group quickly followed. Disperse. The members immediately scattered on the ground and surrounded the Withering. After the members of the guild took their places, Xu Yuan gave an order. Aim, shoot. Xu Yuan's voice fell, and dozens of arrows fell on Wither's body together. And when Xu Yuan gave the order, he had already taken out the enchanted bow and arrow and shot towards the Wither. After a round of attacks, the withered HP suddenly reached 1/5. Since Xu Yuan had the title of a high-level undead hunter, Xu Yuan's attack was higher than the attacks of others. So the withering hatred is still on Xu Yuan's body. After Xu Yuan shot an arrow, he quickly moved and turned the head thrown by the wither. Then another order was given. Shoot. Then, dozens of arrows from chi brush fell on Wither's body. The amount of withered blood went down by 1/5. Then came the third round of attacks. After the third round of attacks, half of the withered HP remained. At this time, Xu Yuan knew that it would explode immediately after withering down, so he immediately ordered, "All retreat." When the guild players heard Xu Yuan's order, they did not dare to delay for a moment, and all of them were torn back. At this point, Zero descended from the sky. Xu Yuan also immediately pulled away from withering. Immediately after the withering fall, it brought an explosion, and then summoned 4 withering skeletons around it. Ken, Xiao, Aiwang, Ahao, one by one, a withered skeleton, pull out and fight. After receiving Xu Yuan's order, the 4 immediately rushed forward, attracting the hatred of the 4 withering skeletons. Casually led them to other areas. Xu Yuan said to everyone after seeing that Ken had lured the withering skeleton away, "Change swords for melee combat and fight it. Note that if it lies flat on its body, all the people facing it quickly move away." Guild players receive orders and start executing them immediately. Soon, under the siege of all the players, the withering HP steadily decreased. The middle withering also released several collision attacks, but because Xu Yuan told everyone in advance, they were all perfectly resolved. Seeing that the withering was about to die, Xu Yuan raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. The players also stopped immediately. Who hasn't taken the first kill? Come on. Cut. Hearing Xu Yuan's words, some players who had not yet obtained the first kill stood up and continued to attack the wither. Under the attack of everyone, the withering blood volume has finally bottomed out. After withering and dying, the body slowly disappears. Where it disappeared, a star shining with silver light remained. Over there is the Nether star. As the withering falls, the full service system prompt also sounds. Congratulations to player Pool for getting the boss withering first kill. At this time, when Pool looked at the extra things in the backpack, the whole person was stunned in place. In addition to the title deed, 20 gold coins, there is also a broken drawing in the baby. And this chapter of drawings has 4 words written on it. Twilight Forest? Withering can be said to be a difficult boss in MC, and some people even think that withering is more difficult to fight than the Ender Dragon. And Xu Yuan saw that the amount of blood that had just withered was at least more than 1,000, and the difficulty of killing was greatly increased. So the reward will definitely be a little better than the normal first kill. However, Xu Yuan did not expect too much. After all, Xu Yuan actually came to the Nether Star and the land deed at the beginning. Xu Yuan picked up the withered and fallen Nether Star and put it in his backpack. Then he came to Pool's side and asked, "What is the system reward?" At this time, Pool was stunned at first, and then immediately answered Xu Yuandeo, "Boss, the system rewards a title deed, 20 gold coins, and a broken drawing." When Xu Yuan heard this, he was immediately surprised. "Broken drawings? Show me." Pool nodded, and then directly handed over all the rewards given by the system to Xu Yuan. After Xu Yuan got the broken drawing, he looked at it. Only when he saw the 4 words on the drawing, Xu Yuan was immediately stunned. Twilight Forest. After Xu Yuan got the universal workbench before, Xu Yuan guessed that various mods would be added in the later stage of the game. But I didn't expect that the first module that appeared in front of my eyes was actually Twilight Forest. However, this Twilight Forest is still a broken drawing, and it should be necessary to stitch together other drawings. It is estimated that after splicing together, you can enter the Twilight Forest. This drawing is rewarded by the system after killing Wither. Xu Yuan guessed that as long as he killed the boss and got the first kill, he would be rewarded with fragments. There are only 2 recognized bosses in MC. One is Withering and the other is the Ender Dragon. If the system will reward the fragments of the Twilight Forest only after the first boss kill, it means that there will only be 2 fragments of the fragments. And the way Xu Yuan looked at the fragment, it didn't look like a half-fragment drawing. So how exactly do you get the other fragment drawings? Xu Yuan thought about it. It may be the first time to kill a more powerful monster system will reward the drawings. If you think about it from an official point of view, maybe this is the case. After all, killing more powerful monsters requires the support of technology and equipment. When players have excellent technology and equipment as a foundation, the game will develop new progression and add new mods. Otherwise, if players can't even beat some monsters in the current version, then entering the new mod, it will definitely be bloody, and there will definitely be no game experience. Xu Yuan thought of this and couldn't help but recall. The more powerful monsters in the game, Withering and Ender Dragons are not mentioned. Boss level, after playing is equivalent to clearing the level. Other monsters, the Marauding Beast should be regarded as a relatively powerful monster, and then it is the Lightning Coolie. I don't know if the Guardians and the Ancient Guardians count, but it's useless to think about this at present, and when the time comes, you will know whether your guess is right. Xu Yuan put away the drawing fragments, and then asked Ken, "Do we have any personnel losses?" When Ken heard this, he smiled happily and shook his head. "No, no one died." Xu Yuan smiled with satisfaction when he heard this. "Not bad, this is the first time that everyone has dealt with the boss together, and everyone has cooperated very well. Worthy of our elite group of cube people." When the members of the guild heard Xu Yuan's words, they were all happy. This is Xu Yuan's affirmation of them. But they won't be fooled by it. Because they all knew in their hearts that the reason why there were no casualties this time was that they could kill and wither so smoothly and perfectly. All the credit must be counted on Xu Yuan. In fact, the others did not have any operation at all, just listened to Xu Yuan's orders. And Xu Yuan alone wants to attract monster hatred, and he wants to command, and at the same time, he has been exporting to withering. This is already beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even if Xu Yuan made a slight mistake, they would not be able to kill and wither so smoothly. And everyone also knows that Xu Yuan alone leads the wither to the ground is also the most critical step to kill the wither. And the most terrifying thing is that Xu Yuan knew what happened at that time, so he asked Ken to inform the players to get ready. Otherwise, if it is a temporary intention, the killing will not be so easy. So Xu Yuan had already thought of everything as early as the moment Tang left. It was also through this boss battle that the members of the guild felt Xu Yuan's leadership for the first time. With such a leader, what bosses are there that they can't fight? After killing the wither, Xu Yuan and the players of the guild came to the outside of the city. At this time, Tang and the players of his guild, as well as those idle players, were already waiting outside the city. Xu Yuan and his party came over, and the players cheered. Steve guy, you guys are awesome. Damn, my scalp is numb when you watch your monster fighting. It's like I've rehearsed. Steve guy, your tricks are. Cube Man Guild cow approval? Cube Man Guild cow approval. The first time I've seen such a hearty boss kill, if I haven't seen the withering slaughter, I thought this withering was a garbage. Yes. Under Steve's bosses, there is no way to fight back. I've already filmed the whole battle video. I'm going to upload it to the forum. This is definitely the perfect teaching of boss fighting. Boss Steve commanded it so well. Elite group also cooperated very well. Pleasing to the eye. The players did not hesitate to praise. That's really what they think. When they saw Xu Yuan and his group kill and wither, they were simply moving through the clouds, no mistakes at all, no accidents at all. It's as if they've fought many times and withered, it's not like it's the first time they've met. At this moment, although the people of the Dragon Tang Guild could not praise Xu Yuan on the surface, but they still admired Xu Yuan in their hearts. The people of the Dragon Tang Guild had personally experienced how ferocious withering was. They also know how difficult it is to hide from the head thrown by the wither. So when they saw Xu Yuan dodging wither's attack while fighting back at withering, he was even commanding his subordinates. The people of the Dragon Tang Guild only admired and worshipped Xu Yuan. This is the real master. Steve, the first person in the game, deserves it. At this time, Tang looked at Xu Yuan, his eyes were a little more frustrated and haggard, and he smiled and said, "Thank you, I will send someone to your guild with the title deed." Xu Yuan nodded after hearing this, and beckoned the guild players to leave. Seeing Xu Yuan's back, Tang couldn't help sighing. He has been fighting with Xu Yuan, and he has never been convinced by Xu Yuan. But until today, he didn't know that the Dragon Tang Guild would never be able to win the Cube Man Guild. Because the Cube Man won't lose as long as Steve is there. The boss has been killed, and the people of the Dragon Tang Guild began to clean up the battlefield. This summoning of the withering caused them to suffer heavy losses, and it may take a long time to regain their strength. At this time, the players saw that the matter had come to an end, and they also left. Although the battle is over, the forum is full of posts about the battle. All the ins and outs about the battle of the withering boss. The first person in the game, Steve Boss, perfectly leads to monster teaching. Facing the withering bosses alone, Steve's retrograde back. What is the perfect killing boss? What is the perfect conductor? What is the perfect consciousness? Steve explains it to you. Steve Boss quotes. The forum was all about Xu Yuan's great achievements in this boss battle. His stunning operation, advanced consciousness, and accurate command all brought the battle to a perfect end. Some people are even speculating that if it weren't for Xu Yuan's presence, then this withering would definitely have been led out of the city by the players of the Dragon Guild. Then they will wander around and destroy the terrain. This conjecture suddenly made the scalp of those scattered players numb. At this time, they just wanted to thank Xu Yuan for solving such a big trouble. And Xu Yuan's side is also making a lot of money. After Xu Yuan returned to the main city, those Neon Country players looked at Xu Yuan with more respect than before. This trip really gave them insight and let them know that relying on Xu Yuan is the best way out. After Xu Yuan negotiated with the players of Neon Country, he asked Ken to find a trusted member of the elite group who knew Japanese to follow everyone in Neon Country to develop in Neon Country. In other countries, Xu Yuan also arranged for people to explore there. And Xu Yuan's next goal is clear, that is, the Ender Dragon. Xu Yuan could be sure that if he got the first kill of the Ender Dragon, he could definitely obtain the fragment drawings of the Twilight Forest. Just when Xu Yuan was thinking about when to go to the end, the full server system suddenly sounded at this time. Countdown to start the full server boss system, 1 day. At this time, the players were shocked when they saw the news. What is the full service boss system? Could it be that Steve killed the withering boss so that this system was triggered? We haven't even finished fighting ordinary monsters, so we'll be all bosses. Wow, I feel like I'm going to be miserable again. Xu Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw this full server system prompt. What is the full server boss system? Is it similar to the elite monster mod in the MC? But it seems unlikely that the elite monster mod is a bit too strong for the current game environment. So is this full server boss system officially added? Xu Yuan can be sure that this full service boss system must have appeared because it killed Wither. After all, the killing of this kind of boss is still very difficult. If it weren't for the accidental appearance of Dragon Tang, players would not have the opportunity to see it until very late. Xu Yuan had thought before that the fragment drawings should appear on a relatively powerful monster. But the powerful monsters in the game, except for the Withering Dragon, are not boss level. Although there are also relatively powerful monsters, they are far worse than these two bosses. Xu Yuan wondered if this all-server boss system would be a new way to drop the drawings of the Twilight Forest fragments. In order to improve the strength of players, the official created this full-server boss system, and players dropped the Twilight Forest fragment drawings after killing the boss. Players then need to kill multiple bosses in order to activate the drawings. If the players can put together the drawings, it means that there should be no problem with the player's strength to enter the Twilight Forest. Ken immediately found Xu Yuan after seeing the full server system prompt. What is this full server boss system? Do you want to officially produce the same boss as Withering? Xu Yuan shook his head and said, I think there should be no new bosses at present. I should strengthen the original monsters into bosses, but this is also my guess. Ken nodded when he heard this. Is this update related to the fragment drawings of that Twilight Forest? Xu Yuan nodded. The update is after we kill Wither, so it should be related. Ken heard this, thought about it and asked, do you know about that Twilight Forest? Now in Ken's cognition, it has been determined that Xu Yuan knows everything, so he will ask so. Xu Yuan heard Ken's words, smiled, and did not shy away from saying, I don't know. Xu Yuan didn't say this to sell Guanzi, but it was indeed like this. Xu Yuan knows the Twilight Forest in MC, but he doesn't know the Twilight Forest in this game. Because Xu Yuan didn't know what form the Twilight Forest would appear in this game. After all, this game is an online game, not a single player. So there will definitely be some changes. It is unknown what type of change Xu Yuan is. But as long as the nature remains the same, there is not much problem. Ken was also at a loss when he heard this, but since Xu Yuan didn't say much, he didn't have much to ask. Then Ken asked Xu Yuan, so what are we going to do in advance for this update? Xu Yuan said after thinking about it. You wait. After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he came to the basement. Then I took some iron ingots from the iron brushing machine. After taking the iron ingots, Xu Yuan came to Ken and handed all the iron ingots in a backpack to Ken. Ken looked at these iron ingots and was suddenly a little stunned. This. So many iron ingots. What is this for? Xu Yuan smiled and said, pick some skilled players and arm them. This time the boss system is open, and it should be used for land reclamation. Ken nodded after hearing this, and had to say that Xu Yuan had never been stingy in terms of guild material welfare. However, the players of the guild are not for nothing with their equipment. Everyone in the Xu Yuan guild also knew about Intubeo very well. With such good benefits, they will naturally work hard for the guild. Things like the previous tunnels to dig through the main city and the main city of other chapters were also spontaneously applied by the guild members to do it. So the tunnel was dug quickly. Okay, I'll arrange it. Ken took the iron ingots of the backpack and left. Xu Yuan casually walked around the forum here. As always, the official continues to sell Guanzi, and no consultation can be found in the forum. Xu Yuan had to give up. Soon, an hour passed. The full server system announcement sounded again. Full server boss system open? Introduction to the full service boss system. As the strange aura becomes more and more intense, monsters everywhere have begun to change after absorbing such an aura, and stronger monsters have been derived from between them. They have their own nests, they have followers, they have special abilities, and any kill will make them stronger. Boss Quest 1, Corpse Tide Quest open. Players can enter the quest through the system interface. Seeing this system announcement, all players were terrified. Dungeon? Boss dungeon? Groove. With special abilities, indiscriminate attacks, kills can become stronger. My god. Outrageous. Shouldn't these bosses be better than Withering? Corpse Tide. I feel that the boss should be a zombie, right? When Xu Yuan saw this, he was stunned at first. Originally, Xu Yuan thought that the update would be the kind of wild boss, but he didn't expect it to be a copy. Xu Yuan had never touched such a copy before, so I don't know what's inside this copy. What is certain, though, is that the copy will certainly not be simple. When Ken saw the news, he immediately handed over the matter to Xiao. Then he immediately found Xu Yuan. How about it? Shall we hurry up and prepare? Xu Yuan heard this and said after thinking about it. No hurry, I'll take a look first. When Ken heard this, he was immediately stunned, and looked at Xu Yuan in disbelief. How? You want a single copy? Xu Yuan saw that Ken looked surprised, and couldn't help but smile. I don't have this plan. This boss HP is estimated to be quite large, and it is too time-consuming for me to brush alone. I just went in and saw what was going on. Ken breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and then said, okay, then you be careful. Xu Yuan nodded, and then began to make preparations. Since the game has a large copy, the monsters in the copy, even if they are mobs, are definitely much more powerful than the outside. Xu Yuan will definitely not go hard with the monsters, he just wants to understand the terrain of the copy and what monsters are different, so that he will not be unsure when he goes in. And if you want to be able to survey the terrain without alarming the monsters, there is only one way, and that is stealth. After Xu Yuan prepared more than 10 bottles of invisibility potion, he opened the copy from the system interface. Please select the difficulty, easy, hard, nightmare. Xu Yuan did not hesitate to directly choose the difficulty of the nightmare. After choosing the difficulty, Xu Yuan's eyes turned black. When Xu Yuan opened his eyes again, he saw that he had been teleported to a dark forest. The whole space is very open, and it is not like other game copies. Subsequently, Xu Yuan was surprised to find that in this copy, the equipment he was carrying showed the effect of being sealed. In other words, you can't use the equipment you bring with you? Seeing this, Xu Yuan was surprised. Could this be the difficulty of the nightmare? Let the player develop in the quest and then kill the boss? However, at present, Xu Yuan is not sure whether the equipment cannot be used because of the difficulty, or whether this copy is originally such a mechanism. When Xu Yuan saw this, he first took out a map. This copy can't show coordinates, so you have a map to determine your bearings, otherwise it's easy to get lost. Xu Yuan first explored the neighborhood for a while, and found that the resources inside the copy were still very rich. Xu Yuan first dug up some iron ore to make himself an iron sword and an iron armor. After all, it is a nightmare difficulty. The monsters must be very powerful, and it can be safer with a certain amount of armor. After Xu Yuan made these things, he found that the sky began to darken. Xu Yuan saw this rapidly darkening sky, and suddenly felt a little bad. So I quickly found a tree, and after piling it high, I was afraid to reach the top of the tree. Xu Yuan only reached the top of the tree and saw that the entire sky turned dark red. The low roar of zombies immediately sounded all around. At this time, Xu Yuan's tree was already densely surrounded by zombies. These zombies are all wearing a full set of iron armor, holding iron swords, iron axes, and even iron pickaxes. And these zombies are different from other zombies. They don't want to be like other zombies. As long as they are high, they can't hit you. These zombies seem to be added with intelligent AI. The zombies with axes immediately turned over and began to chop down trees hard. Seeing this, although Xu Yuan was a little shocked, he was still not panicked in his heart. After all, MC does not belong to Newton. Even if they cut the lowest wooden tree, it will not fall. And just when Xu Yuan put down his guard, he saw that after those zombies with axes cut the bottom piece of wood, they didn't stop at all. They keep chopping up. Xu Yuan saw that this secret passage was not good. If they continued to cut it, the trunk will soon be cut down. As long as the trunk is cut empty, the leaves will gradually disappear immediately. So Xu Yuan is dangerous? And this tree selected by Xu Yuan does not need to be raised to cut it at all, and it can be cut directly on the ground. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but regret a little. He already knew that he would choose a taller tree. Xu Yuan looked around. He discovered a horrible fact. The trees here are all dwarf trees. Xu Yuan looked at it, and all the trees in the copy were dwarf trees that could be cut down without being raised. Looking at the iron axes and pickaxes in the hands of these zombies, Xu Yuan immediately understood. This is cutting off the player's way back. Players have learned the pedicure before, so just build a pedicure shed after encountering zombies. But this copy is a complete elimination of the player's cleverness. These zombies have directly turned into a demolition brigade, even iron pickaxes. It's no exaggeration to say that the mobs in this nightmare level quest are probably better equipped than most players. Xu Yuan couldn't help but wonder how other players would feel if they entered this nightmare level copy. However, although it is said that you cannot stay in the trees, you cannot build shelter. But as the saying goes, there are policies and countermeasures, and it is always okay to raise them, right? Thinking of this, Xu Yuan first drank a bottle of stealth potion. After Xu Yuan drank the invisibility potion, his figure slowly became transparent. At this time, the army of zombies dancing under the tree suddenly lost the target of hatred. So they all scattered and wandered. Xu Yuan jumped down from the tree and tried to avoid the zombies. Then some clods of earth were dug up and a height of 3 blocks was built on the ground. Then Xu Yuan knocked out the bottom square. The reason why Xu Yuan did this was because Xu Yuan felt that this copy was a bit super difficult to survive the urine of the blood moon. Zombies destroy the terrain, and it seems to be more powerful than in the blood moon, all with tools. If Xu Yuan really guessed that, then the unsupported soil block would not be able to be suspended and would collapse. After Xu Yuan knocked off the last block of soil, he found that the block did not collapse, and then Xu Yuan jumped up to confirm it again. As a result, the clods did not collapse. Xu Yuan just let go of his heart. It seems that he can still take a high position, so that the crisis will not be solved. But even if it is high, so many zombies in iron suits surround them, and it is not easy to kill them. Then can you bypass these zombies and go directly to cut the boss? Xu Yuan's mind suddenly had this idea. Generally a copy to kill the boss can be regarded as clearing the level. Many copies of these mobs don't have to be killed all. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan no longer struggled with how to kill these iron-armored zombies. Seeing that the time for stealth was about to arrive, Xu Yuan poured another bottle of stealth potion. Xu Yuan took the map and carefully shuttled through the forest. I have to say that there are really too many zombies in the entire forest. And in the quest, even where there are torches to illuminate, there will be zombies. Xu Yuan kept walking north, and after walking for about 10 minutes, he found that there was no road ahead. The area in front is an unknown area that is not shown, all blocked by an invisible barrier. If you force through the barrier, you will exit the replica directly. That is, this side has come to an end. Seeing this, Xu Yuan began to walk west, but after walking for a while, he was in the same situation again, and there was no way again. Then Xu Yuan kept exploring the entire map only to find that the entire map was a forest surrounded by a barrier. I didn't see any boss lairs or any traces of bosses. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but wonder. There are no bosses in this map? It's impossible to look at it. If you can pass the level just by killing these mobs, then the difficulty of this nightmare is too simple, right? Corpse-tide copy. Corpse-tide. Xu Yuan thought of this and muttered the name of the copy. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. The so-called corpse tide, if there is no tide, how can it be considered a corpse tide? Of course, there will be waves of zombie attacks. In other words, this quest may be after players need to raid wave after wave of ironclad zombies. The real boss will appear. Xu Yuan couldn't help but be shocked when he thought of this. If that's the case, then the quest difficulty is indeed nightmarish. Xu Yuan thought of this and roughly understood the mechanism of the copy. So he walked to the border of the map and exited the copy. Xu Yuan's trip to the copy took nearly an hour, and after Xu Yuan entered the copy, there was a lot of noise outside. Many player quests are unconditional, so they all team up to enter the quest. Of course, they chose the easy level of quest difficulty. But even so, they were all abused to the fullest. Official, you told me it's a copy of easy difficulty? This Nima is outrageous. These zombies still have tools in their hands? Set up a pedicure and come out and be demolished in minutes? Just got into hard mode, Nima. Some of those zombies even have 1 or 2 iron suits? I just want to know, has anyone gone into nightmare mode? Into nightmare mode? Don't you want to be human? As soon as it gets dark, at least dozens of zombies are all around. Nima, I built a shelter, zombies dang dang. Who is it? Knocking on my window. Players are all talking about their experiences of abuse on the World Channel. However, these Death Squad players have inadvertently provided some copies of the consultation. In the copy of simple mode, zombies should not have armor type equipment, but they still have tools at hand, so it is useless to build shelters. Hard mode replicas should occasionally have some zombies with iron armor, but not fully armed. Xu Yuan came out of the copy and saw that Ken was already waiting in the room. As soon as Ken saw Xu Yuan come out, he immediately stepped forward and asked, I've heard from the players on the World Channel that it's not a place for people to go. Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and smiled. Fortunately, it's not difficult. When Ken heard this, he nodded and did not question Xu Yuan's words. He knows Xu Yuan's strength, and what others say is difficult in front of Xu Yuan is pediatrics. Ken asked after thinking about it. I've heard that there are 3 copy modes. Which one are you going to? Ken has been observing the news of players in the World Channel since Xu Yuan entered the dungeon. Everyone basically enters the easy difficulty, and some players who are sure of themselves will choose the difficulty. But basically no one chooses nightmare mode. But even in the easy and hard mode, everyone complained. Ken saw that Xu Yuan said that it was not difficult, so he wanted to know what mode Xu Yuan entered. Xu Yuan heard Ken's words, and Yun replied lightly, Oh, nightmare mode. When Ken heard this, the whole person cried and laughed. He didn't know whether to be shocked or happy. He couldn't help but think that it was difficult to ask Xu Yuan before, and Xu Yuan said that it was not difficult. Then Xu Yuan meant that the nightmare mode was not difficult for him. Xu Yuan saw Ken's expression and said with some doubts, What's wrong? Ken smiled awkwardly and said, I saw other players say it's difficult, saying that not only are there a lot of weirdness, but zombies are all with tools, so there is no way to build shelters, and at night, players can't last 2 minutes. Xu Yuan heard this and nodded. Well, the zombies in nightmare mode are all fully armed with iron armor, and the weapons and tools in their hands are also made of iron. When Ken heard this, he was shocked. In this way, Xu Yuan still said that it was not difficult. Xu Yuan said, and after suddenly thinking about something, he asked Xiang Ken, Oh, by the way, have you noticed that anyone said that the equipment can't be used in it? Ken heard this, recalled it, and shook his head. No one seems to have said that. Xu Yuan nodded after hearing this, and then said, In nightmare mode, you can't use your own equipment inside. When Ken heard this, the whole person was stunned. What the hell is this copy? Even if it is so difficult, even if the equipment is in it, there is no way to use it? No wonder it's nightmare level. But what shocked Ken even more was that Xu Yuan said that this copy was not difficult. Ken looked at Xu Yuan and asked with some trembling, Have you already figured out how to clear the customs? After thinking about it, Xu Yuan nodded. Ken heard this and took a deep breath. He had to work hard to accept the fact that he couldn't treat Xu Yuan as an ordinary person. Ken asked after adjusting his mood. It should take a lot of manpower, right? Ken felt that if Xu Yuan thought of a way to defeat monsters, it would definitely require a lot of manpower. Therefore, you must be well prepared to enter the dungeon, and the nightmare level difficulty cannot be used with your own equipment. Then it is even more necessary to reserve other materials. Ken was now ready for a big war. Xu Yuan heard Ken's words, shook his head and said with a smile, No, I swipe alone. When Ken heard this, he suddenly felt a little like fainting. Although just now he was already persuading himself not to treat Xu Yuan as a normal person. But now what Xu Yuan said, to a large extent, is no longer what people said. Are you kidding me? It's a nightmare. So many zombies still have iron armor, and those are just mobs. I don't even know what a boss is. Ken looked at Xu Yuan with some disbelief. Xu Yuan shook his head and said with a serious face, No kidding, nothing difficult, you can brush alone. When Ken saw Xu Yuan's expression, he knew that Xu Yuan was serious. At this time, Ken suddenly didn't know what to say. Xu Yuan's strength is far beyond Ken's understanding. However, even knowing that Xu Yuan could kill alone, Ken was still a little uneasy, so he said, "How about you try the water in easy mode and hard mode first?" When Xu Yuan heard this, he shook his head and said, "No need, it's a waste of time, I'll tell you how to do it after clearing the level, just have you been to those two modes?" When Ken heard Xu Yuan say this, it was not good to say anything more. So he nodded and said, "When are you going to fight?" Xu Yuan thought about it and said, "In half an hour, I still need to prepare something." Ken was already a little numb to hear this. It is normal for others to make a copy and prepare for a day or two. And Xu Yuan, make a copy, or nightmare level, only needs half an hour of preparation time. Ken said after nodding. "Okay, then I won't bother you and wait for your good news," Ken said and left. At this time, the players of the guild were waiting outside Xu Yuan's door, knowing that after the copy was opened, everyone wanted to go into the copy to take a look and open up the land. But they are members of the guild, and they must follow the guild's arrangements when entering the quest to open up the land. Therefore, they could only wait for the above arrangement, and everyone heard that Xu Yuan had already explored the way inside the advanced copy. So they all waited here for Xu Yuan's return. Boss Steve is also too top. One person enters the copy. I see those people on the World channel say that this copy is not played by people. Who is our boss, and have you forgotten how Withering died last time? But the last time it withered was a boss. There is more than one monster in this copy. The boss always has a way. Let's worry about anything. Just wait for Boss Steve to come back. We must be the first to clear the level. The reward of the first pass is absolutely good. The guild players were discussing hotly, and they saw Ken walk out with a numb face. The guild players immediately approached Ken. "Boss Ken, what's wrong?" Boss Ken's expression. "I'm afraid that Boss Steve also planted a head in the copy. This copy is so hard. Boss Steve must be dangerous to go alone." Boss Ken, Boss Steve, okay. "Oh, Boss Ken, you're talking?" When the guild players saw Ken's expression, they all thought that Xu Yuan had an accident in the copy. Ken couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard the words of the players. "Can't you hope for something good?" The guild was a little relieved for the player to hear Ken say this, and then said, "Boss Ken, look at what you said, your face just now." "Yes, Boss Ken, did you have that expression just now because copies are difficult? Isn't Boss Steve still not figuring out a way to clear the land? It's okay if the copy is difficult, we have a lot of strength." Ken immediately rolled his eyes when he saw the guild members talking nonsense one by one. Then Ken coughed lightly, and all the guild players immediately shut up when they saw this. Ken sighed and smiled. "You Steve boss abandoned us." When the members of the guild heard this, they were all stunned. "Huh? What? Boss Ken, what's going on? You make it clear. Does the boss think we are too dish? We won't be lazy in the future." Ken couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw that all the guild members were panicking to death. Then he said, "Your Steve boss abandoned us, and he wants to swipe the nightmare level copy of the corpse." When the guild players heard this, the expressions on their faces were even more wonderful than when they heard that Xu Yuan had abandoned them. They all widened their eyes, their mouths were long, and they couldn't spit out a word for half a day. After about half a minute of calm, the emotions of the guild crowd instantly exploded. "Boss Ken, did I hear you correctly? Boss Ken, you don't have a mouth, do you? Boss Steve wants to swipe nightmare mode alone. Slap me, I'm definitely dreaming. Little friend, do you have a lot of question marks?" The players in the guild could not accept the fact that Xu Yuan was going to swipe the copy of the nightmare difficulty alone. After all, although everyone said that they had not entered the copy to see, they saw the victim testimonials of those players on the World channel. Everyone also knows how difficult this copy is, and everyone else is easy or difficult. Xu Yuan will enter the nightmare mode this time, and even have to brush alone. This is no longer within the scope of the guild players' awareness. Ken was not surprised to see the reaction of the players, he was just the same as them. Ken smiled and said to the players, "Okay, let's just wait for your Steve boss to come back. When the time comes, let's use your Steve boss raiders to clear a copy of easy and hard mode." When the guild players heard this, they finally determined that their Ken boss was not joking, and their Steve boss is no joke. At this time, the players suddenly did not know how to describe their mood. Maybe only, lying groove, these two words can be expressed. After the guild learned that Xu Yuan wanted to swipe a copy of the nightmare mode, they all showed off with their friends who did not enter the guild. "Our boss is preparing to swipe the nightmare level copy alone, wait for the system prompts then. I just said that I want you to enter the guild early. Do you know why our boss is going now? When our boss finishes swiping the nightmare level copy, we can use the Raiders Reclamation Simple and Tribulation modes. How about it?" And this news is also known by more and more players. At this time, the World channel was almost all talking about Xu Yuan wanting to swipe the copy of the nightmare mode alone. Steve Guy is about to swipe the nightmares level copy. How is this possible to brush alone? Listening to the people of their guild, in the nightmare level copy, you can't bring your own equipment, and all the zombies are fully armored iron suits. It's a nightmare. I don't believe this alone. I don't believe it. Although Steve is very strong, no matter how you say that this is a nightmare level copy, it is not like the previous Withering. Yes, the previous Withering was not killed by Steve alone, but also killed by many people together. Isn't Steve a little inflated? If Steve can single the nightmare level copy, I'll eat upside down. Brother, this kind of flag is better than standing up. If they go to open up a nightmare level copy, I believe it, but I really don't believe it. It is estimated that the guild will spread the fake news for the sake of eyeballs. Although the players said that they had seen Xu Yuan's strength again and again, they did not believe that Xu Yuan could single out a nightmare level copy. However, players are also thinking normally, because everyone knows how exaggerated the difficulty of this copy is. When the World Channel was rumoring, Xu Yuan's side was ready. He said that to swipe this nightmare level copy alone is definitely not because of arrogance. It's because he really already figured out how to clear this copy. After Xu Yuan brought the supplies, he entered the copy. After entering the copy, Xu Yuan saw that the sky had not yet darkened, so he first picked up 2 buckets of water from a nearby water source. Unlimited water was first made on the ground. Then began digging an area 18 × 18,3 blocks high in the ground. After digging, Xu Yuan poured water on each of the 4 sides. The water flows towards the middle, which is exactly 2 × 2 free. Xu Yuan dug down a few blocks of the middle 2x2 position. So I opened up the following area and made a platform out. The platform is 8 blocks long, 5 blocks wide and 2 blocks high. After doing this, the sky gradually darkened. The low roar of zombies lingers in the ears. Seeing this, Xu Yuan directly drank a bottle of stealth potion, and then continued to work. Xu Yuan poured water on the platform below from one side to the other. Water gathers right on the far right of the platform. Then Xu Yuan took out the notice board. A row of signs was placed 1 block high at the end of the water source. Then, 1 block before the empty board, a row of the billboard was placed vertically. Then a magma was poured in the middle of the junction of the sign. After doing this, Xu Yuan found a place to dig into the ground. After coming to the ground, Xu Yuan put himself in the middle of the 18 × 18 area that he had dug at the beginning. Then he knocked out all the blocks that came over. Just then, stealth time ended. The zombies soon discovered Xu Yuan. They rushed towards Xu Yuan desperately. At this time, Xu Yuan stood in place, towards the rushing zombies, and smiled. Please the first team of victims. As soon as Xu Yuan's stealth time passed, the zombies' AI immediately recognized him. So the zombies all rushed towards Xu Yuan like crazy. The zombies roared lowly, and the iron suits on their bodies rubbed against each other and made a clanging sound, and surrounded Xu Yuan from all directions. Coupled with the eerie atmosphere in the entire forest, it was suddenly creepy. But when Xu Yuan saw such a scene, he was not afraid at all, but was a little excited and expectant. Surrounded by corpses, the zombies who took the lead came to Xu Yuan first. One by one, they rushed towards Xu Yuan. But every zombie can't get close to Xu Yuan, because the moment they rushed over, they fell into the big pit that Xu Yuan had dug in advance. Then the water from the pit washed into the 2x2 hole. After the zombie fell from the mouth of the cave, it was washed to the far right of the platform by the current of the platform below, and the far right awaits them with magma-burned heads. Xu Yuan didn't have to do anything, and these zombies all came over desperately to die. In fact, this device is very simple. Xu Yuan is a combination of the brush monster tower and the iron brushing machine, and it is derived. The principle of the above part is very simple, that is, the monsters are gathered with a stream of water and sent to the middle 2x2 channel. And the following part is the death table. It is also using the water flow to rush the monster to the right, and then use the magma above the head to burn the monster. In fact, the death table can also directly dig a deep tunnel to let the zombies fall to death, but the zombies with armor are estimated to dig deep to death. Due to the limited time, there is no way to dig too deep a tunnel for the zombies to fall to death, so you can only make a death table. In fact, Xu Yuan also thought about transporting these zombies underground and not making a death table. But after thinking about it, the nature of this copy should be to destroy one wave of zombies to usher in the next wave of zombies. So a death row is a must. It could have been possible to pack a few funnels and chests on the side of the execution table to collect the loot. But Xu Yuan estimated that the monsters in this copy were estimated to burst some iron ingots or something. Xu Yuan couldn't see it, so he didn't waste that kung fu strength. Soon, a wave of zombies were all killed under Xu Yuan's unique brushing method. The sky is also gradually clearing, and the surrounding area is calm again. But the calm now is a harbinger of the next storm coming. However, Xu Yuan was not worried at all. With this device, it was impossible for zombies to approach Xu Yuan. Unless zombies can fly or attack from a distance, if this is the case, Xu Yuan can only admit that he is unlucky. As time passed, soon the sky darkened again, and this time the sky seemed to be darker red than the previous one. When Xu Yuan saw this, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. The corpses attacked again as the sky darkened. At this moment, the sharp-eyed Xu Yuan saw that there were actually a few little whites mixed in the corpses. Fortunately, Ziobai is different from other zombies in that they do not wear equipment. Seeing this, Xu Yuan secretly said that the secret path was not good, and he really said it in the crow's mouth. This Nima is outrageous, isn't it a corpse tied? Seeing this, Xu Yuan didn't have time to think about it, so he immediately began to extend the square under his feet a few pieces, and then surrounded himself as fast as he could. After fencing, Xu Yuan was still a little uneasy. In case the official is not a person, designing a little white arrow to break this kind of thing is really a bit perverted. Fortunately, the official is still a little conscientious, and the little white in this copy is just an ordinary little white. After Xu Yuan surrounded himself, he took out the workbench and made a few half bricks to replace the square in front of him. This allows you to observe the situation outside without being hit. But fortunately, Xu Yuan's hand is fast, so there is no danger. If he was shot by Xiaobai into the pit he dug, it would really be over. Other zombies are still sending death to the pit one after another like before. Xu Yuan can only wait until the zombie gate is dead, and then slowly move out to clean up the few little whites. Fortunately, when I was working on this execution device just now, I dug up several iron ores. Xu Yuan quickly made a furnace and put iron ore in it to melt it into iron ingots. A shield and an iron sword were then synthesized. After Xu Yuan observed from behind half a brick that there were only a few little whites left nearby, he dug up one side of the shelter. Then he held his shield and began to slowly move forward to the block outside the pit. Although there were twists and turns along the way, it was fortunately smooth. Just when Xu Yuan was about to arrive, always Xiaobai gave Xu Yuan an arrow from the side. Xu Yuan secretly said that it was not good. But where is the time? Xu Yuan was immediately knocked down in the pit he had dug. Xu Yuan had just landed, so he quickly ran forward, not letting the current wash him down. After adjusting the inertia of his body later, Xu Yuan immediately built himself up with a square. Finally on the flat ground, after coming to the flat ground, Xu Yuan did not rest, and immediately rushed towards these little whites with his shield, slashing at them with a random sword. With the last Xiaobai falling to the ground, this second wave of corpses finally defended. After killing Xiaobai, Xu Yuan did not stop at all. Quickly remove the stones that have just been put up from the pit. Then he went backwards while dismantling and returned to the center of the previous pit. This time, Xu Yuan did not neglect and directly repaired the shelter. I have to say that it was still very thrilling just now. However, this can only be blamed on Xu Yuan being too anxious and not understanding the situation in the copy. Fortunately, the crisis was resolved. The next step is to see what the third wave of corpses will look like. As the tide of corpses just now receded, the sky returned to blue. Xu Yuan ate something in the shelter and recovered his blood volume. Although Xu Yuan also brought the potion of instant recovery, it was safe now, and there was no need to use it. Xu Yuan was waiting for the next corpse tide to come, when he saw a message from Ken in his friend list. How's it going? In fact, Ken sent a message to Xu Yuan and also experienced a lot of psychological struggles. Ken didn't want to disturb Xu Yuan when he entered the copy, but Ken was very worried, so he struggled for a long time before Jedi asked Xu Yuan's condition. Xu Yuan saw Ken's message and replied. It went well, there were some hiccups in between, but it didn't hurt. When Ken heard this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He replied, well, you must be careful. Well, Xu Yuan closed the dialogue box after replying to Ken. It wasn't long before it darkened again, and this time it had turned a deep burgundy red. Everything reflected was like it was stained with blood. With this bloody sky, the third wave of corpses struck, and this time the corpse tide is much simpler for Xu Yuan than the last time. Xu Yuan observed from the half-brick gap that this time the corpse tide was not as remote as Xiaobai. It's more little zombies. Although these little zombies have no equipment on them, they seem to move at least twice as fast as ordinary small zombies. Such little zombies are very difficult to entangle. But Xu Yuan doesn't have to worry. Although Xu Yuan did not have to worry about this wave of corpses, Xu Yuan still did not tear down the shelter. It's not good if there is some kind of moth in one wave. After the zombies and small zombies jumped into the pit, this wave of corpses can be regarded as successfully pulling down. After this wave of corpses ended, the sky did not become brighter. It's darker. Xu Yuan observed the sky and suddenly felt a little strange. At this moment, Xu Yuan suddenly felt that the ground was shaking. It seems that some huge creature is approaching this way. Seeing this, Xu Yuan suddenly panicked. Could it be that this boss is a titan? Wouldn't it? Xu Yuan hid in the shelter, observing the changes around him. If the final boss is really a titan, then Xu Yuan didn't want to think about it, so he gave up directly. Weapons and equipment are not allowed to be brought, and let fight titans. Then this copy is not a nightmare mode, it is a sleepwalking mode? The official is sleepwalking? No one can beat it? Xu Yuan thought of this, and already had some thoughts of giving up. At this moment, a pair of huge feet appeared in Xu Yuan's field of vision. Xu Yuan knocked out half a brick directly, and only then did he see the full picture of the boss. After seeing the full picture of the boss, Xu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. This boss is actually a relatively large zombie combined with some zombies, not a titan. But although this boss is not as powerful as the titan, it still looks very strong. However, Xu Yuan was not worried. Xu Yuan had already thought of a way to deal with it. After the boss found Xu Yuan, he immediately ran towards Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan saw the zombie coming, and immediately rushed towards it, set up the platform in the opposite direction, and quickly returned to the ground. After the boss zombie walked to the pit dug by Xu Yuan, it was not trapped at all because it was too large. As soon as the zombie boss raised his hand, he demolished the shelter built by Xu Yuan. Then he continued to chase Xu Yuan, but one of his feet was a trap in the 2x2 hole. Xu Yuan saw that the zombie boss was trapped, so he hurriedly opened his backpack and took out two things to pose on the ground. These two things are 1 pumpkin head and 4 pieces of iron. Xu Yuan saw that the zombie boss was trapped, and immediately took out the iron block and pumpkin head from his backpack. Then the 4 pieces of iron are put together in a T-shape, and then a pumpkin head is placed in the center of the T-shape. Xu Yuan had just laid out this shape when he heard a bang. The iron and pumpkin head disappeared, and in their place was an iron puppet. Since the iron golem has the property of actively attacking zombies, so as soon as this iron puppet was summoned, he saw the zombie boss and immediately prepared to pounce on the zombie boss. Xu Yuan quickly tied up the iron puppet with a tether rope. Now that the iron puppet passes, it will definitely be washed under the feet of the zombie boss by flowing water. Moreover, the zombie boss is currently only trapped, and should be able to break free immediately, and now putting an iron puppet to send it is to find death. Then Xu Yuan quickly summoned several iron puppets. It is also tied to a tether. At this moment, the zombie boss finally took his foot up, and then quickly moved towards Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan saw the zombie boss coming over, and immediately let go of these iron puppets. The iron puppets immediately surrounded the zombie boss. Although there is a huge difference in the size of zombie bosses and iron golems, these iron puppets are not afraid. They slammed the zombie boss's legs one by one. This zombie boss is composed of many zombies, and once a zombie dies, the zombie boss will be mutilated. I have to say that the attack of the iron puppet is still very high, and the amount of health on the head of the zombie boss is also steadily declining. Xu Yuan was the melon-eating crowd at this time, and he retreated to a position that would not be affected, observing the situation of the station. Once that iron puppet was about to fall, Xu Yuan would immediately summon another one to replenish it. In this way, the iron puppets fought with the zombies for more than 20 minutes before finally knocking out half of the zombie's health. After the zombie health is lower, it immediately enters the second stage. At this time, it began to summon mobs, and in just a few seconds, the zombie boss summoned 10 zombies. These zombies, like the zombies of the previous corpse tide, are wearing iron armor. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately increased the number of iron puppets. The iron puppet army also rushed to the station. Xu Yuan found that as long as the mob summoned by the zombie boss kills an iron puppet, the zombie boss will probably be able to recover 5% of the HP. I have to say that this blood volume recovery is still very terrifying. This zombie boss is really powerful. However, Xu Yuan's iron puppet army is not vegetarian. In about 10 minutes, Xu Yuan's iron puppet army killed all the mobs summoned by the zombie boss. At this time, the attack of zombie bosses is also getting higher and higher. As the official has been introduced before, any kill will make the boss stronger. At this time, the zombie boss has already killed 5 to 6 iron golems, and the attack is much higher than before. Basically, 3 or 4 strokes can kill an iron puppet. However, Xu Yuan is not worried. There are still many pieces of iron and pumpkin heads in Xu Yuan's hands. Iron is such a thing, you can brush anyway, and it is not distressing to use. Not to mention pumpkins. If other players see Xu Yuan's method of fighting monsters, it is estimated that they will be angry to death, and they can't imitate it if they want to. After all, many players have not even put together a complete set of iron sets, let alone summon iron golems. Under the heavy attack of the iron puppet, the health of the zombie boss slowly dropped to 10%. At this moment, the zombie boss suddenly roared wildly. Then Xu Yuan saw a terrifying scene. I saw that some of the small zombies that made up the head of the zombie boss began to separate on their own. Then they came to the position of each torso of the zombie boss, and then these little zombies began to slaughter the zombies in the torso. And these zombies in the torso have no intention of resisting, so they let the little zombies slaughter. Seeing this, Xu Yuan was suddenly a little stunned. What are they doing? Killing each other? Then Xu Yuan thought about it, and suddenly felt that it was not good. This zombie boss is killing his own torso, so as to make these little zombies stronger. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but gasp. This zombie boss is really strong, it is worthy of the nightmare level difficulty. If Xu Yuan hadn't thought of the iron puppet's trick and wanted someone to confront it, he would have died 10,000 times a long time ago. I saw these little zombies killing zombies in the torso at a very fast speed. Soon, the zombies in the torso were slaughtered. With a boom, a loud bang. The entire torso of the zombie boss also fell, and the entire map was shaken up. At this time, the little zombies already have stronger strength. They attack high, are extremely fast, and have thick blood. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately summoned some iron puppets, and then quickly raised himself a few blocks. Because the speed of the little zombie is too fast, and the iron golem's attack interval is large and bulky. These iron puppets can't hit the little zombies at all, and the little zombies move quickly and attack these iron golems. And these little zombies seem to have a sense of teamwork, and they all attack an iron puppet in unison. Under their siege, the iron puppets will not live more than 1 second. Soon, the iron puppets could not withstand the attack of the little zombies and fell. Seeing this, Xu Yuan hurried to release a few more iron puppets down. The only way for Xu Yuan to be rescued now is to go to the pit that he directly designed before. In this way, after the death of the iron puppet, the little zombie will shift the target of attack. In this way, Xu Yuan can use the previous device to kill these little zombies. Xu Yuan quickly put a square on the side of the device, paying attention to the situation on the battlefield from time to time. As soon as an iron puppet dies, Xu Yuan will immediately replace one. Xu Yuan's entire spirit was highly concentrated, for fear that he would accidentally fall when he built the block. Fortunately, there were no dangers along the way, and Xu Yuan finally reached the center of the device safely. At this time, the last iron puppet was also killed by the little zombies. After the little zombie gate killed the iron puppet, he immediately transferred his hatred, ran madly towards where Xu Yuan was. And this is also a scene that Xu Yuan likes to see. While the little zombies ran madly towards Xu Yuan, they also ran to death. When they rushed over, they immediately fell into a deep pit, and then they were washed down by the current. Xu Yuan saw that all the little zombies were washed down, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. After the little zombies were washed down, they did not react for a long time. Xu Yuan suddenly wondered if his device was broken. At this moment, the full server system announcement sounded. Congratulations to player Steve for the first time solo clearance of the Nightmare level Corpse Tide quest. When Xu Yuan heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the little zombie was dead. At this time, all the players saw the system announcement of the full server, and they all had question marks on their faces. What? Solo first clearance Nightmare level Corpse Tide quest. I'm afraid you're joking. Single player, Nightmare level. I'm afraid I'm having a nightmare. Can anyone come and slap me? Wake me up, okay. What is this Nima? Is Steve still human? I wipe. It's really outrageous. What is this? How long has it been since this copy came out? 2 hours, is there any? Is Steve really not an official insider? I don't think the official insiders cleared customs so quickly. At that time, everyone was still saying that Steve Boss was going to swipe the copy of Nightmare mode alone, and it would be cleared in this time. How long has this Nima been? Nightmare mode can't even use equipment. Brothers, how the hell did this guy do it? I really want Steve to share the clearance strategy. At this time, the major guilds were also shocked when they heard the news. After the quest is opened, the major guilds will definitely be scrambling to open the land. After all, the new quest will definitely drop a lot of good things. And they found it difficult to even copy on easy difficulty. The main thing is that the dungeon is limited to the number of people, and a maximum of 30 people can enter. If it is not to limit the number of people, then it is definitely possible to use the sea of people tactic. And just when the other guilds were still racking their brains to study how to live in simple mode, they saw the system prompt that Xu Yuan had passed the Nightmare level alone. How the hell did he do it? How could he get in alone? The most terrifying thing is that the Nightmare level has not yet used its own equipment. Hurry up and find a think tank to study how to pass the level. Is the gap between people so big? He's really not an official. The guild leaders had already cooled their hearts a lot after seeing Xu Yuan's first Nightmare level copy, because they knew that Xu Yuan's first pass to get a Nightmare level copy would mean. Next, the first passes of the easy and hard levels belong to the Block People Guild. When the system announced that Xu Yuan had obtained the first pass of the Nightmare level copy, Ken, who was anxiously waiting in the main city of the guild, finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was followed by exhilarating excitement, indescribable joy and, of course, incredible shock. At this time, the players of the guild were stunned in place for a long time after seeing this system message. When they first heard that Xu Yuan was going to swipe the copy of the Nightmare mode alone, the members of the guild were still very worried. It's not that I don't believe Xu Yuan, but the difficulty of this copy is really difficult, and the 30 elites of other guilds have been abused when they enter it. Xu Yuan, on the other hand, wanted to enter the Nightmare level copy alone. Although everyone can see Xu Yuan's strength, they will more or less feel that Xu Yuan is too confident. And the result at this moment told them that it was not that Xu Yuan was too confident, but that they were too unconfident in Xu Yuan. I don't think there's any copy that we cubes can't play in the future. Well, it is estimated that even the official did not expect that this copy was designed and someone could brush the Nightmare mode alone. I wonder how Boss Steve did it. Why is the gap between people so large? I am a blessing in my previous life to be able to follow a cow like Boss Steve in this life. And after the system broadcast Xu Yuan's single pass Nightmare level copy, Xu Yuan's backpack also had a few more things. A title deed, 100 gold coins and a drawing of the broken Twilight Forest. After Xu Yuan saw the drawing of the Twilight Forest in his backpack, he confirmed his conjecture. It seems that this full-service boss system triggered after Xu Yuan killed the Withering should be the way to gather the fragments of the Twilight Forest drawings. After Xu Yuan got the reward of the system, he left the copy. Xu Yuan always felt as if he had forgotten something, but he couldn't remember anything for a while. Since I can't remember, it shouldn't be an important thing. Xu Yuan didn't think about it anymore. After leaving the copy, Xu Yuan appeared in his room. At this time, Ken was already waiting in front of him. After Ken saw Xu Yuan come out, he looked at Xu Yuan with excitement. It seems that he wants to say something, but he can't say anything for a long time. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and teased. People don't know, they think you took this first pass. Why are you more excited than me? Ken was instantly amused by Xu Yuan's words, and then shook his head and laughed. How can you treat everything like a nobody? You're someone who just swiped a Nightmare level copy. Ken originally thought that Xu Yuan would be just as excited as him. After all, swiping a Nightmare level copy alone was a big challenge. Of course, normal people will be happy after the challenge is successful, but Ken does not feel too much waves on Xu Yuan's face. Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and smiled. In fact, this Nightmare level is also good, I have seen more terrifying ones. Xu Yuan suddenly stopped when he said this, and he found that he had missed his mouth. In fact, what Xu Yuan wanted to say was nothing more than Titan, Withering Storm, and Withering Slaw. I don't know how many times more terrifying than this nightmare level boss. However, these things will definitely not appear in the game at the moment, and if they do, then the official does not want the game. Ken was stunned when he heard this, and saw that Xu Yuan did not continue. Although Ken was curious about what was more terrifying, he didn't ask any further. This is already a tacit way for him and Xu Yuan to get along, and Xu Yuan will not ask more if he doesn't say much. At this time, neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Ken thought for a moment and diverted from the topic and asked, "By the way, what's the reward for the first pass?" "Title deeds, gold coins, and fragments of drawings from the Twilight Forest." Ken nodded when he heard this, and then continued to ask, "What happened to the boss?" When Xu Yuan heard this, he thought of what he had just forgotten. "It turns out that I forgot to pick up the things that the boss dropped. Since the little zombie flowed down the water to the execution platform, it died underground, so Xu Yuan forgot." Xu Yuan patted his head and said with a wry smile, "I came straight out and forgot to look." When Ken heard this, the whole person was not good, and at this moment, Ken's heart was like thousands of grass and mud horses galloping past. He didn't know what to say about Xu Yuan. Even this can be forgotten. Isn't it generally for the final boss to break things when others fight dungeons? Xu Yuan poured well, directly patted his ass and left. How rich is this? Even the boss drops in the nightmare level dungeon can be forgotten. In fact, after Xu Yuan got the drawing fragment of the Twilight Forest at that time, his heart was already satisfied. He actually came for the drawing fragments, so he didn't think much about anything else. And Xu Yuan felt that this boss should not be able to burst out anything good. Xu Yuan doesn't lack anything now, he has everything he should have, so he forgot it. It's okay, anyway, no one can clear the customs for a while and a half, I'll just brush it up then. Ken was also slightly comforted when he heard Xu Yuan's words. But in general, the first time you kill the boss, the explosion rate should be higher, and the explosive things should be a little different. But Xu Yuan has already come out, and it is useless to think about it anymore. Ken then said after thinking about it, "Do you want to sort out the raiders? I'll let the brothers below also take the first pass of the simple and hard mode copies." After listening to Ken's words, Xu Yuan nodded and said, "Yes, but I think it's better to have a single swipe first, the system will have additional rewards." After Ken heard this, he asked Xu Yuandeo, "Are you going to swipe the first pass or are you looking for someone else?" "Find someone else, I've already been rewarded with a first pass." Ken nodded and then said, "Then you set someone." Xu Yuan heard this and said after thinking about it, "You call in the top 30 players in the guild." Ken was stunned when he heard this, although he didn't understand why Xu Yuan did this, he didn't ask anything, nodded and went out to find someone. After a while, Ken came in with the top 30 players in the guild. The players were excited when they saw Xu Yuan, and they all knew that Xu Yuan was going to tell them the strategy. Xu Yuan looked at the 30 players and said, "You are the elite players of our guild, and your personal operation has also been affirmed by your Ken boss, otherwise you would not be standing here. I want 30 of you to come and not let you all enter the replica, but 30 of you, all of you to enter the replica alone." When the players in the guild heard this, they all looked at me and I looked at you, and their faces were full of shock. "Ah, do you want us to swipe alone? Boss Steve, our strength is not as strong as you. Boss, you're not joking, are you?" Ken frowned and coughed lightly when he saw that everyone was starting to talk. Seeing this, the players immediately quieted down. At this time, Xu Yuan smiled and said, "After listening to the strategy first, then think about whether you can do it or not." When the guild elites heard this, they all nodded. "Let me tell you about the whole copy first. There will be 3 waves of corpse tides. After the first 2 sets there will be a short time for players to prepare, and after the 3rd wave, there will be no preparation time, and the boss will appear directly. Boss is a zombie that has been gigantic, and various zombies form a head torso, bloodline to 50%, will summon more than 10 zombie mobs, bloodline to 10%, zombie boss will self-harm, the head of the small zombie will kill other parts, and then split out. It should be noted that any kill can make the body stronger. However, this is the boss mechanic of nightmare mode, and it is not clear whether simple and difficult are not the same." When the elite players heard this, some of their faces turned white. They didn't expect the boss to be so terrifying, and actually self-harm to increase their own damage. At this time, the eyes of all the elite players looking at Xu Yuan were immediately like looking at God, so that the perverted boss was folded in Xu Yuan's hands? Even Ken on the side couldn't keep calm, if the boss was really like Xu Yuan said. "That's horrible." Xu Yuan looked at the expressions on the faces of the guild elites, smiled, and then said, "Don't be afraid, let's talk about the strategy now." When the players heard this, they immediately concentrated and listened attentively. First of all, let's talk about how to deal with the corpse tide. The corpse tide is very simple, there is no need to resist, you must use the fact that the water flow can wash away the monster, transport the monster to a location, and then execute. By the way, the corpse tide will not come out until the next wave is killed, so don't think about locking them up. After the corpse tide is finished, the next thing is the boss. Boss, it's not difficult, 4 iron pieces and a pumpkin head can summon an iron puppet, they will take the initiative to help you attack the boss, just understand the adaptability. Okay, that's all. The players were listening carefully to Xu Yuan's strategy and taking notes, and found that Xu Yuan had said so many words and said that he had finished speaking. At this time, the players were full of question marks. Boss, aren't you? Are you kidding us? I feel like the boss talks a lot, but I feel like he doesn't say anything. I'm like, got a little bit understood. In fact, Xu Yuan deliberately only told everyone the principle without talking about how to actually operate. If you tell them how to do it step by step, you can get the first pass quickly. But this doesn't help the players at all, they just follow the vine. And to really improve the strength of guild players, you must let them use their own brains. In this way, in the future copies, they will not die, they will think of all kinds of methods. This is also to lay the foundation for some future quests. Guild players have improved their skills, and the cooperation in large dungeons will be better in the future. Otherwise, you have to talk to them about the principle every time, and you will be tired to death. After Xu Yuan said this, he asked Ken to assign some iron pieces and pumpkin heads to each player. Then he said, "Okay, don't be stunned, go into the copy, the difficulty is optional." And this sentence, in the ears of all players, has become, "Okay, don't be stunned, go to abuse, choose between light and heavy." When the elites of the guilds heard Xu Yuan's words, they immediately cried. Although Xu Yuan just told them the general situation of the copy, he also said the strategy. But what Xu Yuan said was too rough, and many people are still in a state of confusion. What kind of water rushes? What iron puppets? Even use pieces of iron? At this time, everyone in the guild was crying with a sad face, rubbing their heads all the time, and for the first time they felt how insufficient their brain capacity was. Seeing this, Ken on the side was a little worried, so he looked at Xu Yuan and asked, "Does it really not matter?" When the players in the guild heard Ken's words, they immediately felt that they saw a ray of hope. Ken said so and will definitely intercede for them. At least give everyone a little more preparation time to apply. After Xu Yuan listened, he shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter, it's time for them to go through the experience." Ken shook his head after listening to Xu Yuan's words. "I didn't say about them, I mean it really doesn't matter if you give them so much iron." When the guild elites at this time heard Ken's words, they only felt that a mouthful of old blood was rapidly surging up in their chests. Everyone thought Ken cared about them, but Ken cared about the iron. Feelings are asking if the iron is important. "It's me who did it myself. I'm sorry to be human, I'm not even as good as a piece of iron. Boss Ken, I'm heartbroken, we don't even have these pieces of iron. Boss Ken, are you afraid that these pieces of iron will be wasted for us? What's the use of iron? How many iron ingots are synthesized? I don't know, I haven't combined how to synthesize. Since the basic suits of players are now iron sets, they have iron ingots and they are all equipped together. It is certainly not going to be taken to close the iron piece, and the iron piece requires 9 iron ingots. In the iron suit, the most expensive cuirass only needs 8 iron ingots, and many people save enough 8 iron ingots to directly synthesize the cuirass. Therefore, few people know how to synthesize iron. Even if someone happens to know, they won't synthesize it, because it's not clear what it does." When Ken heard the words of the elite players, he finally understood why he heard Xu Yuan say 4 pieces of iron. Even Ken himself was taken aback, but they didn't make waves. It turns out that they don't know how many iron ingots are needed for a piece of iron. Ken smiled at everyone and gave everyone a popular science. It takes 9 iron ingots to synthesize 1 piece of iron. It takes 4 pieces of iron to synthesize an iron golem, which is 36 iron ingots. It's worth your iron suit, do you think you can compare with the iron? When the elite players of the guild heard this, they were all stunned. They didn't expect that 1 piece of iron would actually cost 9 iron ingots to synthesize, and 1 iron puppet would also need 4 iron pieces. They immediately understood why Ken cared about whether the iron was important or not them. Indeed, his own equipment is not worth as many iron ingots as an iron puppet needs. However, what surprised them even more was that an iron puppet was already so expensive. Their Steve boss was actually willing to take such a high cost to clear land for them. They couldn't help but wonder how rich their Steve boss really was. This is smashing copies with money? The elites of the guild couldn't help but think that such a method of brushing monsters was estimated to be something that only Xu Yuan could consume. Even if others want to follow suit, it is difficult, not to mention whether others have it or not. Even if there is, who will use so many iron ingots to brush a copy? The elites of the guilds immediately felt that Xu Yuan was testing the water for them with white flowers and silver. "Boss Steve, are you really going to give us these pieces of iron? The value of this piece of iron is higher than ours. Boss, or you better let Boss Ken go to them, they can be more secure. We go to use these pieces of iron and can't pass the customs, isn't that a waste? Boss, why don't you go by yourself, so that you can get the first pass faster, don't waste it on us." "Boss Steve, originally the equipment on us was given by you. Even if you don't feel distressed, we use it to be distressed." When all the elite players learned the cost of an iron puppet, they all became cowering. Before, they were afraid of being abused, but now they are even more afraid that they have no strength and waste these pieces of iron. Seeing everyone say this, Xu Yuan frowned and said, "I'm not even distressed. What are you distressed about? Instead of thinking about how expensive this piece of iron is here, think about how you cannot waste it. What you should think about is not how much money was spent, but about the strategy one gave you. When the elite players heard this, they were first stunned, and then thought about what Xu Yuan said. What Xu Yuan said did make sense. At first they were all frightened by the cost of the iron puppet, so they only thought that this kind of thing was a waste for themselves. At the beginning, they denied their strength because of an iron puppet. Boss, you give us half an hour, let's think about the strategy you said, and then go in. An elite player proposed. All the elite players nodded after hearing this. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled. It seems that everyone is finally going to start using their brains. At this time, Xu Yuan looked at Ken and said, "You go too, you try the hard level." Hearing this, Ken nodded and didn't say anything more. Even if Xu Yuan didn't ask for it, Ken wanted to try it himself. Inspired by Xu Yuan, Ken also learned a lot. After Xu Yuan said the strategy just now, Ken already had a general idea in his heart. Later, Xu Yuan made some stealth potions and asked Ken to give each of the elites a bottle. After the players got the potion, although they had never used this kind of thing, after seeing the effect of the potion, they felt that the cost of this potion must not be cheap. So I brainstormed harder one by one. Xu Yuan came to the room alone, sat down, and thought about his future plans. In the near future, it is definitely mainly about collecting fragments of drawings from the Twilight Forest. At present, it can already be determined that the copy opened by this full server boss system is the channel to collect the fragments of the Twilight Forest blueprints. However, it is still unclear how this all-server boss system will open up the next stage of boss copies. Logically speaking, it should be more and more difficult. In general, a new quest is activated after the player passes all mode quests. But Xu Yuan didn't know if the requirements for the next stage of replica activation of this full server boss system were also the same. So you have to wait until all modes are cleared. However, at present, Xu Yuan can be sure that the first kill of the boss Ender Dragon will definitely reward the drawings of the Twilight Forest. So Xu Yuan's next plan is to kill the Ender Dragon. However, this will have to wait until everyone in the guild gets the first pass of the easy and hard mode copies. If after getting the first pass, the copy enters the next stage, then Xu Yuan will brush the copy first. After all, killing the Ender Dragon is still risky. It's not that it's hard to kill, it's mainly that there are a lot of uncertainties in it. Previously, it was because of killing Wither that the boss copy was unlocked. And the Ender Dragon is the existence of the final boss in the MC. Xu Yuan doesn't know what kind of chain reaction killing it will bring in this game, so wait and see for the time being. If the next tier of quests has not been triggered after all the current quests have been cleared, go to slay the dragon? Xu Yuan's side is planning some future arrangements. And the elites of the guilds are almost ready. Although none of them fully understood Xu Yuan's words, many people were also inspired by something. The guild players took what Ken gave them and entered the quest. Most of these players have opted for the easy mode. After all, they still have a little herd of copies, so they only dare to choose the simple mode. Some more confident players chose hard mode. Natural Ken also chose hard mode. After the players entered the quest, they first tried to calm their mood. Then they began to lay out according to their understanding of Xu Yuan's strategy. With the layout of everyone, the sky soon darkened. Soon the first wave of corpses came. Players themselves experienced the corpse tide to understand how difficult this quest really is. There is so little time left for them to prepare up front. Among the players, many people were directly killed without even carrying the first wave of corpses. At this time, they suddenly recalled the relaxed look on Xu Yuan's face when he told them the strategy before. You know, they can't even resist the first wave of corpses in simple mode. And their boss, Steve, quickly swiped a copy of Nightmare mode by himself. After the players experienced it themselves, they knew how evil Xu Yuan really was. Why is the gap so big? How the hell do you use the water? I tried to drown the zombies, but instead of drowning, they drowned. The abused body is incomplete. I begged the boss to give a detailed guide. With Ken with them, all 31 players were sent back to their rooms. The first round of dungeons by all players was declared a failure. 31 players, not a single player was able to complete the level. Even Ken didn't survive. The players saw that everyone was sent back, and they were immediately extremely disappointed. Originally, they were quite confident before entering the copy, but after entering the copy, they learned what hell is. They can do it to save their lives, but it's really hard to get them to save their lives while cleaning up those zombies alone. Some players also thought of riding themselves high and attacking these zombies with arrows, but they found that there were too many zombies, and their blood was much thicker than the ordinary zombies outside. Ordinary zombies without armor can be killed in about 4 strokes with a full bow, but these, each basically has 8 to 10 strokes to kill. This is still those zombies without armor? Not to mention those with armor? Even an arrow with a backpack can't clean up these zombies? They really couldn't think of how Xu Yuan could use to clean up those zombies so quickly. And in the copy of the Nightmare mode that Xu Yuan cleared, the zombies are all fully armed and full of armor. At this time, everyone who was teleported back was extremely decadent, and they all lost confidence a little. Ken was also in a low mood at this time, but he knew he couldn't give up. Xu Yuan can't do this little thing that they have entrusted to them, so what use will they have in the future? Don't be frustrated, at least we know the real situation inside the copy. Let's brainstorm, let's think of a way. Ken inspires players and inspires themselves. Boss Steve said you could use the water to flush away the monsters. I just tried it. It did, but I didn't think about how to kill them. How can you kill these zombies quickly? If you cut them manually, it will definitely take a long time to kill them all. Drowning doesn't work, I tried. Zombies will become drowned after a while underwater. Can you use magma? Yes, it can indeed be, with magma. That is to gather zombies in a location with magma and burn them to death. Under the brainstorming of all the players, everyone finally made some new progress. When Ken heard this, he couldn't help but think about the method that Xu Yuan taught him to make a monster brush tower before, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He already knows what to do. He then told the elite players what he thought. When the elite players heard this, they were all excited. Yes, this is what the boss said. It turns out to be like this. Oh my god, the boss is so smart. The boss is simply a genius, right? Came up with this method in such a short time. We are also too stupid, the boss has said so clearly, we actually haven't understood yet. They finally knew how Xu Yuan quickly single-handedly swiped the copy. Then they all entered the copy with confidence. And this time, it was completely opposite to the situation of the first copy before. Only a few chose the easy mode, and most chose the hard mode. Since death in the quest does not drop things, they have not reached the boss stage before, and they have not used iron golems. Therefore, the iron and potions that Xu Yuan gave them before were still there. As soon as the players entered the quest, they immediately began to implement the plan just discussed. But everyone will also have some small changes of their own. Fortunately, everything went quite smoothly, and basically everyone resisted the first wave of corpses. After resisting the first wave of corpses, all players felt the power of wisdom. You don't have to kill monsters at all, you can quickly get rid of these zombies, it's not too cool. Soon, everyone attracted a second wave of corpses. However, because Xu Yuan did not tell everyone that there would be a few little whites in the second wave of corpses, a small number of players have failed in this level. In fact, Xu Yuan did not tell everyone that he was also exercising them, in order to give them the ability to adapt on the spot. Players who survived the second wave of corpses soon ushered in the third wave of corpses. Originally, everyone thought that the third wave of corpses would be more difficult, but they didn't expect it to be the same as the first wave, but there were just some more small zombies. After the third wave of corpses, I finally came to the boss level. The players also summoned the Iron Puppet according to Xu Yuan's strategy. The bosses in simple mode do not have any special skills, but the blood is thicker, and there are no other special skills. Hard mode bosses will summon more than 10 zombies after reaching 50% HP, and there is no self-harm after reaching 10% HP. Overall, the difficulty is much less than in nightmare mode. It didn't take long for the full server system to sound the announcement. Congratulations to Little Fat Single First Simple Mode Corpse Tide Copy. Congratulations Ken Single Player First Hard Mode Corpse Tide Quest. The two messages were broadcast at almost the same time. And these two news also caused a sensation again. It can be said that these two news belong to other players, reasonable and unexpected. After Xu Yuan got the single first pass of the nightmare mode, everyone knew that all the first passes of this copy must be the people of the Block People Guild. But no one expected that all modes were single player first passes. However, everyone thought about it and understood that Steve must have told these people in the guild about the strategy so that they could swipe these copies alone. It's only been a long time since this copy came out. It's already all modes single player. Oh, my god. I feel that the first copy of the future will be chartered by the Cube Man family. A strong person can lead a group of people to become stronger. Hurry up and improve your strength to see if you can enter the Cube People Guild. At this time, the guild leaders of the other guilds immediately sighed when they saw these two system messages. It seems that they don't need to be in a hurry. The first pass is gone. Now they can think about the strategy with peace of mind, and they can clear the customs. After the system message was released, Xu Yuan also saw it for the first time. But after the first copy of all modes, it seems that the system does not open the next stage of copy. Then Xu Yuan's plan to continue brushing the book was also shattered. It seems that you can only go to fight the Ender Dragon first. Ken and Little Fat found Xu Yuan immediately after clearing the customs. Boss, we're back. This is the reward given by the system, and the boss explosion thing. Ken put the system rewards of the two and the things that the boss burst out in front of Xu Yuan. 2 land deeds, 50 gold coins, a lot of iron ingots and iron equipment, some iron equipment and enchanted, as well as a few enchantment books and some diamonds. Xu Yuan looked at such a large number of things and was surprised. Xu Yuan didn't expect that the boss explosion rate was so high, and it would also explode enchantment books and diamonds. Although these things are nothing to Xu Yuan, they are a good reward for other players. Now many people still don't know how to enchant. I believe that with this copy, enchantment is estimated to be slowly popularized. Xu Yuan thought about it. Whether it was difficulty or drops, this copy was paving the way for the arrival of the Twilight Forest. Xu Yuan put away the gold coins, land deeds, and diamonds, and then said, "You can see these iron suits. How's the rest of you clearing?" Ken nodded, then counted it and said, "Count me as 31 people together." A total of 22 successfully cleared the level. Xu Yuan smiled gratifyingly when he heard this. Well, it's already pretty good. After Xu Yuan only gave such a simple strategy, it is already very good to be able to have a majority of people who can clear the strategy in the singular. By the way, there's something for you to decide. Ken asked after suddenly thinking of something. You say, After the system broadcast the first call, there have been private messages from the leaders of major guilds, asking if I can sell the strategy to them, and they are willing to pay a high price to buy it. When Xu Yuan heard this, he thought for a moment, and a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Ken's words just now reminded Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan will definitely not sell the guide, but Xu Yuan can make a fortune with this copy? Although Xu Yuan can brush gold coins, who would be afraid of too much money? And Xu Yuan now has a lot of land on hand, and there has been progress abroad. It costs money inside and out. Moreover, these guild leaders are rich masters, and cutting oil and water from them is much faster than brushing gold coins. After clearing the level, this copy is no longer meaningful to Xu Yuan, but it can maximize the benefits of this copy. You can make a wave of wool. Earn a fortune? Xu Yuan thought of this, smiled, and said to Ken. You tell them that the raiders won't be sold, but you can tell them some tips for dealing with the bosses and sell them at the price they offered. Ken heard Xu Yuan's words and asked with some doubt. What tips? Tell them that the Iron Golem can deal with zombie bosses. When Ken heard this, he was suddenly a little puzzled. This is a very important consultation to clear this copy. Just sell it to someone else. At this time, Xu Yuan smiled and said, just go and talk back, they will naturally buy it. Also, don't sell anything else in the store, replace it with iron. In fact, Xu Yuan's meaning is very simple. As long as the news comes out, the Iron Puppet can deal with the boss, then these guilds will definitely use the Iron Puppet in order to clear the level. And now, although the major guilds are developing well, Xu Yuan can conclude that they definitely do not have a brushing machine. First of all, it takes at least 3 villagers to make one of the simplest iron brushing machines. Not to mention whether they can find villagers. Some players may appear near the village, so the possibility of meeting villagers is also there. But even if they have villagers, it takes a lot of effort to study this feature. And Xu Yuan always learned about the situation of each guild from Ken. Although the guild leaders all wore diamond sets, none of them were wealthy. And due to the game's setting problems, there are much fewer minerals than MCS. Not to mention that the player base is still so large. Therefore, the current iron ingot market can only be regarded as a state of just saturation. According to this kind of situation, Xu Yuan can conclude that he is the only one who knows how to brush iron now. If you say, Xu Yuan told this method to the guild leaders, even if they have some iron ingots, the iron ingots they have in their hands are completely insufficient. There will definitely be a large number of iron ingots, and when the iron ingots on the market are almost acquired, Xu Yuan can monopolize the market. And Xu Yuan only told them that the Iron Puppet can deal with zombie bosses. There are 3 waves of corpses waiting for them before they see the boss. At that time, Xu Yuan secretly asked his subordinates to release a message, saying that Xu Yuan also used an iron puppet to deal with the corpse tide. At that time, the guild leaders will naturally follow suit. Then the amount of iron they need is huge, which will definitely be a huge income. Even if they cleared the customs, then their income was equivalent to all going into Xu Yuan's pocket. This is called using resources to the extreme, and completely squeezing out every available place. When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he immediately understood Xu Yuan's thoughts. Then he smiled and said, you are simply evil capitalism, and the gold coins that other guilds pay the studio to brush are all in your pocket. When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled and said, awarded, awarded. Ken also laughed and then said, then I will also show you a hand. These old foxes, there is a lot of oil and water, and they are willing to buy it if the price is 3 times. Look at me. Xu Yuan nodded after hearing this, and then reminded Ken. After trading with them, find a few more people to reveal some news to them. Just say that the waves of corpses I brushed the nightmare book were also killed with iron puppets. When Ken heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. He had to admire Xu Yuan. This was simply not an appropriate person. Ken was a little lucky at this time. Fortunately, he chose to join Xu Yuan at that time. Otherwise, if he was an opponent with Xu Yuan, it was definitely sold and helped count the money. I'm here to sympathize with them for 3 seconds. Okay, I'm done sympathizing and going to work. Ken quickly implemented what Xu Yuan explained. Xu Yuan's grocery store has actually been opening all the time, and it has always been managed by Ken. Later, Ken classified the items and separated Xu Yuan's other stores. For example, food stores, mineral stores, weapons stores, and so on. After Xu Yuan expanded the territory, there are now many players, although they are not members of the Cube People Guild, but they still regard this as the main city. The main reason is that there are many people here, and there are many shops, which can be used as a base for staying. Ken first removed everything from the store, and then put it on groups of iron. Then he began to negotiate with the guild leaders. President Wang, you have to know that this skill is the easiest skill to clear the boss, so don't shoot at all. President Jim, you and I are familiar with each other. I don't pit you. A price of 600 gold, you definitely can't buy it. This is our Steve's masterstroke to deal with the boss. You don't know how terrifying the last boss is. I'll tell you so. Chairman Wang has already bought everything. It is estimated that he will be able to clear the customs soon, so you can wait and see. Ken's negotiations between the presidents were easy. The presidents heard that the other guild presidents had already bought it, so they all gritted their teeth and bought it. After paying the money with one hand and delivering it with the other, the guild leader was crying and laughing when he saw this little skill. It's useless, but it's quite useful. After all, it can be used against bosses. But if it's useful, it's only useful if you can see the boss. However, soon, the guild leader received gossip from all parties. I found out that Steve's previous waves of corpses were all killed with iron puppets. Steve didn't use any other skills at all, he watched the whole play, and he used the iron puppet to clear the level. The iron puppet will also deal with mob zombies, and the iron puppet blood is high and the defense is high, especially powerful. When the guild leaders received these gossip, they naturally did not particularly believe it, so they immediately entered the copy and began to experiment. As a result, they found that the iron puppet can really deal with small zombies. As a result, the guild leaders of the major guilds immediately began to buy iron ingots and iron nuggets. The iron ingots and pieces on the market were immediately snapped up by the guild leaders. But how could these scattered iron ingots possibly meet the needs of the major guilds? For the next copy, a single wave of corpses will require 10 or 20 iron golems. Iron ingots are consumed much faster than they think. That's when they saw an advertising message. Xu Yuan grocery store has a large number of new iron blocks. Welcome to Snap Up, first come, first served. The guild leader felt that something was wrong. But the timely guild leader felt that something was wrong, but there was nothing they could do. After all, the technique given by Xu Yuan was indeed useful, and they hadn't thought of any other way to pass the copy at all. In time, they feel cheated, and they still have to pay this money with distress. Xu Yuan, on the other hand, made a lot of money by relying on this copy. At least before everyone worked out how to deal with the corpse tide, Xu Yuan had always made money. After picking a large wave of wool, Xu Yuan did not hide it, and immediately raised the title deed a few more levels. After the title deed was upgraded, you are also quickly accepted the task of design. However, the main body does not need major changes, just raise the main city and add more buildings. Yuer was also familiar with the mastery and was quickly completed. The other guild leaders were almost hollowed out by this copy, while Xu Yuan's side was on the other hand. I don't shy away from it, and the bright ones have upgraded the land a lot. When the guild leaders saw Xu Yuan's new main city, they were all distressed. This is their hard-earned money? After all this, the copy business can be regarded as temporarily over. During this time, many guilds also used the strategy given by Xu Yuan to use iron puppets to resist and clear the level. Xu Yuan waited for a few days and found that the system had not yet entered the next stage of copy. Xu Yuan was a little impatient to wait, so he was ready to meet the Ender Dragon for a while. In fact, the Ender Dragon did not have any challenges for Xu Yuan. The Ender Dragon is still very good to fight. Directly use the frying bed method, there is no difficulty at all. However, Xu Yuan is not quite sure what the Ender Dragon in this game is. After all, the Ender Dragon can be described as the existence of the final boss. If the setting is the same as the original, it is too simple. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he felt that it was useless to just think about it, so he decided to go to the end and see. After Xu Yuan arranged the affairs of his subordinates, he took his things and set off. Xu Yuan threw the Eye of the Ender into the sky, and then the Eye of the Ender flew forward for a distance and fell. Xu Yuan continued to operate in the same way after picking up the Eye of the Ender shadow. After walking for about half an hour, Xu Yuan saw the Eye of the End shadow flying underground. Xu Yuan immediately began to dig into the ground. Not long after digging, he dug directly into the dungeon. The dungeon was still very large, and Xu Yuan searched in the dungeon for a long time before finding the Ender door frame. After placing the Eye of the Ender on all the door frames, the center of the door frame instantly turned into a night sky. Countless stars shine in the night sky. The night sky in the door frame feels deep, and the breaks even smell like a black hole. I have to say that the holographic transformation of the game is still very good. Xu Yuan stood by the door frame, and immediately felt an attraction coming from the door frame. Xu Yuan closed his eyes and jumped in. When I opened my eyes again, I had already arrived at the end of the familiar land. At this time, the full-service system also sounded with Xu Yuan's landing. Congratulations to player Steve for stepping into uncharted territory for the first time, the end. At this time, the players in the World channel just want to roll their eyes when they see this news. Not long ago, someone released the method to go to Hell, and players have just begun to explore Hell. Then came the full server boss battle, and the players were still being abused by the dungeon. Xu Yuan has made a new map again. The players only feel that anything, Xu Yuan is one step ahead. Big guy, slow down. We can't keep up with your rhythm. It's just too much to breathe. I feel like I've really been doing a lot lately, and I'm so busy every day. Where is the end? Wait for another first kill. And Xu Yuan's first arrival, in addition to the changes among the players of the full server, but also brought some strange changes to some other regions. With Xu Yuan's arrival at the end, some other areas in the game world have also undergone some abnormalities. At this time, where Iceland is located in the world area of the game map, a player named Joan is walking in the ice and snow. As usual, Joan is ready to walk through the snow to the oak forest in front to chop some oak and collect some apples. Joan is also equivalent to the first batch of old players to enter the game, but it is only able to maintain food and clothing. The game progressed slowly throughout Iceland. Most people are still in the Stone Age, and only a few are lucky enough to have iron equipment. Joan crosses the ice field as usual, and that's when Joan spotted a rabbit. Joan had caught a rabbit before, even though it was a long time ago, but until now, Joan still has a lot of memories of the rabbit meat in the game. Joan immediately turned his gaze to the rabbit. He followed the rabbit all the way, but the rabbit was not only fast, but also very flexible. Joan followed all the way without finding the rabbit, and even lost the rabbit. At this time, Joan looked at the surrounding environment and suddenly became a little flustered. Just ran with the rabbit, I didn't remember the road at all, and now I am completely lost. At this time, a blizzard also fell in the sky, and Joan saw in a trance that there seemed to be something tall ahead. Because the wind and snow were too strong, Joan couldn't see clearly, so he thought it was a building. So he walked forward. When Joan approached this tall thing, he saw it for what it really was. Joan was stunned in place. Where is this building? This is clearly a huge snow-white dragon? Joan saw this huge white dragon without thinking, so he ran away. After running a long way, I looked back and found that the dragon was not chasing him. Joan wondered, could it be that he was dead? Driven by curiosity, Joan came to the dragon again. Joan first tried forward a few times, but the dragon did not respond. After making sure that there is no danger, dare to slowly approach the dragon. Joan looked around the dragon for a long time, until he walked to the dragon's nostrils. Joan found that the dragon was not dead. It is breathy, although very faint. Seeing this, Joan immediately became vicious. If he could kill this dragon, wouldn't it be developed? So Joan immediately took out his stone sword from his backpack and swung it at the dragon. The moment the stone sword landed on the dragon, the surrounding space immediately fluctuated. In an instant, Joan was ejected. Joan fell violently to the ground, and his blood instantly fell in half. Joan was terrified when he saw this, and when he looked at the dragon again, he saw the warp space fluctuating around the dragon. It was like some kind of seal, wrapping the dragon heavily. This scene is completely beyond Joan's knowledge. He has never seen a dragon in so long playing the game. I haven't heard other players mention it. Is this dragon the ultimate boss in the game? Joan had to think in that direction. At this time, Joan is not thinking about this dragon. Even if this dragon is sealed and dying, he can't beat it, let alone wake up when the time comes. Joan noted down the coordinates and left. After that, the legend of the white dragon began to spread in Iceland. And everywhere else in Europe, it's happening. Players stumble upon the sealed sleeping dragon. Everyone began to spread the word that these dragons are the final bosses of the game, and only those who have received the dragon's approval can awaken them. Only powerful people can kill them. After Xu Yuan came to the End Land, he first surveyed the topography of the End Land. The terrain of the End in the game is still no different from that in the MC. Just as Xu Yuan was about to attack the Ender Dragon, Xu Yuan received a message from Ken. Feng is inconvenient, there is something important to tell you. Originally, Ken knew that Xu Yuan was going to the end, and under normal circumstances, Ken would not disturb Xu Yuan. Unless it's something important. Seeing this, Xu Yuan first found a safe place to hide, and then replied to Ken. Say, what's the matter? The people we sent to Europe have just sent news that dragons have been found in many places on their side. When Xu Yuan heard this, the whole person was stunned in place. Dragon? What dragon? Ken saw Xu Yuan so surprised, and knew that Xu Yuan must know something, so he said. It seems that there are all kinds of colors, and then these dragons seem to be sealed, and the breath is very weak. The brothers of the chapter also tried to kill, but could not hurt it. It seemed to be protected by the seal. When Xu Yuan heard Ken's words, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Dragons of all colors? Sealed? If it is a dragon of various colors, then Xu Yuan can only think of a mod, a song of ice and fire. But why are dragons sealed? Thinking of this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but glance up at the Ender Dragon hovering in front of him. Could it be that it was because he stepped into the end that he activated the Dragon Clan, so dragons appeared everywhere? Xu Yuan thought of this and immediately asked Xiang Ken. Did these dragons all be discovered after I stepped into the end of the land? Ken gathered some information and replied, yes. They say that some places where they see dragons are their daily journey, and yesterday there was nothing. After seeing Ken's words, Xu Yuan was more sure of his conjecture. That is to say, as soon as he stepped into the end, all the dragons were activated like the Ender Dragon in front of him. But it is still in a sealed state. Xu Yuan guessed that it was possible to kill the Ender Dragons before these dragons would unlock the seal. Xu Yuan already has some understanding of the official thinking mode. Generally, the official will do the foreshadowing, and after a certain level, new things will be unlocked. Just like the last Wither, the copy from the previous day, and the Ender Dragon this time. If a player kills the Ender Dragon, it means that the player has the strength to kill other dragons. So the seals of those dragons will be unsealed. If this is the case, then the Ender Dragon in front of you is definitely much more powerful than the Ender Dragon in MC. It's definitely not something that can be easily defeated. Xu Yuan suddenly had some doubts after thinking of this, so he quickly asked Xiang Ken. Didn't you find a dragon on our side? Ken replied after thinking for a moment. No, there is no neon country, only Europe has been found. Xu Yuan was surprised when he heard this. The dragon in A Song of Ice and Fire is a product of the European Middle Ages. And coincidentally, they are currently only found in Europe. Could it be that the various mods and monsters are also divided by region? If there is a drawing sword mod in the future, won't it appear in Neon Country? However, these are only Xu Yuan's conjectures, and it is not yet possible to determine anything. Let's solve the current end first. After Xu Yuan thought of this, he looked at the amount of blood of the Ender Dragon in the sky. This. 10,000 blood. It's good that this doesn't look good, and when I see it, I immediately scared Xu Yuan. The 10,000 blooded Ender Dragon is simply. Fortunately, when he was about to fight, Ken sent a message. Otherwise, it will definitely be planted. Xu Yuan looked at the links around the Ender Dragon. It's still the same as in MC, which means you still have to kill the crystal first and then kill the Ender Dragon. However, Xu Yuan is now uncertain about the skill of the Ender Dragon. You must know that the dragon in the Song of Ice and Fire is still very powerful. If you defeat the Ender Dragons to unseal them, then the Ender Dragons should also strengthen a bit. Xu Yuan thought of this and temporarily withdrew from the end first. Now is not the time to be reckless, although the amount of blood of the Ender Dragon is much more, but the method of frying the bed to kill is actually not slow. But if you kill the Ender Dragon, the other dragons are unsealed, and they immediately bring a new content. It is equivalent to adding a mod to the game that makes a Song of Ice and Fire. Xu Yuan definitely doesn't have time to go to Europe to slay dragons at present. For now, let's clear the Twilight Forest first. With the equipment in the Twilight Forest, fighting dragons also has a greater guarantee. Since he had a dragon, Xu Yuan definitely wanted to tame a few to play. It just so happens that these dragons can also be used as a means of transportation to and from various regions. But it's too early to think about that. If you can't become fat in one breath, things still have to be smoothed out one by one. For now, we can only go back and talk about it. And now there are only two ways to return from the Endland. One is to kill the Ender Dragon, and the other is to jump out of the void. It seems that Xu Yuan really has no choice. Xu Yuan looked at the Ender Dragon flying above his head and couldn't help but smile bitterly. I haven't died since I started playing the game. His first death was actually suicide. Fortunately, Xu Yuan has the existence of the Ender Box. Xu Yuan put all the more valuable things on his body in the Ender Box, and then jumped out of the void. As Xu Yuan jumped out of the void, when he woke up again, he had already appeared in his home. Xu Yuan came to the warehouse, opened the Ender Box, and took out the items that he had put in before. Then Xu Yuan called Ken in. You're finally back. Ken's voice arrived before he could even step in. Xu Yuan found a place to sit down, and then asked Xiang Ken. What is going on? You tell me in detail. Ken nodded and said as he collected his thoughts. I just got a little more in-depth and basically sealed dragons have appeared all over Europe. Where we have already touched on, I have asked my brothers to guard near the dragon, and I will report it as soon as there is a situation. Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and said. No guards, I probably know when they'll lift their seals. And the guards are useless. After the seal is lifted, those people are estimated to live no more than 2 seconds in front of it. Ken was a little surprised to hear this. Are these dragons so powerful? Are they bosses? Xu Yuan shook his head and said. It shouldn't be a boss, but they can be tamed, and they can be ridden after taming. Ken was surprised to hear this. Can tame, hiss. Ken can't help but think of the scene when he tamed the dragon and rode on it. It must be handsome. However, although Ken has never seen those dragons, after hearing Xu Yuan's description, he knows that they are not easy to mess with, and it is definitely not so simple to tame them. Won't the dragon side leave it alone for the time being? Asked Ken Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan nodded. Well, don't worry for now, it's too far over there, we'll go over again after the seal is lifted. Ken nodded when he heard this, and then asked Xiang Yuandao. Why did you come back so soon? I thought you went to the end of the land and then it was a series of first kills in the full server system. When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled and said. The only one that can be killed by the end is an Ender Dragon. I estimate that after killing it, the other dragons will contact the seal. In order to avoid a chain reaction, so I didn't kill and came back. When Ken heard this, he was immediately surprised. Ender Dragon, do we also have a dragon on our side? Xu Yuan shook his head after hearing this. The Ender Dragon is in the Endland, not in the Overworld, and every area can enter the Endland. Ken received so many new inquiries at once, but he felt that he couldn't digest it. It's a dragon and an Ender Dragon again, it's really confusing. Ken simply stopped thinking about it, and then said to Xu Yuan. By the way, with that Iron Golem Raiders of yours, many guilds have cleared easy and difficult level copies. Now they're already trying to beat a nightmare level copy. Our iron block sales are almost in short supply. When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled and said. As long as this copy has a profit, then they will continue to buy iron pieces. After all, the enchantment book and diamonds dropped by the boss are what they need. By the way, are the other players in our guild also swiping dungeons? Ken replied after thinking for a moment. The previous 30 elites were basically simple, the difficulties were brushed, they were all 30 people entered together, and they didn't take the iron in vain, they all shared the expenses equally. The words of other players, they haven't told them the strategy yet, after all, they don't know the routes, and there must be eyeliners placed by other guilds in the guild, so they are still exploring on their own. Xu Yuan heard this and nodded. I have to say that Ken is still very thoughtful, and it is true. Each guild has more or less eyeliner from other guilds, and Ken also has eyeliner in other guilds. This allows you to quickly know the progress of your opponent. Now this strategy must not be leaked, now is the time to make a big profit. If the strategy to deal with the corpse tide spreads, although iron is also needed to fight the boss in the end, the sales will definitely not be as much as they are now. Those elite group players, let them have more nightmare level copies if they are fine, and the income from entering the copy is much higher than outside. Ken nodded and smiled when he heard this. You don't need to say, they're motivated now. After Xu Yuan said a few more words to Ken, Ken went out to get busy. Xu Yuan is also idle at present, so he is ready to brush a few more copies of the Nightmare mode. After Xu Yuan's Undead Hunter medal was upgraded to Advanced before, it had not been upgraded for a long time. The number of kills that rose to the next level reached a terrifying 20,000. Xu Yuan's previous brush tower was too small to meet the requirements. So Xu Yuan decided to brush in the copy, and the 3 waves of corpse tides in the copy added up to a rough estimate of more than 300 zombies. After adding the last boss, Xu Yuan glanced at it when he killed last time, and after killing the boss, the number of undead monsters killed increased by a full 100. That is, if you go down to a copy, you can brush more than 400 kills, and you can also explode a lot of diamonds, iron armor, enchantment books, and other things. Overall it's a good deal. After Xu Yuan came to the copy, he brushed it up through the familiar road. This copy can be said to be no more difficult for Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan brushed for half a day, just when Xu Yuan wanted to enter the copy again. The full server system sounds. The second stage of the full server boss system will be unlocked in 1 hour. Quest 2, Boss Battle. When Xu Yuan saw this news, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. The second stage was unlocked so quickly. Originally, after Xu Yuan let all the people in the guild know before, he had not yet unlocked the second stage. Xu Yuan was guessing at that time that the second stage of unlocking should be the number of people who need to clear the dungeons to a certain extent, before it can be opened. That's certainly just a lot more. Originally, Xu Yuan was ready to wait for a long time, but he didn't expect the second stage to start so soon. And the copy that was opened, the boss battle, felt quite interesting. Although the official has not given a detailed description of this copy, you can tell by listening to the name that it is different from the first corpse tide copy. At this time, the players of the World channel saw this system prompt, and there was another wail. Please? The corpse tide hasn't passed yet. Again. The frequency of this copy is a little too fast, can you let us breathe a sigh of relief? I finally saved some money with my friends to buy a piece of writing iron to pass the simple corpse tide, but I didn't expect a new copy. It's over, this copy should not come up with any gold nuggets to deal with the boss, I really don't have any money. First book the first call for Steve boss, everyone has no opinion. Then there must be no opinion, I hope that Steve can quickly come out after clearing the level. At this time, the leaders of the major guilds were all headaches when they saw this system message. Just cleared the nightmare mode, how come there is a new copy? It's over, Steve is going to start trapping money again. Hurry, first find Ken to book a strategy, while Steve has not yet cleared the level, maybe it can be cheaper. I just hope that the consumption of this copy is cheaper. Nima, the iron is too expensive. The guild leader is also the type who is straight-mouthed. Although they would complain that Xu Yuan's strategy was expensive, they had to admit that Xu Yuan's strategy was indeed worth it. If it weren't for Xu Yuan's strategy, they wouldn't be able to pass the nightmare level copy now. Those guild presidents who had previously asked Xu Yuan to buy the strategy, as soon as the news came out, they immediately found Ken. Ken, our relationship for so many years, I will book a strategy with you first, it is slightly cheaper. President Ken, this is the deposit of 100 gold that our guild has scheduled to raid, you put it away, you must sell it to us as soon as the time comes. Brother, can you wait for Steve to enter at that time, reveal a little trick to me, the price is good. Ken couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw the messages sent by these guild leaders. These people seem to have developed inertia. Anyway, the new copy must be difficult, just pay some money to buy the guide. Ken did not reply to these guild leaders for the time being, but directly found Xu Yuan. This copy hasn't been opened yet, everyone else's deposit has been handed over to me, you can watch and do it. Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and smiled. Then you can put it away first, but I think this copy should be different from the corpse tide. Specifically, we won't know the details until the copy is turned on. When Ken heard this, he smiled disapprovingly. Anyway, no matter what copy it is, isn't it your first pass? Ken and other players have the same thoughts in their hearts. Anyway, no matter what copy it is, there is no suspense, and Xu Yuan is definitely the one who can quickly clear the level. Xu Yuan and Ken were chatting about the sky, and the system broadcast sounded again. Full server boss system second stage, copy 2, boss battle opens. Players can enter the game by clearing the system interface. Replica size, large replica. Maximum number of people, 200. Quest requirements, difficult to clear or above difficulty corpse tide quest. With the opening of the copy, the system also revealed some basic information of the copy. Xu Yuan was still slightly surprised when he saw the basic situation of these copies. From the perspective of the size of the copy, a large copy of 200 people shows that the difficulty of the copy should be quite high. It seems that it is impossible to brush alone, but it is not clear what the mechanism of the copy is. You can only go into the copy and look at it again. When all the players learned the basic information about the new quest, they were surprised. A large copy of 200 people, it must be difficult, right? This copy requires clearing the corpse tide in hard mode. Inappropriate people, that is, garbage does not deserve to be in this copy. I'm curious what type of copy this is. It seems to be quite fun. I have to say that this game is quite playable, the previous guild battles, the later corpse tide, and now this copy seems to be different from the previous one. Don't say anything, hurry up and save money to buy iron to pass the difficult corpse tide. While the discussion among players was in full swing, the guild leaders had already begun to send people into the quest to clear the wasteland. Ken looked at the basic information of the copy and said to Xu Yuan, "This large copy, 200 people participated, and they all had to clear the difficult level corpse tide. The conditions were too harsh, right? Our guild should not be able to make up more than 200 clearance difficulties now. If you want to enter, then it is estimated that you can only tell them the strategy first, and then enter together after they clear the level." Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and said after thinking about it, "I think this should not be the case. If this is the case, other unions estimate that they will not be able to find 200 people, and the guilds are basically copies under the elite group. I guess players should be able to go into the quest alone, and then team up after the quest." When Ken heard this, he couldn't help frowning. If that's the case, isn't the level of players uneven? If that's what you said, this copy is going to be cooperative. It's not brothers who know the roots. Can the technology pass the test? After hearing Ken's words, Xu Yuan nodded approvingly. This is indeed the case. If it is really like Xu Yuan thinks, team up with other people, Xu Yuan will definitely not be at ease. After all, the player's awareness and technology are definitely much worse than Xu Yuan. At that time, if you are dragged back, it will be very troublesome. But since the official is such a request, there is no way. You can only say that the time is improvisational. It's useless to say so much now, and I don't know what type of copy this copy is. Just go in and take a look. Ken nodded when he heard Xu Yuan's words, and then asked, "Then it's still like before, you go first to explore the way." Xu Yuan nodded and prepared to go into the copy to find out. Just as Xu Yuan was about to enter the copy, Ken suddenly interrupted. "Boss, don't worry, take a look at the latest post on the forum." Xu Yuan opened the forum after hearing Ken's words. A recent post on the forum was a live post. The name is Latest Dungeon Boss Battle, the first advance team live. Xu Yuan was surprised when he saw this. These players were so fast. They had already entered the copy so quickly, and even started a live broadcast. After Xu Yuan clicked into the live broadcast, he saw the player's first perspective. Just entered the copy. Now in the waiting area, you see, the big screen that shows 143/200 is the current number of people displayed. I guess it would be 200 people to start the game. The players of this so-called advance party narrated in real time. And this live broadcast also seems to have aroused the interest of many players, and the number of people in the live broadcast room is also particularly large. Players are all swiping barrages in the live broadcast room. How big is this copy? And you can't get in until 200 people arrive. Dig, I see a lot of big guys. I feel that they are all the high play of each guild. This waiting area is doing very well. Green mountains and green water. I just don't know what it will be like to enter the copy when the time comes. Xu Yuan saw that this was quite fresh, and he was also curious about what the copy of so many people would look like, so he continued to read. After a few minutes, the number of people displayed on the big screen in the live broadcast room has reached 200/200. The number of people has been gathered, and I saw that the screen in the live broadcast room was black at this time. When the screen lights up again, the streamer player has been teleported to a separate preparation area. It resembles a small room with 2 passage openings. In the middle of the 2 passageways, there is a book with a copy description written on it. The anchor player immediately walked to the entrance of the passage, picked up the book, and read it. "Brothers, let's see what the copy description is. Welcome to the boss battle quest. In this rich land, there are 2 camps. One is the zombie camp that likes to be dark and damp, afraid of light. The other is the human camp with great hands-on ability. The zombies of the zombie camp, guarding their leader the zombie king. The humans of the human camp guard their leader the giant swordsman. Every full moon, the zombie king and the giant swordsman will pour out to fight each other to the death. Zombie me and the giant swordsman, if the number of members under me is 0, it will be considered a failure. The victorious side will rule the entire plane." At this time, when the melon-eating masses saw this, they all felt that this copy was very novel and looked very funny. The barrage is all 66,666. Awesome, this copy is interesting. Finally, I came across a copy that didn't require any skills. No skill required? No skill required. Why should you clear the corpse tide in hard mode to enter? Don't be noisy, don't be noisy. The anchor hasn't finished reading it yet. When Xu Yuan saw this, he already had a general understanding of the content of this copy. Basically, the player enters the game and chooses a faction, and then helps the bosses of both sides to defeat the bosses of the other side. Of course, if you want to win quickly, you can also quickly kill members of the opposing faction. After all, after the opposing camp members are 0, you don't need to kill the boss, you will clear the level. I have to say, this copy is really interesting. But this kind of copy actually needs to be coordinated. If you encounter a pig teammate, it is no exaggeration to say that it may really cause a chain reaction and then annihilate. Xu Yuan thought of this, but continued to read. After all, after choosing a faction, each faction should have its own some exclusive skills or something. Camp introduction. Zombie camp, generally dispatched in the dark, afraid of light, self-immolation when exposed to sunlight, can destroy blocks, but cannot be picked up, can be equipped with armor, weapons, tools, etc., no synthetic menu, no satiety. Zombie skill, after attacking a human faction player, there is a chance to turn the human faction player into a zombie and can be controlled. After the attacked human faction player is transformed, the quest fails. Zombie King passive, a zombie is summoned every 5 minutes. Human camp, can develop freely, is creative, can synthesize to make various weapons, armor, tools, has satiety, and will automatically lose blood after 0 satiety. Human skills, none. Giant swordsman passive, when using a sword as a weapon, the attack is doubled. After the anchor players introduced this, the players in the live broadcast room were surprised. After all, the zombie camp can't make its own tools, it can only pick it up. It's hard to say, zombies can also control people after conversion. But zombies can only be active at night, and human players can be active day and night, have more time, and collect supplies. But zombies don't need to eat, they don't have to find food. Each player also has their own opinions, but this also shows that this quest is very playable. Choosing which side to choose is a strong challenge. At this point, the live broadcast player analyzed. Brothers, this human camp is absolutely awesome. When using a sword as a weapon, the attack is doubled, a zombie is hacked to death in a few strokes, and it can also be used as equipment. The zombie camp here should not use the tool table. As long as you choose the human camp, develop a wave during the day first, and it will definitely be easy to fight at that time. After the anchor player said this, he directly chose the human camp without hesitation. He stood in the transmission channel of the human camp, but he did not expect that the transmission channel not only did not send him up. Instead, he was bounced off, and then several large words appeared above the conveyor channel. The human camp is full, please choose another camp. Seeing this, all the players burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, anchor, meaning you are worthy of being a human. Let me just say, everyone thinks that the human camp is strong. I can't be human, I'm sorry, ha 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 ha. Players are talking enthusiastically in the live broadcast room. After all, for those players who do not meet the requirements of the copy, it is okay to play and see. But I have to say that this official copy this time is indeed quite novel and fun. If it's always the kind of boss-killing copy, players will get tired of fighting for a long time. After Xu Yuan watched this, he exited the live broadcast room. Ken saw Xu Yuan withdraw, and he didn't continue to watch. Then asked Xiang Xu Yuandeo, how? Any clue? This copy is different from other copies in that this copy does not mean that one person can operate it. Otherwise, the system would not require 200 people to enter the replica at the same time. That's why Ken would ask this, and if it were an ordinary copy, Ken wouldn't ask such a question at all. After thinking about it, Xu Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. There are so many random factors in this copy that I can only guarantee that I have nothing wrong with myself, other people's words. Ken nodded with a wry smile when he heard this. Indeed, as Xu Yuan said, this copy is not afraid of god opponents, but afraid of pig teammates. When there are more major players, there are more uncontrollable factors. Something that is clearly planned may mess everything up because of a stupid teammate. Therefore, everything in the copy is planned to change in time. This is also the most headache thing. After thinking of this, Ken thought for a moment and said, otherwise, I and the top 30 elites of the guild will all enter the quest at the same time as you? In that case, there should be a chance of getting into the same waiting area, right? Then when the time comes, wouldn't it be good to choose a camp together? Or just play a counter scheme? Ken said this, and suddenly remembered, can two people who know each other choose different camps and report to each other? When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled and said, I think it's okay for you to go into the copy together. But the opposite. Speaking of this, Xu Yuan shook his head. I think the official should not be stupid and will not allow this to happen. When Ken heard this, he was a little puzzled. The official doesn't know that we are together, so it's a big deal to let them quit the union and go on again. When Xu Yuan heard this, he sighed. After entering the quest, the system will definitely detect the players, and the players in the quest will definitely not be able to send messages to communicate. Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, and after thinking about it, he also felt reasonable, and then asked, for example, I start a live broadcast, and then let the brothers in the guild see the live broadcast and then relay the consultation to you. Xu Yuan shook his head and said in denial, I think when you enter the quest, the player's name should not be displayed, and everyone should become the same. And whether you can receive the news after entering the copy is also another story. Well, don't think about these opportunistic things, this copy is not difficult. Ken's mood to get the first pass of the quest is understandable, but those players want to cheat carefully. Even if there is an official loophole, if the player takes advantage of it, then the reward should be withdrawn. So to think about so many ways to cheat, it's better to think about how to win by yourself. When Ken heard Xu Yuan say this, he smiled awkwardly. It's that I'm too anxious to get results. When did you decide to enter the copy? Xu Yuan thought about it. There was nothing to prepare for this copy, and it would definitely be empty-handed after entering. So he said, just go inside now. Ken nodded after listening. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. After Ken finished speaking, he ran out excitedly. You know, this is the first time that Xu Yuan has made a copy with the members of the guild. Ken has long wanted to fight side by side with Xu Yuan. Although they had killed Withering together before, it was completely Xu Yuan's command, and they just needed to do it. There was no cooperation at all. And this copy is different. There will definitely be a lot of interesting things happening at that time, and with Xu Yuan, you can also open your eyes. Ken quickly gathered the guild's 30 elite players who had already cleared the hard corpse-tied dungeon. Elite players were thrilled to see Ken find them. They also learned about the contents of this copy beforehand, and they all thought it was funny. The main thing is that this quest is a multiplayer quest, so they have a chance to enter the quest with their Steve boss. Boss Ken, is Boss Steve going into the quest with us? Definitely, or why would you have called us here? Great, I finally caught such a copy that can be placed by someone from the guild. Ouch, stop arguing, listen to Boss Ken. Ken couldn't help but smile when he saw all the elite players so excited. He can understand everyone's mood, because he is now in the same mood as everyone. Ken then coughed lightly and said, "Yes, you guessed right, you and I will enter the quest together with you, Steve boss." When the elite members of the guild heard this, they all cheered with joy. Wow, great, finally can be booked with Boss Steve. Boss Ken, is this true? I must behave well and not let Boss Steve down. Boss, when to leave? Seeing everyone's appearance, Ken clapped his hands, signaled everyone to be quiet, and then said seriously, "Our goal is to get the first pass and get the best rewards. Don't think you're going into play. If anyone is holding back, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Ken still has to get a preventive shot with all the players in advance. After all, he knows that Xu Yuan's goal must be more than just clearing the level. When the elite players heard Ken's words, they all looked at each other and smiled. They naturally knew that they were not going to play, they had already realized it, and they would definitely do their best to help Xu Yuan, even if they hung up themselves. After Ken told the elite players some more about the rules of the quest, he brought them to Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan saw that Ken had brought everyone in, he glanced at the elite players, and then said, "This is the first time we have made a copy together, and there are many uncontrollable factors in this copy, so I hope that everyone will try their best to cooperate with my request and not act without permission." When all the elite players heard this, they all replied, "Boss, understand." After Xu Yuan nodded, he continued, "After entering this time, we immediately chose the zombie camp." When all the elite players heard this, they were stunned. They didn't expect Xu Yuan to actually choose the zombie camp. They had also learned about this copy before, and they all felt that the zombie camp was not strong. The main thing is that there is no way to make tools, and I am afraid of light, so I can only move at night. Although you can break blocks, if human players pile high and attack them with arrows, they will definitely not be able to fight back. After all, zombies can't pick up blocks, so they can't pile themselves high. Ah, boss. No, choose the zombie camp. Boss, I heard from the players of the World Channel that the zombie camp is so weak. Do you really want to choose the zombie camp? Boss Steve has already figured out how to play, otherwise he will definitely not choose the weaker side. Seeing this, Ken frowned and said to the elite players, "Your boss said that choosing the zombie camp is choosing the zombie camp, and you don't listen to the command before you start. If anyone complains, get out of here as soon as possible." Seeing that Ken said this, all the elite players silently lowered their heads and did not make any more sounds. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said, "In fact, there are only weak players, there are no weak camps. You must understand that existence is reasonable." After hearing Xu Yuan's words, the elite players thought about it carefully and felt that it really made sense. Since the official design of these two camps, it shows that the strength of these two camps is similar. It's just that on the surface, the human camp seems to be stronger. And there are not many players who have entered the quest now, and the strong points of the zombie camp have definitely not been excavated. And all elite players know it from the last quest. The same copy, playing with the brain and not understanding the brain, the results that come out are very different. And this copy, it seems, just needs brains, layout. Isn't that their boss Steve's forte? When all the elite players thought of this, they all figured it out, so they said in unison, "Boss." When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled, and then opened the copy and said to everyone, 3, 2, 1. With Xu Yuan's countdown, all the guild elites entered the copy together. After entering the quest, everyone came to the waiting area. The whole area is big and the view is also nice, sunny, and surrounded by mountains and water. After Xu Yuan entered the copy, he began to look around for the members of the guild. Soon saw Ken, who was also looking around not far away. After Ken saw Xu Yuan, he immediately ran towards Xu Yuan. "It's good to find you, otherwise I'm ready to quit." Ken's words were not exaggerated at all, and just after he entered the quest, he didn't care about the other guild members. The first thing to look for was Xu Yuan. If he didn't see Xu Yuan, then he would definitely only see Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan smiled after hearing this, and then said, "You look for other people first and count how many people have come in." Ken nodded and began looking for the guild's players in the area. At this time, most of the players had just entered the quest, and many players had just stood firm, and after observing the surrounding situation, they recognized Xu Yuan at a glance. "Groove? Steve Guy is here. Dig. It's really Steve Guy. Big Guy, what camp do you choose?" When I saw Steve, I was relieved that I had at least a 50% chance of clearing the quest. Math genius, but it's true, as long as you choose the same lineup as Steve boss, it feels like you can definitely win. You guys think too much. Don't forget, after the boss battle, you can only win if you live, and you still want to choose a camp and lie down and win. Anyway, choosing a camp with Steve Boss must have a good chance of survival. I feel that Steve must choose the player camp. After all, the player camp is relatively strong. You don't understand this, right? The big guy must be challenging the high difficulty. I bet the big guy chooses the zombie camp. The players came to Xu Yuan's side while discussing, and they naturally wanted to be close to Xu Yuan. After all, Xu Yuan's strength is always known. As long as he is attached to Xu Yuan, this should have been able to pass. Among these players, there are also some other guild leaders and members. Brother Steve, can you reveal what camp you are waiting to choose? Big guy, take a few of our sisters, you can do whatever you want. Don't pretend, dead shemale, last time my brother was deceived by a few of you. President Steve, I am the president of the X Guild, we have also met before, this copy cooperates. After the players discovered Xu Yuan, they immediately surrounded Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan looked at these players and suddenly felt a little headache. This waiting area is so impersonal, why can't it change the image? In fact, it is not that the waiting area is not humanized, and others do not have such troubles. People are afraid of being famous, pigs are afraid of being strong, and almost no one in the game does not know Xu Yuan. After seeing that Xu Yuan also entered the copy, everyone must want to get stained. Faced with the enthusiasm of all the players, Xu Yuan could only return the polite smirk. Xu Yuan only felt that his face was about to stiffen with a smile. Everyone let one. The voice of Ken outside the crowd came over, and Xu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally saved. The players were also very good at making way for Ken. After Ken came to Xu Yuan's side, he looked around and couldn't help but be shocked. You, big star. Does anyone want to sign an autograph and take a group photo? Xu Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard Ken's words. You have been looking for someone for so long, and the execution ability of your vice president is not as good as before, or will you abdicate the throne to make way for Xian? When Ken heard this, he quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, Don't, hey, the first order of the official university crushed people. Okay, no kidding, are there all the people, said Xu Yuan. Ken nodded after hearing this and said, together, 30 people is a lot. Fortunately, now this copy has a requirement limit, and there are not many players who enter the copy, and if there is no requirement limit, it is estimated that it will be difficult to line them together. Xu Yuan was relieved when he heard that everyone was together. As more people join the quest, the word count on the display in the waiting area keeps beating. 189/200, 191/200, 199/200, 200/200. Soon, the number reached 200. All the players disappeared into the waiting area in an instant. Xu Yuan only felt that his eyes were dark, and then when he opened his eyes again, he came to the room in the preparation area. The layout of the room is still the same as what I saw in the streamer player before. The passage on the left is the passage of the zombie faction, and the passage on the right is the passage of the human faction. Xu Yuan also understood the rules of the copy, so as soon as he entered the copy, he immediately walked towards the passage on the left. As soon as you enter the passage, a burst of blue-purple light swept from the top of the passage. The light fell on Xu Yuan, and Xu Yuan's appearance immediately changed. Even the body is filled with the stench of carrion. Xu Yuan immediately felt a little sick and wanted to vomit. But fortunately, the system immediately gave the option to turn off the sense of smell. Xu Yuan immediately chose to close. In fact, Xu Yuan's image turned into a zombie. There was not much difference, and the color of his skin changed a little. After the image changed, Xu Yuan observed his backpack bar. Sure enough, the backpack bar was empty. After turning into a zombie, Xu Yuan was quickly teleported to the map. Xu Yuan looked at the surrounding environment. This was a gloomy forest. Less than 50 meters from where he was, there was a large nest. The outside of the nest was full of dry bones, and the inside of the nest was black and rumbling, and from the outside, nothing could be seen. But he could clearly hear the deafening snoring of the monster inside. Xu Yuan guessed that there should be the zombie king in the lair. While Xu Yuan was observing the environment, other players who chose the zombie camp were also sent in one after another. After Xu Yuan saw the appearance of these players, he knew that his previous guess was correct. When all players enter the quest, they will look like one and their names will not be displayed. After all, displaying names is still dangerous for players. It's as if one side was going to win, but losing because of the responsibility of one player. Then everyone will scoff at this player. If you know the name of this player, you will definitely be sprayed all kinds of times after going out. Officially, this can be regarded as protecting players. But in this case, everyone does not know who is who. In this way, it will take some time for the people who enter the copy together to recognize and deal with it. However, Xu Yuan has long prepared a solution in advance, a code word. After entering the game, players can communicate with each other and can also imitate the low roar of zombies. Xu Yuan made a good agreement with the guild before entering the game. If you roar 3 times, you know that it is your own person. After all the players of the zombie camp entered the camp, Xu Yuan used the code and quickly found everyone in the guild. Since everyone chose the zombie camp as soon as they entered, everyone in the guild was there, and none of them were left behind. Everyone immediately gathered together and whispered, "Boss, what's next?" To be honest, I can't tell who's who. It doesn't matter who he is, as long as he recognizes the boss. Why does it all sound the same? Outrageous. "Boss, how about you make a mark on your body, otherwise it will be difficult to recognize you." This scene is still very funny if viewed from God's perspective. A group of zombies screamed and pointed around a zombie over there. Xu Yuan also felt good when he heard the proposal of everyone in the guild. It's really not easy for everyone to look like a person, and it's okay to make some marks that only they know. After Xu Yuan thought about it, he scratched a few scratches on his face with his hand. Since it is now in zombie form, there is no pain. Seeing this, the members of the guild also began to make marks for themselves. Some of them found mud and smeared them on their faces, some torn their clothes a little more, and some rolled up their trouser legs. There are even people who have made themselves a haircut. After all this, Xu Yuan began to discuss the next plan with the players. And at this time on the other side of the player camp, a group of human players all revolve around this one player. One by one, they were idle towards that player. There are even a few human players who directly start the live stream. "Brothers, my live broadcast room is definitely the first call. Have you seen that person? It's Steve Boss. I saw him in the waiting area before, but I didn't expect to choose the human camp like me. Anyway, I'm definitely with Steve Boss. What is he doing with me? Everyone come to learn technology." The titles of these human players in the live broadcast room of the forum are also rubbing Xu Yuan's popularity. Steve Boss first booked the third perspective of the human camp. The whole process was followed. Want to know the guide? Click in. Steve tells you how to do it. Don't say much. Steve is my teammate. This makes me lie down and win. Watch how Steve Boss leads human players to their first victory. Players were quickly attracted to the titles of these human players, so they all clicked in. Is there really Steve guy? I heard it's true. I just came in and watched. This anchor started the live broadcast when he was in the waiting area, and he really saw Steve Boss. The one who was surrounded by everyone was Steve the big guy, right? As soon as this Steve guy came, he directly sought power to usurp the throne, and the human lord giant swordsman was not taken care of. Ha 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 ha. After all, for everyone, the giant swordsman is a burden, and Steve is the key to clearing the level. Ha 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 ha, this is also a little too real, right? The players listened to what the human player anchors said so confidently, and they also believed that the person these anchors said was Xu Yuan. At this time, the real Xu Yuan was planning the future development with the people of the guild. If you want to win the war, you first need to be familiar with the battlefield, so the first thing we need to do is to explore all the areas of the entire map first, and then make a map. When the guild players heard this, they were all stunned, and then said, "Boss, we can't use tools, we can't make paper, how can we make maps?" "Yes, and even if we knock out the sugar cane, we won't be able to pick it up. Oh, there are so many restrictions on being a zombie." Xu Yuan heard everyone's words, shook his head and said, "We don't have paper, but that doesn't mean we can't draw it, just simply draw some terrain areas." When the guild players heard this, they suddenly realized. When Ken heard this, he asked Xu Yuan, "It just so happens that it is night, they should not dare to come out, so we will go to check the terrain now, do you have any other arrangements?" Xu Yuan thought about it and said, "It only takes a few people to survey the terrain, not so many people, and more people attract attention. In the quest, the zombie king will summon a zombie every 5 minutes, so just try to imitate that zombie." Ken nodded when he heard this, and then asked a few well-equipped players to survey the terrain. After arranging these, Ken asked Xu Yuan, "Then why are the rest going?" Xu Yuan said after thinking for a while. A group of people went to find natural caves, went down to the caves and destroyed the minerals. Then the rest went hunting all kinds of animals. When Ken heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Xu Yuan's idea is very clear, that is, to destroy the resources of human players first. Zombies are not satiety, so they don't need to eat, but human players do. They have only just entered the copy, and the source of things must be all kinds of animals. Although it is impossible for animals to refresh, the refresh speed is certainly not fast. Killing various animals now greatly reduces the source of things for human players. Then to destroy mineral resources is also hindering the development of human players. After all, they can synthesize all kinds of equipment and weapons. Although zombies are slow to destroy blocks, they can destroy one is one. At the end of one night, even if each person destroys only one ore, it is also more than 10 ores. Moreover, no matter how slow a zombie player is in one night, it is impossible to destroy only one ore. At this time, all the players of the guild were shocked in their hearts when they heard Xu Yuan's arrangement. They didn't expect that as soon as they entered the copy, Xu Yuan would be able to get to the point with such clear thinking. Originally, everyone still thought that zombies were very bulky, but after listening to Xu Yuan's various countermeasures, they instantly felt that it was good to be a zombie. The boss is really amazing. To come up with such a good countermeasure so quickly. "Boss, what is this trick called? Let them play all the food." "No, this is called not giving the other party a way back. Ha 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 ha. I suddenly feel that it's good to be a zombie. There is no satiety. I guess during the day, human players think the same way as you. Ha 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 ha." When all the players received the order, they all went to carry it out. The rest of the players in the zombie camp are still in a state of confusion. Some of them are wandering around, some are crouching next to the zombie king, and some of the death squads are ready to meet the human players. After looking at the other players in the zombie camp, Ken asked Xu Yuan, "Don't we care about the other players? Will they disrupt our plans?" After Xu Yuan listened, he thought about it. This is indeed a difficult problem. These zombie players, you say don't care, they won't necessarily listen to you. You say it doesn't matter, and I'm afraid they're pig teammates doing things. Don't worry for now, if they get in the way, just find a way to solve them. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken was stunned and asked Xu Yuan, zombies can't seem to attack each other, right? Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and smiled. Zombies really can't attack each other, but they can borrow knives to kill. When Ken heard this, he immediately understood Xu Yuan's words. Zombies can't attack zombies, but players can, and Xu Yuan's borrowing knife to kill is estimated to mean this. However, how to implement it depends on the current situation. Under Xu Yuan's deployment, everyone on Xu Yuan's side is developing in an orderly manner. On the human player's side, there was no tension at the moment. The human players surrounded their so-called Steve boss in the center, laughing freely. Steve guy, don't we really need to do anything to prepare? Didn't you listen to what the big guy just said? It's night, it's too dangerous to go out, we don't have anything yet, can we not go out? That's it, Steve's arrangement just listens to, if you want to go out, you go out by yourself. Oh brother, if you want to go out, you go out alone, no one stops you, and we don't lack such a person as you. Have a little confidence in Steve boss, okay. At this time, Steve in the crowd coughed lightly, and finally spoke. This brother, I am thinking about the long-term development in the future, so I don't let everyone go out. The zombie camp can only operate at night, and now they must be pouring out, don't we go out for nothing. Since you chose to follow me, trust me, right? At this time, the human player who had just spoken heard this, and did not say anything more. But he still had a faint uneasiness in his heart. He always felt that this Steve guy in front of him felt strange. At this time, other players who were watching the live broadcast saw this scene and began to brag brainlessly. The Steve boss ceremony is still good, and this wave will definitely be sent. To be honest, I kind of want to see the perspective of the zombie camp and see how they were blown up, ha 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 ha. It feels like zombies have nothing to do, just wandering outside. If humans don't go out at night, then won't they never be able to beat human players? Brother, have you forgotten that zombies can destroy blocks? Even if it can be destroyed, the destruction is very slow. Find a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack, wouldn't it be torture? Human players can have bows and arrows. Oh no, is there any spider on this map? It's really not okay to say that the zombie camp. I'll choose the human camp then. The players were discussing enthusiastically, and although there was nothing to see on the human camp at present, everyone was still patiently watching because of Steve. More than 1 hour passed quickly, and several people sent by Xu Yuan to survey the terrain had returned. What's wrong? Xu Yuan asked Xiang Yuan. I went east, and there was a lake, there was a basin. I went west, there was a plain, there were some pumpkins, watermelons, and whatever, and I knocked them out when I passed by. I'm heading south, there's the human camp, there's a stone castle over there, it's quite large, and it looks like the place where the giant swordsman lives. When Xu Yuan heard this, he nodded, and then asked them to roughly draw the terrain they had just surveyed with dirt on the stones. Not long after the players drew the map, the players sent by Xu Yuan to mine and kill animals returned one after another. Although the sky was only dark now, they could have continued to prepare for a while, but none of them did it. Because they all remembered Xu Yuan's instructions before they went out. You have to rush back as soon as dawn? After all the players arrived one after another, Ken asked Xu Yuan, what do we do next? Xu Yuan said after a smile, wait for the rabbit. As time went by, the sky gradually brightened. Xu Yuan and his group also hid in the dark cave. The zombie camp is not suitable for traveling during the day, and will be burned by the sun as long as it is exposed to the sun. So traveling during the day is equivalent to giving for nothing. And the human camp finally waited until daylight. When the players saw the sky light up, they all asked their so-called Steve boss, Steve daddy, it's dawn, we should be able to go out, right? Big guy, just wait for what you want to do. Yes, big guy, we have the full right to listen to your command. The players in the human camp have now reached a consensus to resolutely obey Steve and implement all of Steve's requirements. Seeing this, Steve at this time was a little embarrassed at first. Then, after thinking for a moment, he commanded everyone. The most important thing for us now is to solve the problem of eating first, and then make some defensive weapons. Some of you go looking for food, some of you go to the mine. After hearing Steve's order, the players in the human camp first ignored the praise of 3721. Steve Guy Bull Batch. The big guy is clear thinking, food and weapons are indeed the most important at present. Big guy, you just wait in the house, we'll implement it. Although most human players are touting Steve, there are still a few human players who are not complicit. These few of them have a sharp mind, and they always feel that this Steve is a little strange. These people are really brainless. Isn't it necessary to find food to make weapons? I also obeyed, even this can be touted. I think when we first came in yesterday, we should have been looking for something nearby, and after the night passed, everyone's fullness dropped a lot. Forget it, no one listens to us anyway, let's go find food. At this time, the live broadcast room of the anchors of these human players is also extremely lively. Watching these people lick Steve all night, they really saw enough. If they hadn't wanted to see how Steve operated, they would have been tempted to quit the live broadcast room. Fortunately, it was already dawn, and the players of the human camp finally began to act. Finally, I can take a good look at what this copy of the map looks like. Listening to them brag all night, my ears are calloused. Then you must coax Steve to victory, otherwise how can you lead them to victory? I think they wasted some time at night, but it's not impossible to explore the neighborhood. Steve probably did this because there are no zombies and other monsters, right? The players in the human camp are divided into two teams. A team went in search of food, a team went to the mine. Most of these human players are members of other guilds, and there are a few scattered players. Their strength is definitely better than that of ordinary players. They searched for food and minerals according to Steve's arrangement. The team of players looking for food searched the map for a long time, and they didn't see a few animals at all. They all wondered, could it be that this copy doesn't brush animals much? Hiss. Strange, I searched for a long time before I saw a chicken. You also found a chicken, I didn't see the shadow of this animal. I found 2 pigs and burst 3 pieces of pork. I slaughtered a sheep and a cow. I didn't have anything to harvest, so I got some wheat seeds. After looking for food, the pair of human camp players looked for food for half a day, and then got together to calculate the harvest. As a result, they found that the amount of food was numbered, and they immediately became a little flustered. What can I do about this? 100 of us are pointing to this point to eat. I said why did you kill those 2 pigs? Do you have beetroot or a tether cord? That. The chickens can always be brought back, right? Who would have thought of a chicken? I knew there were so few animals, and you told me to lure them back. At this time, all the players in the human camp realized the seriousness of the matter. Food shortages? This is something they didn't expect. Don't argue, don't you have wheat seeds? We can grow wheat. Haven't you ever grown wheat, and you don't know how long it takes for wheat to ripen? Growing wheat requires water, and the nearest water source to us takes about 10 minutes to walk if it is not planted in a place that can be seen at any time. Then the zombie camp is not stupid, it will definitely come to destroy. Isn't there a team of people going to the mine? Wouldn't it be good to make a barrel then? There must be some mushrooms or something in the mine. Mushrooms can also be farmed. Angstrom. I can only hope that they have a good harvest. The human camp players in search of food are now a bit desperate, and they are putting their hopes in the players who are looking for minerals. But what they didn't expect was that the players looking for minerals had the same idea as them at this time. Players who went down to the mine found several natural caverns. They prepared their stone swords and torches in advance and began to explore the cave. They entered the cave full of joy, but withdrew from the cave with a disappointed face. Is there so little mine? I only dug 2 iron ore mines, and I saw it because I dug a few blocks deeper in the coal mine. This mine is basically not exposed to the outside ore, there are only 1 or 2, in the corner. Is this copy like this, with very little mineral production? Dig again, maybe the ore is blocked by stones. Since the harvest from one trip was too small, the team decided to dig again. But their digging method is completely gambling, because they don't know which stone is hiding or underneath. So it has to be exploited on a large scale. In this way, the satiety falls down. However, there are still some gains from digging it up this way. They dug more than 20 iron ores, and even 2 diamonds. However, digging these ores does come at a price. There were nearly 50 people in the mine, and all of them were only half full. What they gained from this trip can be said to be very small for a team of nearly 50 people. More than 20 iron ores, and 3 were also taken out to make iron picks and dig diamonds. What can be done with the rest? Even if you make the cheapest iron sword, you can only make more than 10. They have 100 players in their camp. What can more than 10 iron swords do? When the human camp players in the mine thought of this, they couldn't help but feel a little lost. It's okay, at least we dug up 2 diamonds. Also, 2 diamonds can make a diamond sword, and when the time comes, give it to Boss Steve. Stop rubbing it, let's go, I'm going to starve. The players of these human camps who went down to mine also put their expectations on players looking for food. They were hungry this time to the mine, and they all thought that they would be able to report a meal at that time. At this time, the players in the live broadcast room are now watching everything from the perspective of God. Some of them directly opened 2 live broadcast rooms. One is the live broadcast room of the anchor looking for food, and the other is the live broadcast room of the anchor who went down the mine. When they saw that there was nothing to gain on either side, they immediately began to worry. After watching their live broadcast, I now begin to wonder what I originally thought. Is the human camp really superior? This food and minerals are so scarce, aren't they? It seems that the satiety of the human camp is a big weakness. If you don't eat, it's equivalent to chronic suicide. You will starve to death, right? Steve Boss should have a way. After half a day of collection, the players of the human camp also returned to the wooden house. Steve saw that everyone had returned and asked everyone about what they had gained in the past half day. This is the food we found for half a day: 3 chickens, 4 lamb chops, 3 pork, 5 beef slices, and some wheat seeds. Steve was surprised to hear this. So little. What about the mine? At this time, all the human players who went down the mine were still stunned in place and did not react after hearing the words of the players looking for food. Seeing Steve ask them, he said with a sigh, "We found more than 20 iron ores, 2 diamond mines, and that's all." At this point, it was the turn of the players looking for food to be surprised. They all wanted to rely on each other, but the result was actually a scene of the rout of the whole army. At this time, the human players can't help but start to doubt their choices. Does the human camp just seem stronger? The resources in this quest are also too unfriendly for human players. At this time, they were completely kept in the dark, and they would never have thought that all this was done by Xu Yuan. And they didn't know that they had also entered the trap that Xu Yuan had set up a long time ago. At this time, the Steve of the human camp saw the harvest of the two teams today, and he had a headache. He didn't expect that there were so few resources on this map. Not to mention whether they can participate in the war or not. If there is not enough food, they may be starved to death. The mining players naturally felt the same way, so they began to blame the players who were looking for food. Let you go to find food, you will kill them all, don't you know to bring them back to raise? The human camp is no different from the usual survival. How do you people survive? I really obeyed, nothing else can be brought back, chickens can be. If you don't eat, you will starve to death. When the human players looking for food heard this, they were all angry, and everyone immediately went back. ITM used you to teach me to play the game? No, what qualifications do you have to say that the next time you mine 50 people bring back so many mines, what are you doing here BB? You guys, okay, are you going on? Just have a mouth. The players of both teams are on fire at this time, and everyone is not merciful at all. They pushed each other and blamed each other, and the smell of gunpowder in the room became stronger and stronger, seeing that the players are about to get dry. At this time, the melon-eating masses in the live broadcast room were happy to see such a scene, and it was completely lively and not a big deal. It seems that Steve can't take it anymore, and it feels like the human camp has gone away. Food shortage is indeed a problem. If this continues, everyone will have to starve to death, right? This is not yet a war, the human camp can't do it. It's not fun to watch at all. Does anyone have the perspective of this zombie camp? Just when the two teams of players in the human camp are about to fight, Steve, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Don't argue, everyone. Does Noisy solve the problem? When the players in the human camp saw Steve speak, they all gave him face and quieted down. Steve boss, what do you say to do now? There is so little food. We will start to lose blood as soon as our satiety falls. Isn't that equivalent to slow death? Yes, big guy, our situation is not good now. Steve, think of a way, see what to do now. The players were still desperate at the moment, so they all put their hopes in Steve. Steve frowned and thought for a moment. Then he looked up at the sky outside. It was still noon, and the sun was still high in the sky. Seeing this, Steve spoke. Don't panic, I originally planned for long-term development before I let everyone collect supplies. Now it seems that this is really not necessary. We can only win in one fell swoop if we do the opposite. When all the human players heard Steve's words, they were stunned. Nobody really understood what Steve meant. Big guy, what do you mean? Steve guy, don't sell it, just say what are we going to do? Big guy, do you already have a plan? Steve looked at everyone and waved his hand, signaling everyone to calm down, and then said confidently, if we want to win, we have to be unexpected. Be unexpected. Think about it, what would you think now if you were the opposite player? At this time, the players were preparing to express their opinions, but Steve did not give them a chance, and immediately rushed over to say, if I were the opposite player, I definitely felt that today's human players must be developing and accumulating strength. So, what we have to do is to do the opposite, to their surprise. When they are defenseless, take the initiative to attack them. Don't give them time to breathe. Steve said, spit splashing and vibrating. Although the players did not agree with Steve's opinion, seeing him so confident made his mind a little shaken. This seems to make some sense. And the Zombie King's passivity is to summon a zombie every 5 minutes, and that kind of zombie is not played by the player, and there is no intelligence, isn't it just our food? Zombies have a chance to turn us into zombies, so if we miss, won't we increase their manpower? It's daytime, they don't dare to come out, and the only zombies who dare to come out should be the zombies summoned by the Zombie King, right? After all the players expressed their opinions, they seemed to think that this method was feasible. They couldn't help but look at Steve with adoration. Big guy is big guy. Yes, just hunt the zombies summoned by the Zombie King. Maybe if you're lucky, you can kill a few players from the zombie faction. At this time, Steve was smiling awkwardly. Even he didn't know he was so powerful. To be honest, even he didn't expect to go so much. The idea just now was only the only way he could come up with, otherwise he would definitely be waiting for death. In this case, it is better to fight a wave. Anyway, he also knows that there is a real Steve in the zombie camp, and it is difficult to win on his side. The blame can only be blamed on thinking that the real Steve was in the human camp, so he estimated that he was Steve and wanted to provoke the real Steve. Unexpectedly, the real Steve was not in the human camp at all. Originally, he was going to quit the copy, but after saying that he was Steve, he enjoyed the popularity of these people. Gradually, I got a little carried away and felt that I could. Steve thought of this, and was pulled back to his thoughts by the excited voices of all the human players. Big guy, let's go and slaughter them. After we get over there, we can build a pedire. Anyway, the zombie will be slow to dismantle the cube. Let's go, boss, don't go down the sun again. Steve reacted, nodded, and then said, okay, let's go. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room were excited to see this scene. Finally came to the link they most wanted to see. Finally waiting for you. Fortunately I didn't give up. Finally going to fight. Great. I feel that the players of the zombie camp should not come out at this time, right? Before the people on the human camp set off, they first made more than 10 iron swords with iron ingots and distributed them to some players with better skills. The other players are all armed with stone swords. And Steve naturally enjoys Chigo treatment, only he holds a diamond sword synthesized from the only 2 diamonds. When everyone was ready, they began to move in the direction of the zombie camp. The human players soon arrived in the forest where the zombie camp was located. It was dark and damp, and because there were many large trees blocking the sun, there were a few zombies standing scattered in the shadows under the trees. When all the human players found the zombies, they all rushed up. All the players stabbed each other, and soon killed the zombies under the tree. Zombies also gave a piece of carrion to the face-giving explosion. All the human players were excited to see such a smooth operation. If everyone moves together, a zombie will not last more than half a second under them. After a while, the zombies summoned by some zombie kings on the edge of the forest were killed by the players. Seeing this, Steve finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the decision on this trip was the right one. Let's go straight to their lair today. When all the players saw Steve say this, they all responded in agreement. Okay, let's finish the game quickly. No overtime today. It's best to lure the zombie king out as well, expose it to the sun, and burn it to death. At this time, the players can be said to be carried away by the joy of the small victory in front of them. At this point, they all feel that everything is under their control. The players continued to move forward, killing many zombies along the way. Along the way, they didn't meet a single zombie camp player. This makes the players in the human camp even more inflated. Ouch, it's just a one-sided crush, you see that none of them come out. Isn't it sent to death when you come out? There are people on our side who lead, and they are estimated to be acting separately, a mess of sand, right? I just want to ask how we lose. The human players laughed and stepped into the depths of the forest. It is densely wooded and exposed to less and less sunlight. Not far away, several pairs of eyes were looking at them with a whimper. The players of the human camp said and laughed and came to the depths of the forest. Some of these keen players immediately noticed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Obviously, when you are in the outer and middle layers of the forest, you can see some zombies one after another. And now I can't see any of them. Zombies like shady places, and it stands to reason that the deeper you go, the more zombies. After all, there are more and more shades in the depths of the dense forest, and the range of sunlight can be much smaller. It stands to reason that there should be many more zombies here than on the periphery. Moreover, although they also killed a lot of zombies on the periphery, it seems that there are not many of them. That's just a dozen or 20. According to the probability of summoning 1 in 5 minutes for the zombie king, from night to day. Although the time in the game is not calculated based on reality, but that's at least 3 to 4 hours in between. The zombie king can summon 12 zombies in an hour. That's 48 in 4 hours. They just killed less than half? So where did the other zombies go? Wait. Let's not go inside. I felt very wrong from the beginning, but I couldn't say it. Let's go back first. Yes, we don't have any armor at all now, and the amount of health is less than that of zombies, which is too dangerous. Haven't you noticed that it's a little too quiet here? It's getting closer and closer to the zombie king's lair. When the other players in the human camp heard these players say this, they all cast contemptuous eyes. There are so many of us, what can they do for us? It's broad daylight, they definitely won't come out. Isn't it sent to death when they come out? Ouch, really, there are always people who like to drag their feet. If you are afraid of you, you will go back. It's really suspicious, even if it is close to the zombie king's lair. What about it? It's daytime, didn't it come out just for nothing? Players from other human camps naturally couldn't listen to them. However, when Steve heard this, he was indeed lost in thought. He also felt that the concerns of those players were justified. After all, they were getting closer and closer to the zombie king's lair. And the surrounding shade is also very dense. Steve thought of this and suddenly slowed down. Originally surrounded by all the players, he walked first. But at this time, he gradually slowed down. The players also immediately noticed Steve's abnormality. Big guy, what's wrong? Big guy, you go ahead, why are you walking with us? Steve guy, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Steve saw that everyone noticed his little movement, just smiled awkwardly, and then said, there was nothing wrong, I was observing my surroundings, so my pace slowed down. It's okay, let's keep going. When the players heard this, they were relieved. Then he continued to go deeper without thinking. The players walked all the way, and not long after walking, they saw a huge cave not far ahead. The cave seemed to be very deep, and it was dark inside, and nothing could be seen clearly. There are also some small caves next to the huge caves, some of which are not very deep. Some sharp-eyed players immediately saw the zombies nesting inside the cave. Hurry up, the little cave over there is full of zombies. Have we already arrived at their lair? That huge cave should be the zombie king's, right? Groove? Really? Rushed over. The players of the human camp were a little nervous when they saw the zombies in the cave. After all, they know that these zombies are not ordinary zombies, these are players who change. They are intelligent. And at the same time that the players of the human camp discovered the players of the zombie camp, the players of the zombie camp also discovered them long ago. Lying Groove, these people are so daring, they all broke into our camp. Do they think we don't dare to go out during the day? What are they trying to do? Want to rush over? Nima, can this be endured? Let's go. At this time, some of the more impulsive players in the zombie camp immediately couldn't bear it and rushed out. They kept walking in the shade of the trees, sheltering from the sun. Players approaching the human camp. Players in the human camp saw more than 30 zombie camp players approaching. players in the human camp saw only more than 30 zombies coming, and they were not in a hurry. Without the slightest intention of flinching, they approached the zombies. After all, they have the advantage of numbers, and they are naturally fearless. Soon, the players of the zombie camp are fighting with the players of the human camp. The scene was very chaotic for a while, but due to the superiority of the number of players in the human faction, they currently have a small advantage. At this time, the other players in the zombie camp saw this, and they could no longer hold back. This is all forced to the house, who can bear it. They no longer cared about anything, and they all avoided the sun and rushed out. Originally, the human camp already had the advantage, but I didn't expect that 20 or 30 zombies in front of me joined the battle. At this time, the battle has reached a white-hot stage. Although the number of human players is superior, it cannot withstand the onslaught of these zombie players. Moreover, zombie players have a chance to infect human players. The human player suddenly felt defeated. At this time, I don't know who in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Hurry up!" When the human players heard this, it was as if they had grasped a life-saving straw. They quickly took out the blocks in their backpacks and raised themselves 2 blocks. After the players in the human camp raise by 2 blocks, the players in the zombie camp cannot beat them. But players in the human camp can indeed beat players in the zombie camp. So the situation on the battlefield changed again. Although zombie players can break blocks, but human players are nothing. Don't you hit blocks and I just hit you? Suddenly, a group of zombie players fell into trouble. The zombie players saw that the human players did not continue to fight after they were high, and immediately retreated. The two sides suddenly reached a stalemate. At this time, the melon-eating masses in the live broadcast room were also active when they saw this. Wonderful? The situation is confusing. What's so wonderful? Isn't this all reckless? I thought I could learn some strategy, but the result is tough. Have you noticed that there seem to be fewer people in the zombie camp? I found out too. What about anyone else? Maybe you're afraid of death, don't you? Want to hold on, and then sit on the fisherman's profit. Maybe it's really possible. At this time, there are about 40 human players left, and about 20 zombie players remain, but some human players are infected after being hit, and there are more than 10 puppets on the side of all zombie players. The two sides are currently led in terms of numbers, and the number of human players is currently small. But if this stalemate continues, it will definitely be the players of the human camp who will lose. After all, they are full, and when it gets dark, the zombie players' activity area is not limited. So the players of the zombie camp only need to guard the players of the human camp. At this time, the human players also felt that they were at a disadvantage, so they all turned their attention to Steve. In the melee just now, Steve has always been in the middle of the crowd, so he survived by luck. Steve saw that everyone was looking at him, so he could only bite the bullet and rack his brains to start thinking of a way. While the sky has not yet darkened, we will build blocks from the air to the safer area in front. I believe they dare not follow. The first thing Steve thought of was to save his own life first. After the big battle just now, all the players were already very tired and had no intention of fighting again. So they all nodded in agreement. The human players carefully pushed back with the blocks. And zombie players naturally will not stop and continue to follow. But after following up for a short time, the zombie players did not dare to move forward. Although there are still places with shade in front of it, there are very few. It will definitely not work to move forward rashly. After this battle, all the zombie players were also tired, so they stopped following up. At this time, the players of the human camp finally relaxed. They didn't follow, let's go back quickly. Everyone saw that the zombie player did not follow further, so they all jumped to the ground. However, at this moment, they suddenly saw a zombie walking towards them in front of them. Everyone immediately raised their vigilance again. As a result, the zombie did not bypass the sun. The moment the zombie touches the sun, it is ignited. Even if it is ignited, the zombie still walks towards the human players without hesitation. When the human players saw this, they were temporarily relieved. This zombie is just an ordinary zombie, not a player. And just when all the human players breathed a sigh of relief, they saw that around them, more than 10 zombies suddenly appeared. They all had fire on their bodies and ran towards them. When the human players saw this, they immediately panicked. What's going on here? Where the hell did this zombie come from? Didn't we just clean up all the zombies along the way? Don't panic, these zombies are not players. I'm going to die if I get attacked again. It doesn't matter, everyone just dodge their attacks, they are burned and will die. Seeing this, all the human players immediately panicked. The battle had already caused them heavy losses and exhaustion. Now when encountering these zombies, it is even more difficult to overcome. And these zombies, although they were burned, ran towards them desperately. Soon, the formation of this group of human players was dispersed. There are even many human players who have been affected by the fire on zombies. The human players immediately became a mess. At this time, the players in the live broadcast room were surprised to see this scene. They thought that the players of the human camp had escaped, but they did not expect that so many zombies suddenly appeared on the way. Where did these zombies come from? How does it feel like it came out of thin air? What's going on? Even if these zombies come from the old lair, they can't live until now, right? Hiss. How do I feel? Someone designed it. How is this designed? Turning into a zombie out of thin air. The players are puzzled when they say this. These zombies really seem to appear out of thin air. This human player, who is still live broadcasting at this time, can be said to have no time to take care of himself. He has been dodging zombie attacks. At this time, the picture of the live broadcast room is also shaky. At this moment, a sharp-eyed player suddenly saw the ground in the lower left corner of the live screen. There was a 2-square wide pit on the ground, and at this time, a zombie came out of it. Seeing this sharp-eyed player was surprised. Then I thought about it carefully, and I suddenly felt that my scalp was numb. Players can't help but wonder, is all this carefully designed by zombie players? He felt that something was wrong before, and when the two sides fought, there were many fewer players in the zombie camp. If all this was designed by that group of players, it would be terrifying. Look at lower left corner. Where? You mean zombies came out of the ground? At this time, the perspective of this streamer player has changed, so other players have not seen this scene. The camp of human players has been scattered by these fireball zombies. At this moment, suddenly 20 or 30 zombies appeared in the ground in all directions. They dodged the sunlight and quickly approached the panicked human players. At this time, the human players saw that there were suddenly so many more zombie players, and everyone's faces were full of disbelief and shock. What's going on? Aren't they going back? Where the hell did they come from? This group of zombie players, just now, it doesn't seem to be the same batch. At this time, the human players have completely lost their combat effectiveness. Their numbers are no longer superior, and their current blood volume is also very unhealthy. They don't have much idea now, they can only run desperately. These players dodge one zombie player, and they find another zombie player waiting for them. They are now in a dilemma. If only zombie players were there, they could have stood in the sun. But now there are other ordinary zombies chasing them, and these ordinary zombies don't care if there is shade or not. They have only one goal, desperate to pounce on humanity. The players of the human camp, under the double attack, many players quickly died. Those players who are still alive are lucky, did not encounter a pincer, and immediately raised themselves 2 blocks after throwing off ordinary zombies. On the battlefield at this time, there are now less than 10 players left in the human camp. Even Steve died under the attack of zombies. The remaining human players, one is the anchor who opened the live broadcast, and a few are those who are more vigilant at the beginning. The zombie players saw that they were stacked high, so they all distanced themselves from them. At this time, among the zombie players, a zombie player with a scar on his face slowly walked over. When this zombie player with a scar on his face came over, he saw that the other zombie players all gathered together. The other zombie players all had special respect for the zombie player with a scar on his face. At this time, all the human players were stunned in place. Only then did they know that there were leaders on the zombie camp. At this time, everyone in the live broadcast room saw this scene, and they were a little shuddering. Lying Groove, this zombie with a scar on his face, a little handsome. It turns out that there are also leaders on the zombie side, and I saw them fighting chaotically before. I thought that the zombie side was fighting separately. I just wanted this zombie boss to explain to me where they came from. They came out of the ground. I said it all. From the ground. I can see clearly, it's coming out of the ground. Hiss. At first, there seemed to be few people on the zombie player's side. Could it be that this group of people had been planning this raid in the morning? How would they know that a human player would attack right away? When the players talked about this, suddenly the keen player seemed to think of something and said, I have a bold conjecture. Before we saw that there was a lack of food and minerals on the human side, and most importantly, when entering the mine, there were no exposed minerals in the mine. Could it be that this group of zombie players had already killed the animals at night and destroyed the minerals? After the players saw this player's barrage, they immediately felt a little numb in their scalps. There is really this possibility, otherwise 100 players, how can the copy resources be so small? In other words, on the first night of the game, this boss let the zombies destroy all the resources of human players, and then set traps and wait for human players to throw themselves into the net. This, isn't it? If it's really like you say, then the human camp didn't enter the calculation from the beginning? Wait, how the hell did they get those zombies out? Those zombies also came out of the ground. They hid those summoned zombies underground in advance. Hiss. Can you do so much for such a long time? The speed of zombies destroying the soil should not be slow, and besides, these people have just not shown up at all. Is this the so-called turtle catching in an urn? Admire. I don't know who this zombie player with a scar on his face is, even Steve Boss hasn't been able to play him. It seems that the first copy will change owners. On the map at this time, Ken and the members of the guild gathered towards Xu Yuan. Their faces were filled with irrepressible joy. Boss? It's so cool, ha 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 ha. You didn't see the expressions on the faces of those human players. Now that it's getting dark, it's too late for them to go back. Boss, you really hit them by surprise, ha 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 ha. The players had to admire Xu Yuan's plan. It can be said that all the plans of these human players are under Xu Yuan's control. Ken leaned over and looked at Xu Yuan with an excited look and said, I finally know why you want us to waste so much effort to luck those ordinary zombies. When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled and said, I'm not going to do useless work. Ken nodded, then looked at these tall human camp players and asked Xu Yuandeo, so what do we do now? Xu Yuan raised his chin and said, dig the blocks from the ground to their feet, and then dig up so they can't hit us without a view. When Ken heard this, he was stunned again. Originally, I just thought that the use of zombies was to cooperate with them to attack human players. It wasn't until Xu Yuan said this that he discovered that zombies were useful for dispersing these players. Otherwise, if they gather together to build height, then there will definitely be no way to use Xu Yuan's current method. After Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he immediately implemented them. At this time, although the players in the live broadcast room did not understand what the zombies were communicating, but when they saw the scarred zombie lift his chin, they knew a fact. Zombie players are getting the first pass. In fact, the brainstorming of the players in the live broadcast room before really said Xu Yuan's plan. After Xu Yuan and them cleaned up all kinds of supplies, the sky was almost dawning. Even if it was dawn, Xu Yuan was not idle at all. Under Xu Yuan's guidance, the members of the guild used their daytime to dig an underground tunnel. Although zombies can't be tools, digging is not as fast as human players. But as long as you work in teams of 2 and dig together, the speed is still very fast. After digging the tunnel, everyone pushed the zombies that had just been summoned into the tunnel under the guidance of Xu Yuan. Of course, Xu Yuan and they did not all push the zombies into the tunnel, and some of the zombies took advantage of the fact that the sky was not yet fully light, and Xu Yuan released them. In this way, the zombies are scattered in the middle and outer parts of the forest. This is also to lure human players deep into the forest. It took a lot of effort to get these zombies into the tunnel. Because these zombies summoned by the Zombie King will not listen to the player's command, they can only push slowly. After everyone transports the zombies underground, it is easy, because the tunnel is only 2 blocks high and 1 block wide, so you only need to push these zombies forward. And to let them out is even simpler, directly dig a ladder for them to pass the ground. Naturally, they will automatically find their way to the human player immediately. In fact, Xu Yuan is not so god and can calculate where the players will land. Xu Yuan initially just wanted to attack the players on their way back. So the tunnel was not particularly long dug. If the other zombie players chased farther just now, the tunnel on Xu Yuan's side might not be long enough. Then it was released to chase and intercept the zombies. In fact, Xu Yuan did not calculate that the human camp would all pour out. After all, he didn't know what was going on the other side, but he could probably guess that there would definitely be many people going this way. But even if they didn't come out of the nest, Xu Yuan had a way to deal with them. At this time, the people of the guild had already begun to dig under the feet of these human players. Seeing this situation, all the human players have already given up resistance. Because they knew that it was going to get dark soon, and even if they went back little by little, it would be useless. Besides, they didn't have much food. Just when this group of human players was thinking about everything, they suddenly saw the zombie player with a scar on his face and suddenly roared. Subsequently, all the zombies stopped. At this time, all the human players were puzzled. At this time, the players in the live broadcast room were also stunned. What's going on? Don't kill. Isn't victory just around the corner? What the hell is this zombie with a scar on his face thinking? Why do I think this zombie player with a scar on his face feels a bit like a Steve guy? Don't you say it's true, but Steve is not in the human camp. He has long died, right? Ken and the guild were about to finish off the group of human players, but Xu Yuan suddenly stopped them. Everyone was a little puzzled. Boss, what's wrong? Let's kill them and clear the customs. SHH, listen to the boss. After thinking for a moment, Xu Yuan said to the guild players, let the people go. When everyone in the guild heard this, their eyes almost widened, and they all thought that they had heard wrong. What, boss? You're not wrong, are you? Let people go, boss, isn't it? What the hell is going on here? How suddenly let us release people? Xu Yuan saw that the players in the guild did not understand why he wanted to release people, so he explained. I think this copy should be awarded based on individual contributions. The higher the points, the better the rewards. But think about it, if we kill these players like this, will the points be the highest? When everyone in the guild heard Xu Yuan's words, they all thought about it for a while. Should it be? Other zombie players have also killed a lot before. Yes, we first went to deploy arrangements to bring human players over, but we didn't get many points ourselves, which is definitely not okay. But we can't kill those zombie players, and if we count on these few human players, I think it's unlikely. Although everyone felt that what Xu Yuan said made sense, if it was really according to what Xu Yuan said, the safest way to get the highest points was to kill all the players in the other zombie camps. And they can't kill each other, they can only rely on these human players. After these human players have gone through this incident, it is estimated that they will not recklessly confront zombie players. So it's still hard to get this done. Xu Yuan heard the words of the players, shook his head and smiled. Those zombie players, if they can kill the best, it doesn't matter if they can't kill. When I say get the highest points, I mean, on the night of the full moon, won't the zombie king and the giant swordsman fight? This is a boss level character. If the last blow of the giant swordsman is won by us, then is it the first point to worry. Moreover, the giant swordsman is the final boss. Do you think there will be no reward for killing him? When the guilds heard this, they immediately understood. Groove, so it turned out to be like this. Before the copy said that the opponent won if the number of people was 0, I didn't think about it. Isn't our purpose here for the reward? The truth is like this, but we can guarantee that we will not kill them, and other zombies will not kill them. It seems to be right. Will they live until the night of the full moon? Xu Yuan heard everyone's words and said with a smile. First of all, the remaining zombie players don't know that there are only 6 of them left. Secondly, do you think that if we put them back, they will still casually wave outside? When everyone heard this, they all nodded. Indeed, if these people were saved, they would not dare to continue the wave. And they will also put the last weight on the giant swordsman. This way they will definitely survive until the night of the full moon. At this time, the human players were surprised to see the zombie player suddenly stop moving. After the zombie players discussed for a while, they all turned and left. When the human players saw this, they even wondered if they were dreaming. What's going on? How did they go? What the hell are they going to do? Aren't they supposed to kill a horse gun? Are you stupid or are they stupid? Don't eat the meat in your mouth, and you want to throw it out and pick it up and eat it. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room were surprised to see this scene. What's going on? Just left. What order did that zombie player with a scar on his face give? He told the others not to kill them. What the hell did he want to do? At this time, more and more players in the live broadcast room feel that this scene seems to be familiar. How is this so similar to Steve's approach? Indeed, it feels very similar to the plot when playing with Moten. Could it be that this zombie with a scar on his face is really Steve's boss? Judging from the strength of this zombie, I think it is really possible. I heard that the 30 elites of the Cube Man Guild this time, as well as Ken, have also entered the copy with Steve boss. I'll count, Lying Groove, 32 people. Really fake? Could it be that the zombie with the scar on his face is really Steve boss? Hiss. No wonder. I just said how can Steve be so weak? It turns out that the human player is impersonating. I said, oh my god, Steve is still as awesome as ever. At this time, all the players have discovered that the zombie with the scar on his face is the real Steve. After Xu Yuan and his group left for a long time, these human players dared to jump down. After jumping down, they ran towards the wooden house without a soul. The human players arrived near the wooden house, and the sky darkened. Seeing this, all the human players dared to live in the wooden house, so they ran to the stone tower of the giant swordsman. At this time, the zombie players on the other side of the map were also officially dispatched. Xu Yuan and his party had already begun to plan the battle on the night of the full moon. The players of the human camp were still in shock after arriving at the stone tower of the giant swordsman. Although they didn't know why those zombie players let them go just now, each of them shuddered in their hearts. The main thing is that the sense of substitution of the copy is too strong. If they see a group of players designing them like this, although they will be surprised, but it is far less impactful than the picture just now. The zombie with a scar on his face gave them too strong a sense of impact. Who the hell is that zombie with a scar on his face? Why did he let us go? They just killed us and won. Why did he let us go? Players in the human camp speculate as to why the zombie with the scar on his face let them go, but they couldn't figure it out. Forget it, don't think about it. Anyway, we have survived, and the current food is still sufficient. Let's just hold on. Yes, anyway, the front gang will definitely not win. We are here with the giant swordsman. I believe they dare not attack. Our last bargaining chip is to wait for the night of the full moon. Hopefully, the giant swordsman will win. Just think about it. If it weren't for that Steve, would we be like this now? It was said a long time ago, don't go deep into the forest. He still doesn't listen, and those who brainlessly hold him are also fools. How do you feel that Steve's IQ has become lower in this copy? In my opinion, that zombie with a scar on his face is a bit of Steve's shadow. Oh, normal. He can't be all-powerful. The masters will only increase. At this time, the conversations of all the human players all fell into the ears of everyone in the live broadcast room. If you enter the copy live broadcast, the anchor cannot open the barrage, and can only open the fact live broadcast. Therefore, the barrage of everyone in the live broadcast room cannot be seen by the anchor himself. At this time, the live broadcast room was full of complaints from all players. These people still haven't seen that Steve in their camp is fake. They've sensed something is wrong and probably didn't think about it over there. This fake Steve is also ruthless enough to pit them miserable enough. It's not that the fake Steve is stupid, it's that the real Steve is too awesome. If I were the leader of the human camp, I would also take a risk, otherwise wouldn't I just starve to death? Indeed, but Steve Boss is still a very powerful. The zombie camp is obviously fighting separately, so there are many uncertainties and they are uncontrollable, but Steve Boss handles this uncertainty very well. Yes, the human camp was united from the beginning, while the zombie camp seemed to be working together with a few people from their guild just Steve Boss. All the preparations, ambush raids, were done by Steve and his 30-odd people. The whole situation was controlled by Steve from the start. That's terrible, isn't it? Fortunately, I watched this live broadcast, and when the time comes, I will also play zombie camp. No. The zombie camp is not as passive as Steve's boss. The strong is the guy Steve. The players are still very clear in their hearts. If they hadn't seen Steve's operation, they wouldn't have felt how strong the zombie camp was. So they clearly know that it is not which camp is strong, but who is playing. If Steve had played the human camp, the script might have been different. The players of the human camp were huddled in the stone tower of the giant swordsman, and it was already night, and they did not even dare to light torches, for fear of revealing the trail. At this time, the other players of the zombie camp had already arrived in front of the wooden house of the human camp. They roared low and broke down the door. When I came to the wooden house, I found that there were still shadows of human camp players. Where did they go? I'm afraid it's not where to ambush us, right? Don't forget, it's night. At this time, everyone turned their attention to the stone tower not far behind the wooden house. The players of the zombie camp immediately surrounded the stone tower. Players in the human camp inside the stone tower can clearly hear the low roar of the zombies outside. They were all curled up, trembling uncontrollably. Although behind them are the giant swordsmen at this moment are asleep, and they don't know if the giant swordsmen will protect them. The zombie players were fumbling at the door, and they also knew that there were giant swordsmen living in the stone tower, so they did not dare to enter the stone tower. At this moment, suddenly the ground began to shake violently. The zombie players didn't know what was going on. In the next second, he saw the giant swordsman appear outside the stone tower. Humph, disgusting reptiles. As soon as the giant swordsman saw the zombie players, he slashed it. All the zombie players who were slid by the sword chi were spared, and all were killed with one blow. Even on the ground where the sword chi passed, all the blocks were shattered. One attack by the giant swordsman took away more than 10 zombie players. Seeing this, the other zombie players ran away. But where is the time? The giant swordsman followed them with just one step, followed by cutting melons and chopping vegetables. The remaining players of the zombie camp were all spared, and all died under the swords of the giant swordsman. After the giant swordsman finished fighting, he yawned and walked slowly into the stone tower. The ground that has just been fought, devastated. At this time, behind the grass pile not far away, Ken's group couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene. Hiss. This giant swordsman is so powerful. It can also destroy the terrain. It feels more powerful than the zombie boss of the corpse tide. After all, it is a copy that can only be entered by passing a difficult level corpse tide copy. What do you think? Xu Yuan had long calculated that this group of zombie players would attack at night, so he had long hidden in the vicinity, just to probe the reality of the giant swordsman. Seeing this, Ken frowned and asked Xu Yuan, "This giant swordsman is afraid that only the zombie king can fight him, right?" Seeing this, Xu Yuan was also a little worried. This giant swordsman is indeed very powerful. The main thing is that his sword chi can also destroy the terrain, so it is definitely impossible to trap him. But in fact, Xu Yuan didn't have to help anything. It would be good to be able to win the final kill. But the strength of the giant swordsman is undoubted, and it is estimated that it will be difficult to get close to him, let alone hit him. Think about it slowly. He should also have weaknesses, as long as we can get the final blow. Ken nodded after hearing this, and then smiled. But this trip still pays off. These people sent them to the door themselves, and it saved us from dealing with them. Ken is talking about other zombie players, of course. Although they are in the same camp, these people are uncontrolled and are likely to drop the chain at a critical moment. So dead is best. After Xu Yuan and his party understood the strength of the giant boss, they went back. At this time, the players of the human camp were very happy. After the giant swordsman returned to the stone tower, he began to sleep again. The players of the human camp saw that there was no sound outside, so they all leaned out of the stone tower. When they saw the corpses of zombie players in one place, they were all excited. "Shuang, this giant swordsman is too awesome. Deserve it? Ha 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 ha, quickly pick up carrion, we don't have to worry about food these days." After the players of the human camp finished cleaning up the battlefield, they retreated to the stone tower. "Have you taken a closer look to see if the zombie players just released our group?" "I looked, not the group that put us. That means that there are still more than 30 players alive on the zombie camp. Let's just hold on, we are not the opponents of that group, just rely on the giant swordsman when the time comes." Well, we also have to think about how to help the giant swordsman defeat the zombie king. At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room saw the scene just now, and their scalps were numb. They didn't expect the giant swordsman to be so powerful, but it made them even more excited. Because they wanted to see what a shocking scene the battle would be on the night of the final full moon. Looking forward to the big battle on the night of the full moon. The group that just died are other players. Steve Boss is still alive. I feel that Steve Boss they released people just to wait until the decisive night. I wipe, Steve has a big heart. Looking forward to it. I want to see what Steve Boss uses to help the zombie king win. The setting of the boss battle quest is that the third night after entering the quest is the night of the full moon. In other words, after this night, the following night is the time for the boss battle. After Xu Yuan and his group withdrew, they began to discuss how to deal with the giant swordsman. This giant swordsman is so powerful, we estimate that it will be difficult to get close, let alone get the final blow. The zombie king is probably quite powerful, right? If only we were in the human camp, maybe the boss could come up with some traps to deal with this giant swordsman. Yes, the main thing is that the zombie camp can't synthesize the tool table, so it's very annoying. Everyone in the guild expressed their opinions, but basically did not give any good ideas. Xu Yuan listened to everyone's opinions and buried his head in thought. The strength of the two bosses set by the quest should be comparable, otherwise, the quest will not set the number of players on one side to 0 and then pass the decision. If the player needs to assist one side to win, it means that the bosses of both sides will have weaknesses. So as long as you find the weaknesses of both bosses, you should be able to win. So what is the weakness of the giant swordsman? In the moment of contact just now, Xu Yuan did not see what the weakness of the giant swordsman was. After all, it only took a few seconds for the giant swordsman to kill all the zombie camp players here. Xu Yuan held his head and thought for a long time, but he didn't come up with any Achilles heel of the giant swordsman. It was almost the night of the full moon, and they didn't have much time left. So Xu Yuan was still a little impatient. People are like this, the more anxious they are, the more they can't think of a way. Seeing this, Ken walked to Xu Yuan's side, patted Xu Yuan's shoulder, and said, "Don't think about it, go out and walk, breathe through the wind, in this gloomy cave, your mind is also easy to be imprisoned." After listening to Ken's words, Xu Yuan nodded and went out with Ken. It was still night, and the moon in the sky was already half a moon. It was late at night, but it was very bright everywhere. The nest on this side of the zombie camp is still very gloomy to outsiders, but it does not feel so in the eyes of zombie players. Ken and Xu Yuan walked in the jungle, feeling the tranquility of the night. As he walked, Ken suddenly laughed. Seeing this, Xu Yuan looked puzzled. What's the laugh? Ken waved his hand and shook his head. "I don't know why, I feel a little used to being a zombie. I don't have to worry about being afraid at night, and I don't have to eat. Even the field of view is so good, I don't need lighting tools at all. You just can't synthesize tools, otherwise it's good to be a zombie." When Xu Yuan heard this, he first smiled. Then he suddenly seemed to think of something, turned his head to Ken and asked excitedly, "You just said where is it good to be a zombie?" When Ken saw Xu Yuan's expression, he was suddenly a little confused. I said you don't have to worry about being afraid at night, you don't have to eat." "No, it's the next sentence." After thinking about it, Ken said with a puzzled look, "Great view, no lighting tools at all." When Xu Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but be excited. "Yes, the view is very good, no lighting tools at all. That's it." When Ken heard this, he was at a loss, but looking at Xu Yuan so happy, he should have thought of something. So he asked, "Did you think of something?" Xu Yuan nodded with a smile and said, "If it weren't for your reminder, I wouldn't have thought of it at all. Since I became a zombie, I haven't noticed the vision, and at night, for us, it's like daytime, we can see everything clearly. But, if you think about it, human players don't have as good a vision at night as we do, and their field of view is only about 5 yards at most." When Ken heard this, he still didn't understand something. "So, aren't giant swordsmen also human?" Ken understood when he heard this, and he couldn't help patting his head and smiled bitterly. "Yes, why didn't I expect that? When zombies get used to being used to it, they forget what it's like to be human." After Ken finished speaking, he frowned and thought carefully, then raised his hand and said, "No, when those zombie players went to the stone tower at that time, it was also night, and they were still a little far away from the giant swordsman, and the giant swordsman could see it." Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile when he heard this, and then said, "That's because they're too noisy outside, and I guess the giant swordsmen judge their bearings by sound. And, have you ever seen the giant swordsman go to kill alone?" When Ken heard this, he recalled the scene at that time, as if it was really like this. At this time, he couldn't help but get a little excited. Now that he had found the weakness of the giant swordsman, he just needed to prescribe the right medicine now. After knowing the weakness of the giant swordsman, Xu Yuan began to plan the plan. The night passed quickly. After the players of the human camp spent the night safely, they all walked out of the stone tower when they saw that it was dawn. They also know that as soon as the time of the day passes, it is the night of the full moon. The bosses on both sides began to fight. They also know that there are only 6 people left in the human camp, while there are more than 30 people left in the zombie camp. The number of people is 5 times that of them, and if you are rigid, you will never win. So they also began to brainstorm ideas. "Let's not mine again, maybe brush some minerals out. Let's go collect some things, there should be some animals brushed out, we just need to make sure not to die. The giant swordsman is so powerful, we just need to follow the giant swordsman. Isn't it easy to deal with the players of the zombie camp with a few sword chi? Don't forget, there is also a zombie king in the zombie camp, and the strength of the zombie king is estimated to be similar to that of the giant swordsman. Yes, the zombie king's passivity can also summon zombies, so what should we do? Let's prepare first." The closer to the night of the full moon, the stronger the tense atmosphere. This makes all the players in the live broadcast room also have some empathy. "I really don't want to look at the human camp, can you let me see what Steve is doing? My brother was the first to enter the quest, he was killed by the boss last time on the night of the full moon, and the players opposite them too. All suffered. Then didn't the player opposite your brother win? Harm, it's like this, after entering the full moon night mode, it's not which side of the player dies first and which side wins, so it's not a matter of luck. So how the hell can you win? After entering the night of the full moon, players have to help the bosses of both sides defeat each other's bosses. If the players on both sides die on the night of the full moon, regardless of the order, they will not clear the level. So when it comes to the night of the full moon, you have to live until your own boss kills the enemy boss to win. Is it okay to hide? Just let the 2 of them fight. No, after the night of the full moon, the map is like a poison circle, surrounded by fire, so follow the boss. Hiss. This Nima is too hard, isn't it? Lying Groove, I just said that this copy doesn't look very difficult. How come no one has cleared the level until now? You think, how can it be simple? This copy is a corpse tide that requires clearing hard mode. After listening to that player's words, the players finally understood the difficulty of this copy. The initial quest requires a win if one side has 0 players, then the other wins. And this condition depends on the time when the night of the full moon has not yet arrived. Now that you think about it, it's still hard for one side to slaughter the other side's players. Aren't the players fools? Can't I run? Moreover, both camps have boss handles. As long as players walk near the boss, the opposing player comes over, and the boss will shoot. Therefore, it is difficult to eliminate all opponents before the night of the full moon. Xu Yuan's game was purely an accident, and the players were all in a pile, so they had the opportunity to set up an ambush and fight it all. In the usual dungeon, these players who can enter this dungeon have a high mentality, and it is impossible to obey the orders of a player. Therefore, this copy is talking about boss battles. In fact, players are still needed to fight bosses. The strength of these two bosses is also the same, but both bosses have weaknesses. Players have a chance to win only by finding the boss weaknesses and treating them correctly. At this time, the players in the live broadcast room knew the horror of the last full moon night. But the players in the quest are still kept in the dark. The time of the day passed quickly. The night of the full moon is just around the corner. The ground at the edge of the replica map began to slowly burn. As the half moon in the sky gradually turns into a full moon, the ground on both camps began to tremble violently. The zombie king and the giant warriors are ready to go. As the night of the full moon falls, flames begin to rise around the entire map. It's like being burned by magma, and the range of flames is getting bigger and bigger. Everyone in the guild was shocked when they saw such a scene. Lying groove, this is still poison. My god, is this forcing Liangshan? I thought this copy was not difficult. It seems that you can only follow the zombie king, otherwise you will be burned directly. It should be that the ring of fire will stop after reaching a certain area, which is forcing players to be around the boss. Seeing this, Xu Yuan did not feel much surprised, which was expected. When the official design of the copy, he has long understood the careful thinking of the players. How is it possible for players to exploit loopholes? And the entry requirement for this copy is to clear the corpse tide in hard mode, so the difficulty of this copy will definitely be above the corpse tide in hard mode. Let's go along, keep your distance, Xu Yuan said to the members of the guild. Everyone nodded, took a deep breath, and followed behind Xu Yuan. At this time, the zombie king strode towards the center of the map. The size of the zombie king is huge, similar to the previous zombie boss. With every step he took, the ground shook violently. Some of the players behind him are even a little unsteady on their feet. And those zombies summoned by the zombies did not wander around at the moment, they all came to the zombie king's side. Clustered in front of the zombie dynasty. On the human camp, the giant swordsman also strode towards the center of the map. The players on this side of the human camp were originally prepared to hide and wait for the result. But they never expected that there was fire around the map, and they also had to follow the giant swordsman forward at this moment. It didn't take long for the two behemoths to meet on the plain in the middle of the map. The full moon hangs high, and the moonlight falls on the faces of the zombie king and the giant swordsman. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little more bleak. Xu Yuan stopped after everyone followed the zombie king to this land, and he waved his hand, telling everyone not to follow the past. Further on, there is no jungle obstruction, and it will be immediately exposed to view. It's still dangerous. After the meeting of the zombie king and the giant swordsman, the circle of fire did not continue to expand. The radius of the ring of fire is about 100 yards. Xu Yuan and everyone stood 5 yards away from the ring of fire and carefully observed the situation on the opposite side. At this time, the players of the human camp also came here with the giant swordsman, and they could not see what was going on the other side because of their vision. Although the Great War was surrounded by rings of fire, these rings of fire did not have the function of lighting. If there is lighting, it is still very unfair, and the advantage on the side of zombie players is completely gone. At this time, the zombie king and the giant swordsman were talking over there in a language that neither understood each other. Basically, let's say a showdown, this territory belongs to me. But the words in the mouth of the opponent's boss are extremely funny in the ears of players on both sides. But this is an old tradition, and you must say a few words before you start fighting. Soon, the bosses on both sides finished their respective lines and began to fight. First of all, the zombie king's side launched the summoned zombies and rushed towards the giant swordsman. But where are the little zombies helpless with the giant swordsman? I saw the giant swordsman slash, and he beheaded many zombies under the knife. Then the giant swordsman was not far behind, and immediately pointed the sword in his hand at the zombie king. One blow stabbed and hit the zombie king's abdomen. The zombie king, on the other hand, did not have the slightest sense of pain. He allowed his abdomen to be pierced by the giant swordsman, raised his hands, and slammed towards the head of the giant swordsman. Seeing this, the giant swordsman had to withdraw his sword and quickly blocked it in front of his head with his sword body. But the zombie king's strength was too great. Even if the giant swordsman blocked this fatal blow, he was still repelled by the zombie king by several meters. Back and forth, neither side took advantage. And the battle at this time is simply not something that players can intervene in. If you go rashly, let alone encounter a boss, you are lucky not to be trampled to death. At this time, everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked when they saw such a scene. This kind of scene is too shocking. The two heavyweight bosses beat each other, and the fight suddenly felt shaky. This zombie king is also strong, it should be painless, right? This zombie king hit my scalp numbly, if I hit it, my head will fall off. The giant swordsmen are also strong, but they shouldn't have put their skills yet, right? Maybe, I don't know what their skills are, but if you want to put skills, it is estimated that there are health requirements. Well, it should be, maybe you can put skills when you reach 50% HP. At this time, the 6 players in the human camp froze when they saw such a scene. They all huddled in the outermost part of the ring of fire. I am afraid that the fight between the 2 bosses will affect me if I stand a little closer. They also had no desire to help the giant swordsman at the moment. They only hope that the fighting range of these 2 bosses can be slightly smaller and not hurt the innocent. When the hell is this over? Fortunately, the opposite boss is a melee battle, and we are still safe. Do you see the situation of the zombie player on the opposite side? Can't see, don't they care, do they dare to come? It seems to be right. Due to the problem of vision, it is night, so the vision of human players is poor, but the vision of zombie players is as bright as dawn. Every move of the players in the human camp fell in Xu Yuan's eyes. Then Xu Yuan turned his head and said a few words to the members of the guild. After everyone in the guild nodded, they disappeared into the darkness. Soon, the war entered a white-hot stage. The zombie king and the giant warrior fight, you come and go, and the giant warrior can destroy the ground due to his own sword chi, resulting in the position of the zombie king's foot becoming potholes. At this time, the human players couldn't help but applaud when they saw this. As long as the giant swordsman took a few steps forward, the part of the fire circle on the zombie king's side could be affected by the sword chi. The players on the other side of the zombie camp will definitely be affected by the sword chi. As a result, players in the zombie camp have nowhere to escape. Giant swordsman, take a few steps forward and fight again. Hurry up and kill those players and we'll win. I feel that the giant swordsman is so powerful. This zombie king has always been passive defense. I think as long as we hold out until the giant swordsman kills those zombie players, we will win. All the human players saw that the giant swordsman had some advantages in the entire scene, and they were all a little fluttering. And at this moment, suddenly a human player suddenly disappeared on the ground. At this time, no other human players have noticed his disappearance. Immediately after, 1, 2, 3, 4, the human players all disappeared from the ground. At this point, only the streamer player was left on the ground. The streamer player was wondering why everyone was silent. So he turned his head and was about to say something to everyone. As a result, as soon as he turned his head, he found that there were other people around. The anchor player suddenly panicked, just such a blink of an eye, why is it all gone? At this time, everyone in the live broadcast room was also stunned, because their perspective has always been the first perspective of the anchor player, so can't see what's going on behind it. They shuddered when they saw these human players disappear in an instant. What about, people, what's going on? Groove. Dafa disappearing out of thin air. Hiss. Look at the ground. Is there a pit? There is not one. There are 5. When the players in the live broadcast room saw this scene, their scalps suddenly felt numb. Before they could be shocked, they saw the camera on the screen slide down and shake rapidly. When the camera screen stabilized, the players in the live broadcast room only felt that their hearts were tight. What appeared in front of them was the zombie player with a scar on his face. In an instant, only an scream was heard. The live screen went black. At this time, all the players only felt that their hearts were about to be scared out. They are all just watching the live broadcast, not to mention the human live broadcast player who suffers from all this. That's Steve Daddy, huh? I haven't slowed down yet. So, Steve, they dug a tunnel to avoid being attacked by the giant swordsman. Hiss. I just said why 5 pits appeared on the ground just now. It is estimated that these human players will have psychological shadows. If you want to pass next, it will depend on how Steve Boss deals with the giant swordsman. After that streamer player died, the stream was interrupted. The last thing players see is the zombie with a scar on his face. Everyone knows that he is Steve? The players let out a long sigh at this time, and then exited the live broadcast room. They certainly wanted to see how Steve helped the zombie king defeat the giant swordsman in the end. But no way, who makes these human players not fight at all? Now I can't see the live broadcast screen, so everyone can only wait for the system announcement. After Xu Yuan cleaned up all the players in the human camp, they all walked out of the tunnel. At this moment, they were behind the giant swordsman. If the giant swordsman turned back, they will be found. However, Xu Yuan was gambling by making such a rash move. He was betting that the giant swordsman would not look back. After all, the giant swordsman would not have thought that these little Luoluo would dare to hide behind them. But the most dangerous place is the safest place. When all the players in the guild came to the rear of the giant swordsman, they were terrified. They are very afraid, if the giant swordsman finds out, this foot down, must not step on them into meatloaf. Is it okay if we come here? Asked Xu Yuan with some concern. Xu Yuan did not speak, and pointed to the area under the zombie king's feet. Ken looked in the direction of Xu Yuan's finger. I was stunned. The land under the feet of the zombie king has fallen into pieces. This is all the result of the giant swordsman's sword chi cut down. That is, if they hadn't come over earlier, they would have died under the sword chi of the giant swordsman. When Ken saw the devastated ground in front of him, he couldn't help but be a little afraid. Originally, he thought that Xu Yuan wanted them to come over just to attack, and Ken even felt that Xu Yuan's approach was a little aggressive. Unexpectedly, Xu Yuan let them come over in addition to attacking and saving their lives. At this time, the players of the guild also saw this scene, only to see that their chests were rising and falling rapidly, and their hearts could not calm down at all. We'll all die under the sword if we come later. Why is this giant swordsman so powerful? Why can't the zombie king destroy the terrain? Yes, I instantly feel that the zombie king is so weak. When Xu Yuan heard the words of the guild players, he shook his head with a smile. These two bosses are evenly matched, and the Zombie King should also have a very powerful skill, but it should not be triggered yet. Before Xu Yuan's words fell, everyone saw the Zombie King roaring angrily. Then he grew his mouth, and green liquid gushed out. It fell on the body of the giant swordsman. After the giant swordsman was sprayed by the green liquid spit out by the Zombie King, his whole body instantly turned green. And as the giant swordsman's HP declines, the Zombie King's HP is also slowly rising. Seeing this, everyone in the guild at this time widened their eyes. They just said that the Zombie King was weak, and he was immediately slapped in the face. It turns out that the Zombie King also has skills. Then they observed the green liquid sprayed down by the Zombie King. The places touched by these green liquids, flowers, and plants, unintentional exceptions, are all corroded. When several guild members saw this, they quickly wiped off the green liquid that had just been glued to their bodies, for fear that they would also be corroded like those plants. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile, and then said to these players, "It doesn't matter, the Zombie King's attack should have no effect on us. If there are human players standing here, then they are all going to suffer." Those guild players were relieved to see Xu Yuan say this. On the current battlefield, although the Zombie King spat green phlegm back some blood, but the current amount of health is still the same as that of the giant swordsman. The two bosses are still difficult to tell the winner or loser. Seeing this, Ken asked Xiang Yuandao, "If we attack the giant swordsman directly, it will definitely be discovered, right?" Xu Yuan pointed to the ground and said, "Let's go underground." When Ken heard this, he was suddenly a little puzzled. Even if you go underground, the attacking giant swordsman will be discovered, and the giant swordsman can destroy the terrain, and if you find it, you will still die. Xu Yuan heard this and did not explain it to Ken in detail, but just ordered. We dug at his feet from here and divided into two teams, one team of 16 people. Seeing this, Ken didn't say more, and everyone quickly began to leave. Guild players carve out space under the giant swordsman. The trembling of the entire ground can be clearly felt. Everyone in the guild was terrified, for fear that the giant swordsman would trample them to death. A few minutes passed, and with the efforts of everyone, the area under the feet of the giant swordsman was quickly hollowed out. Every other distance, just get through one block, remember, just open one block. The players immediately began to do it according to Xu Yuan's instructions. Soon, everyone finished according to Xu Yuan's instructions. Ken looked at these small holes above his head and suddenly smiled. "It reminds me of Whack-A-Mole." When the players heard this, they all laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha, Boss Ken, don't you say I haven't found out yet, it's really so we're gopher. Ha 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 ha, Boss Steve, what's the use of digging these holes?" Xu Yuan heard everyone's words and said with a smile, "Didn't you Boss Ken already say it?" When the guild players heard this, they were all puzzled. If they really Whack-A-Mole, then aren't they going to be trampled to death? When Ken heard this, he suddenly realized. So it is. We stand in the pit, the giant swordsman can't step on us at all, but we can attack him upward. This is Whack-A-Mole. The guild players understood this, and immediately felt that this method was wonderful. Lying groove, that's how it. It's the reverse Whack-A-Mole. Boss Steve, can you lend me half of your brain? This can all come up with. My goodness. When Ken was excited, he suddenly thought about it and suddenly frowned. Although this method could prevent the giant swordsman from attacking them, he felt that there was still a problem that had not been solved, so he asked Xu Yuandao, "As long as we attack, the giant swordsman will definitely know, right?" Xu Yuan smiled after listening to Ken's words. "So, we need someone to direct the wind. When the Zombie King attacks the giant boss, we follow the Zombie King to attack him together, so that his hatred and attention will not be with us." When Ken heard this, he couldn't help but exclaim, You can figure this out. I really don't know what to say." At this time, all the guild players also cast extremely adoring eyes towards Xu Yuan. "Boss, just tell me if there is a boss you can't help. We all learn a little, every time the boss is coming up with ideas, we people are useless." Everyone heard the boss's words, "Right, don't drop the chain then, if one person makes a mistake, then we will be all gone." All the players were already full of confidence at this time, not counting the person in command. 31 people caused damage to the giant swordsman at the same time, and the blood of the giant swordsman would definitely fall quickly. Seeing this, Ken took the initiative to ask for help. "I'll take the wind and command, you definitely can't command, you have to take the last blow, and I don't worry about them." Xu Yuan nodded, and then said, "Use gestures to command. Although the two bosses fight loudly, this giant swordsman seems to have good hearing, it is better to be safe." Ken heard this and nodded. "I have to probe out to see the panorama, and I can't gesture for you, so I kick my foot to show that I can hit." Everyone nodded, and then stood at the entrance of the cave at the feet of the giant swordsman. And Ken probes to the hole. At this time, the Zombie King and the giant warrior are still in the continuous fierce battle. The Zombie King raised his arms and slashed down at the giant warrior. Ken also found the right moment and kicked the Zombie King's feet a second before his arms touched the giant warrior. At this time, after receiving the message, the players in the underground did not dare to delay for a moment. Immediately, he attacked in the direction of the soles of the giant swordsman's feet. Everyone did not dare to attack too much, and each of them only hit once and stopped. At this time, everyone in the underground was nervous. Although this method seems foolproof, everything is afraid of a case. In case the hatred mechanism of the giant swordsman is not like this, it is over. At this time, Ken was also nervous, and he kept staring at the giant swordsman after he kicked, for fear that the giant swordsman would turn around. A moment later, seeing that the giant swordsman did not turn around, Ken breathed a sigh of relief. Then there is ecstasy, this method is feasible. Then they will be able to get the first kill of the giant swordsman? With the perfect cooperation of everyone, the blood volume of the giant swordsman is getting lower and lower. At this time, the zombie king still has 20% of his HP, but the giant swordsman's HP has reached 10%. I have to say that the players' attacks are really low enough, more than 30 people fight together, which is only 10% more HP, seeing the dawn of victory imminent. At this moment, the giant swordsman went berserk. He swung the sword in his hand wantonly, and the sword chi spread around, even the place behind him was spared. But fortunately, the sword chi was not cut to the ground, so Xu Yuan and them were safe and sound. It was Ken, one who was unprepared, and was seconded back. At this time, Xu Yuan immediately asked others to take Ken's place. As a result, another wave of sword chi turned the player back in seconds. But fortunately, the sword chi of the giant swordsman is wave by wave, not continuous, so it can still be connected. The players of the guild did not slack off in the slightest. One player was struck by the sword chi for a second, and immediately another player rushed over to take his place to command everyone. With everyone's concerted efforts, the blood volume of the giant swordsman was about to bottom. At this time, the zombie king raised his arms and prepared to slash the final blow. Xu Yuan saw this scene exactly from the hole he attacked. Xu Yuan hurried to the hole where the soles of the giant swordsman's feet were, before the zombie king's attack fell. Gave the giant swordsman the final blow. Congratulations to player Steve for winning the first kill of the giant swordsman. Congratulations to player Steve Boss Battle Quest for obtaining the zombie faction SSS rating. Xu Yuan fell with a blow, and the giant swordsman's blood was at the bottom. With a loud boom, he fell to the ground. At the moment when the giant swordsman's blood bottomed out, the ring of fire around the map also disappeared. When the zombie king saw the giant swordsman fall, he raised his hands and roared up to the sky. Suddenly, the entire map was filled with the roar of the zombie king. This is his voice to prove himself, and from then on this land belongs to him? At this time, all the players were shocked when they saw the 3 system messages that brushed the screen. Lying Groove? Giant swordsman first kill. Replica SSS rating. What the hell, this copy still has a rating. Nima, it's outrageous, how long has this copy been open? Steve Guy, in the future, the copy will be all-inclusive for you. I think the first pass seems to be all people from Steve's boss guild. There are only more than 10 people in the first pass. Am I not mistaken? Is there really more than 100 people left? There are more than 10 people left. Giant swordsman first kill. Is Steve the zombie camp of choice? Isn't Steve the human camp? Didn't he die early? What's the matter? Didn't many anchors on the forum say that Steve is a human camp? Lying Groove, I said, how could Steve be so weak? At this time, those players who previously thought they were in the same camp as Steve were in a state of confusion at the moment. What's going on? Isn't Steve in the same camp as he just did with us? Groove, can it be said that Steve on our side is fake? Nima, I'll just say when Steve was so weak, wipe. So Steve is across from us, isn't it? It's the zombie camp. Obviously yes, but the players in the zombie camp don't seem to have anyone to command. I said, when the fool said that he was Steve at the beginning, I didn't believe it. Steve has always been low-key, how could he be like him? And he said that he was Steve as soon as he came up. Then you don't believe it all. The players who said these words were all players who died in the first wave of engagement. In the second wave of engagement, the group of besieged players was shocked at this time. I just said why did a zombie suddenly appear and surround us later? Great, it's good that Steve on our side is impersonating, otherwise I'm going to turn black. Dead in Steve's design, I was convinced, there was nothing to complain about. At this moment, the 6 players who were finally released were still in a cold sweat. The game experience just now was so terrifying that they still can't forget the scene before they died. It turns out that the zombie with a scar on his face is really Steve Boss. Anyway, we survived to the boss battle and Steve put it. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't see the final big battle. You know, after I left the copy, I saw the conversations of the players in the live broadcast room, and I really broke out in a cold sweat. Players say that map resources aren't so scarce because Steve cleaned them up the night before. So, we were led by the nose in the first place. Yes. He calculated that without food, we would go to war with them. No wonder. The previous siege was also arranged in advance. When we bragged about the fake Steve in the wooden house, the real Steve Boss had already designed the perfect trap. This fake Steve is so abominable. In fact, if it weren't for the fake Steve, we would have lost even worse. At least the fake Steve united us, so that there is still a fight. Fortunately, Steve passed the level, and I don't have to face him again, and I really have a shadow in my heart in the last scene. Me too. At this time, the players of the last 6 human camps understood that they had no chance of winning from the moment they entered the quest. At this time, some of the players who watched the live broadcast before recorded the live broadcast between them. Then the editing began, and after a while, the video was edited and posted in the forum. On the god level operation of Steve Boss to clear the boss duel. At the beginning of the video, the human player is reporting that there is not enough food and there are few minerals. At this time, a line of subtitles immediately appeared on the screen. God Operation 1, exhaust the food. Steve killed all the animals the night before and destroyed all the ore that was exposed. The next scene is the scene where everyone sets off in unison to fight the zombie player. And here, the subtitles given by this player can't help but make people spray. Here rookie chickens peck at each other, nothing to see. Steve Guy did not participate in the war, there is no reference, you can skip. Then the screen turned, and it came to the time when those human players were rounded up. At this point, the video is immediately accompanied by a large series of subtitled explanations. God Operation 2, Encirclement, Pursuit, Interception. Steve Boss has long calculated that they will escape, so after dawn began to dig tunnels towards this side. Did you see those zombies that suddenly appeared? The picture changed again, and it was time for the remaining 6 people to take a hike, and then Xu Yuan suddenly shouted for everyone to stop. God Operation 3, Call Your Boss. Here Steve Boss was originally able to clear the level by killing a few of them, but Steve Boss didn't, but wanted to slaughter the giant swordsman. Then the picture came to the clip of all the zombie players sending the door and being killed by the giant swordsman. God Operation 4, Professional Pit Teammates, I guess. I don't know if it's in Steve's plan here, but if they die, Steve's rating will definitely be higher. After that, the screen comes to the battle between the 2 bosses. This player also deliberately left some more boss battle pictures, which can also make everyone intuitively feel how powerful the 2 bosses are. Then, the final screen is the last frightening scene of the anchor player. High energy warning. God Operation 5, Transfiguration. Steve Boss has long been under the feet of human players by digging a tunnel, and the next thing is the horror you see. Later at the end of the video, the player sends subtitles to add. Since the live broadcast perspective is the human camp, it's a pity that I didn't see how Steve killed the giant swordsman, but I guess it must be very difficult. Here are also some strategies for this replica zombie camp. You can follow suit. As soon as this video was sent to the forum, it was immediately refined. Many players click on it immediately after seeing the title. After watching the video, I felt that my palms were sweaty, and the last scene was really too scary. However, they also had to admire Xu Yuan, who had already controlled the overall situation from the beginning. I originally thought the zombie camp was weak. Now it seems that zombies are so strong. It's not a zombie strong, the strong person is Steve Boss. Okay, how the hell does his head grow? How can he even figure this out? I think the most terrifying thing is that the rest of the zombie camp is uncontrollable. Originally came in with the mentality of learning. The rookie chicken of the landlord pecked at each other, making me spray rice instantly. Ha 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 ha. It's really very graphic. Ha 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 ha. Hug the villains to save some face for other players. When you learn, this goes to the line. It's a pity that I don't have the perspective of the zombie camp, so I want to know how they killed the giant swordsman. I don't think it's possible to show this. This is a key strategy. At this time, Xu Yuan was deified by the players again. But it is also true that it depends on wisdom, insight, and the ability to control the overall situation on the spot. This is not something that everyone can do. And it is also true that as players say, the zombie camp is uncontrollable. Only a group of people in the guild listened to Xu Yuan's orders, and the other Xu Yuan had no way to control it. And even so, Xu Yuan budgeted all the accidents. At this time, the discussion outside was hot, and Xu Yuan's side also began to take stock of the harvest of this copy. 3 sets of diamond armor, 5 enchanted books, more than 10 diamonds, more than 20 emeralds, 200 gold coins, and a lot of iron ingots or something. Players who survived the guild take stock of what the boss dropped. I have to say that there are quite a lot of things that the boss explodes, and 3 sets of diamond armor are already very good rewards. And Xu Yuan's side also received rewards for killing the boss for the first time and raiding SSS. The reward for the first boss kill is a land deed, 300 gold coins, and a drawing fragment of the Twilight Forest. The SSS level reward was unexpected for Xu Yuan. The reward for raiding SSS is 5 lucky blocks.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.